Chapter 343, Crisis in the Nanzhou Region. Teacher. Zhao Yuyan looked at Yi Zhan with teary eyes. Out of the group, Zhao Yuyan was the youngest, and the time she had spent cultivating was also the shortest. Most of the time, she was with Yu and Li Qingyan. The moment she learned that Yi Zhan was about to leave the Tianyuan continent, Zhao Yuyan's heart was filled with reluctance and sadness. Before Yi Zhan left, he was either cultivating in seclusion. Although his secluded cultivation might have lasted years, things were different now. Once Yi Zhan left the Tianyuan continent, she would not know when she would meet him again. Silly girl, you're already an adult, why do you still love to cry? Yi Zhan looked at Zhao Yuyan helplessly. After all these years of cultivating, and with the help of Yu and Li Qingyan, Zhao Yuyan's personality had changed quite a bit. She no longer blamed herself for having harmed others due to the demon devourer body, and was no longer easily bullied. However, her tendency to cry had never changed. Zhao Yuyan could not hold back the sadness in her heart and started crying. She threw herself into his arms. Teacher, can you not leave? Or can you take me with you, teacher? Zhao Yuyan's voice was choked. This girl did not trust many people due to her childhood traumas. Other than her mother, she was closest to Yi Zhan, Yu, and a few others. To Zhao Yuyan, not only was Yi Zhan her teacher, he was like a father to her. He had completely changed her fate. Silly girl, in the future, when I'm not around, you can't keep crying. Besides, I can't be by your side forever. You have to learn to grow on your own. As long as you cultivate diligently, you'll naturally be able to see me in the upper world in the future. Yi Zhan reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Zhao Yuyan's eyes. Teacher, I will definitely cultivate diligently. I will definitely ascend to the upper world to find you. Zhao Yuyan looked up at Yi Zhan with her teary eyes, her expression firm. I believe that my precious disciple will definitely be able to do it. Yi Zhan smiled and patted the latter's head. Although Yu and Li Qingyan did not say anything, their hearts were also filled with reluctance. Given their current cultivation levels, it would take them at least several hundred years, perhaps even 1,000, to surpass the Great Emperor realm. However, they were clear that they could not hinder their teacher's cultivation path. Teacher is right, he can't stay by our side forever. We have to learn to grow on our own. Beside him, Shangguan Wan'er was looking at Yi Zhan deeply, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Silly girl, don't be so sad, you're going to make me cry. The path of cultivation has always been one of separation and independence. After leaving me, you will grow stronger and walk your own path. Yi Zhan smiled and comforted her. After that, Yi Zhan moved the Qingyan sect out and had Shangguan Wan'er put it into the imprisonment divine tower. The cultivation environment in these divine towers was far better than in the outside world, as the divine towers contained dense spiritual energy. Furthermore, some of them even contained martial intents. In the past few years in the Tower of Heaven, the cultivation levels of the Qingyan sect cultivators had already undergone a major transformation. Through the power of karma, Yi Zhan knew that only one person could pass through the realm passageway. He could not leave with his disciples, much less bring the Qingyan sect along. After learning that Yi Zhan was about to leave, his disciples no longer had the mood to cultivate and stuck to Yi Zhan every day. 5 days passed quickly. Wan'er, you should set off. Yi Zhan gazed into the distant space, and a mysterious light flashed across his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan Wan'er, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes, which flashed with sharp sword qi. She wanted to return to the Nanzhou region to kill the sea race experts and repay part of the debt she had to Yi Zhan. Wait, just as Shangguan Wan'er was about to turn and leave, Yi Zhan called out to her. Shangguan Wan'er turned around, her gaze landing on Yi Zhan. Remember, after I leave, you must protect you and the others. Don't be impulsive. Yi Zhan smiled, and then, under Shangguan Wan'er's gaze, his figure suddenly disappeared. When Shangguan Wan'er saw this, she muttered to herself in a daze. Yu, Li Qingyan, and Zhao Yuyan also called out reluctantly. However, Yi Zhan had really left. Teacher is gone. I should go do what needs to be done. After a brief pause, Shangguan Wan'er's body transformed into a streak of lightning and disappeared. At the same time, the imprisonment divine tower also disappeared. Thanks to the sea race's invasion, countless people died, and the Tianwu zone soon fell. Within the Nanzhou region, many empires had fallen, together with their respective experts. They were vastly outnumbered by the sea race army. In the Nanzhou region, In order to slow down the advance of the Sea Race army, the Myriad Swords Hall, Gongsun family, and other major factions all joined forces and gathered together to resist the Sea Race's invasion. The land was filled with the stench of blood, and countless cultivators were engaged in a frenzied battle. Furious roars and screams could be heard everywhere. Chapter 344, The Last Trump Card. The war between the two races destroyed everything in its path and turned everything into dust. This was especially so for the weaker cultivators. Before they could even react, they were already torn to pieces by the attacks that were flying left and right. Even the ordinary people could not escape annihilation. Damn it, the Sea Race's attack is too fierce. We can't resist them. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Nanzhou region falls. The sigh of an expert could be heard. He was a 5th-level Unity Realm cultivator from the Gongsun family. Currently, the various major forces had lost countless experts. In the long run, they might be completely annihilated. As for small and medium-sized empires like the Great Qian dynasty, they had long been drowned in the endless numbers of the Sea Race army. Kiki, why are you humans even trying to struggle? How can puny humans like you resist the power of the Sea Race? Oh right, for you pattern condensation realm cultivators, if you lay down your arms and surrender, we'll spare your lives and make you our guard dogs. An expert from the sea sneered. They had been very nervous about the attack on the Nanzhou region, which was Yizan's homeland. However, what puzzled them was that after so many years, there was no sign of Yizan at all. The most important thing was that the Sea Race had once used Saint King realm experts to search for traces of Yizan, but they had found nothing, which made them even more afraid of Yizan's strength. However, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the Dragon Race's Great Emperor realm expert. Therefore, in order to avoid any sudden changes, they planned to conquer the Nanzhou region as quickly as possible. However, the human race had shown unusual unity in times of crisis. The various major forces resisted the Sea Race's attacks repeatedly. Although the Sea Race had taken over most of the Nanzhou region, there was still a pocket of territory that was holding on and defending stoutly. Damn it, is the Nanzhou region really going to be occupied by the Sea Race? A Zug family 8th level unity. Realm expert clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Although cultivators from other regions had come here to reinforce them, it was still insufficient to resist the Sea Race's endless numbers. Currently, it would take a miracle to save the Nanzhou region. Do I really have to use that favor? A huge flood dragon gravely wounded the body of an old man. However, as the thick life force within his divine elements surged out, the old man's body quickly recovered. And that old man was an elder from the Gongsun family, and a 5th-level Unity Realm cultivator. Everyone fell silent after hearing the old man's words. They naturally knew about the incident about the Nether God sect, and the fact that the Gongsun family had received the promise of a favor from Yizan in exchange for their help. However, Yizan's strength was so terrifying that this favor was too precious. We haven't reached that stage yet. The elder of the Gongsun family erupted with strength as he fought the flood dragon. The jade token Yizan had given them was the last trump card of the Gongsun family, and they would never use it unless it was a life-and-death situation. Human, you're pretty strong. A xianxia expert with a terrifying aura suddenly joined the battle, swinging his trident at him. Fine, I'll take you both on. The elder of the Gongsun family performed a number of hand seals to activate a martial technique to fight them. With the passage of time, the war between the two races became more and more intense, and the situation of the human race became more and more tenuous. Suddenly, space rippled, and a spatial crack appeared. Zheng Lingtian strode forward, his body covered in both his blood, as well as that of the Sea Race experts he had fought. Don't use the jade token yet. Zheng Lingtian wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and looked at the Grand Elder of the Gongsun family not far away. The Grand Elder was fighting with a flood dragon, and the fluctuations from their battle made their surroundings tremble. It was the Grand Elder of the Gongsun family who had helped Yizan back then. He was also the person in possession of the jade token. The Grand Elder nodded. Although Yizan's strength was terrifying and could even crush a large group of Sea Race King Realm experts, he was still a single person. Even if he appeared, he might not be able to change the fate of the Nanzhou region. Of course, his appearance would make a large difference, but the jade token was the final hope and trump card of the Nanzhou region, so there was no way he could waste it at this point. However, the situation was becoming more and more dire. As time passed, more and more territories in the Nanzhou region fell. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's injuries were getting more and more serious. Even though he was a half-step pattern condensation realm expert, he was fighting against 2 10th level Unity realm experts and 5 level grade Unity realm experts. Even when he asked for help, everyone was facing the same odds. They were all held back by the huge number of C-race experts. Waves of powerful energy struck the Grand Elder's body. Cracks appeared on his golden armored body, and his bone-deep wounds were ravaged by violent energy. Chapter 345. I'm here on teacher's orders. The Grand Elder let out a furious roar toward the sky. His white hair stood on end, and his eyes glowed with divine light. However, his aura was gradually getting weaker and weaker. And as time passed, more and more human race experts fell. The C-race experts swarmed the remaining human cultivators. Detestable. If this continues, we'll all die. Damn it, the C-race's attack is too fierce. I'm afraid the Nanzhou region can no longer hold on. The Grand Elder's expression was extremely unsightly. Not far away, Zheng Lingtian had also suffered considerable injuries, and the number of pattern condensation realm experts surrounding him was increasing. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly manifested itself, as a xianxia made his presence known. Lightning Tribulation Realm. The expressions of the human experts changed drastically when they saw this. They could sense the power of tribulation lightning brewing within the xianxia's body. The power of tribulation lightning contained the power of the natural laws of the Tianyuan continent. The lightning tribulation realm was the realm between the king realm and the pattern condensation realm. That being said, most lightning tribulation realm cultivators chose to cultivate in seclusion. The reason was very simple. Tribulation lightning was affected by karma. If they accumulated too much negative karma, the tribulation lightning they faced during their 3 tribulations would likely become unbearable, and they would perish. Don't worry, although he's powerful, he definitely won't make a move. While the human experts were shocked, they believed that the xianxia would not make a move. However, moments later, they were proven wrong. The xianxia expert slowly raised his hand, and the trident in his hand erupted with monstrous divine might. The power of lightning filled the surroundings, as if trying to devour everything. As 2 dazzling bolts of lightning flashed past, 2 human pattern condensation realm experts died instantly. Seeing this, Zheng Lingtian's pupils involuntarily contracted, and a sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Why did it feel like this lightning tribulation realm xianxia was unafraid of tribulation lightning? Before they could even react, the xianxia expert killed another pattern condensation realm expert. Seeing this, Zheng Lingtian roared in anger. However, the number of C-race experts surrounding him was simply too great. He could barely keep himself safe as it was. Moreover, even if he did extricate himself from their encirclement, he would not be able to defeat that lightning tribulation expert. Another pattern condensation realm expert died at the hands of the xianxia expert, following which 10 9th level Unity realm experts were annihilated by a swing of his trident. At this moment, the xianxia expert raised the trident in his hand again, and his gaze fell on the Grand Elder. Curses. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically as he felt a sense of dread wash over him. He knew that he was next. No, I can't die. I don't want to die. Facing the threat of death, the Grand Elder moved to take out the jade token from his storage ring without any hesitation. However, just as he was about to crush the jade token, he found that he could not move his body. It was not only him. Even the lightning tribulation realm xianxia felt a terrifying pressure descend on him, causing his speed to decrease rapidly. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, which spat out terrifying bolts of lightning. Moments later, a streak of lightning flashed by, and a beautiful figure appeared in the sky. The woman stared at the xianxia realm expert expressionlessly. A divine sword suddenly appeared in her hand. It was just a simple sword strike, but the world suddenly lost color. The xianxia expert had no time to reach and was instantly devoured by her sword chi. His body and soul were reduced to dust, never to rise again. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. I'm here on teacher's orders to destroy the sea race and protect the human race's territory. The person was none other than Shangguan Wanner. It's her, the master of the Luo Heaven Palace. Many of the people who had come to support the Nanzhou region were experts from the Miaoling region, and they quickly recognized Shangguan Wanner. Wait, was that heavenly lightning intent? When had Shangguan Wanner comprehended a supreme intent? Furthermore, it was to the level where it was engraved as a profound pattern. A strange light flashed across Zheng Lingtian's eyes. Chapter 346, I will protect teacher's homeland. This sword chi Has she comprehended perfect level sword intent and engraved it into a profound pattern? Zhao Yuzhan's eyes were filled with shock. The sword intent contained with Shangguan Wanner's casual attack had overwhelmed him. The Lightning Tribulation Realm expert, who had up till then been wreaking havoc among the human race's experts, had been slain instantly. Put away Teacher's jade token. I will protect Teacher's homeland, Shangguan Wanner said indifferently. She was dressed in white and looked extraordinary. Her body was filled with an otherworldly aura. Although Shangguan Wanner did not look at the Grand Elder, he knew that she was talking to him. As my lady commands, the Grand Elder subconsciously nodded. His expression was a little dazed as he put away the jade token. If Shangguan Wanner had not appeared just now, he would have been dead, without even the chance to crush the jade token. It was no longer a secret that Shangguan Wanner had acknowledged Yi Zan as her teacher. Though it had confused many people at first, when Yi Zan killed the Sea Race King Realm experts in the spatial turbulence, everyone finally understood. This guy had concealed his strength so well. Destroy the Sea Race. Protect the Nanzhou region. You're quite arrogant. At this moment, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a powerful flood dragon emerged from the depths of the spatial turbulence. Another Lightning Tribulation Realm expert. Everyone was shocked by this. Why were Lightning Tribulation Realm experts showing up now? Furthermore, this one seemed even stronger than the last. I love killing geniuses. Today, your head will be added to my tally. Moments later, another Lightning Tribulation Realm xianxia expert appeared from the spatial crack. As the surroundings trembled, another 3 extremely powerful Sea Race Lightning Tribulation Realm experts appeared. In total, there were 5 Sea Race Lightning Tribulation Realm experts. 2 flood dragons, 1 xianxia, and the other 2 were a demonic whale and a merman. The aura they exuded as a group was simply overwhelming. Damn it, aren't they worried about karma affecting their tribulations? Why were they so fearless? No matter if it was the human race, the sea race, or any other race, only cultivators who had undergone heavenly tribulations could achieve perfect physical bodies and become King Realm experts. Heavenly tribulations had 3 stages, which were the tribulations of heaven, earth, and human. If it was a demonic cultivator, then it would be the demon tribulation in the place of the human tribulation. Under the tempering power of the terrifying tribulation lightning, the cells in the cultivator's body would be constantly destroyed and then reborn. Only after undergoing the tempering would they have passed the heavenly tribulation. However, if they made the slightest mistake during this process, their body and soul would be destroyed. The second tribulation was also known as the Netherworld Tribulation, as it involved the energy of the Netherworld formed by tens of thousands of evil spirits, and contained the resentment and obsession of countless dead souls. If an expert's body was contaminated by negative karma, they would be prone to suffering chi deviation during this tribulation and dying as a result. The third tribulation also involved tribulation lightning, and one had to withstand the power of tribulation. Lightning from the 9 heavens in order to truly sublimate one's physical body and become a King Realm expert. Although each tribulation was extremely dangerous, the benefits one could obtain from transcending the tribulations were self-evident. This was especially so for the third tribulation, which was divided into different levels depending on the number and type of profound patterns that a cultivator had engraved during the pattern condensation realm. The higher the level of the third tribulation, the more benefits one would obtain. In this case, the one who had died to Shangguan Wanner's first attack had been a Lightning Tribulation Realm expert who had just passed the first tribulation, whereas these 5 had all passed the second tribulation. The flood dragon with the golden horn on his head was also soon to face the third tribulation. Their aura overwhelmed the human race's experts. With their current strength, they would be annihilated if they were to face these Lightning Tribulation Realm experts. Of course, this did not hold true for Shangguan Wanner. Ever since she had become Yi Zan's disciple, Shangguan Wanner's strength had soared. The eyes of the 5 Sea Race Lightning Tribulation Realm experts were filled with monstrous killing intent. Terrifying energy waves swept out as they surrounded Shangguan Wanner. At the same time, they all took out their artifacts and weapons. However, Shangguan Wanner's expression remained very indifferent the entire time. Die, human. A flood dragon smiled cruelly as his long spear erupted with black light, stabbing toward Shangguan Wanner. The spear strike was like the eye of a hurricane, concentrating the power it gathered at its tip. Seeing this, Shangguan Wanner slowly raised the longsword in her hand. Bright sword chi flashed, blinding everyone. It was as if the entire world had gone dark. Chapter 347, Overpowered. it was followed by a cracking sound. At the same time, an incredulous roar was suddenly heard. When everyone's vision recovered, the flood dragon that had attacked just now was nowhere to be seen. Only ashes remained, slowly scattering into the surroundings. How is this possible? How can her strength be so terrifying? The rest of the lightning tribulation realm experts narrowed their eyes in shock. The flood dragon had not been able to withstand even one strike. If they had only been slightly surprised by Xuan Wanner's strength earlier, now all that was left in their hearts was fear. Human, what cultivation level have you reached? The lightning tribulation realm xianxia expert asked with a serious expression. Xuan Wanner did not have the aura of a lightning tribulation realm expert, or the terrifying pressure of a king realm expert, so how could she have such terrifying strength? Xuan Wanner's response was another sword strike. The sound of the sword strike seemed to resonate with the world. The dazzling power of heavenly lightning was fused with the sword chi. The merman lightning tribulation realm expert died. Before he was swallowed by the sword chi, the merman expert let out an unwilling cry of despair. Ever since he had broken through to the lightning tribulation realm, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the endless sea. He wanted to survive the tribulations and enter the king realm as soon as possible. However, not long ago, a Saint King realm expert from the sea race had personally sought him out and promised him that if he fought for the sea race, they would give him a fragment of a holy artifact. Holy artifact fragments had the ability to shield one against the power of karma, so it was extremely tempting to lightning tribulation realm cultivators. After all, the reason why lightning tribulation experts did not participate in any conflicts was that they were afraid of accumulating negative karma that would affect the power of the tribulations. However, he had never expected to die even before he could use the holy artifact fragment. The fusion of sword intent and heavenly lightning intent utterly annihilated that merman expert. At that moment, the space around Xuan Wanner was suddenly torn apart, and a bright beam of light burst out, piercing toward Xuan Wanner. It was the Yaksha's trident. However, the moment he launched his attack, he immediately turned around and fled frantically into the spatial turbulence. Unfortunately, he was no match for her in terms of speed, given that she could transform into a lightning bolt. A bright purple light flashed, and Xuan Wanner's figure reappeared next to the Yaksha, accompanied by another terrifying sword strike. Another lightning tribulation realm expert died. Then, she made short work of the rest. There was deathly silence in the surroundings. Both the humans and the sea race were stunned. Her majestic figure was deeply engraved into everyone's minds. How could this woman's strength be so terrifying? Zheng Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. The Divine Gate Holy Land had wanted to recruit her back then, so they naturally knew her strength. At that time, many elders had guessed that she had most likely hidden her strength, but even so, it should not have reached such an outrageous level, right? Her current strength was definitely related to Yi Zan. A strange light flashed across the depths of Zheng Lingtian's eyes. Yi Zan is indeed a monster, but isn't his ability to teach disciples a little too outrageous? How does he do it? At the thought of this, Zheng Lingtian's heart was filled with doubt. The other human experts had similar thoughts. Many years had passed, and although Yi Zan had not shown himself, news of him had been spreading throughout the Tianyuan continent. It had also become known that anyone who became his disciple would definitely have their strength advance by leaps and bounds, to a shocking extent. The strength that Xuan Wanner displayed just now had merely confirmed the information. The figure of a certain person appeared in everyone's mind. Young, monstrous talent, and extremely powerful. Even the sea race's king realm experts were helpless against him. At this moment, a power that made the world tremble suddenly spread out. In an instant, a giant spatial crack appeared, and a long golden spear appeared, stabbing toward Xuan Wanner. At the same time, someone's killing intent locked onto Xuan Wanner. Seeing this, Xuan Wanner's expression did not change at all. She did not raise her longsword in her hand, and did not seem to have any intention of blocking. Chapter 348. A Saint King Realm Expert Takes Action. At that moment, an ancient aura suddenly appeared, and an ancient bronze bell enveloped Xuan Wanner, blocking the golden spear. The two powerful forces clashed, and the shockwaves injured the surrounding cultivators. "You've crossed the line," a cold voice suddenly rang out, and a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. Ancestor. Zheng Lingtian's eyes lit up. This white-haired elder was the ancestor of the Divine Gate Holy Land, Zheng Xuantian. Zheng Xuantian's gaze fell on the flood dragon. The flood dragon emerged from the spatial crack and appeared in the sky. A Heavenly King Realm expert. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. With their cultivation levels, they were naturally unable to detect Jun Xuantian's and the Flood Dragon's cultivation levels. However, they knew that Jun Xuantian was a Heavenly King Realm expert, therefore, someone who could face him head-on and not be at a disadvantage was naturally equally as strong. HMPH. It's you humans who broke the rules. The eyes of the Flood Dragon were filled with monstrous killing intent. First, Yi Zan killed our King Realm experts. Now, someone from your human race has disguised their cultivation level and attacked our cultivators below the King Realm. Jun Xuantian, do you really think I wouldn't make a move? Earlier, a Sea-Race Saint King Realm had given the order to kill all cultivators below the King Realm in the Wangyu Zone. By doing so, he hoped to occupy the Wangyu Zone sooner, but he also hoped to draw Yi Zan out. Therefore, the Sea-Race had sent many Lightning Tribulation Realm experts to hide in the spatial turbulence. At the right moment, they would emerge and kill all the human experts. Hopefully, that would get Yi Zan to make an appearance. As long as Yi Zan made the slightest move, the Saint King Realm expert hidden in the spatial turbulence would strike as fast as lightning and kill Yi Zan. However, what they did not expect was that someone else would suddenly appear. They could sense that Shangguan Wanner's cultivation level had reached the King Realm. However, she was no weaker than a human King Realm expert. In order to test the waters, a Heavenly King Realm expert had personally taken action. As such, in the eyes of the Sea-Race experts, Shangguan Wanner must have used some sort of secret technique to hide her true strength, disguising herself to participate in the war between the two races. However, what puzzled the Heavenly King Realm Flood Dragon was that even he could not tell what sort of secret technique that Shangguan Wanner was using. I've always been frank and honest. Why would I need to disguise myself? You might think that you're powerful, but you're nothing but an ant in my eyes, Shangguan Wanner said indifferently. During this war, it's already been agreed that King Realm cultivators can't interfere in the war. Now that you humans have broken the rules again, I won't tolerate it. Regardless of whether Shangguan Wanner had hidden her strength, or whether she was really only a pattern condensation realm cultivator, she had indeed engraved the Heavenly Lightning Profound pattern. As such, he could not allow her to live, lest she cause a calamity for the Sea-Race in the future. The Heavenly King Realm Flood Dragon took a step forward and disappeared. Moments later, a huge hole appeared in the sky. His huge golden spear stabbed toward Shangguan Wanner with destructive power. Jun Xuantian snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. The ancient bronze bell collided with the golden spear. The two terrifying forces collided with each other, and the sound of their collisions resounded in the sky. Seconds later, the two of them tore space apart and began a crazy battle in the depths of the spatial turbulence. At that moment, a huge palm appeared in the sky and tried to smack Shangguan Wanner, following which, a saber strike split the sky and shattered the palm. If the Sea-Race wants to break the rules, then be prepared for the consequences. The voice of a human expert suddenly rang out. HMPH. It's you humans who broke the rules first, so why are you trying to push the responsibility on us? Then, a vast spiritual pressure suddenly descended. Everyone could feel an invisible force as heavy as a mountain weighing down on them. A Saint King Realm expert. Jun Lingtian's expression changed drastically. It was obvious that this Saint King Realm expert from the Sea-Race wanted to kill Shangguan Wanner. HMPH. Shangguan Wanner is Yi Zan's disciple. Do you really want to offend Yi Zan? At the same time, a mighty voice suddenly rang out. It's Master. Jun Lingtian's expression turned grave. The person confronting the Sea-Race Saint King Realm expert was the Master of the Divine Gate Holy Land. Chapter 349. A mere Saint King Realm cultivator dares to touch my disciple. However, the Master of the Divine Gate Holy Land was being held back by another Sea-Race Saint King Realm expert, and he could not spare any effort to rescue Shangguan Wanner. The Saint King Realm expert who had just attacked was the one T who had been hiding in the depths of the spatial turbulence, waiting to deal with Yi Zan. However, Yi Zan did not show up. Instead, Shangguan Wanner had come. Seeing that Shangguan Wanner's strength might tip the scales of battle below the King Realm, and her boundless potential, he decided to make a move. Do you think she'll be able to survive once I take action? A cold smile appeared on the Saint King Realm expert's face as terrifying power radiated from his body. Although Yi Zan did not appear, killing his disciple was not a bad result either. This Saint King Realm expert was a brawny man, and every inch of his skin was filled with ghostly power. There were even strange lines on his forehead. He was a demonic whale expert, but he was currently fighting in human form. He stretched out his hands and clapped. Two huge palms that covered the sky closed in on Shangguan Wanner. Locked on by the Saint King Realm expert's spiritual sense, Shangguan Wanner would not be able to escape. However, in the face of such terrifying and monstrous divine might, Shangguan Wanner's expression was calm, and she did not panic at all. "Teacher," she muttered as a jade token appeared in her hand, which she then crushed. Moments later, a terrifying power that made the world tremble suddenly erupted. A terrifying phantom figure suddenly appeared behind Shangguan Wanner. The phantom figure had its hands behind its back and was looking at the Saint King Realm expert with an indifferent expression. Then, it reached out its hand and flicked the empty air in front of it gently, shattering the attack. When the Saint King Realm expert saw this, his eyes were filled with shock. This was a phantom condensed by Yi Zan's spiritual sense. A mere Saint King Realm cultivator dares to attack my disciple. Yi Zan's phantom figure indifferently looked at the brawny man, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. Moments later, the brawny Saint King Realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. "How is this possible? How can you be so powerful?" The Saint King Realm expert's eyes were filled with shock. He knew that the phantom figure only contained a portion of Yi Zan's power. This meant that the other party's strength had exceeded the Saint King Realm. Was this guy not supposed to be a Heavenly King Realm cultivator? He had clearly reached the Great Emperor Realm. Great Emperor Realm. This was the absolute pinnacle of the Tianyuan continent. Every Great Emperor Realm expert was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. However, Yi Zan's name had only started popping up in recent years. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. From their investigation, this guy was also only in his 20s. Just who was this guy? At that moment, Yi Zan's phantom figure pointed his finger, and an invisible force suddenly imprisoned the Saint King Realm expert. Seeing this, the Saint King Realm expert erupted with a tremendous amount of power. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. "Impossible. Why can't I break free?" The Saint King Realm expert's eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the Great Emperor Realm was powerful, this was only a phantom figure. It should not be able to exert this much power. Was this the fusion of spatial and strength intent? His body trembled. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Zan could easily imprison him. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he naturally had a lot of time to comprehend supreme intents, but he had only comprehended first-level spatial and strength intents. However, that was his limit. After failing to make any headway into these supreme intents, he focused his efforts on other martial intents, as it would be more productive. After all, supreme intents had extremely strict requirements on a cultivator's comprehension ability. Even non-supreme intents, when comprehended to a high level, would also be able to release a tremendous amount of power, especially when engraved as a profound pattern. Even those in the lightning tribulation realm were constantly comprehending the power of the laws of the world. Only by passing the tribulations could one become a king realm expert. Chapter 350. Destruction Intent. However, most cultivators did not know that there was an extremely harsh condition for one to truly reach the king realm, which was to achieve perfect level intent. Only then would they be able to fully fuse the power of the laws of the world into their profound pattern. The categorization of king realm experts was also in relation to this. Those who had successfully comprehended one perfect level martial intent were considered early stage human king realm cultivators. 2 perfect level martial intents would be the middle stage, and 3 perfect level martial intents would be the advanced stage. If one wanted to break through to the heavenly king realm, they would have to fuse the martial intents. Those who were able to fuse 2 were either early stage or middle stage heavenly king realm cultivators, while those with 3 were advanced stage heavenly king realm experts. As for the Saint King realm, one could only reach it by truly comprehending the profound power of the laws which was contained in the profound patterns they engraved. However, the cultivators of the pattern condensation realm could only use the profound power of the laws to attack. Saint King realm experts were able to completely control the power of the laws. Those who could control 36% of the laws were known as early stage Saint King realm experts. Controlling 72% made one a middle stage Saint King realm expert, and 100% made one an advanced stage Saint King realm expert. This brawny Saint King realm expert was an early stage Saint King realm cultivator. The reason he had been able to break through to the Saint King realm was because he could control 36% of the laws of the sea. His eyes glowed with a dazzling blue light as the space around him rippled. Moments later, he transformed into a demonic whale, and immediately dived into the sea below. He wanted to use the laws of the sea to shatter the spatial cage that Xuan had set up. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not. You are too weak. With your strength, you actually dared to attack my disciple. You've clearly overestimated yourself. Xuan's voice rang out. Although he had not spoken loudly, his voice was clearly transmitted throughout the Nanzhou region, and even the Wangyu zone. At that moment, the King Realm experts from the two races stopped fighting as they directed their attention toward the battlefield where Xuan's phantom figure and the demonic whale were. They had never expected Xuan to be so powerful that even a Saint King Realm expert was no match for him. A mountain-sized hole appeared on the huge demonic whale's body. The demonic whale roared, and its surging aura was thrown into disarray. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Destroy. Xuan looked at the demonic whale indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a red beam of light containing destruction intent suddenly descended. Not only had this guy grasped spatial and strength intents, but also destruction intent. What kind of monster was this? In addition to the heavenly lightning intent that they knew he had, there were now 3 more. Had he comprehended all of the supreme intents? Unfortunately, he would never know. Once the red beam touched its body, the demonic whale felt its body and soul disintegrating. At this moment, the demonic whale's heart was filled with fear, and its soul could not help but tremble. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. He still wanted to live. However, Xuan did not give him that opportunity, and the red beam expanded quickly. The demonic whale felt its entire body become light as a feather before it instantly turned into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. Wait a minute, is that destruction intent? How is that possible? Everyone was stunned senseless. Chapter 351, Just a mere ant. He's a great Emperor Realm expert. When Zheng Xuantian saw this, his eyes were filled with shock. He of all people should have known Xuan's strength best. When Zheng Lingtian had reported Xuan's matter to him, he had only felt that Xuan's talent was rather monstrous and was worthy of the Divine Gate Holy Land's attention. That was why he had acted to stop those King Realm experts who were interested in the Tower of Heaven, and gave him those 2 jade tokens to ensure his safety. However, he also gave the same level of treatment to other geniuses that he deemed had potential. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected one of those geniuses, within the span of a few years, to even exceed his own cultivation level. However, he was inwardly thankful that his assistants had earned the Divine Gate Holy Land favor with Xuan. This was a great Emperor Realm expert they were talking about, the pinnacle level of cultivation within the Tianyuan continent. Zheng Xuantian's heart was filled with complicated feelings. This revelation was simply too shocking. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the center of the battlefield, Zheng Lingtian and Zhao Yuzhen also sensed the terrifying power. They looked at each other and saw the surprise and shock in each other's eyes. Who would have thought that Zheng Lingtian's outrageous guess was actually right? As expected, Xuan's strength couldn't be measured with common sense. Everything surrounding that person was simply miraculous. A human great Emperor Realm expert is interfering in the war between the 2 races. Do you humans want to fight a decisive battle with us? At this moment, a deafening voice suddenly rang out. This was the roar of a Sea Race Saint King Realm expert. Xuan was able to kill a Saint King in seconds, so his strength had undoubtedly reached the Great Emperor Realm. The other party had once again interfered in the war between the 2 races, which undoubtedly broke the rules. Although it was only a jade token, it still contained the unparalleled power of a Great Emperor Realm expert. A mere ant dares to order me around. Xuan looked at the Sea Race Saint King Realm expert expressionlessly and pointed his finger at him. A terrifying destructive force suddenly descended, instantly enveloping the expert with destruction intent. The Saint King Realm expert looked at Xuan in horror. He had never expected that Xuan would still dare to attack him. Was this fellow really not afraid of a complete fallout between the 2 races? Was he not afraid of destroying the Tianyuan continent? I'll kill you, Xuan said lightly. His body had already been engraved with 5 supreme intents, and his strength was far beyond that of ordinary Great Emperor Realm experts. Even the power stored within this phantom figure was enough to deal with this. After all, with the power of life intent in his tempered spiritual sense, the phantom figure could store more of his power. The Saint King Realm expert's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. However, when he tried to flee, he discovered that an invisible force had imprisoned him. Human Great Emperor, do you really want to start an all-out war with my race? We advise you to think about it carefully. Don't let your impulsiveness cause a great calamity. The Sea Race Saint King Realm experts were incredulous. They had not expected Yi Zan to dare to act. Was he going to try and clear the battlefield like how he did before with the Human King Realm experts? Was he really going to risk an all-out war, and the potential destruction of the Tianyuan continent? In the past few years, the war had wreaked havoc on the southern territory, and countless human cultivators and ordinary people had died. However, in the eyes of the great emperors, the Tianyuan continent was so vast that it would be fine even if the Sea Race took over the Wangyu zone. After all, even within the southern territory, there were still hundreds of zones. As long as the war between the two races did not engulf more than 2 major territories, it would not threaten the foundation of the human race. However, Yi Zan could not be bothered to care about what those great emperors thought. Moments later, Yi Zan slowly stretched out his palm and made a slapping motion. Then, under the horrified gazes of many Sea Race experts, the Saint King Realm expert who had spoken just now was reduced to dust, his body and soul vanishing into thin air. Chapter 352, Realm Passageway. The Wangyu zone fell silent. Whether it was in the spatial turbulence or the outside world, everyone was stunned. Yi Zan had not even hesitated. This guy was too ruthless. It was obvious that he did not care about the unspoken rules of Great Emperor Realm experts not being allowed to interfere in the war. You've gone too far. You'll definitely suffer the wrath of Lord Ancient Black Dragon. Many of the Sea Race Heavenly King Realm experts were enraged. Sure, Yi Zan was powerful, but they had their own Great Emperor Realm experts too. You're all too noisy. Yi Zan glanced at them indifferently. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, his power drowned them all out. This guy is too terrifying. Let's run. We have to inform Lord Ancient Black Dragon about the situation here. The remaining King Realm experts fled fearfully. From their perspective, Yi Zan had gone crazy and was likely about to start a massacre. What a pity. The power in this jade token is a little lacking. It's all gone after a few attacks, Yi Zan muttered to himself as he looked at the fleeing Sea Race experts. My precious disciple, it's all up to you now. Yi Zan's phantom figure looked at Shangguan Wanner and smiled. Then, his phantom figure slowly disappeared. In the deepest part of the endless sea, a burst of violent energy suddenly erupted, and a huge black dragon appeared. Damn it, who is messing with my plan? Curses, I have to bring it forward. The ancient black dragon was extremely anxious. Earlier, the golden divine dragon had summoned him to the dragon race's main hall to investigate the 2 auras that had appeared in the Tianyuan continent. However, even with the combined efforts of many great Emperor Realm experts, they still failed to find the source of the 2 auras. However, at the same time, the golden divine dragon also found out that the ancient black dragon had ordered the sea race to attack the human race's territory. Even though the ancient black dragon had come up with a perfect excuse, the golden divine dragon was still a little suspicious. The ancient black dragon knew that the golden divine dragon would start investigating him soon. If he could not gather enough fate energy in time, the fragment would probably soon change owners. HMPH. Damned human, if I didn't have to prioritize heading to the upper world, I would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The ancient black dragon forcefully suppressed the monstrous rage in his heart. He was far away in the endless sea, so he did not know who had interfered with his plan, but since the fragment had absorbed a large amount of fate energy, he could barely open the realm passageway. Moments later, dazzling black light blossomed from the ancient black dragon's body, and his spiritual sense swept out, controlling every tiny bit of power as best he could. He had to avoid the detection of the golden divine dragon, who was stronger than he was. After setting up many obstacles, the ancient black dragon took out the fragment carefully, and watched closely as mysterious power started gathering toward it. His spiritual sense formed a bubble around the fragment. Mysterious patterns were engraved on the fragment. When the ancient black dragon's power was infused into it, an ancient aura slowly awakened and condensed into a huge golden dragon. This was a fate dragon formed from fate energy. The fate energy, channeled through the fragment, would be able to open the realm passageway. Of course, it was impossible to open the realm passageway just by relying on the fate energy collected from the human race. However, the ancient black dragon had already secretly plundered a portion of the sea race's fate energy. Now, all he needed to do was to infuse the sea race's fate energy into the fragment, and the realm passageway would open. Incidentally, the act of infusing fate energy into the fragment would cause considerable damage to one's cultivation foundation. However, the ancient black dragon was not bothered by this. As long as he could ascend to the upper world, he would be able to quickly surpass the great emperor realm. Moreover, the golden divine dragon was already on guard against him, especially after finding out that he had ordered the sea race to attack the human race. As such, this was his only path forward. As long as he could step into the upper world, everything would be worth it. Whoosh! As the fate energy of the sea race and the fate energy of the dragon race were infused into it, the mysterious power contained in the fragment surged even more violently. The tough spatial barrier trembled. This time, even the ancient black dragon could not suppress the commotion caused by the fragment. Now, the fragment was fully charged and ready to go. Moments later, the entire Tianyuan continent began to tremble, and the world became dark and colorless. At this moment, in the deepest part of the spatial turbulence, a light spot suddenly lit up. At the end of the light, there was a bright door of light that was connected to an unknown place. Chapter 353, Ascension, the system is sleeping. I've finally succeeded. The ancient black dragon's massive body trembled, and its eyes were filled with excitement. Moments later, the ancient black dragon transformed into a cold-looking man. His human form was undoubtedly more convenient to travel through the realm passageway. As expected, those old things have noticed it. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on the ancient black dragon's face. His spiritual sense detected many auras rushing in his direction. However, it was too late. The realm passage was just in front of him. Following that, the ancient black dragon's figure suddenly disappeared. He turned into a streak of light that charged toward the realm passageway. However, right at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and confined the ancient black dragon's body. The ancient black dragon's eyes narrowed and his expression changed. A man in white suddenly appeared in his field of vision, smiling. "I'll kindly accept your opportunity." It was obviously Yi Zan. "Human, how dare you?" The ancient black dragon's eyes widened in rage, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, Yi Zan's figure suddenly disappeared into the realm passageway. At the same time, the bright door closed. Only the unwilling roar of the ancient black dragon could be heard in the distance. As soon as Yi Zan entered the realm passageway, he suddenly felt a mysterious force descend upon him. Sensing this, his spiritual sense and the power of his martial intent surged forth, creating a barrier to protect him. However, the power of the realm passageway was so terrifying that cracks appeared on Yi Zan's energy barrier in no time at all. At the same time, a system notification rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Ding! The host's ascension to the upper world has been detected. Currently analyzing the upper world's cultivation system and spiritual energy. Ding! As the host has yet to comprehend and fuse the 10 supreme intents, the system will forcefully merge with all of the host's power to preserve the host's life. Ding! Energy fusion is in progress. Ding! The energy fusion was successful. The host's current cultivation realm is now the Mystic Meridian realm. The upper world is known as the Mystic World and is considered a middle plane. There are countless smaller outer worlds below this middle plane, of which the Tianyuan continent is one of them. Ding! As for the other cultivation realms of the Mystic World, the host is encouraged to discover them on his own. Ding! As the host forcefully ascended to the upper world, the system will proceed with the interplanar energy fusion. Ding! The interplanar energy fusion will consume a large amount of energy. During this period, the system will be dormant. The exact period of dormancy remains unknown. As soon as the system's notifications finished, Yi Zan's expression changed. He had not expected there to be so much trouble ascending to the upper world. At the same time, the power of the martial intents that Yi Zan had comprehended and the power of his spiritual sense suddenly merged, transforming into a new power that successfully resisted the terrifying pressure of the realm passageway. At this moment, a strong suction force suddenly appeared from the end of the realm passageway, pulling Yi Zan in. The Mystic World, East Continent, Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Plain Ascendance Shrine. In the shrine, there were 9 pillars engraved with dragons. These 9 pillars formed a mysterious formation. At this moment, the dim formation suddenly lit up. A surprised voice suddenly rang out in the shrine, followed by a flash of light, which revealed the figure of a white-robed old man. The old man's hair and beard were all white as well. This is the long-sealed Plain Ascendance Shrine of our sect. It has been millions of years since anyone from the lower planes ascended here. Why would it activate now? The old man immediately examined the formation, and the surprise in his eyes grew. Tianyuan continent, which lower plane was that? Why have I never heard of it? As the light from the mysterious formation grew brighter and brighter, a young man's figure slowly appeared. This person was Yi Zan. As soon as Yi Zan appeared, he sensed the rich spiritual energy of his surroundings, and his body started to greedily devour it. Is this the mystic world? Yi Zan muttered to himself. Congratulations, little friend, for ascending to the mystic world. At this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out in Yi Zan's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the white-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zan. And you are, seeing this, Yi Zan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of wariness flashed across his eyes. After ascending to the mystic world, the density of the spiritual energy had changed, and the cultivation realms here were different too. His cultivation level, which was originally unrivaled on the Tianyuan continent, was now the mystic meridian realm, which was the lowest cultivation realm in the mystic world. At least for now, he could not sense the white-haired old man's cultivation level. Little friend, don't panic. This is the Ascendance Shrine of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. When one ascends from a lower plane, one will randomly appear in one of the various Ascendance Shrines in the mystic world. Coincidentally, you've appeared in the territory of my Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the white-haired old man said with a smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tian Zan, one of the 7 chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Tian Zan. Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a hint of doubt and confusion flashing across his eyes. Confusion is normal. After all, you've just ascended. Tian Zan sensed his confusion. Don't worry, I'll give you a brief rundown of the general situation of the mystic world. The mystic world is a middle plane in the myriad worlds. It is divided into 5 major continents. Besides the central continent, there are 4 other continents: East, West, South, and North. The place where we are currently is the East continent. After that, Tian Zan explained the other aspects of the mystic world to Yi Zan in detail. Chapter 354, Planar Embryo Fragment. After some time, Yi Zan gained a general understanding of the mystic world. The cultivation realms in the mystic world were divided into the mystic meridian realm, the divine mystic realm, the materialization realm, the void realm, the heaven realm, the mystic lord realm, the supreme realm, the ancient realm, and the sealed immortal realm. Each realm had 9 levels. In the myriad worlds, the mystic world was considered a middle plane, while the higher plane was the legendary immortal world. All of the cultivators of the mystic world pursued the legendary path of immortal ascension. Martial techniques here had another name. The cultivators of the mystic world called them divine powers. They were also divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow ranks. As for cultivators, constitutions, it was categorized according to whether the cultivator had divine bones in their body. Senior Tian Zan, would you be able to help me examine the divine bones in my body? Yi Zan asked helplessly. Now that the system was dormant, he had no way to check his attributes. That won't be an issue, little friend, Tian Zan said with a smile. In fact, there was more than one Ascendance Shrine in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. However, this one was a little special as it was built by the first sect master. It was a pity that millions of years ago, this Ascendance Shrine was damaged for some reason, and the cultivators from the lower planes were no longer able to ascend here. Since then, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had given up on this Ascendance Shrine and sealed it. Although Tian Zan was one of the 7 chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he was already old and close to the end of his lifespan. There was no hope of him ascending to the immortal world. However, Tian Zan had once obtained a secret scroll from the scripture depository of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, which recorded a prophecy left behind by the first sect master. Millions of years from now, the sealed shrine would open once again, and the child of destiny would descend from and rewrite the fate of the mystic world. As a result, Tian Zan had always kept an eye on this Ascendance Shrine, and had done so for the past thousands of years. Then, finally, Yi Zan came. However, he was not certain that Yi Zan was the child of destiny. Back then, in addition to that scroll, there was also something else. It was a palm-sized black transparent crystal. If Yi Zan could get the black crystal to light up, it would mean that he was the prophesied child of destiny. My young friend, I'll examine your divine bones now. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Zan, and a mysterious power suddenly swept out and descended on Yi Zan. Yizan's body suddenly trembled, and dazzling light burst forth from his body. The meridian circulation route in his body suddenly appeared. At that moment, Tianzan took out a stone pillar which was inlaid with many diamond-shaped crystals. This is a divine bone stone pillar. It can detect the divine bones in a cultivator's body. Little friend, you only need to place your hand on the stone pillar, Tianzan said with a smile. Yizan nodded, then took a step forward and gently placed his palm on the stone pillar. However, what puzzled Tianzan was that the stone pillar did not change at all. How could this be? Could it be that the stone pillar is broken? Tianzan muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and placed his own palm on the stone pillar. Moments later, the dull stone pillar suddenly blossomed with light. At the same time, words suddenly appeared on the stone pillar. Ancient Fire Divine Bone, 6th level Divine Bone. Note: Divine Bones are divided into 9 levels, with the highest being level 9 and the lowest being level 1. There's no problem with mine. Why can't it detect yours? Tianzan's eyes were filled with doubt. Yizan felt embarrassed. This was impossible, right? He had just obtained the Chaos Divine Body on the Tianyuan continent. Even if all of his power had wilted away during his ascension, it should have been impossible for him not to have a single divine bone, right? Seeing this, Tianzan took a long look at Yizan. There were only 2 possibilities for the stone pillar to have no reaction to Yizan's touch. Yizan either did not have a divine bone in his body at all, and was a cultivator with an ordinary level of talent, or the divine bone in Yizan's body was so extraordinary that even the stone pillar could not detect it. The former was far more likely than the latter, though. The testing stone pillar he had used was an intermediate level 1, and could detect 1st to 6th level divine bones. Only advanced testing stone pillars could detect every divine bone. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator with a 7th level divine bone were to test himself with an intermediate level stone pillar, the power of the divine bone should have instantly shattered the stone pillar, as opposed to not eliciting a reaction at all. Did this guy really not have a divine bone? Ahem, little friend, why don't you try again? Tianzan looked at Yizan awkwardly. After a moment of hesitation, he took out the black crystal. Little friend, you only need to drip your blood on this. As long as this crystal reacts to your blood, you can join the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Yizan muttered to himself. He had just ascended to the mystic world, so it would be best if he could join a large sect. Moreover, the system was currently in a dormant state for an unknown period of time. Yizan took out a drop of blood essence and allowed it to drip onto the black crystal. In the next second, the ordinary-looking black crystal suddenly trembled, and mysterious ripples appeared on its surface. It then turned into a black streak of light and entered Yizan's forehead. As expected, he's the child of destiny I've been looking for. When Tianzan saw this, he became extremely excited. My young friend Yizan, would you be willing to acknowledge me as your master? Tianzan asked. From the conversation just now, he had already learned Yizan's name. However, Yizan was in a daze at that moment. After the black streak of light entered his body, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has found a fragment of the mystic world's planar embryo, which has replenished a large amount of the system's energy. Ding! Please wait patiently, the system will be activated again in 100 years. What? That ugly black crystal was actually a fragment of this world's planar embryo. Yizan digested the information in his mind, and a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. My little friend Yizan, how about it? Seeing that Yizan did not respond, Tianzan called out again awkwardly. Yizan came back to his senses and looked at Tianzan. After thinking for a moment, he bowed respectfully to Tianzan. Teacher, please accept Yizan's bow. Good, good, good. Now I have a successor. Seeing this, Tianzan touched his white beard happily. Finding a successor before he died, and for that successor to be the prophesied child of destiny, he had no more regrets in life. Just like that, Yizan followed Tianzan back to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Chapter 355. The System Awakens. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. East Continent, Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak. In an ancient wooden house, a young man in white sat cross-legged. Suddenly, the young man's eyes opened, and a bright light flashed across his pupils. 100 years have finally passed. The system was finally going to be reactivated. Through the window of the wooden house, One could see the immortal spiritual energy that filled the surrounding mountain peaks. From time to time, cultivators would fly past on flying swords, as well as those flying on cranes. It was just like how the stories about immortals had been described. It's a pity that Tian Zhan has already passed away, Yi Zhan muttered to himself. Not long after he accepted Yi Zhan as his disciple, Tian Zhan's lifespan came to an end and he passed away. However, before his death, Tian Zhan passed on the position of chief of Cloud Sky Peak to Yi Zhan. However, considering Yi Zhan's special status, he did not teach him any high-level cultivation methods. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical voice rang out in Yi Zhan's mind. Ding! The system has absorbed enough energy and is in the process of awakening. Ding! The system has successfully awakened and is now in service of the host. Ding! The host can receive randomized critical rewards by taking in disciples, infusing spiritual power into them, or imparting various cultivation resources and heavenly treasures to them. The highest reward multiplier is 10,000x. Phew, I've endured humiliation for 100 years, and finally, this damn system has returned. Ding! The system's status panel has changed. The host is advised to examine it. Oh, hearing this, Yi Zhan immediately opened his attribute panel. Cultivation. Second level of the Divine Mystic Realm, the Mystic World's weakling. Divine powers. None. Divine bones. None. A rookie among rookies. It'll be difficult to achieve anything in his lifetime. Appearance. Indescribably handsome. Yi Zhan's mouth twitched when he saw this. The system seemed to be asking for a beating after its upgrade. Ding! Congratulations! The host has advanced to the Divine Mystic Realm and has obtained a great advancement gift bag. Would you like to open it? Of course I'll open it, Yi Zhan said without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received a yellow rank marrow cleansing pill and 50 years worth of cultivation. After the system notification ended, Yi Zhan's body suddenly trembled as spiritual power suddenly surged into his dantian. Ah, how I've missed this feeling. Soon, Yi Zhan's dantian completely digested the spiritual power, and he broke through to the third level of the Divine Mystic Realm. Wait a minute, I received 50 years worth of cultivation, but only advanced one level. Yi Zhan complained inwardly. Ding! As the host's body does not contain any divine bones, the host's level of talent is ordinary. As such, the host's cultivation speed naturally cannot be compared to the geniuses of the mystic world. It seemed that divine bones were really important. However, now that he had the system again, was there a need to be afraid of this shortcoming? Yi Zhan looked at the marrow cleansing pill and fell into a state of deep thought. Although consuming this pill would help him, it would be more beneficial to use it on a disciple. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chief Yi Zhan, are you there? Hearing this, Yi Zhan's eyes darkened, and then a smile appeared on his face. Come in, Yi Zhan said. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yi. The person who entered was a handsome young man with a gentle and refined temperament. Yi Zhan was no stranger to this man. He was a direct disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Hua Rufeng, and was considerably stronger than Yi Zhan. He was gentle and elegant, and did not put on any airs. Furthermore, he was basically a shoo-in to become the successor of the sect master position of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Therefore, Hua Rufeng had a good relationship with the chiefs and the elders, and cultivators in the sect. In Yi Zhan's opinion, this guy was a smart person. He had already made the necessary connections and relationships before taking up the leadership position. Martial Uncle Yi, teacher asked me to inform you that we're about to hold a meeting and to invite you to head over. Did senior brother mention what this meeting was about? Yi Zhan asked. Tian Zhan loved peace and quiet and did not build a proper residence on Cloud Sky Peak other than this wooden house, which was quite run down and dilapidated. Could something big have happened? Hua Rufeng hesitated for a moment and then said, yesterday, berserk beasts attacked the village at the foot of the mountain and killed numerous villagers. Although the sect's cultivators reacted quickly and killed many of them, there were almost no survivors. Only a few lucky ones were brought back to the sect. Teacher called for a meeting to discuss how to deal with the berserk beasts, as well as how to deal with the survivors. Yi Zhan nodded in realization. Honestly, it was not too hard to deal with the survivors. They could simply test them for divine bones and put them in the outer sect. However, had this happened before today, Yi Zhan would probably not have been interested. Now that the system had awakened, this was a great opportunity to take in a disciple. Chapter 356, Look Down Upon. Alright, I've got it, you may leave now. Yi Zan waved his hand. All right, Martial Uncle Yi, Rufeng will take his leave first. Hua Rufeng bowed respectfully and then left the wooden house. As he left, he briefly glanced at the dilapidated wooden house on Cloud Sky Peak, a strange light flashing across his eyes. 10 minutes later, Yi Zan strolled out of the room with a smile on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, Yi Zan took out the only weapon Tian Zan had him, the Cloud Sky Sword. It was a supreme grade black rank magic artifact. The classification of artifacts in the mystic world was, from high to low, heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks. Each rank was further divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. Thanks to the realm passageway, everything Yi Zan possessed had been transformed into energy by the system to preserve his life. Although he still had the cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Tian Yuan continent in his mind, the difference in the spiritual energy of the two planes meant that they were not suited for use in the mystic world. It was precisely because of this that every cultivator who ascended from a lower plane would experience the baptism of the plane's power when they passed through the realm passageway, reconstructing their meridians. In this way, the cultivators could quickly adapt to the spiritual energy of the plane after they ascended. However, that was only for cultivators who had surpassed the Great Emperor realm. Yi Zan had ascended with the help of the realm passageway opened up by the fragment. Were it not for the system's assistance, he would have died there. As for the baptism, it was also done by the system. It was truly fortunate that he had the system. The ancient black dragon would have probably died. After that, Yi Zan used the sword-controlling technique of the sect to travel to the meeting hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Yi Zan saw many people in tattered clothes. These were most likely the villagers who had survived the attack. I say, junior brother Yi, you've got quite some courage there, making me and senior brother Gongsun wait for you for so long. Before Yi Zan could sit down, he was admonished in a chiding tone by the chief of the Hidden Sword Peak, Gao Shun, who was also the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This old man was quite good at stirring up trouble. However, he was also clear that many of the chiefs looked down on him. Yi Zan did not bother to look at them, and simply turned to the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gongsun Shoyu. Senior brother Gongsun, I'm sorry. The Cloud Sky Peak is a fair distance from the meeting hall. Please forgive me for the delay. No problem. Gongsun Shoyu smiled and waved his hand. Although he did not think much of Yi Zan in his heart, as the sect master, he still had to be magnanimous. After Gao Shun realized that he had been ignored by Yi Zan, his expression turned extremely ugly. HMPH, you're just a mere second-level divine mystic realm cultivator, yet you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me. How did a piece of trash like you get chosen by Martial Uncle Tian Zan? You don't even have a divine bone. If there's one thing you have, it's unwarranted luck. In my opinion, you are the biggest mistake that Martial Uncle Tian Zan has made. In the eyes of the other chiefs, Tian Zan would never have passed on the position of chief to Yi Zan had he not been nearing death. In addition, Yi Zan's body did not contain any divine bones, and according to Tian Zan, Yi Zan was a disciple he took in by chance, not a disciple from some noble family. As such, most of the cultivators from the sect looked down on Yi Zan. When the 7 chiefs sat down, the survivors in the hall had a mixture of hope and sadness on their faces. As citizens of the mystic world, all of them yearned for the path of cultivation, hoping that they possessed the talent to cultivate and eventually become immortals. Taoist masters, please seek justice on our behalf. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked out of the crowd and knelt down in front of Yi Zan and the others, crying bitterly. With him taking the lead, the other youths around him followed suit, hoping that Gongsun Shoyu would stand up for them. As powerless commoners, how could they resist the attacks of those ferocious beasts? Although they had survived, they had also witnessed the deaths of their family members and loved ones. Suddenly, while the young man was drowning in his sorrow, an obscure aura briefly flashed across his forehead. It was barely noticeable to ordinary people, but it was clear as day to the chiefs. The eyes of the chiefs lit up when they saw this. There was an unpolished jade among these mortals. This was really rare. I'm already aware of what happened to all of you, and I'm also very regretful that things turned out this way. However, what has passed, and you all have to look forward. Alright, quickly get up. Gongsun Shoyu, who had spoken words of pity and empathy, sighed deeply. After the beast attack in the village yesterday, he had sent many disciples to investigate. However, the strange thing was that they could not find the source of the beast attack. Helpless, he could only call all of the chiefs together to discuss the matter of dealing with the survivors. As for the beast attack, since it happened within our sect's territory, we will investigate it thoroughly. Gongsun Shoyu looked at Yi Zan and the others beside him, and then continued, after a preliminary investigation by our sect, we hope to be able to find the source and cause of the attack. Don't be anxious in the meantime. Before the truth is discovered, you can choose to stay in the sect to cultivate. Once we've discovered the truth, we will definitely inform you. Among the survivors, there was a young girl with a dirty face named Zhuge Yuyu. When Zhuge Yuyu heard Gongsun Shoyu's words, her tears fell like rain, and her face was filled with despair. When she thought of the scene of her parents dying at the hands of those beasts, her heart was filled with incomparable pain. She hated herself for being powerless. However, if she could step onto the path of cultivation and become a powerful cultivator, she would be able to avenge her parents. Zhuge Yuyu knew very well that Gongsun Shoyu and the others were just saying things for the sake of posterity. They would not truly help her seek justice. She could only rely on herself to avenge her parents. However, at least Gongsun Shoyu still gave her a way forward, which was to stay in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and study under a master. Chapter 357. A Useless Teacher and a Useless Disciple. Junior brothers, what do you think? At this moment, Gongsun Shoyu's gaze fell on the other chiefs. Gongsun Shoyu's meaning was self-evident. It was now time for the chiefs to choose their disciples. Those who were talented might be able to become a disciple of a chief, while those who were not would probably end up as servant disciples, tasked with cleaning the sect. Of course, before Zhuge Yuyu and the others came in, Hua Rufeng had already made things clear to them. Because of this, they did not harbor much hope in becoming the disciples of any of the chiefs. Ha ha ha, since senior brother Gongsun, then junior brother will naturally have to go first. Gao Sheng walked out very quickly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at that youth who spoke just now. Seeing Gao Sheng make his move, Liang Dai, the Hidden Spirit Peak's chiefs, could no longer restrain himself. Liang Dai dragged his bloated body and hurriedly walked out as well. Before Gao Sheng could open his mouth to continue, he said, "Senior brother Gongsun, I feel that this young man has an affinity with my Hidden Spirit Peak. I think it's best that he comes under my wing." The rest of the chiefs did not buy it at all. This damn fatty had always been like this when he took in disciples. Did he really think that they were fools? Junior brother Liang, it's first come, first served. I spotted this young man first, Gao Shun said with some dissatisfaction. So what if you've taken a fancy to him first? Is everything you lay your eyes on yours? What kind of twisted logic is this? What's wrong? You're not convinced. Do you want to fight? Fine, I'll fight you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gao Shun had a bad temper and could not hold it in any longer. In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, other than Gongsun Shoyu and the Tian Zan, he did not fear anyone. If Gongsun Shoyu had not intervened in time, the two might have really fought. Among the chiefs, Gao Shun and Liang Dai were indeed the strongest. The other chiefs knew that they would not be able to compete with these two, so they could only choose among the remaining survivors. Although their levels of talent were comparatively worse, it was better than nothing. After the selection, there were still a few youths with mediocre levels of talent who were not selected. They stood alone in the hall. This included Zhuge Yuyu. Zhuge Yuyu felt very unwilling. Was her level of talent really that bad? Why was there not a single person willing to choose her? If she could not embark on the path of cultivation, how was she going to avenge her parents? Just as she was about to give in to despair, an indescribably handsome man in white suddenly appeared in front of her. At that moment, Zhuge Yuyu seemed to see a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating her entire world. Zhuge Yuyu immediately raised her head to look at the young man. It was the young man who sat at the edge of the various chiefs. "You, what's your name?" Yi Zan asked gently. Zhuge Yuyu said uneasily. "Yuyu, huh," Yi Zan muttered to himself. Looking at this girl, Yi Zan could not help but think of Yu, who had been left behind on the Tianyuan continent. The two girls' traumatic experiences were quite similar, and they even had the word, "Yu," in their names. "Forget it, since it's fate, I'll accept it. Little girl, are you willing to become my disciple?" Yi Zan asked softly. "I'm willing." Zhuge Yuyu greets teacher. When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she knelt down without any hesitation. Her eyes filled with excitement. In her moment of despair, it was Yi Zan's appearance that brought her hope for a new life. As long as she could become a proper disciple, she would be able to embark on the path of cultivation, and avenge her parents in the future. Although her teacher looked extremely young, to be able to become a chief of the sect, he had to be a powerful cultivator. Since you've entered my tutelage, you can follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan left the hall with his hands behind his back in an indifferent expression. Zhu Yuyu saw this and quickly followed. Just as she was about to leave the hall, she heard a mocking voice. Hee hee, what a joke, a useless teacher and a useless disciple, what a great pair. What the predecessors said is indeed true. Birds of a feather really flock together. The Cloud Sky Peak is Martial Uncle Tian Zan's legacy. I'm afraid it's going to be destroyed in the hands of Yi Zan, this piece of trash. When Zhu Yuyu heard this, she was puzzled. Just then, Yi Zan suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Zhu Yuyu. Teacher, what's wrong? Zhu Yuyu asked subconsciously when she noticed that Yi Zan had suddenly stopped. Little girl, I'm sure you've heard what they said just now. What are your thoughts? When Zhu Yuyu heard this, she was confused and angry at the same time. Even though he was the chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, what right did Gao Shun have to insult her teacher? No matter what Yi Zan's strength was, he was still her teacher, an existence that brought hope to her when she was in despair. It was fine for others to insult her, but she would never allow anyone to insult her teacher. Teacher, even though I've only just become your disciple, I live by the saying that a teacher for a day is a father for life. It was teacher who brought me hope amidst my despair. No matter how difficult and dangerous the future is, you will stand by teacher's side for the rest of my life. I won't embarrass you, teacher. Teacher, I'll definitely work hard and prove myself with my strength. I'll show them just who is trash. Zhu Yueyu's eyes were filled with determination. Hearing this, Yi Zan displayed a gratified smile. As expected of the disciple that I took a fancy to. Just now, in the meeting hall, Yi Zan knew that with his current strength, he would definitely not be able to compete with the other chiefs for those talented cultivators. However, with the awesome system, his disciple's level of talent was not particularly important. As such, he focused on those who were not selected, and were definitely in the pits of despair. His appearance would become their saving grace, and would guarantee their loyalty. Chapter 358, 1000x Multiplier. Well said, cultivators are supposed to struggle against the heavens, so why should we care about what others say? Come with me. Yi Zan smiled. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the Cloud Sky Sword, and brought Zhu Yuyu along to Cloud Sky Peak. Along the way, Zhu Yuyu looked at the fleeting mountain peaks and clouds around her. Her heart was filled with nervousness and anticipation. After all, everyone from the mystic world yearned to tread the path of cultivation. She also felt a trace of happiness from this. After the tragedy that had befallen her, she finally had a glimpse of hope. Although her teacher seemed to be looked down upon by the other chiefs, he had remained calm and composed, which was befitting of a true cultivator. Soon, Yi Zan returned to Cloud Sky Peak with Zhu Yuyu, landing on the only courtyard residence on the mountain peak. The courtyard was simple and crude, with a few dilapidated wooden houses around it. We're here. Yi Zan walked over to the wooden house calmly. Although my residence is relatively simple, it can temper a cultivator's mind. It will be of great help to you on your cultivation path in the future. Yi Zan was obviously spouting nonsense. However, he could utter such words in a believable manner thanks to his experience with you and the others. That being said, compared to the other peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak was indeed very poor and lacking. This was because Tian Zan had devoted himself to cultivation, so he had only accepted Yi Zan as a disciple before his death. In other words, before Yi Zan, Tian Zan lived alone on Cloud Sky Peak. Yuyu will remember teacher's teachings. Zhu Yuyu nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with determination. In this courtyard, besides the small wooden house in the middle, you can choose any one as your residence. From today onward, you'll be my fifth disciple and the only successor of Cloud Sky Peak. I'm sure you're very confused as to why there is no one around me, yet you're my fifth disciple, Yi Zan said with a smile. I am. Zhu Yuyu did not hide her suspicions. You are indeed my first disciple in the mystic world, but you have 4 senior sisters on another plane. They are just temporarily unable to come to the mystic world, Yi Zan explained. Although he did not know when his other 4 disciples would be able to ascend to the mystic world, he still had to make things clear. As for the difference between planes, you will understand it in the future, Yi Zan explained when he saw Zhuge Yueyu's confused expression. Hearing Yi Zan's words, not only did Zhuge Yueyu not mind, but she was also very happy. She had originally thought that she would be all alone after her parents passed away. Now, not only did she have a teacher, but she also had 4 senior sisters whom she had never met before. Perhaps this would become her new family. Since you've entered my tutelage, you'll have to cultivate properly in the future. Teacher, please rest assured. I will definitely not embarrass you. Alright, as my disciple, you'll naturally receive a welcome gift. This is a marrow cleansing pill. Consume it and it will wash away the impurities in your body. It will increase your sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world and increase your cultivation speed. Then, Yi Zan took out the marrow cleansing pill he had received from the system and gave it to Zhuge Yueyu. Zhuge Yueyu looked at the pill in her hand in shock. Teacher, is this really for me? She had just become a disciple, yet he had already given her such a precious treasure as a gift. Before they entered the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Hua Rufeng had explained to them that in order to go further on the path of immortal cultivation, there was one thing that was extremely important besides the cultivator's aptitude and talent, which was cultivation resources and heavenly treasures. However, these precious items were basically controlled by the various chiefs. Even the sect master did not give these out freely. After all, these things were not easy to obtain and were extremely precious. Zhuge Yueyu had never expected that her teacher would be so generous. Many thanks, teacher, I won't let you down. After that, Zhuge Yueyu swallowed the marrow cleansing pill without hesitation. She felt a warm current flowing through her body, washing away the impurities in her body. Very quickly, a layer of sticky substance appeared on her skin, which were the impurities in her body. There's a hot spring behind Cloud Sky Peak. You can go there and wash up, Yi Zan kindly reminded her. Many thanks, teacher, I'll go and wash up first. When Zhuge Yueyu heard this, she covered her face shyly and fled. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a marrow cleansing pill, supreme grade, yellow rank, the host has received a randomized 1000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the heavenly marrow pill, supreme grade earth rank. The system was indeed different after the upgrade. A 1000x multiplier right off the bat. Chapter 359. Birth of a Divine Bone. The heavenly marrow pill was a supreme grade earth rank pill, and its medicinal effect was thousands of times better than the marrow cleansing pill. As long as he consumed it, it could greatly improve his aptitude and level of talent. Tisk, 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 it feels so good to have the cheat-like system back again. This girl is really my lucky star. A 1000 times multiplier. Looking at the heavenly marrow pill that had appeared in the system storage space, Yi Zan was full of smiles. Suddenly, an idea came to Yi Zan's mind. After a while, Zhuge Yueyu returned. Teacher, I'm fine now, she said. Yi Zan nodded, and then continued, I thought about it just now. Although the marrow cleansing pill can remove the impurities in your body and allow you to better sense the world's spiritual energy, if you want to become an outstanding person among your peers, it's still lacking. It just so happens that I have a heavenly marrow pill. As long as you take it, your body will undergo a major transformation. Under normal circumstances, there was a cooldown period of 1 month for the system's rewards when giving the same category of items to the same disciple. However, after the system upgrade, there was a free and unconditional reward. In other words, if he gave the heavenly marrow pill to Zhuge Yueyu, he would still receive a reward from the system. When Zhuge Yueyu heard this, she was stunned. Was her teacher joking? Why was he being so nice to her? More importantly, if her teacher had such a precious high-grade pill, why did he not consume it himself? Her heart was filled with gratitude. Perhaps her teacher did not want him to be looked down upon by her peers, or perhaps he wanted her to become stronger as soon as possible so that she could avenge her parents. Then, she recalled those words back at the meeting hall. She clenched her fist and her eyes turned cold. HMPH. I'll engrave the insults you've hurled at teacher in my heart. Once I'm strong enough, I will definitely seek justice for teacher. Zhuge Yueyu swore inwardly and accepted Yi Zan's pill. I will remember teacher's great kindness and do my best to make you proud. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Yueyu tried to kneel down in front of Yi Zan. Silly girl, since you're my disciple, these things are only what you deserve. Don't think too much about it and just take the pill. Yi Zan did not know what Zhuge Yueyu was thinking. What he cared about was what kind of reward he would receive from the system this time. Zhu Yuyu nodded and took the pill. Moments later, an extremely dense and warm current suddenly surged into her body. As Zhu Yuyu's impurities had been cleared by the earlier, the medicinal power of the heavenly marrow pill was used to transform her meridians. Originally, Zhu Yuyu's level of talent was average, and she did not have any divine bones in her body. However, thanks to the heaven-defying effect of the heavenly marrow pill, a new divine bone was born in the deepest part of Zhu Yuyu's meridians. Furthermore, it was the extremely rare profound ice divine bone. When Yi Zan saw this, he was shocked. The profound ice divine bone was of the highest quality among the divine bones and far surpassed the divine bone of the young man in the hall. As expected of the heavenly marrow pill, its medicinal power was really heaven-defying. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a heavenly marrow pill, the host has received a randomized 99x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the profound marrow pill. Ding! As the host has already used one free reward chance, the reward cooldown period has been reinstated. Profound marrow pill. This is good stuff. Although he only had one chance to use the free reward chance, Yi Zan was already very satisfied. In the past 100 years, Yi Zan had suffered countless grievances in the Cloud Sky Peak. If Zhu Yuyu was not beside him, he would have laughed openly without caring about his image. Still, the profound marrow pill was only the beginning. Beside him, Zhu Yuyu's cultivation aptitude was being transformed by the heavenly marrow pill. After a long time passed, Zhu Yuyu finally finished digesting the medicinal power of the pill. Her eyes were filled with shock when she examined the huge changes her body had undergone. She now had a divine bone. Zhu Yuyu had never expected that her teacher would use such a precious pill that allowed her body to give birth to a high-level divine bone despite only just having become his disciple. How could she repay such a great favor? Thank you, teacher. I will never forget kindness. Zhu Yuyu did not know how to express the gratitude in her heart. With this divine bone, her cultivation speed would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and there would be hope for her to avenge her parents. It's just a small matter. There's no need to say anything more. Quickly, get up, Yi Zan said with a smile as he looked at Zhu Yuyu, who was kneeling on the ground. Every 60 years, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect will hold a 7 Peaks competition. As the first disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, you are naturally the only candidate from our side who can participate. I hope that you can represent Cloud Sky Peak and get a good ranking in the competition 3 months from now, Yi Zan continued. Before the system's awakening, he had not bothered much with the sect's affairs. However, things were different now. His awesome cheat-like system had awakened, so he had to show off. Moreover, participating in this competition would improve Yuyu's combat experience and awareness. Chapter 360, Chaos Heart Technique. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down, Zhu Yuyu said with a determined look. Since his teacher placed so much importance on the competition, she had to get a good ranking no matter what. Now that she had awakened the profound ice divine bone, which was constantly nourishing her meridians, although she could not guarantee that she could win first place in the competition, getting a good ranking was definitely within her capabilities. Very good. No matter what the result is, don't lose heart. Yi Zan nodded in satisfaction. The profound ice divine bone has already awakened in your body, and you're now a first-level mystic meridian realm cultivator. You have also passed the most crucial hurdle, which is to sense and refine spiritual energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan took out a cultivation method. This is the legacy cultivation technique of Cloud Sky Peak. It's called the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual. With your current level of talent, it won't be difficult for you to cultivate it. Of course, if you encounter any problems, you can come to me at any time. Zhu Yuyu nodded her head respectfully and took the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual. Her eyes were filled with excitement. This cultivation method would be her first step on the path of immortal cultivation. After that, Yi Zan taught Zhu Yuyu the cultivation method, as well as briefed her on some basic things to know as a cultivator. Alright, go ahead and cultivate. Oh right, from today onward, when the first wisp of purple aura rises in the east, you must come to the mountain peak to cultivate. There are 3 major tasks for you to complete every day, which is to cultivate, learn about the mystic world, and study divine powers. When you break through to the divine mystic realm, I will teach you the Cloud Sky Sword technique. Yuyu nodded her head. Then, Yi Zan continued, I'll be going into seclusion for the next few days. If you encounter any bottlenecks in your cultivation, don't be anxious or impulsive. Wait for me to come out and resolve them. You may leave now. After that, Zhuge Yu left the small wooden house and returned to her own residence. As soon as she returned to her room, Zhuge Yu opened the Cloud Sky Treasure manual impatiently and started to examine the cultivation method. Within just a few minutes, Zhuge Yu had gained a basic grasp of the cultivation method, and was already able to mobilize the spiritual energy in the surroundings and draw it into her body. She then began to circulate around her body and refine it into spiritual power. She really wanted to reach the divine mystic realm as soon as possible and give her teacher a pleasant surprise. While Zhuge Yu was cultivating, Xuan had already left the courtyard and arrived at a cave on the mountain peak. This cave was a cultivation abode prepared by Xuan. It was also the place with the densest spiritual energy on Cloud Sky Peak. When Xuan entered the cave, a system prompt rang out in his mind. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual, the host has received a randomized 9999x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Divine Grade Chaos Heart Technique. Whoa! A 9999x multiplier. Xuan was completely stunned. The cultivation methods in the mystic world were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow. This divine grade cultivation technique that he had just obtained had clearly exceeded this limit. This system upgrade was really awesome. At the same time, countless insights suddenly appeared in Xuan's mind. It was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. However, thanks to the system, he immediately gained a grasp of the basics. Moreover, if he used the cultivation method in conjunction with the profound marrow pill, he might be able to advance his cultivation all the way to the materialization realm. Thinking this, Xuan took out the profound marrow pill he had just obtained, smiling. Ha ha ha, the good days are finally going to start rolling again. As Xuan took the pill, a surge of medicinal power flowed through his body, and almost caused his meridians to burst. Fuck, it truly is as expected of a supreme grade heaven rank pill. Its medicinal power is so strong, I almost died. As Xuan was only a third-level divine mystic realm cultivator, the meridians in his body were still rather fragile. As the terrifying medicinal power of the pill coursed through his body, blood seeped out of Xuan's meridians and even his limbs and bones. His expression was one of extreme pain. After a long time, the terrifying medicinal power of the profound marrow pill finally cleansed all of the impurities inside Xuan's body. It then turned into a warm current and poured into Xuan's dantian. In the depths of his dantian, a divine golden lotus slowly condensed. Xuan's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Although his cultivation had not improved much in the past 100 years, Xuan had taught him a lot of knowledge about the mystic world and about cultivation. The golden lotus of the Great Tao. Could this be the legendary Great Tao Constitution? If one were to say that those who possessed God's bones could be called geniuses among cultivators, those with Great Tao Constitutions were existences that were unique throughout the ages. The Great Tao Constitution that Xuan had awakened was one of the top constitutions among the human race. Most importantly, with the golden lotus of the Great Tao, Xuan's affinity with the Great Tao would increase tremendously. No matter what kind of profound divine power it was, he would only need to take a glance before being able to completely grasp its intricacies. Not only that, the golden lotus of the Great Tao would continue to absorb the power of the world, which would then be channeled back to Xuan, helping him to improve his cultivation level. How could any divine bone compare to such a terrifying ability? Chapter 361. A tempting offer. I've struck it rich. The Great Tao Constitution is one of the top constitutions of the human race. Xuan's eyes glowed with excitement. At this moment, the medicinal power of the profound marrow pill in his body had yet to completely dissipate. When the golden lotus of the Great Tao was fully formed in his dantian, he immediately started cultivating. Xuan's original estimate was that even if he completely refined the profound marrow pill's medicinal power, he would only be able to break through to the materialization realm at most. However, with the support of the golden lotus of the Great Tao and the Great Tao Constitution, he might be able to go further, perhaps even to the void realm. After that, Xuan focused all his mind and activated the Chaos Heart technique as he tried to fully utilize the medicinal power of the profound marrow pill. Time flew by, and soon, several days had passed. During this period, Zhuge Yu had gotten used to the peace and quiet on Cloud Sky Peak. Other than her teacher, she was the only one here. Therefore, Zhuge Yueyu's mind was completely focused on her cultivation. With the support of the profound ice divine bone, Zhuge Yueyu only spent 3 days to break through to the 3rd level of the mystic meridian realm. That was 1 minor realm per day. That morning, before the first wisp of purple aura rose from the east, Zhuge Yueyu was already sitting on the peak of the mountain. She was cultivating according to the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual, slowly regulating her breathing. At the same time, she was also studying what Yi Zan had taught her, which was spiritual energy refinement and circulation. Ever since she had awakened the profound ice divine bone, her bones had become colder and colder due to its aura. Suddenly, her tightly shut eyes slowly opened and she looked in the direction of Yi Zan's wooden house. I wonder if teacher will end his secluded cultivation soon. It's been a few days since I've seen him. Forget it, it's taboo for cultivators to be disturbed during secluded cultivation, so I should stay focused on cultivating. Then, she took a deep breath and slowly focused her mind and circulated the spiritual energy around her body and refined it. She only stopped cultivating when the sun was high in the sky. 4th level of the mystic meridian realm. If her cultivation continued to progress at this rate, it might only take her 3 months to reach the divine mystic realm. At the thought of this, Zhuge Yueyu's eyes glowed with confidence. Normally, the higher one's cultivation level progressed, the harder it would be to break through. However, she had awakened the profound ice divine bone, so her talent and aptitude had already surpassed all of the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This was all thanks to her teacher. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the void, and then a large figure with a sage-like appearance appeared. When Zhuge Yueyu's gaze landed on the old man, she immediately became nervous and bowed respectfully. Zhuge Yueyu greets Sect Master. The person who had just arrived was Gongsun Shoyu, and the person behind him was the law enforcement elder, Gao Shun. Gongsun Shoyu stroked his beard and waved his hand with a smile. Martial niece Zhuge, there's no need to be so polite. Gao Shun, who was next to him, then asked condescendingly, why don't I see your teacher? Senior brother Gongsun and I have come here personally, but he's nowhere to be seen. When Zhuge Yueyu heard this, immediately gave a perfunctory answer. She had never forgotten Gao Shun's mocking words in the meeting hall a few days ago. Martial Uncle Gao, teacher is currently in secluded cultivation. Secluded cultivation? Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in a while. The moment he heard this, Gao Shun laughed wildly. He's a piece of trash who doesn't even have a divine bone, and his aptitude is mediocre at best. What good will secluded cultivation do for him? Even if he cultivates for decades, he might not be able to break through a minor realm. Although Gao Shun's words were scathing, they were true. Yi Zan's cultivation talent was obvious to everyone in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. As Tian Zan's disciple, and the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, he had disgraced the sect. Hearing this, Zhuge Yueyu's expression turned cold. The profound ice divine bone in her body was activated, and the temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. When Gongsun Shoyu heard this, he immediately frowned. Although Yi Zan's cultivation talent was mediocre, he was still Tian Zan's only disciple. It was fine to gossip in private, but it was inappropriate to ridicule him so openly. He was just about to criticize Gao Shun, but suddenly noticed the sudden drop in temperature, and instantly locked onto the source, Zhuge Yueyu. He looked at her with surprise. You actually have the profound ice divine bone. What? Gao Shun's expression changed when he heard this, and his gaze also fell on Zhuge Yueyu. A mysterious mark suddenly appeared on Zhuge Yueyu's forehead. It was the symbol of the divine bone. How is this possible? When we were in the meeting hall, we already tested and confirmed that she did not have any divine bones. Gao Shun was in disbelief. Back then, among the many villagers, only the young man who had first spoken up had been tested to have a divine bone, which is why they fought to take him in as a disciple. Although the rest of the villagers did not possess divine bones, many of them still had some level of cultivation aptitude. However, not only did Zhuge Yueyu not have a divine bone, but her cultivation aptitude was also extremely mediocre. Otherwise, she would not have remained unchosen. How could such an ordinary girl have a divine bone now? Such a pure ice-cold aura. It's indeed the profound ice divine bone. Furthermore, the aura is so dense. Perhaps it can evolve into an immortal bone in the future. Ha ha ha, very good. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, our Great Wilderness Divine Sect would have another peerless genius. What great fortune. However, unfortunately, this girl had chosen to become a disciple of Cloud Sky Peak. Gongsun Shoyu suddenly felt a little helpless. It would be a waste to let Yi Zan teach such an outstanding genius. When Gao Shun heard this, his expression became twisted. His heart was filled with grievances. He had always prided himself on his eye for talent. How could he have made a wrong judgment? Martial niece Zug, are you willing to follow me back to Taiching Divine Peak and become my disciple? Your level of talent is extremely outstanding. If you become my disciple, you will definitely be able to enjoy the best cultivation resources of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. You might even become the sect's successor. It had to be said that Gongsun Shoyu's offer was quite tempting. Chapter 362, Are you sure? Hearing this, Zug Yuyu inwardly snickered. She wanted to laugh out loud, but she still had to put on a show. Previously, in the meeting hall, no one had wanted her as their disciple due to her mediocre talent. Only Yi Zan had given her a chance. Moreover, without Yi Zan's help, she would not have been able to awaken the profound ice divine bone. Now, these people shamelessly wanted to steal her from him. How could she possibly agree to such a farcical request? I'm thankful for Sect Master's kind intentions. However, since I have already become Teacher's disciple, I will not betray him. Besides, Teacher is the only one on Cloud Sky Peak. Without me to care for him, what would Teacher do? Zug Yuyu rejected him without hesitation. Hearing this, Gongsun Shoyu's expression froze. He retracted his hand awkwardly. He could read between the lines. Yi Zan had been on Cloud Sky Peak for 100 years. He was not a disabled person, so why would he need anyone to take care of him? Forget it then. Since you've made your choice, I won't force you. Martial niece, did your teacher teach you the cultivation method before entering seclusion? Time is of the essence in cultivation, especially since you're at the golden age and have awakened your divine bone. Cultivators are usually in secluded cultivation for a few months to a few years, so we shouldn't let your cultivation be delayed by this. Gongsun Shoyu spoke up again. If Yi Zan was negligent, he would teach her on his behalf. After all, no matter what, Zug Yuyu was still a member of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He could not allow her talent to go to waste. Don't worry, Sect Master. Teacher has already passed on the cultivation method to me. When Gao Shun heard that, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. What kind of high-level cultivation method can that piece of trash Yi Zan have? It's a pity that the divine bone in your body is going to be wasted in the hands of that trash. Hearing this, Gongsun Shoyu looked at Gao Shun unhappily before turning his gaze back to Zug Yuyu. Martial niece, can I take a look at your current cultivation progress? Zug Yuyu hesitated for a moment before she nodded in agreement. Then, Gongsun Shoyu waved his sleeve and a ray of light fell on Zug Yuyu. His expression changed. When Gao Shun saw this, he was curious. Senior brother, is there something wrong? Did that trash Yi Zan really cripple her? How is this possible? She's actually reached the 4th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. If I remember correctly, you've only been in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect for 4 days, and no cultivation to speak of before this. Even if you awakened a high-grade divine bone, you shouldn't have broken through so quickly. Gongsun Shoyu's eyes were filled with shock. When Gao Shun heard this, he felt like he had eaten dog shit. Previously, in the meeting hall, he had paid a great price to snatch the young man with the divine bone from Liang Dai. However, even now, that young man could barely sense the existence of spiritual energy. However, this girl who originally had no cultivation aptitude had actually broken through to the 4th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm in a short 4 days. How is this possible? Senior brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Let me take a look. Gao Shun did not believe it at all. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and pointed at Zug Yuyu. Light suddenly enveloped Zug Yuyu's body, and his face instantly turned ashen. Fuck, this is definitely fake. I must be dreaming. Gao Shun's eyes were filled with disbelief. The more he thought about the difference between Zug Yuyu and that young man, the angrier he got. Ever since he had snatched the young man from Liang Dai, he had been showing off in front of the other chiefs over the past few days. However, a piece of trash that he had always looked down upon had actually nurtured a disciple that far surpassed his own. Furthermore, this girl who originally had no divine bones and had mediocre talent had awakened the profound ice divine bone. What's wrong? Is there something wrong, Martial Uncle Gao? Zug Yuyu looked at Gao Shun indifferently. She did not know why, but when she saw the latter's expression of disbelief, it brought her an immense amount of satisfaction. Thankfully, none of the other chiefs had chosen her back then. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to become Yi Zan's disciple and receive those 2 pills. She was well aware that even if these chiefs, or even the sect master, had such a pill as valuable as the heavenly marrow pill, they would never give it to their disciples. This was the difference between them and Yi Zan. Gao Shun was livid. If Gongsun Shoyu was not beside him, he might have lost his temper. Even so, Gao Shun gave Zhuge Yuyu a warning look, as if to say, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've awakened the profound ice divine bone. Your teacher is trash, so you'll end up as trash too. Compared to Gao Shun, Gongsun Shoyu's heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Could the rumors be false? Is junior brother Yi Zan's talent actually not mediocre? It seems that I have to change my attitude toward Cloud Sky Peak. Gongsun Shoyu sized up Zhuge Yuyu once again. He had already made a decision. However, he specifically turned back to look at Gao Shun. He was extremely clear in his heart that Gao Shun's opinion of Yi Zan had always been one of disdain. The reason for this was that Tian Zan and Gao Shun had always been at odds with each other. Due to Tian Zan's formidable strength, even if he was the only member of Cloud Sky Peak, he could still suppress the Hidden Sword Peak easily. Due to this, after Tian Zan passed away, Gao Shun took every opportunity to hit back while Cloud Sky Peak was at its lowest. Chapter 363, Yi Zan, Void Realm. However, Yi Zan had always been indifferent and did not give Gao Shun the satisfaction of a reaction. Now that Zhuge Yuyu had revealed the fact that she had the profound ice divine bone, Gongsun Shoyu was well aware that the battle between Cloud Sky Peak and the Hidden Sword Peak was about to reignite. After all, Zhuge Yuyu was Yi Zan's only disciple and the chief disciple of Cloud Sky Peak. If nothing went wrong, she would be the chief of Cloud Sky Peak in the future. Given her outstanding talent, Gao Shun would most definitely be anxious. After being suppressed by Tian Zan for decades, Gao Shun would never allow such a strong person to appear on Cloud Sky Peak again. However, Gongsun Shoyu was happy to see such a situation. Only through fighting and competition could the sect's members become stronger. Martial niece, how long has your teacher been in closed-door cultivation? Did he tell you when he would stop cultivating? Gongsun Shoyu asked. He did not come to Cloud Sky Peak to check on Zhuge Yuyu's cultivation. He had another purpose. Zhuge Yuyu said after some hesitation, teacher didn't tell me the exact time. May I know what important matter sect master wants to convey to teacher? If you trust me, I can pass it on for you. Alright, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect will be holding the 7 Peaks competition in 3 months. I would like to ask your teacher if Cloud Sky Peak will be participating in the competition. Normally, every chief would be allocated 7 spots to participate in the competition. However, Cloud Sky Peak only had 1 disciple, which was Zhuge Yuyu. Still, Cloud Sky Peak was one of the 7 peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. As the sect master, he still had to ask. 7 Peaks competition. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes lit up. Yi Zan had already told her about this before she started cultivating, so she quickly replied, don't worry, sect master. Teacher specifically told me that Cloud Sky will participate in the competition this time around. That's good. Gongsun Shoyu nodded with a satisfied expression. He was filled with anticipation. How much would Zhuge Yuyu grow in just 3 months? When Gao Shun heard this, he revealed a mocking expression. Hee, your teacher didn't even dare to participate in the last competition. It seems you're quite confident this time, though. Martial Uncle Gao, don't worry. In the competition, if I meet any disciples of the Hidden Sword Peak, I will show them mercy for Martial Uncle Gao's sake, Zhuge Yuyu said indifferently. When Gao Shun heard that, he immediately flew into a rage. Very good, little girl. You're not even fully grown yet you've already learned how to speak so sharply. You really take after your teacher. Although your level of talent is not bad, your teacher is trash. Do you really think you can learn anything by following him? Zhuge Yuyu frowned when she heard this. Martial Uncle Gao, rather than worry about my teacher, you should just go back and teach your own disciples. If they lose to the disciple of a useless teacher in the 7 Peaks competition 3 months from now, your reputation will be the one that suffers. When Gao Shun heard that, if looks could kill, Zhuge Yuyu would be dead. HMPH. Didn't your teacher teach you how to respect your elders? Your sharp tongue will get you into trouble. Since he's not here to teach you proper manners, I will do so on his behalf. Gao Shun could not suppress the anger in his heart at all and was about to teach Zhuge Yuyu a lesson. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept out. Wait a minute, this aura. Gongsun Shoyu immediately detected the billowing aura. Was there someone else on Cloud Sky Peak as well? Gongsun Shoyu's eyes were filled with surprise. Gao Shun was also puzzled by the appearance of this aura. Teacher has finally come out of seclusion. Unlike the two of them, Zhuge Yueyu's face was filled with surprise. Just now, when Gao Shun was about to make a move, Zhuge Yueyu had been shocked. She also did not think that Gao Shun would actually dare to discard his dignity as a chief and attack a junior like her. What, you mean that's Yi Zan? Seeing this, Gongsun Shoyu frowned. The shock in his eyes grew. How was this possible? Was Yi Zan not just a second-level divine mystic realm cultivator? Judging from the strength of that aura, its owner had at least reached the void realm. Then, a bright light flashed, and a white-robed figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It really was Yi Zan, and if his eyes did not deceive him, he had just teleported, right? Teleportation was clearly a divine power only a void realm cultivator could use. Compared to Gongsun Shoyu's shocked expression, Gao Shun's face turned extremely pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He did not want to believe that Yi Zan had already reached the void realm. Furthermore, based on the distance his teleportation had covered, it even seemed that he was not far off from the heaven realm. How was that possible? There was no way his cultivation advanced by this much within a few days, so the only logical conclusion was that Yi Zan had been hiding his cultivation level this entire time. At the thought of this, Gao Shun's face became incomparably pale. That had to be it. If this guy was really a piece of trash with mediocre cultivation talent, then there was no reason for Tian Zan to take him in as a disciple, and even make him the chief of Cloud Sky Peak. Chapter 364, Do you really think you can bully my disciple? Yueyu greets teacher. When Zhuge Yueyu saw Yi Zan, her face was filled with joy. Then, she quickly knelt down with a respectful expression. It's been hard on you, little girl. Yi Zan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force helped Zhuge Yueyu up. He already knew about what happened just now. Immediately, Yi Zan looked at Gao Shun with a smile that was not a smile. If my ears weren't mistaken, senior brother Gao wanted to teach my disciple a lesson on my behalf. When Gao Shun heard that, he instantly felt a little guilty. However, he was someone who had experienced many things in life, so he reacted quickly. Junior brother Yi, this girl is too arrogant and doesn't even respect me. If I don't teach her a lesson, she might cause problems for the sect in the future. Since you were in seclusion, I decided to discipline her on your behalf. Oh, hearing this, Yi Zan raised his eyebrows. No matter what mistakes this girl has made, she's still a member of Cloud Sky Peak. It's our peak's business to punish or reward her. It's not up to you. Do you really think that Cloud Sky Peak is so easy to mess with? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly rippled out, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. When Gongsun Shoyu and Gao Shun saw this, their expressions changed. Oh my god, I didn't expect teacher's strength to be so terrifying. Zhuge Yueyu's outward expression did not change, but her heart was filled with joy. Initially, she had the same thoughts as the other cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and believed that Yi Zan was only a second-level Divine Mystic Realm cultivator, despite having cultivated for 100 years. As such, the terrifying power that he was displaying now shocked her. Furthermore, Yi Zan had actually argued with Gao Shun because of her, which made her feel even more touched. She did not expect that after losing both her parents, there was still someone who was willing to protect her sincerely. Zhuge Yueyu's mouth opened slightly. She wanted to persuade her teacher not to offend Gao Shun over such a small matter. However, the words were stuck on the tip of her tongue. When Yi Zan revealed his power, Gongsun Shoyu looked over in surprise. There seems to be a trace of immortal spiritual power in his aura. What realm has this guy reached? This is surprising. This kid is not the piece of trash that was described in the rumors. He is clearly an expert whose strength is infinitely close to the heaven realm. This kid has actually endured humiliation for 100 years. Were it not for Zhuge Yueyu, he might not even have revealed his strength today. Gongsun Shoyu looked at Yi Zan, but he did not intervene to stop the conflict between the two. The enmity between Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak had been going on for thousands of years. Even as the sect master, he was helpless. He could not be biased toward any side. When Gao Shun saw the situation, his expression was incomparably livid, but he did not back down in the slightest either. In any case, Yi Zan's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. At the very least, from the strength that this guy had just revealed, he was at least a Void Realm cultivator. Still, that was not enough to intimidate him. HMPH. Junior Brother Yi, don't forget that Zhuge Yuyu is not only a disciple of your Cloud Sky Peak. She is also a cultivator of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. As the law-enforcing elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, am I not qualified to discipline her? Gao Shun snorted coldly, and his body also exploded with power, instantly offsetting Yi Zan's aura. Indeed, you're the law enforcement elder. However, even if you're the law enforcement elder, you still have to follow the rules. Yi Zan's mouth curved into a cold smile. He slowly walked to the peak of the mountain, his eyes turning in the direction of Hidden Sword Peak. Since Senior Brother Gao is the sect's law enforcement elder, let's talk about the rules of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. What are you trying to pull? Gao Shun's eyes narrowed slightly, as he tried to figure out what Yi Zan was up to. As the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Senior Brother Gao is naturally very familiar with the rules of our sect. I wonder what would happen if a disciple burns, kills, plunders, and oppresses others. According to the rules of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, that disciple should have their cultivation destroyed and be expelled from the sect, Gao Shun subconsciously said. Hearing this, the corners of Yi Zan's mouth curved up, and he looked at Gao Shun with a wicked smile. When Gao Shun saw this, an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in his heart. Senior Brother, you're indeed very familiar with the rules of the Great Wilderness Divine Cult. However, if I remember correctly, there is a cultivator from Hidden Sword Peak who not only bullies people, but also toys with women just because he has the status of a cultivator. He's such a cruel and merciless person. Shouldn't he be punished? Shouldn't his cultivation be abolished? Shouldn't he be expelled from the sect? Oh, hold a second. I seem to have now recalled that this disciple is Senior Brother Gao's son, right? No wonder he managed to get off scot-free despite having committed such heinous acts. It seems that Senior Brother Gao's position as law enforcement elder is quite useful. At least for protecting your own son. When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she could barely stifle a snicker. She never expected her teacher to take this approach and use Gao Shun's status and position against himself. When Gao Shun heard that, his expression turned livid. He finally realized what Yi Zan was aiming for, but he could not refute it at all. After all, what Yi Zan said was true. He only had a son in his old age, so he doted on his son very much. How could he bear to punish him? His son, Gao Tianyu, relied on his father's position as law enforcement elder, and his own status as the successor of Hidden Sword Peak to do whatever he wanted in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Although he did not dare to lay his hands on the female cultivators of the sect, ordinary women in the outside world were not so lucky. Within the span of just a few months, Gao Tianyu had kidnapped many young ladies from families in the secular world. After ravaging them, he had cruelly toyed with them until they died. In the mystic world, where the strong preyed on the weak, such things were not rare. In the past, everyone closed one eye and pretended not to see it. After all, this guy's father was Gao Shun, the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Who would dare to expose him? Chapter 365. A bet. When Gao Shun saw Yi Zan was targeting his only son, he immediately panicked. Junior Brother Yi, such accusations require evidence. Even if our two peaks have always had some conflicts, there's no need to frame us. Hee. Does Senior Brother Gao really want the evidence? If I really find evidence, as the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Senior Brother Gao should act impartially, right? Gao Shun instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he threw a pleading look at Gongsun Shoyu. Seeing this, Gongsun Shoyu shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. It was unexpected that the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, an expert who had been in charge of Hidden Sword Peak for hundreds of years, would be toyed with by a young man. However, Yi Zan had also gained Gongsun Shoyu's admiration. As for Gao Tianyu's matter, how could Gongsun Shoyu not know? However, because the other party was Gao Shun's only son, he chose to turn a blind eye. After all, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, those mortals without any cultivation talent were nothing more than ants in their eyes. Gongsun Shoyu looked at the clouds in the sky, then at Yi Zan. Junior Brother Yi, I can see that Cloud Sky Peak's spiritual energy is extremely abundant. There's a spiritual vein on this mountain, right? It's no wonder Martial Uncle Tian Zan has been staying on Cloud Sky Peak all this time. Hearing this, Yi Zan took a deep look at the latter. He naturally knew that Gongsun Shoyu was deliberately changing the topic to suppress the Gao Tianyu incident. However, Yi Zan did not go too far. After all, completely falling out with Gao Shun was not a good thing. Gao Shun was a mystic lord realm cultivator, and Yi Zan was not his match just yet. In any case, it was not like Gao Tianyu's crimes had disappeared. He could find evidence against him at any time. Senior brother Gongsun's eyes are really sharp. You've discovered the mystery of our Cloud Sky Peak. I'm really impressed. Yi Zan smiled and let it slide. Hearing this, Gongsun Shoyu displayed a satisfied expression, and then said with a smile, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I came here with junior brother Gao for the Seven Peaks competition that's going to be held soon. Will junior brother Yi's Cloud Sky Peak be participating?" The Seven Peaks competition was the biggest event organized by the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, so it was naturally important. From Yi Zan's memory, Cloud Sky Peak had not participated in the competition. Tian Zan himself had always been a loner, and had no disciples before Yi Zan. Yi Zan himself had not bothered with the competition this entire time as well. However, now that he had a disciple, and the system had awakened, it was a good chance to show off, and also earn some possible benefits. Of course, since senior brother Gongsun has come to invite us personally, Cloud Sky Peak will definitely participate. When Gao Shun heard that, he displayed a disdainful smile. Among the 7 peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak had the least people. The other peaks had countless disciples. Furthermore, those who were qualified to participate in the 7 peaks competition were all peerless geniuses who had been selected through many rounds on their own peaks. Each and every one was quite powerful. Because of this, the 7 peaks competition was also known as the trial of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's geniuses. Even if Zhuge Yuyu was talented, she was just a disciple who had just entered the sect. Among the many peerless geniuses, she was just an ordinary person. What kind of ranking could she obtain? The weakest competition participant in the past had been a divine mystic realm cultivator. Some of the more talented cultivators had even broken through to the materialization realm. Zhuge Yuyu was merely a 4th-level mystic meridian realm cultivator. There was no way she would end up anywhere but at the bottom of the heap. HMPH. Since you dared to participate in the 7 peaks competition, then don't blame me for targeting you. Gao Shun smiled coldly, already looking forward to seeing their defeated expressions. Furthermore, he was going to use his position as the law enforcement elder to make some arrangements to have Zhuge Yuyu eliminated in the first round. At that time, he would be able to mock Yi Zan mercilessly. Yi Zan saw the change in Gao Shun's expression, and said meaningfully, seeing senior brother Gao's expression, "Could it be that you think that Cloud Sky Peak's participation will end badly? Since that's the case, why don't you and I make a bet?" "What sort of bet?" When Gao Shun heard that, he was immediately interested. Zhuge Yuyu's loss was already set in stone. Now that this fellow had chosen to dig his own grave, he would naturally not miss this opportunity. It's very simple. Let's see which of our disciples gets a better ranking. Whoever wins will receive a top-grade Earth rank magic artifact. What do you think, senior brother Gao? We can have senior brother Gongsun bear witness to this. When Gao Shun heard that, he was inwardly overjoyed. Was this guy's brain damaged? In case Yi Zan suddenly went back on his word, Gao Shun agreed without hesitation. Since junior brother Yi has suggested it, how can I refuse? Senior brother Gongsun, please bear witness to this to prevent anyone from going back on their word. Gao Shun chuckled as he looked at Gongsun Shoyu. Chapter 366. It's time to show off. When Gongsun Shoyu heard this, he first looked at Gao Shun and then at Yi Zan. Since that's the case, I'll bear witness to this. However, he was also rather puzzled. Where did Yi Zan get his confidence from? Why would he compete with Gao Shun in this manner? Throughout the entire Hidden Sword Peak, the strongest cultivator was undoubtedly Gao Shun's son, Gao Tianyu. Although that kid was indeed a scumbag, thanks to Gao Shun supporting him with cultivation resources unreservedly, his strength had already reached the first level of the materialization realm. Among the younger generation of cultivators in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he was the strongest after Hua Rufeng. Hua Rufeng would not participate in this year's 7 Peaks competition, so Gao Tianyu was basically a shoo-in to become the overall champion. Junior brother Yi, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The champion of this year's 7 Peaks competition will be our Hidden Sword Peak. After seeing Yi Zan agree to the bet, Gao Shun's mouth curved into a cold smile. Yi Zan looked at it indifferently, and then his eyes fell on Zhuge Yuyu. Yuyu, it seems like your martial uncle Gao is looking down on you. You have to work hard on your cultivation. Give martial uncle Gao a surprise. Ah, Zhuge Yuyu knew that her teacher was placing all of his hopes on her. She felt nervous and pressured, but also excited that her teacher trusted her. Teacher, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and give martial uncle Gao a wonderful surprise, Zhuge Yuyu said with a determined look. We'll see about that, you only have 3 months left, so you should treasure that time. Gao Shun did not take Zhuge Yuyu's words seriously at all. No worries, 3 months is enough. Yi Zan looked at the latter indifferently. After that, Gongsun Shoyu gave a few more instructions and then brought Gao Shun to the other chief's peaks. After the two of them left, Zhuge Yuyu finally could not hold it in anymore and hurried over to Yi Zan's side. Zhuge Yuyu felt a little regretful. If she had not offended Gao Shun just now, perhaps her teacher would not have been forced to such a point. Teacher, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, teacher wouldn't have to do this. I swear that I'll definitely work hard in cultivation in the future and win back the magic artifact if I lose. Yi Zan looked at his disciple, who was on the verge of crying, and found it a little funny. Yuyu, you're overthinking things. I didn't do it for you. Zhuge Yuyu was dumbfounded. However, after a moment of confusion, Zhuge Yuyu had it figured out. Teacher definitely did it for me. He's just saying that because he doesn't want me to feel bad. Teacher is such a kind person. Thinking this, Zhuge Yuyu felt her heart warm up. Was this the feeling of being protected by others? Teacher, I know that you would never provoke martial uncle Gao for no reason. I know that you're doing all this for me, and I know that it's my fault. I will always remember your kindness and will work hard not to embarrass you in the 7 Peaks competition. Even if I lose, I will lose with dignity. He had already placed his bets on her. She should not jinx things by saying that she might lose. Still, his mouth spoke contrarian words. Remember this clearly. No matter what the result of the 7 Peaks competition, just do your best. Don't be burdened by expectations. Do you think I care about my reputation? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan got flashbacks to what he had experienced in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect for the past 100 years, and the corners of his mouth twitched. While the system was dormant, his mediocre talent had been ridiculed by everyone in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Everyone knew that Cloud Sky Peak was home to a useless cultivator and chief. However, since the system had already awakened, it was not impossible for him to help her win the 7 Peaks competition. It's time to show off. Yi Zan stood on the peak of the mountain with a smile on his face. Just then, Yi Zan turned around to look at Zhuge Yuyu. Yuyu, I want to see how your cultivation has progressed over the past 4 days. Yi Zan then headed over to the courtyard, and Zhuge Yuyu followed close behind. Chapter 367, Spiritual Power Infusion, Part 1. In the courtyard of Cloud Sky Peak, Zhuge Yuyu waited nervously for Yi Zan to examine the results of her cultivation. She did not know if the results of her cultivation would satisfy her teacher. I'll first test your cultivation. Yi Zan looked at Zhuge Yuyu, and then waved his sleeve. A beam of light descended from the sky and landed on her. This light had the function of probing the target's cultivation level. Of course, it could only probe cultivators weaker than the user. Furthermore, if the other party resisted, it would not work. 4th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. Seeing this, Yi Zan raised his eyebrows. In just 4 days, how did this girl break through to the 4th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm? It seemed the Heavenly Marrow Pill had pretty much reconstructed the meridians in her body. In addition, this girl had been an ordinary person before this, so she was naturally unable to completely absorb the medicinal strength of the Heavenly Marrow Pill. It was the same for the Profound Marrow Pill that Yi Zan had taken. It took him 4 days to barely absorb the medicinal power of the pill, yet he was already a 4th level Void Realm cultivator. Not only that, under the medicinal power of the Profound Marrow Pill and tempered the spiritual power in his Dantian, so even though he was a 4th level Void Realm cultivator, he would be able to go toe-to-toe with 9th level Void Realm cultivators. Furthermore, his body now had a trace of immortal spiritual power, which made it difficult for others to accurately sense his cultivation level. This was why Gao Shun and Gongsun Shoyu had been uncertain as to what heights Yi Zan's cultivation level had reached. Teacher, it's my fault for having such mediocre talent and not being able to fulfill teacher's expectations. Seeing Yi Zan's unchanged expression, Zhu Yuyu suddenly felt a little disappointed and frustrated at her lacking capabilities. However, moments later, Yi Zan looked at her quizzically. You only spent 4 days reaching the 4th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. This is already quite shocking. How much stronger were you expecting to get? It's fine for you to say this in front of me, but if you speak like that in front of others, you'd be inviting a beating. He seriously suspected that this girl was somewhat delusional. That young man who had been selected first in the meeting hall back then had not even reached the 1st level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. Seeing a different reaction from Yi Zan, Zhu Yuyu was stunned. It seemed that her teacher was quite satisfied with her performance. Although your cultivation speed is not bad, it won't be enough to reach the divine mystic realm in 3 months. Yi Zan looked at Zhu Yuyu and frowned. Suddenly, Yi Zan remembered that he could perform spiritual power infusion. It seemed that not having the system for 100 years had dulled his mind. He had even forgotten about these basic functions. My precious disciple, you're now carrying the dignity of Cloud Sky Peak on your shoulders. You must emerge victorious in the 7 Peaks competition to protect the dignity of Cloud Sky Peak. Although you're quite talented in cultivation, 3 months is too short a time for you to reach the required level to do this. Since that's the case, I will perform spiritual power infusion for you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuyu was shocked. Teacher, did you just say that you were going to perform spiritual power infusion for me? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Is teacher really going to perform spiritual power infusion for me? It was common knowledge that cultivators valued their cultivation more than their own lives. Even blood relatives might not be willing to perform spiritual power infusion for their loved ones. Zhu Yuyu had never expected that her teacher would actually be willing to do this for her. Did that not mean that she was really important to him? Chapter 368, Spiritual Power Infusion, Part 2. Thinking this, Zhu Yuyu felt a sense of warmth in her heart. Telling her that she had to uphold the dignity of Cloud Sky Peak was probably just an excuse. After all, what was dignity and glory compared to one's own strength? Still, outwardly, she played along. Zhu Yuyu nodded with a serious expression. All right, my precious disciple, let's begin the spiritual power infusion. Zhu Yuyu sat down cross-legged without any hesitation. Once she entered a meditative state, Yi Zan began the spiritual power infusion. This was a process that he was very familiar with. Yi Zan's spiritual power swept out and slowly flowed into Zhu Yuyu. He first used his spiritual power to examine the width of her meridians, then slowly roused his spiritual power. Yuyu, given the width of your meridians, you can only sustain 10 years worth of cultivation. When I begin, activate the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual and refine the spiritual power. Remember, when I infuse my spiritual power into you, you must not resist. Yi Zan nodded, then gently infused his spiritual power into Zhu Yuyu's body. Feeling the gentle power that suddenly appeared in her body, Zhu Yuyu trembled slightly. She was a little nervous. Then, she remembered Yi Zan's instructions and quickly activated the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual to absorb and refine the incoming spiritual power. Her cultivation level began to rise rapidly, quickly reaching the 10th level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. I didn't expect to break through so quickly. Zhu Yuyu's eyes were full of shock, and her heart was full of gratitude. She never imagined that her teacher would actually be willing to waste so many years of cultivation for her. Zhu Yuyu did not know that with the awesome system, Yi Zan would receive a multiplied reward that would make up, and even exceed the amount of spiritual power he infused. With the system, Yi Zan would never make a loss. Suddenly, Zhu Yuyu felt her dantian tremble violently, and then she heard a cracking sound. Then, from her spiritual sense, she discovered that her meridians now contained a large amount of spiritual power. First level of the divine mystic realm. Zhu Yuyu was excited. It had only been 4 days since she had entered the sect, yet she had already reached the first level of the divine mystic realm. She was leaps and bounds ahead of the other survivors who had joined the sect with her. After the spiritual power infusion was completed, Yi Zan retracted his spiritual power and turned to instruct Zhu Yuyu. Don't get distracted. Use the Cloud Sky Treasure Manual to strengthen your cultivation foundation. Don't get carried away with the sudden increase in strength. Zhu Yuyu quickly nodded, as she began to consolidate her cultivation foundation. This little girl is quite obedient. Yi Zan smiled and nodded. Ding. Because the host has infused 10 years worth of cultivation into his disciple, the host has received a 100x randomized critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained 1000 years worth of cultivation. The system's upgrade seemed to have improved his odds of obtaining a good reward multiplier. Although it was still based on Zhuge Yueyu's cultivation speed, it should be enough for him to reach the heaven realm. Moments later, a vast amount of power suddenly appeared in Yi Zan's body and poured into his limbs and bones. His dantian also underwent a huge transformation. Arg, this damn pain. Yi Zan's face was contorted in pain, and his forehead was covered in sweat. He forcefully stabilized his mind and circulated the Chaos Heart technique, slowly channeling this power into his dantian. Using the power of the Golden Lotus of the Great Tao, he slowly refined it, and as he did, his cultivation level soared. 5th level of the Void Realm, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level of the Void Realm. Chapter 369, Divine Spring, Heaven Realm. He had reached the peak of the Void Realm. Yi Zan's pupils shone with dazzling divine light, and his dantian was gradually disintegrating. Even with the Chaos Heart technique, he could not completely control the sudden influx of power in his body. Yi Zan steadied his mind and endured the pain. He frantically circulated the Chaos Heart technique to suppress the violent power raging in his body. At this moment, the Golden Lotus of the Great Tao blossomed with a divine light. As he suppressed the vast power in his body, he gradually condensed a divine spring in his dantian. The spiritual power in his body seemed to have found a pillar of support, and quickly flowed into the divine spring. Condensing a divine spring in one's dantian. This was a sign that one had reached heaven realm. Yi Zan took a deep breath, and the aura around his body roiled. From this moment on, he was no longer the useless first chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, but a true heaven realm expert. Next up, the Mystic Lord Realm. Calming himself down, he continued circulating the Chaos Heart technique to consolidate his cultivation foundation. After a long time, Yi Zan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He now exuded a completely different aura from before, one that seemed to resonate and blend in with the surroundings at the same time. Yi Zan's body seemed to contain more traces of extremely mysterious immortal spiritual power. Of course, this was due to the medicinal effects of the profound marrow pill more than anything else. He examined the changes within his body, smiling the entire time. After a while, Zhuge Yueyu also woke up from her state of cultivation. She almost jumped up in excitement when she sensed the changes in her strength. So this the power of a first-level divine mystic realm cultivator. I feel so powerful. Then, she remembered another crucial matter. Didn't teacher say that he would teach me the sword-controlling technique once my cultivation reached the divine mystic realm? Does this mean I can start learning divine powers as well? Thinking this, Zhuge Yueyu stood up excitedly and turned to look at Yi Zan. Once she did, she was stunned. Why does teacher seem so different now? Zhuge Yueyu mumbled to herself in confusion. However, she quickly regained her senses. Thank you, teacher. Thanks to you, I've managed to reach the divine mystic realm. Zhuge Yueyu walked toward Yi Zan and bowed respectfully, her eyes full of gratitude. Looking back on the past, Zhuge Yueyu felt very fortunate. Fortunately, the one who had chosen her was Yi Zan. Otherwise, this heaven-shaking opportunity would never have been hers. In the entire mystic world, she felt that there was no teacher as kind and as generous as Yi Zan. At this moment, she also made up her mind. After avenging her parents, she would definitely stay by her teacher's side in the future to repay his kindness. Silly girl, I'm your teacher. There's no need to get so worked up. However, Zhuge Yueyu was very serious. Teacher, Yueyu will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Before I met you, I was just a mortal. I didn't have any lofty dreams. After my parents were killed by the berserk beasts, I just wanted to become stronger and avenge my parents. Teacher, when I've completed my revenge, I'll definitely stay with you on Cloud Sky Peak forever. Yi Zan's gaze softened as he looked at Zhuge Yueyu's tear-stained face as she recalled her sad past. This girl had indeed experienced a miserable past. Moreover, no further clues had been found as to the source of the beast attack that day. Now that he had become her teacher, he felt obligated to do something about this matter. Yi Zan thought for a moment, and then said, how about this? After the 7 Peaks competition is over, I will take you to the outside world for training. At the same time, I will see if I can find out the truth behind the beast attack. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu raised her head and looked at Yi Zan. Her heart was filled with complicated feelings. Other than her parents, no one had shown her such kindness. How could she ever repay him? Zhuge Yuyu could not control her emotions. She threw herself into Yi Zan's arms and cried buckets. Zhuge Yuyu had not cried since the day she lost her parents, as she had tried to remain strong. She knew very well that in this world of cultivation, where the strong preyed on the weak, no one would care about the tears of the weak. However, she now had a pillar of support, and someone who truly cared for her. Yi Zan smiled and patted Zhuge Yuyu's head, consoling her gently. Zhuge Yuyu sobbed for a long time before she slowly came back to her senses. However, after that, Zhuge Yuyu realized that her actions were a little inappropriate. She had actually had the guts to throw herself into her teacher's arms and cry. She immediately left Yi Zan's arms with a red face. Zhuge Yuyu wiped the tears from her face, but also felt comforted by the whole experience. Chapter 370. Eating well. Once Yi Zan saw that Zhuge Yuyu's mood had calmed down, he sighed in relief. There was no need for his disciple to shoulder the burdens of the world alone. Thinking this, he was reminded of Shangguan Wan'er. I wonder how my precious Tsunere disciple is doing. It was a rhetorical question, since he had used the power of karma back then to predict the future before he left the Tianyuan continent. You, Shangguan Wan'er, and the others would become the peerless great empresses of the Tianyuan continent in the future, leading the human race to the peak. Then, Yi Zan turned his gaze to his newest disciple again. His actions just now were to tell her that even if she had lost her parents, there were still people who would treat her well and cared about her. However, what made Yi Zan feel helpless was that although Zhuge Yuyu seemed to act like a normal girl in front of him, she was still rather distant and aloof with others. This was not only related to Zhuge Yuyu's personality, but also the profound ice divine bone that she had awakened. A cultivator's divine bone would have a great influence on their character. Although the profound ice divine bone was a high-grade divine bone and would greatly enhance Zhuge Yuyu's cultivation, it would also have a subtle influence on her character. However, these were all small problems. As long as this girl could overcome the pain and trauma of her past, it mattered not that her temperament was a little cold. Yi Zan spoke again. Now that you have reached the first level of the divine mystic realm, starting tomorrow, I will teach you the cloud sky sword controlling technique. You should rest today. Remember, a balance between work and rest is imperative. Don't overextend yourself and damage your cultivation foundation. Understand? Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head seriously. Teacher, it's getting late. You must be hungry. Do you want me to make you something to eat? Zhuge Yuyu suddenly asked Yi Zan a question out of the blue. Hearing this, Yi Zan felt a little guilty. I almost forgot. This girl has just stepped into the divine mystic realm. Her physical body is still unable to completely abstain from food. She still needs to rely on food to replenish her energy. I'm really not a qualified teacher. Yi Zan could not help but display an embarrassed expression. He had been so focused on his cultivation that he had completely forgotten that his disciple was alone in the courtyard. It was unknown how this little girl managed to survive. After all, Cloud Sky Peak was different from the other peaks in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. On this huge peak, other than Yi Zan, there was only Zhuge Yuyu. There were no servant disciples in charge of clothing, food, accommodation, and logistics. Over the past 100 years, Yi Zan had basically been living a self-sufficient life. As such, he had forgotten what needed to be done with an extra person around. Fortunately, this girl was quite smart and knew how to take care of herself. If she had really starved to death outside, things would have been very awkward. Of course, even though there were no servant disciples on Cloud Sky Peak, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would still send the ingredients purchased by the sect to the peak every once in a while. Alright, then let's try your cooking, Yi Zan nodded with a smile. He was also looking forward to seeing what his precious disciple could do. On the Tianyuan continent, neither Yu or Li Qingyan knew how to cook. Shangguan Wan'er would never have bothered, and Zhao Yuyan had her mother to cook for her. Here, once a cultivator reached the materialization realm, they would be able to fast for long periods of time. Once they reached the void realm, eating for sustenance became completely unnecessary. Of course, if they really wanted to eat, they could do so. Alright, teacher, please wait for a moment. When Zhuge Yuyu heard Yi Zan's words, she immediately displayed an excited expression, then ran to the kitchen to start preparing food. This was a chance to show off her skills and repay her teacher a little bit. Looking at Zhuge Yueyu's excited expression, Yi Zan's mouth twitched. An ominous feeling arose in his heart. What would be presented in front of him later? Would it be edible? Yi Zan immediately regretted his decision. After that, Yi Zan went to the main hall in the courtyard and waited for Zhuge Yueyu. After some time, she carried a tray over and placed it on the table. Each plate on the tray was filled with fragrant dishes that looked appetizing. Well, at least on the surface, it looks good, right? Yi Zan was still a little hesitant. Teacher, please try these dishes. After Zhuge Yueyu had placed all the dishes on the table, she sat in front of the table and looked at Yi Zan with anticipation. It seemed that he had no choice now. Forget it, if it was bad, he would just have to bear with it. Yi Zan gritted his teeth, picked up a piece of tender meat with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. When his tongue touched the meat, Yi Zan's eyes shone. The meat was fresh and tender, and the taste was superb as well. This girl's cooking skills are not bad. This bodes well for my life in this world. What do you think, teacher? Is it delicious? Zhuge Yueyu asked anxiously, her eyes full of anticipation. These dishes were the dishes she was best at, but she did not know if they would suit her teacher's appetite. Your cooking skills are pretty good, especially for this meat dish right here. Whether it's the degree of freshness or the taste, it's pretty good. I didn't expect you to have such skills. You've really impressed me, Yi Zan said with a smile. When Zhuge Yueyu heard this, her heart was filled with joy as she said proudly, of course. These dishes are my mother's specialty. I've been learning from her since I was a child. Chapter 371. Li Shuiye. She then mumbled to herself again, Mother told me that controlling the kitchen is the same as controlling a man's stomach, which is also the same as grasping his heart. That's why she was very strict while teaching me how to cook. She said that it would be convenient for me to cook for my sweetheart in the future. Hearing this, Yi Zan was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curved up. It seems that you have learned quite a lot of things. In any case, since you are so skilled, how about you take care of our 3 meals on Cloud Sky Peak in the future? That way, you can practice your cooking skills and improve them alongside your cultivation. He did not expect the disciple he had randomly picked out to not only awaken the profound ice divine bone, but also have such good cooking skills. Hee. Blissful days await me in the future. When Zhuge Yueyu heard that, she was happy that Yi Zan had recognized her cooking skills. It seemed that all that cooking training had been worth it. As long as teacher likes it, I'll make food for you every day in the future. Besides, I still have many dishes that I haven't shown you yet. He didn't know how many dishes this girl knew how to cook, but he was looking forward to it, but he wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time later. Alright, let's hurry up and eat. We still have to wake up early to cultivate tomorrow. Yes. After that, Zhuge Yueyu also started to eat. After all, she had been cultivating on the peak all day and had long needed to eat to replenish her energy. After dinner, Zhuge Yueyu tidied up the utensils and returned to her room to sleep. The next morning, she woke up, stretched lazily, and then walked out. After yesterday's rest and consolidation, Zhuge Yueyu had stabilized her control of her newfound strength. Now, she was already a first-level divine mystic realm cultivator in name and reality. Zhuge Yueyu looked at Yi Zan's room and realized that the door was not open. Could it be the teacher is not up yet? Zhuge Yueyu did not make any further guesses. She went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Zhuge Yueyu finished preparing breakfast. She was about to go to Yi Zan's room to wake him up when suddenly, she saw a bright light flash across the sky. When Zhuge Yueyu saw this, her eyes darkened. Someone had come to Cloud Sky Peak again. Was it Gao Shun? At this moment, the bright light got closer to Cloud Sky Peak. Then, a beautiful woman in a red robe revealed herself. Then, she suddenly realized that there was a young lady behind the lady in red. Shuiye. Zhuge Yueyu immediately recognized the young lady. She was Li Shuiye, who had been in the same village as her and had joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect at the same time after the beast attack. They were also best friends who grew up together. However, Zhuge Yueyu had not seen Li Shuiye after leaving the meeting hall that day. Yueyu, I've missed you so much. Li Shuiye's face was filled with joy when she saw Zhuge Yueyu. She immediately pounced on her. Zhuge Yueyu did not resist at all. The two of them hugged each other happily. After the beast attack, the two of them could be said to have experienced life and death together. Now that they met again, they were naturally extremely happy. Shui, why are you here at Cloud Sky Peak? After a short hug, Zhuge Yuyu asked. I begged teacher to bring me here. Li Shui pointed at the woman in red behind them. When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she quickly turned around to look at the woman in red. She felt that she was somewhat familiar. It seemed that this woman in red had chosen Li Shui as her disciple back in the meeting hall that day. She suddenly remembered that Hua Rufeng had told them that this lady in red was one of the 7 chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The peak she was in charge of only accepted female cultivators, and its name was Water Sky Peak. The red-robed lady's name was Yuelin. She was a peerless beauty with a graceful figure and an amiable personality. Greetings, Martial Aunt Yuelin. Zhuge Yuyu hurriedly bowed with respect. As a junior, she had to pay her respects to her elders. Moreover, she was the eldest disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, so she had to maintain decorum. When Yuelin saw this, she smiled and nodded her head. A hint of guilt flashed across the depths of her eyes. In fact, back in the meeting hall that day, Yuelin had wanted to choose both of them. However, Zhuge Yuyu's talent was too mediocre. Besides, she did not want to take in so many disciples. After thinking about it, she only decided to take Li Shui with her. Yuelin had then felt a little guilty when she noticed Li Shui's lonely and helpless appearance. However, just as Yuelin was about to accept Zhuge Yuyu as a servant disciple, Yi Zan appeared. Even though Cloud Sky Peak was rather dilapidated, it was still better than being a servant disciple. Yuelin flicked her sleeve and a gentle wave of energy pulled Zhuge Yuyu up. Martial niece, you don't have to be so polite. I came to Cloud Sky Peak because Shui kept talking about you. She said that if she didn't see you, she wouldn't be able to concentrate on her cultivation. It just so happens that I had nothing to do today, so I brought this little girl over. You two can have a good chat with each other. When Zhuge Yuyu heard that, she was surprised. She missed Li Shui as well, which was normal. After all, they had gone through life and death together and both their families were gone. She was the closest thing to family she still had. At this moment, Li Shui looked at Yuelin. Teacher, didn't you promise me that you'd take Yuyu back to Water Sky Peak? Although she had just joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Li Shui had heard a lot about Yi Zan. Li Shui could not bear to see her best friend remain on the most desolate peak of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Therefore, she had been coaxing and pestering Yuelin for the past few days. Yuelin had a soft heart and eventually agreed. Immediately, Yuelin looked at Zhuge Yuyu with a smile. You're being overly anxious, Shui. We have to see how well she is doing here first. Zhuge Yuyu's expression changed when she heard this. What, Shui, did you come here to take me to the Water Sky Peak? Li Shui came to Zhuge Yuyu's side and whispered, Yuyu, this is the result of me coaxing and pestering teacher for a few days. Teacher is a 5th level Heaven Realm cultivator. If you join the Water Sky Peak with me, you will definitely be able to become a cultivator in the future. Yuyu, I've heard a lot of news these days. It's said that your teacher is only a 2nd level Divine Mystic Realm cultivator. His own cultivation is limited, so how can he teach you? If you continue to stay on Cloud Sky Peak, you won't be able to get stronger. Chapter 372, Yuelin. Zhuge Yuyu's expression turned cold when she heard that. However, she knew very well that Li Shui had done this for her sake. Still, no matter what, she still felt very uncomfortable hearing others demeaning her teacher like that. Shui, I know you're doing this for me. But now that I'm the eldest disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, I can't betray teacher. Teacher is very good to me, and I like Cloud Sky Peak's environment very much. To me, this place is like home now, Zhuge Yuyu said with a determined look. When Yuelin heard this, her gaze instantly turned cold. Were it not for Li Shui's coaxing and pestering, she would not have come here to take Zhuge Yuyu as her disciple. One had to know that there were countless people who wanted to be her disciple, but would never have the chance. Yet she was being rejected now. However, even though Yuelin was a little angry, she did not want to be too calculative on account of the other party's youth and ignorance. She was also quite surprised. What kind of medicine did Yi Zan give this girl? What did he do to make this girl pass up the chance to join Water Sky Peak? Li Shui noticed her teacher's expression and became anxious. Yuyu, what are you doing? I've coaxed and pestered teacher for a long time so that you can have this opportunity. You've always been intelligent, so how can you not distinguish the gains and losses in this matter? If you insist on staying on Cloud Sky Peak, you'll only end up with regrets. Zhu Yueyu's expression did not change at all. Her eyes were unusually calm. As expected, in everyone's eyes, her teacher was a joke and a weakling who had only reached the second level of the divine mystic realm. However, she knew her teacher's true capabilities, and had experienced his kindness and warmth. In the entire mystic world, which teacher would do what Yi Zan had done for their disciple? Not only did he give her precious pills, but also infused her with his spiritual power. Would Yuelin do the same? The answer was obvious. However, Zhu Yueyu did not want to explain too much. Instead, she spoke with a firm tone. Shui, don't try to persuade me anymore. I won't regret it. I appreciate Chief Yuelin's good intentions, but I will never do anything to let teacher down. Yueyu, what are you doing? Li Shui stomped her foot in anger. However, she knew very well that Zhu Yueyu's personality had always been like this. If she had really made a decision, there was no way to change it. Li Shui could not help but look back at her teacher for help. Yuelin immediately waved her hand. I have never forced others to do things they don't want to do. Since you've made your own decision, I will naturally respect your decision. Before she left, Yuelin raised her head and looked at the courtyard in front of her. It's already rather late. Why don't you see your teacher around? Teacher might not be awake yet, Zhu Yueyu said, a little embarrassed. At this moment, the door of the wooden house that was originally closed slowly opened. Yi Zan walked out with a longsword in his hand and an indifferent expression on his face. This sword was naturally the Cloud Sky Sword. Seeing this, Zhu Yueyu hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yi Zan nodded. When his eyes fell on Yuelin, who was not far away, his eyes darkened. What wind brought this woman here? Just as Yi Zan was feeling puzzled, Yuelin walked over to him and smiled meaningfully. Junior brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Senior sister really misses you. As Cloud Sky Peak's chief, he was familiar with Yuelin and was no stranger to her antics. Although she looked innocent and harmless, it was all part of her persona. In fact, in terms of schemes, even Gao Shun was not her opponent. Senior sister Yuelin, when I just woke up today, I found a magpie at the head of the bed, and it kept chirping. At that time, I was wondering if there was a happy event. It turns out it was informing me of senior sister's arrival. Yueyu, go ahead and make tea for everyone, Yi Zan said with an indifferent expression. Even if he could not beat this woman now, he could not lose in terms of posturing. Zhu Yueyu nodded and went into the kitchen to make tea. Yi Zan was still a little surprised by the arrival of this woman. He had been well behaved for the past 100 years, so he should not have offended this woman. Furthermore, in the past 100 years, the two of them had not really talked much with each other. Usually, they would at most greet each other out of courtesy, but nothing beyond that. Why did this woman suddenly come to Cloud Sky Peak? After that, Yi Zan brought Yuelin and Li Shui to the only decent hall on Cloud Sky Peak. Yi Zan looked at Yuelin and asked, pray tell, why has senior sister you come today? Yuelin did not reply. Instead, she looked at the surroundings of Cloud Sky Peak and shook her head. Compared to the other peaks, Cloud Sky Peak's condition was indeed too shabby. How could it be so dilapidated? There was not even a decent training hall. It's nothing important. My newest disciple is your disciple's good friend, so I brought her here to catch up with your disciple. I see. Hearing this, Yi Zan revealed a look of realization. In a short while, Zhu Yueyu came back with tea. Seeing this, Li Shui felt uncomfortable for some reason. Zhu Yueyu was the eldest disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, so why did she have to serve tea like a servant disciple? Chapter 373, I am the clown. Teacher, Chief Yuelin, please have some tea. Zhu Yueyu served the tea and spoke with a respectful look in her eyes. Her etiquette was on point. When Yuelin saw this, she could not help but nod to herself. This girl was young, but she was extremely rigorous in performing her tasks. If not for her mediocre talent, she would have been a good seedling. At this moment, Yi Zan raised the Cloud Sky Sword and placed it in Zhu Yueyu's hand. I wanted to teach you the sword controlling technique today, but since it's rare for you two sisters to get together, I'll give you the day off to have some fun with your good sister. From today onwards, this Cloud Sky Sword is yours. Remember, this sword symbolizes the position of Cloud Sky Peak's first chief. I hope you will continue to uphold the Cloud Sky Sword's reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. What? The Cloud Sky Sword. Yuelin's expression changed. She first looked at Yi Zan, and then at the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhuge Yueyu's hand. Her eyes were full of shock. She naturally knew the significance of the Cloud Sky Sword. It was the legacy of Cloud Sky Peak that had been passed down for thousands of years. Even in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, an Earth-rank magic artifact like that was extremely rare. Only Cloud Sky Peak's chief was qualified to own it. However, this guy had passed the Cloud Sky Sword to his disciple just like that. Is this guy's brain damaged? Yuelin was stunned. Is this guy putting on an act in front of me, or is he really going to pass the Cloud Sky Sword to Zhuge Yueyu? Li Shuiye was also dumbfounded. Didn't teacher say that Cloud Sky Peak was poor and run down? Anyone with a brain would avoid coming to this godforsaken place. But now it seems that things are different from what I thought. She looked at the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhuge Yueyu's hand with jealousy. As Yuelin's youngest disciple, she did not even have an ordinary magic artifact, yet Zhuge Yueyu had an Earth rank 1. Zhuge Yueyu was dumbfounded. Her hands trembled as she took the Cloud Sky Sword. Her eyes were filled with shock. She knew that her teacher never joked around with this type of thing. Since he had decided to give her the Cloud Sky Sword, he would not go back on his word. However, compared to the spiritual pills her teacher had given her in the 10 years' worth of cultivation, the Cloud Sky Sword seemed rather ordinary. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and uphold the reputation of the Cloud Sky Sword. In the future, I will definitely use this sword to bring glory to Cloud Sky Peak. After Zhuge Yueyu received the sword, she deftly swung the sword experimentally, infusing a little bit of her spiritual power into it. As such, she inadvertently exposed the amount of spiritual power in her body, which Yuelin promptly detected. How is this possible? She's reached the divine mystic realm. How long has it even been? How can she cultivate so quickly? Yuelin was dumbfounded. Then, when her spiritual sense examined Zhuge Yueyu's body, she suddenly discovered that the latter's body contained a divine bone that exuded mysterious sky-blue power. Still, although she has the profound ice divine bone, that doesn't make this situation any more believable. Yuelin was stunned to the point that she stood up with her mouth wide open. When they were in the meeting hall, they had clearly tested and found that Zhuge Yueyu did not have a divine bone. So what was going on now? Could it be that Zhuge Yueyu's divine bone was dormant and was activated by Yi Zan by chance? Or could it be that Yi Zan had used the medicinal power of a high-level spiritual pill to forcefully condense a divine bone in Zhuge Yueyu's body? She felt that the former was more likely. After all, Cloud Sky Peak was the poorest faction in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. How could he have such a high-level spiritual pill? Wait a minute, he couldn't have been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger for the past 100 years, right? The profound ice divine bone. Junior brother Yi's eyes are really sharp. Yuelin looked at Yi Zan deeply, his heart full of regret. If she had been more determined and accepted Zhuge Yueyu into Water Sky Peak, such a talented cultivator would have been her disciple. What a pity, she had actually told this fellow that he had a disciple with the profound ice divine bone. It was such a waste. At the thought of this, she became a little displeased. She was very clear about Yi Zan's abilities. It was a waste of Zhuge Yueyu's talent to be his disciple. The most outrageous thing was that Zhuge Yueyu was completely devoted to Yi Zan and completely ignored her invitation. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It was simply a waste of God's gift. Yi Zan naturally understood what Yuelin was implying, but he was too lazy to give an explanation. As the saying went, facts speak louder than words. Junior brother Yi, there's something I don't understand. This girl only joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect 5 days ago. How did she reach the divine mystic realm? Yuelin asked curiously. Although the profound ice divine bone was a high-grade divine bone and could greatly increase her cultivation speed, it was not to such an outrageous extent. There was definitely something fishy about Zhuge Yueyu's cultivation speed. What, teacher, you're saying that Yueyu has broken through to the divine mystic realm? Li Shuiye was shocked. She had spent 5 days breaking through to the first level of the mystic meridian realm, and had wanted to show off in front of Zhuge Yueyu. However, things were now the other way around. Thinking this, Li Shuiye's face darkened. She had thought that it was already something to be proud of to be able to become Yuelin's disciple. However, from the looks of it now, she was the real clown. She did not want to accept this. Even though the two of them grew up together, Zhuge Yueyu had always been the dominant one. She had thought that she could finally be superior after joining the Great Wilderness. divine sect, but now it seemed that she did not need her pity. Chapter 374, Inexplicable. Yuyu, you've really reached the divine mystic realm. Li Shui held Zhuge Yuyu's hand tightly and asked. Zhuge Yuyu looked at her friend's shocked expression and laughed inwardly. Everyone had thought that her future was over and done for after she became Yi Zan's disciple. Yet no one knew her teacher's real capabilities, nor his generosity and kindness. Zhuge Yuyu nodded and said with a calm expression, "Teacher has been very good to me. In order to help my cultivation advance, he even gave me 10 years' worth of cultivation. That's how I was able to reach the divine mystic realm in 5 days." "What do you mean? Martial Uncle Yi performed spiritual power infusion for you?" Hearing that, Li Shui's face turned pale. When Yuelin heard this, she raised her brows and looked at Yi Zan, who had an indifferent expression, in shock. Was this guy's brain damaged? Why would he damage his own cultivation foundation for his disciple? Furthermore, this guy was supposed to be a second-level divine mystic realm cultivator, right? 10 years' worth of his cultivation would be nowhere close to enough to help Zhuge Yuyu reach the divine mystic realm. Immediately, a bright light flashed across the depths of Yuelin's eyes as she tried to sense Yi Zan's cultivation level. However, at this moment, an invisible force suddenly blocked her, causing her to take a few steps back. The strength of that invisible force was no weaker than hers. At this moment, Yuelin finally understood. "Junior brother Yi, it seems that you like playing the pig to eat the tiger. Even senior sister has been deceived by you for 100 years. I thought your cultivation had only reached the second level of the divine mystic realm." Hearing this, Yi Zan smiled faintly. "Senior sister, you must be joking. I never said that my cultivation level had only reached the second level of the divine mystic realm. That's something that everyone seems to believe for some unknown reason, though. It's got nothing to do with me." Yuelin's mouth twitched when she heard this. It seemed that she had made the trip to Cloud Sky Peak for nothing today. Given what she had discovered today, Zhuge Yuyu's future was limitless, and perhaps even Yi Zan's was. No wonder this girl was not tempted by her invitation. Who would be willing to leave if they had such a powerful teacher who generously performed spiritual power infusion? Suddenly, Yuelin glanced at Li Shui indifferently. This wretched girl did not cultivate properly and insisted on dragging her to Cloud Sky Peak. Now, both her and her disciple had lost face. After some time, Yuelin finally calmed down. Moments later, Yuelin appeared to have thought of something. She walked to Yi Zan's side with light steps and displayed a rather profound smile. From Yi Zan's perspective, Yuelin's curvy figure was on full display. Fortunately, he was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, so he was able to maintain his poker face. Zhuge Yuyu's expression changed when she saw this. She felt an inexplicable sense of danger, and was afraid that Yuelin would seduce her teacher. Inwardly, she was screaming, "Teacher, don't fall for it." Although Zhuge Yuyu was rather anxious, she had no solution. Yuelin took a deep look at Yi Zan, and the corners of her mouth curved up into a smile that made one's heart flutter. "What's junior brother Yi's current cultivation level? Can you tell senior sister? There's a reward." She was very confident in her figure. At least within the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, no one had ever been able to resist the temptation of her beauty. However, her expression changed when she noticed that Yi Zan did not even seem to be the slightest bit flustered. Rather, he had a playful smile on her face. She felt that something was amiss. This damn guy actually ignored my seduction. Detestable. Don't tell me that he cultivated till his brain was damaged while being alone for 100 years. Is he lacking in that department? Yuelin ridiculed him inwardly. That being said, Yi Zan's behavior had indeed shocked her. This was completely different from the Yi Zan that she knew. Was this still the same fucking person? With a dissatisfied expression, she returned to her seat. Seeing this, Yi Zan's lips curled into a smile. "Senior sister Yuelin, your complexion looks off. Could it be that you are feeling unwell? I happen to have some attainments in the field of medicine. I can help examine your body for any problems." This guy was really too much. Not only did he ignore her so brazenly, but now he even wanted to make a move. She felt like stabbing his nether regions. "There's no need to trouble junior brother with such things, I am perfectly fine," Yuelin said indifferently, but she also felt a sense of defeat in his heart. When she regained her calm, her gaze unconsciously fell on Zhuge Yuyu. That guy's brain definitely had a screw loose. He was not attracted to her, and was willing to sacrifice 10 years' worth of his cultivation for his disciple. Throughout the entire history of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he was the first one to have done this. Chapter 375, A Divine Rank Artifact. The competition between the various chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was quite intense, so one's own cultivation level was extremely important. However, this guy seemed completely unbothered by this. Seeing that Yi Zan was unmoved by Yuelin's beauty, Zhuge Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. I knew that teacher wasn't that kind of person. Chief Yuelin is really too evil, trying to seduce teacher like that. Fortunately, teacher is a gentleman and was not tempted at all. She was also feeling happy. After all, her teacher had given her the Cloud Sky Sword, which was undoubtedly a form of recognition. However, Zhuge Yuyu was also a little worried. Now that her teacher had given her the Cloud Sky Sword, what magic artifact would he use? As such, she looked at him in confusion and asked, Teacher, now that you've given the Cloud Sky Sword to me, what magic artifact will you be using? When Yuelin heard this, she also looked over curiously. The Cloud Sky Sword was indeed the highest grade magic artifact on Cloud Sky Peak. It was also the artifact that Tian Zan valued the most when he was alive. Without the support of the Cloud Sky Sword, how could Yi Zan compete with the other chiefs? The moment he had given his disciple the sword, the system's notification had rang out in his head. Ding! As the host has given the Cloud Sky Sword to his disciple, the host has received a 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Cloud Heaven Sword Divine Artifact. At that time, Yi Zan had also been quite surprised. He had not expected the reward multipliers to have improved by this much after the system upgrade. I've struck it rich. This new system is too awesome. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Zan, waiting for the latter's response. It's just a magic artifact. I'll just take out another one and use it instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Cloud Heaven Sword suddenly appeared in Yi Zan's hand, exuding immortal spiritual power. The terrifying sword intent contained within the sword soared into the sky, which made everyone's heart palpitate, and they found it difficult to breathe. Yuelin stood up in shock. A divine rank artifact? How could this guy have a magic artifact that surpassed the heaven rank? Moreover, from its appearance, it seemed to be a top-grade divine rank artifact. Oh my god, how many more things was this guy hiding? Yi Zan, whom she had looked down upon, was not only extremely strong, but also had a divine rank artifact. Was this really the same piece of trash that had joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect 100 years ago? Over the past 100 years, there had been countless people who criticized Yi Zan, but he had never said a word in response. Just this temperament alone was enough to make Yuelin admire him. It was no wonder Chief Tian Zan had chosen him as the successor of Cloud Sky Peak. Yuelin had also heard about Yi Zan's background. It seemed that he had ascended from a lower plane. The mysterious world was a middle plane, so it naturally had countless ascendance shrines connected to lower planes. However, most of the geniuses from the lower planes basically disappeared after ascending to the mystic world. After all, compared to the cultivators who had ascended, the people born and raised in the mystic world had a much higher chance of possessing divine bones. Of course, once a person who ascended awakened a divine bone, their advantage in cultivation would definitely far exceed that of the people of the mystic world. However, the number of people who successfully awakened a divine bone was few and far between. Could it be that Yi Zan was one of them? However, what infuriated Yuelin the most was that he had called the divine rank artifact just another artifact. Did he have to act so pretentiously? A divine rank magic artifact was a rare treasure even among the ancient holy lands and ancient clans. She felt like cursing. Zhuge Yuyu and Li Shui also jumped up in surprise when they learned that the sword in Yi Zan's hand was a divine rank artifact. Their eyes were as wide as saucers. Oh my god, a divine rank artifact. It is said that if the full power of a divine rank artifact is unleashed, it can kill even a sealed immortal rank cultivator. How could he have such a thing? Li Shui could not believe it. Although Zhuge Yuyu was also shocked, she was happy to see her teacher in possession of a power magic artifact. Wow, is this what a divine rank artifact looks like? Teacher, can I take a look at it? Zhuge Yuyu asked with curiosity. Here you go. If you like it, you can take it and play with it for a few days, Yi Zan said lightly, without the slightest hint of reluctance. After all, she was his precious disciple. What was a mere divine rank artifact in comparison? Zhuge Yuyu took it excitedly. When she sensed the terrifying sword intent in the Cloud Heaven Sword, her eyes were filled with shock. The sword intent it exuded was enough to crush a mystic Lord Realm cultivator. Chapter 376. Yuelin's dissatisfaction. Zhuge Yuyu played with it for a while before returning it to him. This was her teacher's magic artifact. Even if her teacher wanted to give it to him, she could not accept it. Moreover, her teacher had already given her the Cloud Sky Sword. She could not have asked for more. Yizan took back the Cloud Heaven Sword and put it back into his storage space with an indifferent expression. His calm appearance made Yuelin see him in a new light. The rumors were rubbish. If I find out who called Cloud Sky Peak's chief a good-for-nothing, I'll definitely give him a slap. With this guy's current strength and the addition of the Cloud Heaven Sword, it won't be long before he rises to prominence. I've heard that Cloud Sky Peak is full of talents and treasures. It seems that it's true. Junior Brother Yi, you have my congratulations on obtaining a divine rank artifact. With it, I'm afraid no one in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect can compare to Junior Brother Yi. I'm afraid, Senior Sister will need Junior Brother Yi's care in the future. Yuelin spoke with layers of hidden meaning and naturally threw a flirtatious look at him. Hearing this, Yizan smiled. Senior Sister, you're too humble. You're so powerful that even Senior Brother Gongsun admires you. I'm the one who can't compare to you. Yuelin's mouth twitched when she saw this. Did this guy really ignore her looks and beauty again? Could it be that this guy was not interested in women? My precious disciple, your good sister has come from far away to reminisce about the past with you. Please go and entertain her well. As for cultivation, there's no hurry. I'll give you a day off today to catch up with her. Yizan looked at Zhuge Yuyu as he spoke those words. All right, teacher, Zhuge Yuyu nodded with respect. Shui, I'll take you to tour the peak. At that moment, Li Shui was still in a daze. She only came back to her senses after Zhuge Yuyu pulled her out of the room. Li Shui could not help but ask as soon as they left the courtyard. Yuyu, tell me the truth. Could it be that you already knew your teacher's true capabilities, which was why you became his disciple? No, I didn't. Zhuge Yuyu shook her head. Then why did you do it? Li Shui was full of doubts. Why did Zhuge Yuyu still want to become Yizan's disciple even though she knew that he was useless? Zhuge Yuyu took a deep breath and said with a serious expression. At that time in the meeting hall, I was one of the few no one selected, leaving me in despair. It was teacher who appeared and rescued me at that moment. Shui, you might not know how desperate I was at that time. You also don't know how important teacher is to me. I've decided in my heart that no matter what happens in this life, I will never leave teacher's side. After all, I will use my whole life to repay teacher's kindness. After I joined Cloud Sky Peak, my teacher also found that my aptitude was mediocre. However, not only did he not despise me, he even took out a rare high-grade spiritual pill and completely changed my constitution. Apart from that, my teacher didn't hesitate to give me 10 years worth of his cultivation, and even gave me the Cloud Sky Sword just now. To be honest, I also feel like I'm in a dream. But fortunately, it's all real. I'm lucky to have met the best teacher in the world. Li Shui's eyes glowed with a strange light. In addition to feeling happy for Zhuge Yuyu, she also felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness, and a faint tinge of jealousy. Although Yuelin treated her well, she was on a completely different level compared to Yizan. Li Shui also had a strange thought in her heart. If Yizan had chosen her and not Zhuge Yuyu, would she have not been the one to enjoy all this? Just like that, Li Shui followed Zhuge Yuyu absent-mindedly and strolled around with mixed emotions. Some time later, Yuelin realized that she could not tempt Yizan at all, so he left with Li Shui helplessly. Water Sky Peak. Teacher, little junior sister, you're finally back. Water Sky Peak was located at the intersection between a lake and the sky. The scenery was beautiful under the sunset. Many female cultivators were playing with each other. When they saw Yuelin returning with Li Shui, they immediately bowed respectfully. Normally, it was a common sight for the female cultivators of the Water Sky Peak to play in the stream, and Yuelin had acquiesced to it previously. However, after going to Cloud Sky Peak, Yuelin's opinion changed. Especially when she recalled that Zhuge Yuyu had already reached the first level of the Divine Mystic Realm. She felt a sense of pressure. A disciple who had only entered the sect for a few days had already reached that level. Then what about her own disciples? Other than the few who had joined Water Sky Peak a long time ago, the rest of the female cultivators did not have particularly high cultivation levels. Playing here again, how's your cultivation? Yuelin looked at the female cultivators indifferently and spoke in a slightly serious tone. When the eldest disciple Li Hanyi heard this, she could not help but be startled, her eyes filled with confusion. This was part of the daily life of the female cultivators of Water Sky Peak. Why was their teacher so angry today? Teacher, I've already completed my cultivation session, Li Hanyi said nervously, feeling a little scared. In the past, Yuelin had always been kind and had never been so serious. Could it be that her teacher had suffered some kind of blow? Otherwise, why would she be in such a bad mood? You girls only know how to play every day. Have you ever thought about when the Seven Peaks competition will be held? There are less than 3 months left. Why don't you make the best use of your time to prepare and cultivate? Do you really think you can win the Seven Peaks competition this way? Or do you think that you're so talented that you can break through without cultivating? You need to work on your discipline and cultivation. You've really brought shame to Water Sky Peak. In terms of cultivation and talent, Hua Rufeng is the strongest among the sect master's disciples. There's also Gao Tianyu from Hidden Sword Peak. Yet look at you now, what are you doing with your time? Even in the worst faction of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak, Zhuge Yuyu, who has only been in the sect for 5 days, has already reached the first level of the Divine Mystic Realm. Why are you girls still playing around? Don't sully my reputation. The more Yuelin thought about it, the angrier she became. In her own era, her performance could be said to be unparalleled, and her cultivation talent crushed her peers, which was why she could become one of the few female chiefs in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Yet her disciples were lacking. Yuelin's pride and self-confidence was high to begin with, so this situation was unacceptable. We were wrong. Please don't be angry, teacher. I'll lead the junior sisters to cultivate now, Li Hanyi said, feeling wronged. Chapter 377, Role Model. Hanyi, as my eldest disciple, you should be a good role model. You can't slack off in your cultivation. I won't force you to emerge as champion of the Seven Peaks competition, but you can't embarrass Water Sky Peak. Yuelin glanced at Li Hanyi, then turned around and left. As for Li Shuiye, she was standing beside Li Hanyi nervously. After the other senior and junior sisters noticed that Yuelin had left, they hurriedly walked over. Little junior sister, what happened? Why did teacher's expression look so unsightly just now? That's right, I've never seen teacher so angry ever since I joined Water Sky Peak. Could she have been provoked by someone? Li Shuiye shook her head helplessly as she looked at Yuelin's departing figure. Today, teacher took me to Cloud Sky Peak. After much coaxing and pestering, teacher was even willing to accept my good sister from Cloud Sky Peak as her disciple. However, I didn't expect that Cloud Sky Peak's chief wasn't useless as the rumors said. Even teacher was shocked by his strength. Not only that, but my good sister, who is also Yi Zan's disciple, has already broken through to the first level of the Divine Mystic Realm after just 5 days of being in the sect. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. In just 5 days, she had broken through to the first level of the Divine Mystic Realm. Was she serious? Those senior sisters who had joined Water Sky Peak a few years ago, but were still struggling in the Mystic Meridian Realm, felt as if all of their hard work and struggles were for naught. That's impossible. How did she do it? From their perspective, Cloud Sky Peak was the weakest and most barren peak in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and Yi Zan, its chief, was only a second-level Divine Mystic Realm cultivator. However, Li Shuiye was now telling them that Yi Zan was not what the rumors made him out to be, and that his only disciple had reached the first level of the Divine Mystic Realm in 5 short days. Even Cloud Sky Peak, which everyone has always regarded to be the weakest, has suddenly exhibited such terrifying strength. No wonder teacher is so angry. Li Hanyi took a deep breath, and then looked at her junior sisters with a serious expression. Junior sisters, from today onward, we must work hard in our cultivation and not embarrass our teacher. There are less than 3 months left until the Seven Peaks competition. During this time, I hope that all of you can at least improve your cultivation by 1 level, failing which there will be punishments. When the crowd heard this, they immediately fell silent, their expressions desolate. Was this goal not a little too big? However, when they saw Li Hanyi's serious expression, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. After all, Li Hanyi was the eldest disciple of Water Sky Peak, and the one with the most authority after their teacher. Hidden Sword Peak. In contrast to the tense atmosphere at Water Sky Peak, Gao Shun was planning how to humiliate Yi Zan after the Seven Peaks competition. HMPH, he really is ignorant. He's just some random cultivator from a lower plane, yet he still fancies himself to be my opponent. Truly overestimating himself. A hint of killing intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. At this moment, a handsome young man walked into the palace. Tianyu greets father. I wonder what father is looking for me for. The young man was Gao Tianyu, the eldest disciple of Hidden Sword Peak, and Gao Shun's only son. Gao Shun doted on him quite a lot. Furthermore, Gao Tianyu was also quite capable and displayed great talent in cultivating. If not for his obsession with women, his attainments in cultivation would definitely be no lower than Hua Rufeng's. Unfortunately, this kid only thought about how to enjoy women every day, which gave Gao Shun a headache. He had such an upright character, so how did he give birth to such a son who was addicted to wine and women? Gao Shun looked at Gao Tianyu, and he could not help but think of what Yi Zan said before, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Tianyu, you'd better restrain your actions. If you had placed your mind on cultivation instead of playing with women, you might have already surpassed Hua Rufeng. I'm telling you, I've already made a bet with Yi Zan. If you lose to Cloud Sky Peak in the 7 Peaks competition in 3 months, I'll skin you alive. Gao Tianyu smiled nonchalantly, his face full of disdain. Yi Zan, you're talking about the useless chief of Cloud Sky Peak, right? He's just a mere second-level divine mystic realm piece of trash. Why is father so worried? Even he isn't my match, let alone his disciples. Father, you don't have to worry too much. The champion of the 7 Peaks competition will be me. Gao Tianyu patted his chest with confidence, his eyes full of pride. In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, other than Hua Rufeng, who could suppress him, he feared no one. Although he dallied with women every day, his cultivation level did not cease to rise. Otherwise, how could he attract so many female cultivators? However, who would have thought that this handsome young man with extraordinary strength was a rapist? Within the span of just a few years, Gao Tianyu had slept with countless beautiful girls. Gao Shun was naturally clear of his precious son's actions too, but he was helpless too and could only choose to turn a blind eye. However, he would never allow Gao Tianyu to become his weakness. Immediately, Gao Shun looked at Gao Tianyu sternly. As my son, you've only achieved this much, yet you've become arrogant and complacent. Brat, Yi Zan's strength is far from as simple as the rumors say. Not long ago, I went to Cloud Sky Peak in person. He has definitely hidden his cultivation level. Even I can't sense what it is. You had better rein in your desires for now. Our Hidden Sword Peak has always been at odds with Cloud Sky Peak. If he pins crimes onto you because of this matter, even I can't protect you. The smile on Gao Tianyu's face gradually froze when he heard this. A dark look flashed across the depths of his eyes. What's going on? Could it be that this good-for-nothing wants to use me as a bargaining chip to threaten father? Gao Tianyu's heart was filled with killing intent, but he was also confused. Even if Yi Zan had hidden his strength, how strong could he be? At most, he would have reached the materialization realm. However, his father was a mystic lord realm expert. Had that kid gone crazy? He even dared to threaten his father. Chapter 378, Cloud Sky Sword Technique. In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gao Shun's status was second only to Gongsun Shoyu's. He could be said to be second only to one person in above 10,000 people. Gao Shun was the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He held the power of life and death over many in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, so how would Yi Zan dare to be his enemy? HMPH. If I hadn't gone to Cloud Sky Peak with the sect master yesterday, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that this fellow had concealed everything so well. We've been underestimating him for the past 100 years, and now he's actually become an uncontrollable factor. However, he has already revealed all of his trump cards. This time, I will trample on him ruthlessly in front of all the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and completely suppress him. There are less than 3 months until the 7 Peaks competition. You should stay in the cultivation room and work hard on your cultivation. Gao Shun looked at Gao Tianyu and said. Gao Tianyu nodded. Although he loved women, he would never allow it to interfere with things important to the family, especially matters his father regarded as vital. Don't worry, father. We'll definitely win this time. Don't be careless. Go and cultivate. Gao Shun waved his hand. Just after Gao Tianyu left, a young man walked into the hall with an excited expression on his face and knelt down respectfully in front of Gao Shun. Teacher, I've already reached the 2nd level of the Mystic Meridian realm. His heart was filled with joy. He had spent a few days and had already passed the stage of sensing the world's spiritual energy. Furthermore, he had advanced to the second level of the mystic meridian realm. He believed that this would earn him a new level of respect from his teacher. Hearing this, Gao Shun could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zhuge Yuyu from Cloud Sky Peak appeared in his mind, and he looked at the young man with disdain. This young man was the disciple that Gao Shun had fought with Liang Dai for in the meeting hall. He was also the only one among the surviving villagers who had a divine bone. He had thought that he had obtained a treasure, but now that he was comparing the two, he felt inexplicably dissatisfied. He had spent 5 whole days to break through to the second level of the mystic meridian realm. He should learn from Zhuge Yuyu, who had already reached the 4th level of the mystic meridian realm. What's there to be proud of over this small achievement? Gao Shun said coldly, you've only broken through to the second level of the mystic meridian realm, yet you're kicking up a huge fuss over it. You should know better than this. When the young man heard this, he was terrified and his body trembled. Previously, his teacher's opinion of his cultivation progress was quite different. Why did his teacher's attitude change so drastically within just a short day? Was taking 5 days to reach the second level of the mystic meridian realm really that slow? Gao Shun looked at that young man's terrified appearance, and he got even angrier. They both had the divine bones, yet why did Yi Zan's disciple cultivate faster than his did? Did this not mean that he was not as good a teacher as Yi Zan? How was that possible? He was far more powerful, and in terms of teaching disciples, he was absolutely one of a kind. How could he be inferior to a piece of trash? The young man's name was Xiaofeng, and his face was full of frustration. He had thought that his teacher would be overjoyed once he told him about his breakthrough, but he did not expect to anger his teacher instead. Master, I know I was wrong. I will work harder in my cultivation in the future and not let you down, Xiaofeng quickly kowtowed a few times. All right, I understand. You may leave, Gao Shun said expressionlessly. A hint of impatience flashed across the depths of his eyes. Compared to Zhuge Yuyu, he did not have much hope for Xiaofeng. He could only pin all his hopes on Gao Tianyu and hope that his precious son would not let him down. When the first wisp of purple aura rose from the east, Zhuge Yuyu was already listening to Yi Zan's teachings in the courtyard. Little girl, do you know why I want you to start cultivating in the morning? It's because when the east spits out the first rays of light, the spiritual energy of the world will be filled with the purple aura, making it even denser than normal. This is very beneficial to cultivators. Furthermore, you have to understand that the strong prey on the weak in the mystic world. Other than the native mystic world cultivators, there are also many geniuses who have ascended from the lower planes. If you want to survive in this world, you can only rely on your own strength. Yi Zan sat cross-legged and said softly. Zhuge Yuyu listened attentively, afraid that she would miss a word from her teacher. Today, I will teach you the Cloud Sky Sword Technique. The Cloud Sky Sword Technique is also the legacy sword technique of Cloud Sky Peak, which is a branch of the sword technique taught within the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. After much research by the preceding chiefs of Cloud Sky Peak, the technique has been improved to its current state. This sword technique is quite special. One must practice and cultivate it over time in order to completely master it. As long as you keep practicing, one day, not only will you be able to master the sword technique, you might even have the chance to comprehend the legendary sword intent. Disciple will heed teacher's instructions. I will definitely live up to teacher's expectations, Zhuge Yuyu said with a determined look. That's for the best. The Cloud Sky Sword Technique focuses on the clouds in the sky. Specifically, it emphasizes movement techniques. Although it looks like a sword dance on the surface, it actually borrows the power of the clouds in the sky to launch its attacks. The sword technique is ethereal by nature. With only one strike, it can penetrate the opponent's defenses and defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan casually broke off a piece of bamboo and said to Zhuge Yuyu, I'll personally demonstrate it for you. After you experience it, I'll teach you the sword technique. If you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, you can come and ask me at any time. Yi Zan did not use the Cloud Heaven sword because it was too powerful. If he did not control it well, it was likely to destroy the entire Cloud Sky Peak. With Yi Zan's current Heaven Realm strength, he would be able to go toe-to-toe with a Mystic Lord Realm expert if he used the Cloud Heaven sword. After all, Yi Zan cultivated the Chaos Heart technique, so the spiritual power in his body was extremely pure. Every wisp of spiritual power was condensed after being tempered countless times, and contained amazing power. Hearing this, Zhu Yuyu immediately focused herself and stared at Yi Zan attentively. "Teacher, I'm ready." Yi Zan nodded, and the bamboo stick in his hand suddenly rippled in a mysterious way, transforming into a sword chi that was filled with the power of the sky. At the same time, mist suddenly appeared under Yi Zan's feet. The sword chi seemed to dance with the wind, a mysterious pattern suddenly appeared behind him. At this moment, the bamboo stick in Yi Zan's hand gently swept forward. A stream of air visible to the naked eye suddenly swept out, and wherever the sword chi passed, bamboo plants were sliced in half. Chapter 379. Flora Sword Technique. When Zhu Yuyu saw this scene, she became intoxicated and completely immersed in the profundity of Yi Zan's sword technique. However, Zhu Yuyu did not know that while she was observing the sword technique, the profound ice divine bone in her body was emitting a sky blue light that flickered. Unknowingly, her comprehension of the sword technique was getting deeper and deeper. All of a sudden, the simple bamboo stick suddenly blossomed with a bright light, and the world was filled with a sharp killing intent. Yi Zan took a step forward and suddenly swung the bamboo stick. A burst of dazzling sword chi burst forth, and a crack visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the extremely hard mountain surface. When Zhu Yuyu saw this, her expression changed drastically. She had never thought that this seemingly gentle sword technique actually contained such a fierce move. After some time, Yi Zan finished demonstrating the cloud sky sword technique. He stood on a bamboo leaf, light as a feather, with the bamboo stick in his hand behind his back. In addition to his white clothes and handsome appearance, he looked like a true sword immortal. "My precious disciple, did you manage to clearly see the sword technique I demonstrated?" Yi Zan asked. In fact, he was not familiar with the cloud sky sword technique at all. However, in order to better guide his disciple, he had done some last-minute practice a few days ago. Thankfully, with the support of the golden lotus of the great Tao, Yi Zan's speed of comprehension had reached an extremely terrifying level, which allowed him to grasp the core aspects of the cloud sky sword technique within a few days. However, he was unsure whether Zhu Yuyu would be able to comprehend it from a simple demonstration. He hoped that his efforts had not been in vain. However, to Yi Zan's surprise, Zhu Yuyu smiled. "Teacher, please rest assured. Although teacher has only performed it once, I have already memorized it." Oh, hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but raise an eyebrow. "You really memorized all those moves? Could it be that he had picked up a treasure, and this girl had an eidetic memory? This is not difficult, not to mention the sword technique that teacher displayed. Even if it's a scripture as thick as a fist, I only need to read it once to remember it." After saying this, Zhu Yuyu revealed a rare smug expression. Not bad, this girl actually had such an awesome ability. In his previous world, this girl would have been the nemesis of all entrance exam question setters. Very good, I'm very satisfied. This is the sword manual for the cloud sky sword technique. You can practice and cultivate it for the time being. If you encounter any bottlenecks, you can come and seek me out at any time. Yi Zan smiled with relief and continued, "Although you have an excellent memory, the most important thing in practicing sword techniques is the comprehension ability of the cultivator. There are many profound sword techniques in the world, but no matter how different they are, there is only one end goal, which is to comprehend the legendary sword intent. Only when the cultivator comprehends sword intent can the cultivator fully unleash the power of the sword technique. However, the difficulty of comprehending sword intent is extremely high. Even among thousands of geniuses, there might not be one person who can comprehend it. Most people spend their entire lives being stuck at the threshold of sword intent. When Yi Zan was on the Tianyuan continent, he already had perfect level sword intent. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of lower and middle planes was completely different. Cultivators who ascended from lower planes would have their physical bodies reconstructed when they passed through the realm passageway. Their physical bodies would then be able to adapt to the spiritual energy of the middle plane. This would prevent cultivation difficulties due to the differing spiritual energy of the two planes. However, it was also because of this that the sword intent that Yi Zan had comprehended on the Tianyuan continent could not be called the sword intent of the mystic world. Moreover, when he had forcefully passed through the realm passageway, his own power had long been melted. If he wanted to comprehend sword intent now, he had to do so step by step. Beside him, Zhu Yuyu's expression was very serious. Especially when she heard Yi Zan mention sword intent, her eyes could not help but light up. She had made up her mind to comprehend sword intent in the future. Don't worry, teacher. I'll work hard to cultivate and comprehend sword intent as soon as possible. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. That being said, the Seven Peaks competition will be starting soon. You should focus on practicing your sword technique and increasing your cultivation level. Don't waste a single precious moment. Yes, teacher. Zhuge Yuyu nodded happily and left with the Cloud Sky Sword Technique Manual. Ding! As the host has taught his disciple the Cloud Sky Sword Technique, the host has received a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained a Divine Rank Sword Technique, Flora Sword Technique. Flora Sword Technique. Xuan quickly comprehended the sword technique that surged into his mind. Although the stars are vast, flowers and plants can cover the world. A flower or a blade of grass can destroy the river of time and cut down all of the stars in the sky. What a domineering sword technique! The patterns of the Flora sword technique contained terrifying killing intent. Strangely enough, there were not many moves in the Flora sword technique, just 3 moves. However, every single one of them had earth-shaking power. Every move contained terrifying killing intent and sharp sword chi, which made Xuan's heart tremble. In fact, it was quite similar to the Overlord sword body that Xuan had obtained on the Tianyuan continent. Especially the last strike, where every flower and every blade of grass could cut down the stars in the sky. The power of that one sword strike could ignore space and time. The gap between heaven and earth no longer existed. In other words, this Flora sword technique could be called Xuan's strongest trump card. Chapter 380, Leaving to Explore the Outside World. This upgraded system is awesome. Xuan's eyes were filled with excitement. What a big windfall. In the days that passed after, Cloud Sky Peak returned to its peaceful state. Zhuge Yuyu continued to practice the Cloud Sky Sword technique. With the support of the Profound Ice Divine Bone, she quickly became more and more familiar with the sword technique. She also broke through to the second level of the Divine Mystic Realm. Seeing this, Xuan was also quite surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. The Heavenly Marrow Pill's medicinal power was extremely heaven-defying, and the Profound Ice Divine Bone that had been condensed in Zhuge Yuyu's body was of a rather high grade. It could be said that this girl's cultivation talent had been raised to the level of a genius. In addition, she worked tirelessly at her cultivation, which compounded the effects of her newfound level of talent. As for Xuan, he had been studying the Flora sword technique this entire time. With the support of the Golden Lotus of the Great Tao, he constantly comprehended the profundity of its essence and successfully cultivated it to the major mastery stage. Now that he had the Flora sword technique as his trump card, Xuan no longer needed to fear anyone or anything in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. On one fine day, in the early hours of the morning, Xuan left Cloud Sky Peak and headed for the meeting hall. This was due to Gongsun Shoyu's order to gather. After this period of investigation, there was already some progress regarding the attack of the berserk beasts that had occurred some time ago. To Xuan's surprise, berserk beast attacks had not only appeared in the area under the jurisdiction of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, but also all over the East Continent. Furthermore, the attacks of these berserk beasts had not ended yet. There were brutal berserk beast attacks happening everywhere in the East Continent, causing misery to the common folk. In order to solve this problem, the Yangli Divine Empire, Huoli Divine Empire, and the Haihan Divine Empire in the East Continent sent invitations to the Holy Lands of the East Continent. They hoped that the cultivators of the various Holy Lands would work together to solve this issue. Since the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was part of the Yangli Divine Empire's territory and was one of the most powerful Holy Lands within it, they naturally received an invitation. Therefore, Gongsun Shoyu called for a meeting to ask for their thoughts. Everyone agreed that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect should accept the invitation of the Yangli Divine Empire. Xuan naturally agreed. He had originally planned to bring Zhuge Yuyu to the outside world for training after the Seven Peaks competition. However, it seemed that his plan had to be brought forward. In the meeting hall, Gongsun Shoyu looked at the group in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Since everyone has agreed, let's go back and make preparations. However, don't forget that there are only 2 months left until the Seven Peaks competition. Don't worry, senior brother Gongsun. We'll remember it," Xuan, Gao Shun, and the others said in unison. After that, the chiefs left. As soon as Xuan returned to Cloud Sky Peak, he found that Zhuge Yuyu was already waiting for him in the courtyard. "Teacher, Since Sect Master called for an emergency meeting with all of the chiefs, could it be that he has found out the truth behind the berserk beast's attack? Zhuge Yuyu asked nervously. Had it not been for that incident, her parents would not have died. She had to take revenge. Yi Zan looked at Zhuge Yuyu and shook his head. The Sect Master's emergency meeting is indeed related to the berserk beast attacks. However, we still haven't found out the truth behind it. My precious disciple, don't be anxious. Once I have any clues, I will inform you immediately. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, Zhuge Yuyu quickly regained her senses. Although this matter was important, cultivating was more important. Only with strength would she be able to exact her revenge. In addition, the Seven Peaks competition would soon begin. The most important thing now was to seize the time to cultivate. Yi Zan naturally noticed the change in Zhuge Yuyu's expression and said with a smile, "All right, Yuyu, go back and pack up. I'll take you to the outside world tomorrow to investigate this matter. You've reached the second level of the Divine Mystic Realm, and your comprehension of the Cloud Sky Sword technique should have reached an acceptable level. It's time for you to hone your combat experience. Moreover, the Berserk Beast attacks have spread throughout the entire East Continent. All of the Holy Lands have sent their talented disciples to the outside world to train. You can also take this opportunity to see the strength of the geniuses of the various Holy Lands and broaden your horizons." "What, you're really going to take me to the outside world tomorrow to gain experience?" Zhuge Yuyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Teacher, are you sure you're not joking?" "Little girl, when have I ever joked about such things?" Yi Zan rolled his eyes at Zhuge Yuyu. "Teacher, can I go and pack up immediately?" "Go." Yi Zan smiled. After that, Zhuge Yuyu returned to her room in excitement. She could finally go to the outside world with her teacher. Although her days with her teacher in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were very fulfilling, there was a knot in Zhuge Yuyu's heart that had not been resolved. It was revenge for her parents. Also, she wondered how her home, which had been destroyed by the berserk beasts, was doing now. She packed her luggage in no time at all. The next day, Zhuge Yuyu had been waiting in the courtyard since early in the morning. When she saw Yi Zan coming out, she quickly went up to him. He was dressed in white and had an elegant demeanor. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were proudly standing in front of him, just like an immortal. Chapter 381. Su Chang. Yi Zan suddenly thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, a bright streak of light suddenly flashed, and a storage ring appeared in his hand shortly after. This is a storage ring. It contains a dimensional space and can be used to store items. As cultivators, we naturally have many spiritual pills and treasures with us when we travel in the mystic world. It would be inconvenient to carry them around with us. As such, most cultivators carry a storage ring with them. This is the first time my precious disciple is going out for training, so I'll give you this storage ring. After that, Yi Zan taught her how to use the storage ring. Many thanks, teacher, Zhuge Yuyu said happily. She was always happy to receive a gift from him. Ding. As the host has given his disciple a yellow rank storage ring, the host has received a randomized 100x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained a black rank storage ring. A brand new storage ring suddenly appeared in the system's storage space. Yi Zan checked it slightly and found that not only was the dimensional space of this storage ring wider, but it also had a function that surprised Yi Zan. This storage ring could store living things. It's really a product of the system. A high-quality product. The corners of Yi Zan's mouth curled up. Teacher, when are we leaving? What's the matter? Zhuge Yuyu asked Yi Zan after she refined the storage ring with her blood and put it on happily. Yi Zan did not answer. Instead, he looked in the direction of the other peaks. At this moment, countless streaks of light suddenly emerged from the various peaks, each representing the figure of a cultivator. All right, we should also set off too. With the invitation of the Yangli Divine Dynasty, the chiefs sent almost all of their disciples, and even led the group themselves. Cloud Sky Peak turned out in full force. Well, there were only 2 of them anyway. Moreover, all of the Holy Lands in the East Continent were dispatching cultivators. It seemed almost like a giant clash between cultivators and beasts was about to take place. Yi Zan waved his sleeve, and a longsword appeared in the sky. Then, he said to Zhuge Yuyu softly, "Yuyu, let's go." He did not use the Cloud Heaven sword as it would be too eye-catching. After all, the current goal was to train Zhuge Yuyu, not to show off. Zhuge Yuyu nodded and summoned the Cloud Sky Sword. She used the sword controlling technique like Yi Zan and soon caught up with the rest. With the support of the profound ice divine bone, Zhuge Yuyu's comprehension ability was pretty good, so it only took her a few days to grasp the basics. Unlike Yi Zan, who had spent decades mastering the sword controlling technique before the system reawakened. Some time later, on the vast territory of the East Continent, two bright streaks of light flashed past, and then the figures of Yi Zan and Zhuge Yuyu appeared. There were ruins and debris everywhere on the ground. The once prosperous town had long been razed to the ground. Smoke filled the area, and there were still drops of blood on the buildings that had been burned to the ground. As far as his eyes could see, there were piles of corpses everywhere, which attracted a murder of crows. Not far away, there were a few vultures, eating the corpses of humans and beasts. When Zhuge Yuyu saw this, she felt nauseated and almost vomited. It seems that this berserk beast riot has indeed caused a great impact on the East Continent. This originally prosperous town has been left in ruins. Are the berserk beasts instigating this on their own, or is someone behind all of this? Yi Zan frowned as he thought to himself. This was the East Continent of the mystic world, and a territory of the human race. Under the rule of the Holy Lands and Divine Empires, it had always been peaceful and prosperous. Such attacks had never happened before, so something was indeed not right. Ta ta ta. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard from not far away. Zhuge Yuyu looked toward the source of the sound and saw a powerful shockwave suddenly spread out, shattering a building. Then, the figures of a group of cultivators appeared. The one in the lead was a red-robed man in luxurious attire. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Tisk tisk tisk. Truly miserable. In such a prosperous town, all of the people died, hee hee. Nah nah nah. Presumably, this little beauty's affection was also like a flower or a jade. What a pity. Before you even had the chance to enjoy this young master's pampering, you've already died under the brutal paws of a vicious beast. The red-robed man walked up to a lady's corpse. He picked up a stick and touched the lady's clothes with a playful expression. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The man in red was Su Chang. He was a disciple of the Yangli Divine Empire, and a direct descendant of the Su family. Young master, although it's a pity that this little beauty is dead, isn't there another living little beauty over there? Just as Su Chang was feeling a little regretful, his lackey rolled his eyes and pointed at Zhuge Yuyu, who was not far away. Su Chang looked up. Zhuge Yuyu's graceful figure in white appeared in his line of sight, and his gaze froze. As a disciple of the Su family, he had seen countless beauties, but he had never seen anyone as cold and extraordinary as Zhuge Yuyu. Tisk tisk tisk. This is really interesting. I didn't expect to meet a peerless beauty in this broken town. It seems like the heavens are watching over me. Su Chang licked his lips. His eyes were filled with excitement. He put his hands behind his back and walked toward Zhuge Yuyu with a perverted expression on his face. Little fairy, I'm Su Chang, a direct descendant of the Su family of the Yangli Divine Empire. How should I address you? This young master has a few jugs of good wine, why don't you and I drink and have some fun? Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu frowned. Her eyes were filled with disgust as she spoke expressionlessly. Zhuge Yuyu had witnessed the latter's actions just now. At first, Zhuge Yuyu had admired Su Changhei's handsome face. After all, he was a feast for the eyes. However, that handsome exterior concealed a demented pervert. Who knew that this guy would actually do such a thing? He dared to disrespect and sully a corpse. It was really disgusting beyond words. Chapter 382. The consequences of acting tough are very serious. Su Chang frowned when he heard the words, "Get lost." His expression immediately turned gloomy. He had toyed with so many women, and had never seen anyone who dared to be so impolite to him. Su Chang did not know why, but a strange feeling emerged in his heart. He seemed to enjoy being rejected. Only by subduing this kind of prey could he feel a great sense of accomplishment. You little bitch, do you know the identity of the person in front of you? My young master is a disciple of the Yangli Divine Empire. Are you seeking death? Although Su Chang did not care about it, his lackey beside him did not want to let it go. He rolled up his sleeves fiercely and was about to slap Zhuge Yuyu. Stop. When Su Chang saw this, he stopped the lackey. This beauty's appearance was so extraordinary. If he accidentally disfigured her, it would not be fun to conquer her later. This is the beauty that I have taken a fancy to. If you guys accidentally hurt her, who will take responsibility? Hee hee, it's all our fault. we almost ruined young master's big plan, the lackeys all quickly said with a smile. They were completely ignoring Yi Zan, who was not far away. From their perspective, no matter how Zhuge Yuyu struggled, she would still end up in their young master's hands. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu's heart burned with anger. However, when she recalled that Su Cheng had mentioned that he was from a powerful clan in the Yangli Divine Empire, she hesitated. No, I can't bring trouble to my teacher's doorstep over such a small matter. At the thought of this, Zhuge Yuyu could only suppress the anger in her heart. At that moment, Yi Zan looked at Su Cheng indifferently and asked, "You are from the Su family of the Yangli Divine Empire?" Su Chenghei's eyes darkened when he heard that. It was only then that he noticed that there was a man beside Zhuge Yuyu. From his appearance, it seemed that even Zhuge Yuyu had to listen to this guy. When he saw how obedient Zhuge Yuyu was to Yi Zan, his gaze turned cold. "This is the little beauty that yours truly has taken a fancy to. Is she someone you can lay your hands on?" Also, aside from his relatively young appearance, Yi Zan looked pretty ordinary to Su Cheng. As a descendant of the Su family of the Yangli Divine Empire, he had an impression of most of the geniuses of the empire in the various holy lands. Since he did not recognize Yi Zan, he probably was a nobody. He would probably run away in fear after being threatened, right? After all, the Su family was so powerful that not many could afford to offend them. Moreover, he had brought many powerful followers with him. At the thought of this, Su Chenghei's expression became even more arrogant. "Oh, could it be that you also know of the Su family's reputation?" Yi Zan pretended to think about it seriously, and then said equally seriously, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of them." Su Chenghei's face turned livid when he heard that. Is this guy trying to anger me on purpose? Or is he truly disregarding the Su family? Truly impudent. Su Chenghei's lackey was furious when he heard this. Powerful spiritual power fluctuations suddenly rippled out as he prepared to attack Yi Zan. However, Su Cheng stopped him again and looked at Yi Zan deeply. He was thinking, even though he knows that I'm a disciple of the Yangli Divine Empire and descendant of the Su family, he still dared to provoke me. Does he have some sort of backing? Although he was a hedonistic son of a rich family who indulged in wine and women, it did not mean that he was a fool. In the Yangli Divine Empire, other than top holy lands and powerful clans, there were indeed quite a few powerful families and factions. However, Su Cheng thought about it carefully and realized that he really had no impression of Yi Zan. "May I know your identity? Which top faction or clan do you come from? Let's be friends. I'm just a commoner, how can I be compared to young Master Su?" Su Cheng squinted his eyes when he heard this. He had already made a decision in his heart. "Since you're just a commoner, do you know the consequences of acting tough in front of me? You guys, go and break this guy's legs. Just keep him alive, I'll teach him the consequences of provoking me." After Su Cheng finished speaking, two materialization realm experts beside him suddenly erupted with power and rushed toward Yi Zan. Su Chenghei's lips curled into a cold smile. These guards were personally selected by his father. They were extremely powerful and had accompanied him whenever he did his shady business. Materialization realm, he had thought that such a pretentious idiot would have more powerful experts guarding him. It turned out to be mere materialization realm cultivators. What gave him the confidence to show off like this? Yi Zan did not move and just stood there with an indifferent expression. Zhuge Yuyu was the same. She did not look flustered at all. Although she could not sense the exact cultivation level of the two guards, the strength of their auras was not as strong as her teacher's. Thinking this, Zhuge Yuyu laughed inwardly. This guy probably did not know that the person he had provoked was a powerful expert. Two bright streaks of light flashed past. A long sword appeared in each of the two materialization realm guards' hands. They released sharp sword chi that slashed toward Yi Zan. However, just as they were only 3 centimeters away from Yi Zan, they suddenly stopped. "What are you good for nothing's doing? Hurry up and cripple him." Su Cheng realized that his guards had stopped moving and immediately shouted in anger. At that moment, a destructive wave of energy suddenly swept out. In an instant, the two materialization realm guards were sent flying. Moments later, a sword chi that caused the world to lose its color suddenly flickered past, and Su Chenghei's two guards were instantly pierced thousands of times. They were as dead as could be. The surroundings turned dead silent. Su Chenghei's eyes widened in disbelief. A heaven realm expert. At that moment, an old man behind Su Cheng cried out in horror. The moment Yi Zan made his move, he had already sensed the terrifying power rippling from the other party's body. Chapter 383, Teacher, you're so mean. Elder Lin, are you sure? Is this guy really a Heaven Realm expert? Su Changhai's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. Even though the Su family was a powerful family in the Yangli Divine Empire, there were only 2 Heaven Realm experts in the entire family. This guy was so young, and had said that he was just a commoner. How could he turn out to be a Heaven Realm expert? Young master, we're done for. We're in trouble, Elder Lin said with a pale face. Although he was a Void Realm expert and had a high status in the Su family, he was nothing in front of a Heaven Realm expert. Even the Su family would have to be respectful to a Heaven Realm expert. However, what puzzled him was why such an expert was present here. Furthermore, based on the power of the destructive sword chi that the other party had just displayed, even the family head might not be able to go toe-to-toe with this expert. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Su Changhai's face turned as pale as snow. Even though he had asked about the other party's background just now, he did not expect that he had still misjudged the situation and caused a great disaster. Young Master Su, what did you just say just now? Why don't you say it again? Yi Zan had an expression of mock confusion as he teased Su Chang. Su Changhai's body trembled uncontrollably when he heard this. He cursed Yi Zan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He was obviously a Heaven Realm expert, yet he still pretended to be a weak commoner. Was this sort of twisted roleplay common nowadays? Su Chang felt immense regret. Before he left the Su family's residence, his father had told him that the beast attacks had spread throughout the entire East continent, and that the Yangli Divine Empire had invited all of the Holy Lands to resolve this issue. He had specifically asked Su Chang to restrain himself and not offend those experts. The Su family might be a powerful family within the Yangli Divine Empire, but to those powerful Holy Lands, they were just a rather strong ant. At first, Su Chang did not think much of it and thought that his father was making a big fuss over nothing. It was not until he met Yi Zan that he truly realized that his father's words were true. The people from the Holy Lands were truly terrifying. When he saw Yi Zan's mocking smile, his heart was filled with despair. It seemed that he had played himself. Su Chang almost felt like slapping himself at this moment. Why was he so blind? How could such an extraordinary beauty be ordinary? Then, Su Chang took a deep breath and knelt in front of Yi Zan. Senior, I was blind and offended you just now. I hope that you can forgive me on account of the Su family, as well as my 80-year-old mother and my unborn child. Zhu Yuyu could not help but laugh at this sudden turn of events. Her teacher was an excellent actor, and the result was so satisfying. She felt completely safe and carefree by his side. Yi Zan's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Chang kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Yi Zan thought that as a disciple of a powerful family in the Yangli Divine Empire, Su Chang would be more stubborn and start threatening him with the power of the family's ancestor or something equivalent. Yet this guy actually ended up kneeling down and begging for mercy. It seems that young Master Su is a very filial person. Very good, I've always admired filial people like you. Since that's the case, I won't hold this matter against you. Su Chang looked ecstatic when he heard that. The stone that had been weighing down on his heart was finally lifted. I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He let me off after just a simple apology. However, at this moment, Yi Zan spoke again. It just so happens that I'm free during this period of time. When the time comes, I'll pay a visit to the Su family of the Yangli Divine Empire and see how filial young Master Su is to his elders. What? Su Changhai's expression changed drastically as he plopped onto the ground. What was this guy trying to do? I hope that what young Master Su said is true. If I go to the Su family and find out that you were lying, there will be consequences. As he spoke, Yi Zan deliberately released a trace of his spiritual power. Su Chang felt his bones creaking and his meridians on the verge of being torn apart. His heart was filled with despair. This is bad, I'm really doomed now. Zhu Yuyu could barely restrain her laughter again when she saw Yi Zan's mischievous expression. She did not expect her serious teacher to have such a side. With just a few words, he had scared that guy silly. Perhaps this would end up becoming a traumatic and life-changing moment for Su Chang. After all, Yi Zan had never said when he would actually pay a visit to the Su family, and because of this, it was impossible for Su Chang to prepare in advance. If he really wanted to live, he could only be truly filial and play that character to the end. Alright, young Master Su. If you don't have anything else important to say, you'd better hurry back to your Su family and be filial to your elders, Yi Zan said with a mocking look. Su Changhai's face was as pale as snow. He quickly fled with his followers. After running for dozens of kilometers as fast as he could, he finally stopped and cried out, "We're finished. What should we do now?" Elder Lin hesitated for a moment before he spoke. "Young master, although the power he displayed is equivalent to a heaven realm cultivator, I can sense that he is actually far more powerful. If he were to unleash his full power, even a mystic lord realm expert would be no match for him. This old man still suggests that you follow his instructions and not think of taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, you'll definitely bring a catastrophe upon our Su family." Su Changhai's face was filled with despair when he heard that. Elder Lin was the most powerful man sent by his father, and he was also his most loyal and trusted guard. If even Elder Lin had spoken, it could only mean that Yi Zan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking at Su Changhai's sorry figure as he fled, Zhuge Yuyu finally laughed out loud. "Teacher, you were so mean just now. You scared him so much that he almost peed his pants." Chapter 384, Stealing a Disciple. "What are you saying, girl? I was helping you vent your anger, alright. I know, teacher is the best to me. I knew that teacher would never let others bully me." Zhuge Yuyu smiled and hugged Yi Zan's arm. At first, she had been a little worried. The other party was from a powerful family in the Yangli Divine Empire. If her teacher offended him because of her, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. However, Yi Zan had always been a protective person, so how could he allow his own disciple to be bullied by others? "Little girl, it's good that you understand my intentions." Yi Zan smiled and patted Zhuge Yuyu's head. "My precious disciple, haven't you always wanted to go home and take a look? Let's go. There won't be many opportunities to come back, so we should make haste." Teacher, please follow me." Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head obediently and led the way. The town that they were in was Zhuge Yuyu's hometown. Moments later, Yi Zan and Zhuge Yuyu arrived in front of a dilapidated building. The buildings next to them had collapsed on the ground, covered in smoke and dust. Zhuge Yuyu stood at a corner of the wall. Her gaze fell on the burnt black mural on the wall, completely stunned. The mural on the wall was probably drawn by her when she was young. Yi Zan stood quietly at the side and did not disturb her. Of course, Yi Zan was not completely idle. His spiritual sense quietly swept out to examine the surroundings. Suddenly, Yi Zan noticed subtle fluctuations. At the same time, several figures suddenly appeared in Yi Zan's field of vision. "It's them." It was Yuelin and her disciples. "Shui, is this your hometown?" Li Hanyi asked Li Shui curiously as she looked at the ruins. Li Shui's eyes were full of tears. She was searching the ruins frantically, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, Yuelin noticed Yi Zan, who was not far away, and walked over with a curious expression. "Junior brother Yi, why are you here?" Just as she said this, she saw Zhuge Yuyu in the corner and suddenly understood. Li Hanyi, who had been following behind Yuelin, looked at Yi Zan curiously. "Is that Yi Zan, the youngest chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Oh my god, he's so handsome." Ever since Yuelin had returned from Cloud Sky Peak and vented her frustrations, all of the cultivators from Water Sky Peak had been filled with curiosity about Yi Zan. Yi Zan looked at Yuelin and the others with an indifferent expression. "I've just brought my disciple to the outside world to gain experience. Since we were out here, I brought her to her hometown to take a look." Disciple Li Hanyi greets martial uncle Yi Zan. At this moment, Li Hanyi, who was standing behind Yuelin, stepped forward with a respectful expression and bowed to Yi Zan. Hearing this, Yi Zan glanced in her direction. Then, his eyes lit up. "Whoa, it seems that the disciples of Water Sky Peak are all really pretty. Perhaps they all take after their master." It was no wonder the other male cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect liked to visit Water Sky Peak. Although he was slightly startled, Yi Zan's expression was still as steady as a mountain. "You must be the eldest disciple of Water Sky Peak, right? You're quite well known. You, Hua Rufeng, and Gao Tianyu are known as the three geniuses of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It seems you're worthy of your title." Yi Zan could sense that Li Hanyi's cultivation had already reached the first level of the materialization realm. To have reached such a level at such a young age was enough to show how terrifying Li Hanyi's level of talent was. Hearing this, Li Hanyi was overjoyed, but she still put on a humble appearance. "Martial Uncle Yi Zan, you're too kind. Hanyi's talent is mediocre. How can I be compared to brother? Hearing this, Yi Zan was momentarily stunned. Yuelin smiled. This girl and Hua Rufeng are biological siblings. It's just that one of them follows the father's surname and the other follows the mother's. Yi Zan revealed a look of realization. At this moment, Yuelin's lips curved into a smile as she looked at Yi Zan meaningfully. Hanyi, I've never seen your martial uncle Yi speak so highly of anyone. Since he thinks highly of you, you should hurry up and ask him for advice. If your martial uncle is in a good mood, he might give you a divine rank artifact, or teach you a high-level sword technique. What did this woman mean? She was clearly trying to mooch treasures off him. When Li Hanyi heard this, she immediately understood and said with a smile, "Okay, teacher. In the future, when I have free time, I'll definitely go to Cloud Sky Peak to ask Martial Uncle Yi Zan for advice on my cultivation. Martial Uncle Yi Zan is a kind person. I don't think he'll refuse me, right?" Yi Zan's heart was filled with curses. These ladies were really good at acting. Cough, cough, it's not a big problem. Cloud Sky Peak is quite empty, so it's good that you can come and cultivate with Yuyu. Aside from asking questions about cultivation, even if you were to become my disciple, I would still accept it. I'll never withhold any treasures or secret techniques from the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak. Li Hanyi's eyes lit up. She had heard from Li Shuai that Yi Zan had given Zhuge Yuyu high-level spiritual pills as soon as she joined Cloud Sky Peak. He had even given her the Cloud Sky Sword, which was the representative artifact of Cloud Sky Peak's heritage. Furthermore, he had been willing to infuse Zhuge Yuyu with 10 years' worth of cultivation. In the entire East Continent, only Chief Yi Zan would treat his disciple so well. Chapter 385, The System's Hidden Function. Yuelin's expression instantly changed. Good lord, she originally just wanted to get some benefits from Yi Zan for her disciple, but she didn't expect to almost lose her precious disciple. How could she possibly agree? Li Hanyi was the eldest disciple of her Water Sky Peak and the only heir she had acknowledged. This guy is really too hateful. He actually wants to steal my disciple. When she saw Li Hanyi's expression, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Cough, cough, the Seven Peaks competition is not far away. Hanyi, you should focus on your cultivation. Don't go to Cloud Sky Peak. When Li Hanyi heard this, she felt a little disappointed and said with a pout, "Yes, teacher." Of course, although Li Hanyi envied Zhuge Yuyu, she would never betray her master. After all, ever since she had joined Water Sky Peak, Yuelin had been very kind to her and very meticulous in his teaching. Besides, Li Hanyi would never do something like that. When Yuelin saw this, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. Then, she glared fiercely at Yi Zan. "You're quite ruthless. Remember this, you're not allowed to have any thoughts about my Hanyi in the future. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Hearing this, Yi Zan smiled, but inwardly, he thought to himself. "You actually wanted to trick me. Now you know the consequences, hee. Of course, Yi Zan still looked innocent on the surface. "Senior Sister Yuelin, what are you saying? I'm innocent. You were the one who suggested this. Why would I snatch your disciple?" Senior Sister Yuelin's words make me very sad. HMPH. I can't be bothered with this. In any case, you can't touch Hanyi. Yuelin snorted. Hearing this, Yi Zan laughed inwardly. "I've never been afraid of anything, so why would I be afraid of your threat?" His lips curled into a playful smile, and then he waved his sleeve. A golden divine flower pendant suddenly appeared in his hand. "Martial niece Hanyi, this is the first time we've met, and I don't have any good magic artifacts with me. The only thing I have is this golden divine flower pendant. Take it as my gift to you. This is a supreme grade black rank magic artifact. If you wear it, it will greatly aid your cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan felt a gaze that seemed to want to eat him alive. Of course, this gaze belonged to Yuelin. This guy is too much. He is blatantly tempting my disciple. Li Hanyi was stunned and took the golden divine flower pendant in a daze. Instantly, she felt her ability to sense the surrounding spiritual energy increase sharply, and her cultivation speed increased as well. Martial Uncle Yi Zan was right. This golden divine flower pendant was indeed very helpful. For cultivation, thank you, Martial Uncle Yi Zan. Li Hanyi bowed to Yi Zan with a happy expression on her face. Yi Zan was simply too generous, casually giving her a black rank magic artifact. As the rumors said, he was not stingy at all. "Senior Sister Yuelin, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Zan snickered inwardly when he saw Yuelin's pained expression. However, he pretended to be clueless. Yi Zan had to admit that although Tian Zan did not impart much knowledge to him in that short 100-year period, the treasures he left behind were still of some use. A golden divine flower pendant had almost earned him a new disciple. The increase in cultivation speed was of no use to Yi Zan at all. It was just a useful trinket at best. When Yuelin saw this, she glared at Yi Zan fiercely before turning around and leaving in anger. After receiving the gift, Li Hanyi was overjoyed. However, when she saw her teacher's angry figure leaving, she looked at Yi Zan with embarrassment. Martial Uncle Yi Zan, I'm really sorry. I'll go with Master first. In the future, I'll definitely visit Cloud Sky Peak to ask for advice. Sure, the doors of Cloud Sky Peak will always be open to Martial Niece, Yi Zan smiled and said. Li Hanyi then bade farewell to Yi Zan and quickly caught up with Yuelin. However, at this moment, a mechanical voice rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a supreme grade black rank golden divine flower pendant, the host has received a randomized 100x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the innate divine jade. Hearing this, Yi Zan raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of questions. Ding! This is a new function developed after the system upgrade. Li Hanyi is also a disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The sect that the host is currently bound to is also the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Ding! All of the disciples of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect can trigger the system's reward activation. Ding! A warm reminder. After the system upgrade, there are many hidden functions. If the host meets the conditions, they will be activated automatically. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi Zan wanted to laugh out loud. He had no idea that there would be so many benefits after upgrading the system. Did this not mean that he could poach some of the other chief's disciples? The most important thing was that regardless of whether he was successful in poaching them, he could obtain the system's rewards through them. This was a very profitable enterprise. Of course, Yi Zan's character in taking in disciples had always been the same. Only those with excellent character were qualified to be his disciple. After all, if he accidentally accepted an ungrateful person, would it not bring him endless trouble in the future? Chapter 386, Ancient Beast's Descendant. This is the innate divine jade. When Yi Zan's spiritual sense entered the system's storage space, he discovered a jade stone exuding a divine aura. The spiritual power contained inside it was extremely terrifying. If one carried it with them, not only could it increase one's cultivation speed to a certain extent, but it also had a detoxification effect. I didn't expect to get such a benefit from teasing senior sister Yuelin. What an unexpected surprise. Yi Zan smiled, squinted his eyes, and stretched. Not far away, Zhu Yuyu wandered around in the ruins for half a day and finally found some items from her past. Although they were not valuable items, they still contained the memories of her and her parents. After doing all this, Zhu Yuyu took a final look at her desolate home again, and then returned to Yi Zan's side with a determined look. Teacher, let's leave. Yi Zan patted Zhu Yuyu's head and asked gently, little girl, don't you want to take a second look? The path of immortal cultivation is long and endless, and you may never have the chance to come back. Zhu Yuyu turned around once again and took a deep look at her home. Then, SSHE gritted her teeth and said with a determined look in her eyes, I've already seen enough. Now that my parents are no longer around, staying here any longer is meaningless. I'll only end up sadder if we stay longer. Teacher, let's go. Yi Zan did not say much. After all, ever since she chose to embark on the path of immortal cultivation, it meant that she would eventually have to cut off all contact with the mortal world. No matter how sad she was, time would solve everything. Yuelin and the others had already decided to leave as well. Seeing this, Yi Zan thought for a moment and decided to ask Yuelin where he should go next. At this moment, a group of refugees suddenly fled from the dilapidated old town. They looked extremely panicked, as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Seeing this, Yi Zan reached out and grabbed an old man. Old man, what happened? Young man, hurry up and run. The berserk beasts are coming again. If you don't run, you'll be eaten. The old man who was stopped by Yi Zan was extremely pale and terrified. Berserk beasts. Hearing this, Yi Zan narrowed his eyes and released the old man's hand, who frantically ran away. Yi Zan's gaze was focused in the direction where the refugees had fled from. Dust suddenly filled his vision, and the ground trembled slightly. His spiritual sense immediately swept out. Heaven realm. Its aura is extremely strong, and its bloodline is quite pure. Could it be a descendant of an ancient beast? What, are you saying that it's a descendant of an ancient beast? Yuelin, who had just heard the commotion, jumped in shock. Everyone was confused. Li Hanyi even asked, "Teacher, what are ancient beasts?" Other than the human race, there are many other powerful races in the mystic world. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and even the entire Yangli Divine Empire occupy only a small portion of the East Continent. In the boundless Divine Mountains, there are many descendants of ancient beasts that have survived since ancient times. The blood of ancient beasts flows through their bodies. Ancient beasts are extremely terrifying. With the support of their bloodline power, they are almost invincible within the same realm. Even our human race's geniuses might not be able to defeat an ancient beast of the same cultivation realm. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were filled with shock, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Yi Zan retracted his spiritual sense and looked up at the sky. He saw that several bright streaks of light were already flying in the direction of the ancient beast's descendant. "Let's go over too." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan took Zhuge Yueyu's hand and turned into a streak of light, flying in that direction. Beside him, Yuelin did not fall behind and gave Li Hanyi a few instructions. "Hanyi, bring your junior sisters along and quickly follow us. Although the ancient beast's descendant is powerful, it's also extremely rare. If we can obtain its flesh and body parts, this trip will not have been in vain." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuelin left with Li Shuiye. Li Hanyi followed suit with a few junior sisters. At this moment, the boundless mountain was filled with flames that looked like they were going to burn everything in the world. A monstrous killing intent gushed out from the eyes of a huge ape. Its brutal aura suddenly swept out, and its mountain-like fists pounded its chest ruthlessly as it roared toward the sky. Above the ape, there were hundreds of figures. These were all cultivators from the various holy lands, as well as young cultivators who had come out to train. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I'd actually encounter an ancient beast's descendant out here. Elder Lin, Elder Li, you two have to stay on your toes. Once this ape is heavily injured by everyone, you have to seize the opportunity and snatch the precious bone inside its body for me. Su Changhai's gaze fell on the violent ape, and his eyes were filled with greed. Earlier, he was so frightened by Yi Zan's that he quickly sent a message to his family and called Li Tianai, the only heaven realm cultivator in the family besides his father. With Li Tianai by his side, Su Chang suddenly regained the confidence to be arrogant once more. "Don't worry, young master. I will do my best." Although Li Tianai was a powerful heaven realm expert, his expression remained serious. After all, there were many experts around from the various holy lands. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet young Master Su in such a place. It's only been a few days, how have you become so disheveled?" At that moment, an enigmatic voice suddenly rang out in Su Changhai's ears. Su Chang frowned when he heard that. He looked up with a slightly cold gaze and was greeted by the face of the person he hated the most. The descendant of the Shah family of the Yangli Divine Empire, Charlotte. This guy was his sworn enemy. However, Charlotte's sarcastic words were not surprising. After all, Su Chang was still in a sorry state after running from Yi Zan. He had almost wet his pants and his whole body was covered in dust. His luxurious clothes had been torn apart by Yi Zan's sharp sword chi. Su Chang was about to flare up, but when his gaze fell on the two old men beside Charlotte, he could only take a deep breath. "He's just goading me. I'm not going to be fooled by this kind of hedonistic son who only relies on his family's power." Su Chang kept giving himself psychological cues to ignore Charlotte's existence. Chapter 387, Taking Yi Zan in as your little brother. Seeing this, Charlotte was immediately a little displeased and spoke in a mocking tone. "Young Master Su is a famous person in the Yangli Divine Empire. Who was so blind as to bully young Master Su like this? As long as young Master Su says the word, I'll immediately give that guy a good beating." When Su Chang heard this, he looked at Charlotte with disdain. However, before he could speak, two figures suddenly appeared in his field of vision. They were the same figures that had been engraved into the depths of his soul. Su Chang could not help but tremble. "Damn it, why did I bump into this guy again?" Elder Lin's expression changed when he saw this. He quickly told Li Tianai what had happened. Seeing this, Li Tianai took a deep look at Yi Zan. His spiritual sense swept out, wanting to probe Yi Zan's cultivation. Suddenly, an invisible sword chi rippled out and instantly drowned out Li Tianai's spiritual sense, almost severely injuring him. This man is so powerful. His attainments in sword Dao are especially terrifying. Li Tianai was dumbfounded. This man was clearly able to transform his spiritual sense into sword chi. It looked ordinary on the surface, but if an external force tried to attack, the sword chi would inevitably counterattack automatically. This ape is a descendant of an ancient beast. Yi Zan's gaze fell on the huge ape. The Chaos Heart Technique method also recorded information about ancient beasts, including their inheritance, which parts of their bodies were valuable, their strengths and weaknesses, and so on. The ape below him seemed to have been contaminated by a strange force. Its eyes were full of ruthlessness. It had, obviously, lost its sense of rationality, which was why it was blindly attacking everything around it. I say, young Master Su, don't tell me that you've been scared witless by this ape beast. Suddenly, an enigmatic voice rang out from not far away. Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but look over curiously. Ha, it's actually this guy. A handsome young man and two old men suddenly appeared in Yi Zan's field of vision. At this moment, the three of them had their backs to him and looked extremely nervous. They clenched their hands and feet and looked like they were about to escape. Yi Zan's lips curved into a smile. Was this not young Master Su who loved to be filial to the elders? When Su Chang saw Yi Zan looking over, his expression was unsightly. He wanted nothing more than to burn Charlotte alive for attracting Yi Zan's attention to him. Great, just great, he couldn't run now, he had already been discovered by that fiend. Ahem, I didn't expect to meet Senior again. Since he could not escape, it was best that he just confronted the problem head-on. Su Chang took a deep breath and forced a smile onto his face. He looked at Yi Zan with a fawning expression. Isn't this young Master Su, who loves to show respect to his elders? It seems that we are fated to meet again. Yi Zan looked at Su Chang with a playful gaze. Is there something wrong? Why did it feel like young Master Su wanted to run away the moment he saw me? How is that possible? Senior's bearing is extraordinary. Compared to you, I feel insignificant, like grass on the side of the road. At this moment, Su Chang was trying his best to curry favor with Yi Zan. As long as he could survive, his dignity mattered not. Hearing this, Yi Zan almost laughed, but he still maintained a calm expression. Su Changhei's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. This guy's strength was so terrifying. Was Li Tianai capable of defeating him? He should not have left home today without consulting the zodiac calendar. Why did it feel like everything was just bad luck today? Tisk tisk. At that moment, Su Chang suddenly heard a mocking voice. He did not even need to look to know that it was definitely Charlotte. I'm really surprised. The eldest young master of the Su family is actually flattering someone like a dog. Charlotte walked over with an arrogant expression and glanced at Yi Zan indifferently, his eyes full of arrogance. After all, the two old men behind him were Heaven Realm experts, so why should he be afraid of Yi Zan? Most importantly, he had never been on good terms with Su Chang. Now that he finally saw a chance, he wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress Su Chang. Oh, it seems like you're braver than this filial son. Yi Zan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Such nonsense. Of course I am, Charlotte said arrogantly. Su Chang almost burst out laughing when he saw this. Right, keep it up and anger this guy. I wanna see you beaten to a pulp. At this moment, a bright light flashed by, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Zan. Charlotte and Su Chang could not help but lick their lips at her graceful figure and beautiful face. Damn it, why does this guy have so many beauties around him? It's so unfair. Su Chang knew very well that he could not afford to offend this beauty at the moment. However, if he could goad Charlotte into offending Yi Zan, that would naturally be for the best. If he could bring down the Shaw family with him, it would be a tremendous credit to his name. At this moment, Charlotte's eyes were bloodshot. He stared unwaveringly at Yuelin's figure. Then, he glanced at Yi Zan arrogantly. Hee, I thought you had some skills, but I didn't expect you to be a pretty boy. However, the beauty beside you does look good. I am the eldest young master of the Shaw family of the Yangli Divine Empire, Charlotte. If you know what's good for you, you should quickly offer this beauty to me. If this young master enjoys her service, maybe I will even take you in as a little brother. Charlotte's face was filled with confidence. Although Su Chang could not afford to offend this guy, it did not mean that he could not. Moreover, Yi Zan's face was extremely unfamiliar, so he must not have come from a major faction. At most, he would just be an ordinary cultivator from a holy land, so what was there to fear? Besides, there was a great beauty beside him, how could he let this chance slip by? Chapter 388, Handsome Kid, are you all bark and no bite? So you're saying that you want to be my big brother? Hearing this, Xuan chuckled. In the past 100 years, although he had not left the great wilderness divine sect, he had long heard that the descendants of the powerful families of the Yangli divine empire were extremely foppish. After seeing two of them in person, he totally agreed with the sentiment. They were just a bunch of protected flowers that grew up in a greenhouse. They had never experienced the hardships of the world and thought that they could look down on everything by relying on the strength of their families. It was truly lamentable. Do you think you have the right? Xuan smiled, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. At the same time, Xuan's spiritual sense was observing the actions of the ape beast. Although it had gone berserk, it was still a descendant of an ancient beast and could not be underestimated. When Yuelin saw this, she took a step back. Charlotte's words just now had indeed made her unhappy, but in comparison, she was more interested in seeing Xuan's cultivation level. If Xuan could not defeat them, she would step in. What's wrong? You dare to refuse me? Charlotte flew into a rage when he heard this. At this moment, Yuelin's lips curled into an arc as she directly added fuel to the fire. This little handsome guy is quite good looking, but is he all bark and no bite? This damn woman was stirring up trouble. She had ignited the fire of that good-for-nothing young master. As expected, Charlotte immediately jumped up in excitement when he heard Yuelin's words. What kind of joke is that? There's no way I wouldn't dare to act. I'd like to see what abilities you have. You might have fooled Su Chang, but you won't fool me. Report your name. I don't kill nameless people. Oh, Xuan looked at Charlotte indifferently and said with a faint smile. Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Xuan. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte's expression changed. He drew in a deep breath of cold air. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked when they heard this. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was a top-tier holy land. Even when ranked within the entire East Continent, it was a behemoth. Even the royal family of the Yangli Divine Empire, let alone the other major families within it. What should he do now? If a fight broke out, the Shah family would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. However, if he backed down now, he would lose his dignity. Furthermore, he would probably be laughed at by Su Chang for years if that happened. Charlotte felt remorseful, but at the same time, he also felt a little hopeful. If the other party was just an ordinary cultivator from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, it would not matter if he killed him. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect would not hold the Shah family responsible for the death of an ordinary disciple. HMPH. Do you really think that you can scare me by using the name of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? You're just an ordinary disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Even if I kill you, no one will care. Charlotte forced himself to remain calm as he sneered. At this moment, Yuelin's voice rang out once again. Handsome kid, you may not know this, but this guy is not an ordinary disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He is one of the 7 chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and the master of Cloud Sky Peak. Charlotte was dumbfounded when he heard this. He was done for. What? That guy is actually a chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. When Su Chang heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and rejoiced. Fortunately, he was not the one who provoked Xuan. Otherwise, not only would he be dead, but the Su family would be doomed as well. Ha ha ha, Charlotte, you're dead for sure now, aren't you? Daring to provoke such a person is equivalent to offending the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Your Shah family is worthless in comparison. Su Chang was relieved, but also frustrated. After all, he had just expressed in front of Xuan that he was a filial son who respected his elders. If the other party were to discover his lies one day, his entire family might be uprooted. Su Chang felt terrible at the thought of this. Young master. After learning of Xuan's identity, the 2 old men behind Charlotte quickly walked over and pulled him back. One of the old men had a serious expression on his face as he bowed to Xuan apologetically. This old man greets Lord Xuan. My young master has unintentionally offended you. I hope you can forgive his mistake on account of his youthful ignorance. Oh, Xuan smiled and with a playful look in his eyes. You seem to have gotten the wrong person. I should be the one saying this. I was just thinking about how I should beg for young Master Shah's forgiveness. Why did you put the cart before the horse? Hearing this, the old man's expression changed. He understood what Yi Zan was implying. As soon as he finished speaking, the other old man immediately became somewhat displeased. Elder Yi Zan, don't go too far. Although our young master is indeed in the wrong, he has already apologized. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect may be powerful, but our Xia family is not a pushover. HMPH, if I want to use force, what can you do? Yi Zan's gaze suddenly turned cold. First, he signaled Zhuge Yuyu to take a step back, and then a powerful aura erupted from his body. The terrifying power of his heaven realm cultivation swept across the surroundings. When the two old men saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly rushed over to protect Charlotte behind them, and also released the power of their heaven cultivation realm. Yi Zan took a step forward. His eyes shone with bright divine light. His entire being seemed to be as sharp as a sword. With just a slight movement of his palm, the plants in the surroundings were sliced in half, and a strong gust of wind arose. Chapter 389, One Strike. What terrifying sword chi! When Yuelin saw this, she was shocked. Although she had guessed that Yi Zan was quite powerful, she did not expect this guy to have such high attainments in terms of sword Dao. As their auras clashed, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people were confused when they saw this. Fellow cultivators, look, those two are the heaven realm cultivators of the Xia family, but who is the young man facing them? I don't recognize him at all. A heaven realm expert with this level of sword chi should be quite rare, so why does he seem entirely unfamiliar? Yi Zan smiled, reached out, and a blade of grass suddenly appeared in his hand. As Yi Zan's sword chi spread out, the ape beast became even more violent. Roar! The ape beast beat its chest hard and then went all out on the cultivators surrounding it. Yi Zan's spiritual sense had been watching its movements the entire time, so he immediately noticed its attempt to break out of the encirclement. My time is very precious. I can't be bothered to waste too much time on you. I'll give you a chance. If you can survive one strike from me, I will not pursue this matter. Yi Zan looked at his opponents coldly. The blade of grass in his hand turned into a giant sword that fell from the heavens. The wind around it tore the sky apart as the destructive force bore down on the two old men. When the two old men saw this, their expressions turned grave. However, they could not retreat. After all, without their protection, Charlotte would definitely die. Let's go all out. The two old men looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. Yi Zan had also said that as long as they could survive this sword strike, he would write off the matter. Immediately, they erupted with spiritual power, and used their most powerful artifacts and divine powers to conjure up a huge stone shield that flew up to block the giant sword. As the two collided, the shockwaves shook the surroundings. The giant sword glowed with divine light as it struck the stone shield. Moments later, the two old men were sent flying like cannonballs. The two old men both spat out blood, and their auras turned chaotic. After just a single sword strike, they had both been severely injured. What? How is this possible? How can his strength be so terrifying? Seeing this, Charlotte plopped onto the ground in fear, his face extremely pale. Sigh, I'm still lacking. It seems that I haven't completely mastered the Flora sword technique. Yi Zan was slightly disappointed that he had not been able to kill those two heaven realm cultivators with that sword strike. Although it was only the first move of the Flora sword technique, it was not something an ordinary heaven realm expert could resist. Of course, if Yi Zan had used the Cloud Heaven sword, the result would have been completely different. Although Yi Zan was not satisfied, Yuelin, Zhuge Yuyu, and the others were all dumbfounded. Is this martial uncle Yi Zan's true strength? Isn't this a bit too terrifying? Li Hanyi, who had just rushed over, had witnessed the scene upon her arrival. As expected, the rumors can't be trusted. Martial uncle Yi Zan was so domineering just now. Li Hanyi and the other disciples of the Water Sky Peak looked at Yi Zan in awe. But when did the Great Wilderness Divine Sect have such a domineering sword technique? Yuelin was both shocked and puzzled by this. However, she did not dwell on it, as everyone's attention turned to the ape beast that was on the verge of breaking out of the encirclement. Her spiritual power transformed into a giant palm that slapped the ape beast. Evil creature, where do you think you are running off to? The crowd was once again shocked. Another heaven realm expert. Just then, Zhuge Yuyu realized that while the experts were fighting the ape beast, the two old men who were injured by Yi Zan earlier had taken advantage of the chaos to escape with Charlotte. My precious disciple, stay here. I'll be back after I've dealt with this ape. Yi Zan could not be bothered with Charlotte and the others. Instead, he gave Zhuge Yuyu some instructions. Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head obediently, then quickly followed Li Hanyi and the others. The surrounding scene was too chaotic, and the cultivators participating in the battle were extremely powerful. It was not something that rookies like them could interfere with. Yi Zan took a step forward and turned into a streak of light, chasing after the ape beast. In the face of danger, the ape's breathing became heavier, and its lantern-sized pupils surged with monstrous killing intent. Moments later, the ancient demon ape roared at the sky, and mysterious patterns appeared on its huge body. This was the power of its precious bone. Ha ha ha, this ape beast really does have a precious bone. My trip was not in vain. At this moment, an old man in a gray robe laughed in the sky. The blood-red long saber in his hand flashed with terrifying light as he slashed toward the ape beast. The gray-robed elder was an elder from the immoral divine sect, and he was also a heaven realm cultivator. Yuelin was no stranger to him. Dazzled divine light burst forth as Yuelin's giant palm smashed into the ape beast. However, its physical defense was too strong, and her attack failed to cause fatal damage. Chapter 390, Precious Bone in Hand. Damn it, no matter what, I can't let that old man obtain the precious bone. Yuelin was about to send a voice transmission to Yi Zan, but then noticed that he was already in front of the ape. He glanced at the elder of the immortal divine sect, and a cold smile appeared on his face. With me around, who would dare to covet the precious bone of this ape beast? Yi Zan clenched his fist, and another blade of grass appeared. Sword chi filled the sky before a thunderous strike slashed toward the ape beast. Damn it, this guy is too strong, we have to stop him. The gray-robed elder who shouted was Sun Mobai, an elder of the immortal divine sect. Now that the ape beast was being restrained by multiple heaven realm cultivators, it could barely move. It was the best time to take the precious bone. At this moment, a heaven realm expert suddenly attacked Yi Zan to stop him. However, Yi Zan was as fast as lightning, and he dodged the attack as his sword strike simultaneously landed on the ape beast. The powerful sword chi left a deep wound on the ape beast and it let out a furious roar. However, it was losing its strength rapidly due to its severe injuries. The precious bone that was originally shining brightly was starting to dim. Seeing it severely injured, many of the heaven realm cultivators could no longer restrain themselves, and used their strongest divine powers in an attempt to wrest the precious bone away. However, they were no match for Yi Zan in terms of speed. His grass sword carved out the precious bone with methodical precision. Detestable, I'll get you for this. Sun Mobai cursed. Murderous intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. He was prepared to attack Yi Zan while he was carving out the precious bone. At this moment, he sensed Yuelin's gaze, which was locked onto Sun Mobai. Damn it, they are in cahoots. When Sun Mobai saw this, his expression turned extremely ugly. Helplessly, Sun Mobai could only choose to give up. Who is that person? For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. This guy had already reached the heaven realm at such a young age. In time, he would definitely become a top-notch expert in the mystic world. Once a cultivator reached the mystic lord realm, they could be considered overlords of a region. Even the Yangli Divine Empire would not dare to rashly provoke a mystic lord realm expert. That person is the youngest chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and the master of Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan. At this moment, someone answered everyone's doubts. The person who spoke up was also a cultivator from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, so he was naturally no stranger to Yi Zan. That young man is the Cloud Sky Peak's chief. However, it all made sense now. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect had existed for tens of millions of years and was an extremely powerful holy land. It was not unusual for a few geniuses to appear every generation. However, Yi Zan seemed particularly capable, severely injuring two heaven realm experts with a single sword strike, and then taking the precious bone of the ape beast despite countless competitors. He was too eye-catching. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Hearing this, Sun Mobai squinted his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I was just wondering who it was. I didn't expect it to be a cultivator from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. After Yi Zan put the ape beast's precious bone into his storage ring, he looked at Sun Mobai indifferently. And you are? I am Sun Mobai, an elder of the immortal divine sect. I am a good friend of Chief Gao Shun. Fellow Taoist has shown off your remarkable abilities and surprised me. If you don't mind, we can be friends, Sun Mobai said with a smile. Although it was a pity that he could not get the precious bone, making a powerful friend was not bad either. However, mentioning Gao Shun was the wrong thing to do in this case. Gao Shun, since that's the case, there's no need to get to know each other. Yi Zan looked at him indifferently, and then turned around and left. Now that he had obtained the precious bone, it was time for him to leave. When Sun Mobai saw Yi Zan's reaction, his eyes were filled with confusion. Was he not just smiling a little just now? What changed? Wait, can it be that this guy isn't on good terms with Gao Shun? Sun Mobai was a wily old fox, and he immediately thought of the reason. Seeing Yi Zan had returned, Yuelin said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior brother Yi. As a descendant of an ancient beast, the precious bone of that ape beast is extremely precious. With its help, I'm sure that junior brother will be able to reach the Mystic Lord realm in no time at all." At the thought of this, Yuelin felt a little envious. Yi Zan naturally noticed the change in Yuelin's expression, but he could only shrug. The ape beast's precious bone was indeed very useful to him. It was all just luck. Just now, if senior sister had not lent me a hand, I would definitely not have been able to obtain the precious bone so easily, Yi Zan said with a smile. Chapter 391, Feng Xian. Yi Zan then bade farewell to Yuelin. Senior sister, now that the ape beast has been dealt with, I'm going to take Yuyu elsewhere to gain experience. We'll meet again if fate allows it. Yuelin nodded and did not ask him to stay. However, when she saw Yi Zan and Zhuge Yuyu leaving, she suddenly felt a sense of loss. This was especially so when she recalled how the trashy junior brother that she had looked down upon previously had displayed strength that far surpassed her own. Her emotions were in a complicated state. She had an inexplicable premonition that the distance between her and Yi Zan would only grow larger and larger in the future. At this moment, the disciples behind Yuelin were in a heated discussion. "Oh my god, Martial Uncle Yi is too powerful. That sword chi just now was too overbearing. Also, I'm not sure if you all noticed it, but he didn't use any magic artifacts. He used that grass sword to suppress those cultivators. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." After a short while, Yuelin also left with Li Hanyi and the others. However, after this incident, Yi Zan's fame began to spread throughout the Yangli Divine Empire, and even to the neighboring empires. Now, people knew that in addition to Gongsun Shoyu and Gao Shun, there was another powerful chief in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. In a certain place, many cultivators were gathered in a luxurious restaurant. "Have you heard of Yi Zan? It's said that he's one of the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and is extremely powerful. I've heard that in the battle with the ape beast, Yi Zan severely injured two of the Sha family's heaven realm experts with just one sword strike. The most outrageous thing is that Yi Zan used grass as a sword and didn't even use a magic artifact. His strength is really terrifying." In this restaurant, many cultivators were in a heated discussion. He's the master of Cloud Sky Peak, and seems to be quite young. Furthermore, I heard people say that he's quite handsome. If we meet him in the future, we must be careful and not provoke such an existence. Otherwise, we might lose our lives. At this moment, in a private room on the top floor of the restaurant, a beautiful woman in a sky blue robe and a veil elegantly raised the wine glass in her hand and slowly drank it. Her mouth opened slightly. "Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Yi Zan, huh? Your Highness, what are you talking about?" Seeing Feng Xian fall into a state of deep thought, her maidservant asked curiously. Feng Xian smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just curious if Yi Zan whom those cultivators are talking about is as powerful as they make him out to be." When her maidservant Exener heard this, she tilted her head and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Your Highness, we've seen the strength of the Sha family's heaven realm experts. Yi Zan was able to defeat these two with one sword strike, so his strength must be terrifying. Your Highness, weren't you hesitating about which holy land to enter? It seems that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect is a good choice." Hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes instantly lit up. "Exener, you're right, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect is indeed a good choice." The reason why Feng Xian was here was because she had secretly escaped. It was common practice for empires to arrange political marriages. Now, in order to consolidate the power of the empire, her father wanted her to marry the prince of the Hanhai Divine Empire. Feng Xian was very stubborn regarding certain matters, so how could she obey the arrangement of her father? She knew that only by becoming strong enough could she reverse this fate. Therefore, entering a top-tier holy land to cultivate was her best choice. During this period of time, Feng Xian had visited many holy lands, but unfortunately, none of them met her expectations. Hearing the rumors about Yi Zan and the strength of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Feng Xian became interested. There's no hurry, I need to observe them carefully. Feng Xian blinked and stood up. All right, we should leave now. Then, the two of them walked out of the restaurant. As she had escaped, other than Exener, Feng Xian did not even have a single guard by her side. Moreover, in order to avoid trouble and to prevent her identity as a princess from being exposed, Feng Xian chose to wear a white veil to cover her face. 2 hours later, Feng Xian and Exener's carriage slowly arrived at the border of the territory. However, at this moment, the carriage suddenly came to a stop. Exener's face turned pale. Your Highness, I'm sorry. We're in trouble. When Feng Xian heard this, she could not help but raise her brows. After that, she opened the curtains of the carriage. Her gaze scanned the surroundings, and her brows immediately furrowed. A pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in her field of vision. This is the edge of the East Continent. The Holy Lands should have killed most of the berserk beasts. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any berserk beasts here. Feng Xian's heart was filled with suspicion. Ever since she had escaped the palace, she had never encountered a berserk beast. Furthermore, Exener was only a 9th-level mystic meridian realm cultivator, while she herself was an ordinary mortal. At this moment, Feng Xian was flustered. Red Hell Snake. The beast with blood-red eyes was a red hell snake that was flicking its tongue. It was currently looking at Feng Xian with a cold gaze. Chapter 392, Saved by a Lady. What should we do now? Feng Xian's forehead was covered in cold sweat and her heart was filled with panic. Your Highness, don't panic. Quickly take the carriage and leave. I'll deal with the red hell snake. Exener's eyes were resolute as she spoke. Although she knew that she was no match for the red hell snake, the princess's safety was more important than anything else. Exener had been sent to the imperial palace by her family since she was young. Not only was she Feng Xian's maidservant, but she had also grown up with her and were basically like sisters, which is why Feng Xian had brought her along. Now that her sister was in danger, she had to act. Your Highness, hurry up and leave. Exener took out the sword hidden in the carriage and walked down with a determined look in her eyes. However, Feng Xian did not choose to run away. Instead, she smiled. The panic in her eyes was gone as well. Exener, you and I are like sisters. How can I abandon you? Besides, this red hell snake is extremely venomous and fast. Unless we kill it, we won't be able to escape. Although she was about to face death, Feng Xian did not feel the slightest ounce of regret. Instead of staying in the palace and finally submitting to the fate decided for her by the imperial family, death was a release for her. Exener, you're a 9th-level mystic meridian realm cultivator. If you go all out and escape, you might have a chance. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me, Feng Xian said to Exener. She was an ordinary mortal, so it was impossible for her to escape. It was better for Exener to try and escape. At least she would have a chance. No, how could I abandon you, Your Highness? No matter what the outcome is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Looking at the red hell snake that was flicking its tongue continuously, Exener's sword trembled uncontrollably. However, her eyes were filled with determination. At this moment, a strange red light flashed across the eyes of the red hell snake. Then, its body moved nimbly and rapidly toward them. Exener's expression was solemn. She poured all of the power in her body into the sword in her hand, preparing to seize the opportunity to slash the snake. However, at this moment, a bright white light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the snake's body. Originally, when the red hell snake launched its attack, Feng Xian had already closed her eyes tightly and was prepared to welcome death. However, she suddenly noticed a beautiful figure descending from the sky. Feng Xian raised her head and looked up. This woman seemed to have a naturally cold temperament, and was holding a longsword as she hovered in the air. She looked like a sword immortal. Feng Xian's eyes lit up. Someone had come to their rescue. They were saved. She heaved a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. There were many cultivators from the various holy lands around the East Continent. This woman must have sensed the aura of a berserk beast and rushed over. After being stabbed by the cold sword Qi, the red hell snake displayed a pained expression, and the crimson light in its eyes became even more intense. It was obvious that it was enraged. It flicked its tongue and stared at Zhuge Yuyu. Moments later, it spat out a mouthful of flames. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu's expression did not change at all. The cloud sky sword in her hand suddenly began to spin, and her sword chi easily blocked its flames. After that, the cloud sky sword vibrated as her sword chi ruthlessly struck the red hell snake. The sharp sword chi immediately left a few deep wounds on the snake's body, frightening it into fleeing. However, Zhuge Yuyu would not give it the opportunity to escape. Although the red hell snake in front of her was not particularly strong, it was her first true opponent. This was also the test her teacher had set for her. The spiritual power in her body gushed out, and her speed suddenly increased. Then, she flew toward the red hell snake. At the same time, the cloud sky sword in Zhuge Yuyu's hand surged with sword chi, and she began to fight fiercely with the snake. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past. A handsome young man in white had appeared beside the carriage. He was watching the battle between Zhuge Yuyu and the red hell snake with interest. Feng Xian's expression changed when she saw this. However, when she saw the handsome man's outfit, her eyes lit up. Dressed in white, has a lotus flower pendant, and is accompanied by a beautiful young lady. He matches the description. Is it really him? Was her luck that great? She had just been talking about him with Exener not too long ago. Might you be Chief Yizan from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Feng Xian took off her white veil with a smile and asked in an elegant tone. Hearing this, Yizan glanced at Feng Xian with some doubt. Could it be that you've heard of me? Feng Xian was inwardly overjoyed. She immediately did a double take. This guy was exactly as the rumors had described. He was dressed in white clothes, and he was really handsome. After that, Feng Xian smiled elegantly and said, Chief Yizan's fame has spread within the East Continent recently. Your feats of defeating 2 Heaven Realm experts with a single sword strike, and your acquisition of the ape beast's precious bone, has shocked the East Continent. When I first heard the news, I had hoped to meet you one day. However, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It really is my good fortune. Chapter 393, Another Disciple. Hearing this, Yizan frowned. Why had the news spread so quickly? Did these cultivators have nothing better to do than gossip and spread rumors? So now that you've met me, what do you think? Yizan responded lightly. His expression was calm and indifferent. Seeing this, Feng Xian felt more admiration for him. Very few people would be unmoved by her true appearance, and after receiving praise, it was sufficient to show how steady Yizan's temperament was. Feng Xian's eyes lit up. Such a young, powerful, and determined expert. Was he not the perfect teacher she was looking for? As a princess, Feng Xian had naturally seen many experts, which is why she was so particular about acknowledging someone as her teacher. Then, Feng Xian blinked her eyes playfully. Chief Yizan is indeed as the rumors say. With just a single glance, I have been rendered stunned and speechless. That being said, I wonder if Chief Yizan has any thoughts of taking in a disciple. Hearing this, Yizan turned around and looked at Feng Xian seriously. You want to become my disciple? Feng Xian nodded with a smile. Feng Xian had visited almost all of the top-tier holy lands within the territory of the empire, but she had not found any satisfactory ones. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was the last holy land that Feng Xian wanted to visit. If she failed there, she would just randomly pick one of the powerful holy lands. It seemed that fate was smiling on her though, as she had encountered Yizan. If she could become his disciple, it would naturally be for the best. Yizan felt that she was a decent disciple candidate. Although your level of talent is rather mediocre, it's still not beyond hope, Yizan said lightly. Hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes could not help but flash with joy. She suddenly thought of something and asked with a face full of curiosity. Chief Yizan, aren't you curious about my identity and background? Did this guy not care about the background and origin of his potential disciple? Was he not afraid of inviting trouble upon himself? Hearing this, Yizan looked indifferently at Feng Xian. When I take in disciples, fate is the only thing that matters. Even if the disciple I take in comes from a humble background, as long as he or she has a firm heart for cultivation, is diligent and eager to learn, and has a righteous heart, he or she is qualified to become my disciple. His reply earned Feng Xian's admiration. Many other experts attached great importance to the background and cultivation talent of their disciples. However, Yizan was different. What he valued the most was fate and his disciple's heart for cultivation. Once she thought of this, Feng Xian was even more determined to acknowledge him as her teacher. Disciple Feng Xian pays her respects to teacher. Feng Xian immediately knelt down in front of Yizan without any hesitation, afraid that the latter would go back on his words. When Exener saw this, her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was extremely clear about Feng Xian's character. Every action she took was done after careful consideration, so seeing her decide to become Yi Zan's disciple so quickly shocked her. Was this not a little too rushed? Xian, from today onwards, you will be my disciple. Yi Zan looked calm and composed on the surface, but he was secretly laughing inwardly. Ever since the system had reawakened, he had been wanting to take in a few more disciples. After all, the more disciples he had, the faster his strength would improve. However, Yi Zan's criteria for accepting a disciple was the other party's heart. In his search through the East Continent, only Feng Xian's performance met his requirements. Yi Zan had been here the entire time the moment the red hell snake appeared, silently observing Feng Xian and Exener's performance. Fortunately, Feng Xian did not let him down. Xian, you're my second disciple in the mystic world. The one currently fighting the purgatory red snake is your senior sister. My precious disciple, stand up. We can handle the ceremonial part when we return to the great wilderness divine sect. When Feng Xian heard this, she stood up elegantly. Her words revealed the temperament of nobility. Congratulations, Your Highness. You've finally gotten your wish and successfully acknowledged a teacher. At this moment, Exener came forward with a smile to congratulate her. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes twitched. Princess, it seemed that the identity of this disciple of his was not simple. However, Yi Zan did not probe further. After all, he had just said that he did not value status when taking in disciples. At the same time, the battle between Zhuge Yuyu and the Red Hell Snake was coming to an end. Although the Red Hell Snake was extremely agile, the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhuge Yuyu's hand allowed her to gradually corner it with her sword chi. The Red Hell Snake had no way of escaping. After a while, Zhuge Yuyu cut off the head of the Red Hell Snake and retrieved its precious bone. She walked toward Yi Zan with a smile on her face. Teacher, how was my performance just now? Zhuge Yuyu put away the precious bone and looked at Yi Zan with anticipation. You've cultivated the Cloud Sky Sword technique well, but you're still lacking in terms of combat experience. You just need to practice more in the future. Yi Zan thought about it for a moment and then made a comment. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes darkened when she heard that. She felt a little disappointed. However, at the same time, Zhuge Yuyu also knew where her weakness lay. Alright, don't think too much about it. Hurry up, and come over. This is my new disciple, and your junior sister. Her name is... Yi Zan laughed awkwardly. My precious disciple, what's your name again? He had clearly forgotten Feng Xian's name. Chapter 394. Giving away a precious bone. Looking at Yi Zan's embarrassed expression, Feng Xian almost laughed. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. Junior sister Feng Xian greets senior sister. I hope that senior sister will take care of me in the future. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu raised her brows questioningly. However, she soon felt at ease. Cloud Sky Peak was extremely spacious. Previously, it was just the two of them. Her teacher had been cultivating in seclusion and had no time to chat with her. Now that she had a junior sister, the days in the future would be a little more lively. When she thought of this, Zhuge Yuyu was suddenly happy. Hee, I can't believe I have a junior sister. Hello, junior sister Feng. My name is Zhuge Yuyu. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can come to me anytime. Even though their characters and personalities were different, after some interaction, they soon became friends and started chatting happily. Seeing this, Yi Zan's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he was being left aside and ignored? After a long time, the two girls who were in the middle of a conversation suddenly remembered that they had forgotten about their teacher. At that moment, the two of them stuck out their tongues playfully, their faces full of embarrassment. Feng Xian was a little nervous. She was afraid that her teacher would be angry. Just as she was about to explain, she was interrupted by Zhuge Yuyu. Zhuge Yuyu said indifferently, Junior sister Feng, don't worry. Teacher is especially good to his disciples and has never lost his temper. You'll understand when you get to know teacher more in the future. Teacher is the kindest person I've ever seen. He's not stingy with his disciples at all. I only became his disciple recently, but teacher gave me spiritual pills and also performed spiritual power infusion for me. He even gave me this Cloud Sky Sword. When Feng Xian heard this, she was shocked. Wasn't this a little too good? Could there really be such a good teacher in this world? Alright, enough with the gossip for now. Let's head out first. You'll have plenty of time to chat in the future. Yi Zan looked at the night sky and said. Now that night had fallen, they could only camp outside. Teacher, please get in the carriage. Feng Xian pointed at the magnificent carriage behind her, indicating for Yi Zan to get on. Yi Zan did not hesitate and sat down directly. Feeling the soft seats and interior opulence of the carriage, Yi Zan sighed. She was a princess all right. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious. Even when Yi Zan and the other two sat together, it did not feel crowded at all. As for Exener, she was driving the carriage outside. About an hour later, Yi Zan and the others arrived at a lake. Yi Zan immediately took out the camping equipment and living necessities from his storage ring and found a suitable place to set up camp. After doing all this, Yi Zan called Feng Xian over. My precious disciple, while your senior sister is out hunting, Master will use this time to teach you how to cultivate. Feng Xian sat opposite Yi Zan. When she thought about how she would finally step onto the path of cultivation, she became overjoyed. Yi Zan did not notice the change in Feng Xian's expression as he continued to talk to himself. After some examination, your cultivation talent is rather ordinary. If you want to truly step onto the path of cultivation, you'll need my help. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan flicked his sleeve, and a precious bone that was filled with the power of fire suddenly appeared. This is the precious bone of the ape beast that I obtained not long ago. It contains strong fire attribute power. In a bit, I'll help you absorb the power of the precious bone and fix your cultivation talent. Hearing this, Feng Xian was shocked. The precious bone in his teacher's hand was actually the precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. According to the rumors, Yi Zan had put in a lot of effort to obtain this. Was he really going to let her absorb it just like that? Just now, when Zhuge Yuyu said that Yi Zan was extremely good to his disciples, Feng Xian had been doubtful. However, her doubts were unfounded, and Yi Zan's generosity had exceeded her wildest expectations. Was teacher being too generous? Why would he give her this precious bone? What Feng Xian did not know was that Yi Zan had originally wanted Zhuge Yuyu to absorb it. However, the precious bone's fire attribute conflicted with the profound ice divine bone in her body, which is why he had refrained. Since he just happened to run into Feng Xian today, he would finally be able to put this precious bone to good use. Teacher, are you sure you're not joking? This is the precious bone of a heaven realm ape beast, moreover one that was a descendant of an ancient beast. It's extremely valuable. Are you really going to give it to me? Feng Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Could this be a test Yi Zan had devised? Yi Zan shook his head and said indifferently, it's just a precious bone. It's not as valuable as you think it is. Even if it was, as my disciple, you are qualified to enjoy these privileges. Let's get to work and start refining it. When Feng Xian heard this, she trembled uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with emotions. It seemed that she had made the right choice. There was no need to hesitate further, so she took the precious bone. Immediately after, Feng Xian followed Yi Zan's instructions to refine it with his help. Chapter 395. Refining the Precious Bone. Of course, Feng Xian was only a mortal, so she had not formed her dantian, nor did her body contain any spiritual power. Thus, Yi Zan had to use his own surging spiritual power to refine it for her. A gentle current of spiritual power entered her body, and slowly guided the power of the precious bone into her body. Moments later, her body started to heat up, as the fire attribute power of the precious bone filled her body. Feng Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Sweat was constantly dripping from her forehead, and she unconsciously took off her outer garment. After stabilizing her mind, Feng Xian continued to refine the precious bone of the ape beast. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge crazily, forming a small spiritual energy whirlwind. With Yi Zan's help, Feng Xian also successfully formed up her dantian and sea of consciousness. The precious bone had also been refined in her dantian. It was now a brand new divine bone condensed from the ape beast's precious bone and Feng Xian's own royal bloodline. The resulting divine bone was not inferior to Zhuge Yuyu's profound ice divine bone in terms of grade. After sensing the birth of the divine bone, Yi Zan smiled. At this moment, Feng Xian's expression exhibited signs of pain. After all, the process of refining the precious bone and condensing a divine bone was basically a reconstruction of her body. After a long time, the painful expression on Feng Xian's face slowly disappeared. The surrounding spiritual energy started to flow into her body, as her cultivation level rose rapidly. First level of the mystic meridian realm. Second level of the Mystic Meridian Realm. Third level Mystic Meridian Realm. Feng Xian's cultivation only stopped at this point. Despite this, she had still not completely refined the energy of the precious bone. Once she did, she would have further breakthroughs. This was how valuable the precious bone of a descendant of an ancient beast was, especially one that had reached the heaven realm. If she refined it completely, it was likely that she would reach the heaven realm as well. It was precisely because of this that these precious bones were treated as incomparably valuable heavenly treasures by every cultivator in the mystic world, and there was almost always a fierce battle to obtain each one that was discovered. Feng Xian slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She felt like hugging her teacher to express her gratitude, but quickly restrained herself. That would be inappropriate and unbecoming of her. As the princess of a divine empire, her status, bearing and conduct had always been noble and befitting of her identity. She felt a little embarrassed now. Not only had she almost done something inappropriate, but she realized that while she had been refining the precious bone earlier, she had taken off her outer garment unconsciously. Thanks to the profuse amount of sweat, her clothes were all wet, revealing things that she did not want revealed. At this time, Xuan turned around very tactfully, while slowly suppressing the psychological and physiological sensations he was feeling. Chapter 396, Imparting Knowledge. Cough cough. Xuan quickly coughed and then said seriously, "My precious disciple, you've already refined the ape beast's precious bone and fused it with your own bloodline to reconstruct your body. From today onward, you now possess the talent and aptitude for cultivation. However, you've just stepped onto the path of cultivation, so you're still lacking in terms of knowledge. Since we still have time until your senior sister returns, I'll teach you about the cultivation world." Hearing this, Feng Xian raised her head slightly and secretly glanced at Xuan. She found that the latter's expression had not changed at all, and she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Feng Xian quickly shook her head and suppressed the thoughts in her heart. She took a deep breath and looked at Xuan. "I will definitely learn and listen attentively." Xuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "To truly step onto the path of cultivation, one must be able to sense the spiritual energy in the surroundings, and from there, refine the meridians in the mortal body into mystic meridians. This is also the first realm of cultivation, which is known as the Mystic Meridian Realm. The realm above the Mystic Meridian Realm is known as the Divine Mystic Realm, which is the realm you have just reached. Each major cultivation realm is divided into 9 levels. It is only in this realm can one cultivate divine powers. Above the Divine Mystic Realm is the Materialization Realm. Once a cultivator reaches the Materialization Realm, he or she will have extremely fine control of their own power, and can detect any changes in their surroundings from dozens of miles away. Feng Xian was listening attentively. Although she was the princess of the Divine Empire, in the eyes of the public, she was just a tool used to form a marriage alliance for the Divine Empire. As such, even though she was a princess, she was lacking in terms of such knowledge. The realm above the Materialization Realm is known as the Void Realm, wherein one can ignore the laws of space to some extent and teleport. Once one breaks through to this realm, it means that one has mastered a certain amount of the power of the laws. Of course, as for what the power of the laws is, it's a little too early to tell you about that. Now, you'll understand it in the future. The realm above the Void Realm is called the Heaven Realm, which is a little different. There are only 5 levels in the Heaven Realm, which correspond to the 5 spiritual seas in a cultivator's heart, liver, lung, kidney, and spleen. Once a cultivator enters the Heaven Realm, they can perfectly hide their aura and appear like immortal. This is the realm I have reached. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Xian revealed an intoxicated expression. She did not expect the path of cultivation to be so interesting, or her teacher to be so strong. "Teacher, what about the realm above the Heaven Realm?" she asked curiously. Xuan took a deep breath and slowly said, "Those who have surpassed the Heaven Realm are called Mystic Lord Cultivators. Some also call them Overlords. Once a cultivator reaches this level, they are basically qualified to be the masters of their own holy land. Our great wilderness divine church currently has 2 Mystic Lord Realm experts. One of them is the sect master, Gongsun Shoyu. The other is the chief of Hidden Sword Peak, and also the law enforcement elder of the sect, Gao Shun. Once one's cultivation level reaches such a level, a casual attack can contain and evolve into thousands of Daos, using the profound power of the laws of the world." Wow, Mystic Lord Realm cultivators are so powerful. She then asked again, "Is there an even higher cultivation realm?" Naturally, Xuan nodded, and his expression gradually became serious. Above the Mystic Lord realm is the Supreme Realm. Supreme Realm experts are considered top-notch experts in the mystic world, but they are not the pinnacle of cultivation in the mystic world. Above the Supreme Realm there is the Ancient Realm, as well as the legendary Sealed Immortal Realm. However, although the human race is powerful, we haven't given birth to a Sealed Immortal Realm expert in the past 10,000 years. For a cultivator to reach this level, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, you must remember, the path of cultivation is fraught with countless hardships. If you want to get stronger, you have to endure and overcome them, no matter how great the difficulty might be. Cultivation itself is a fight against the heavens. If your heart is not stable and focused, one wrong step will lead you into a bottomless abyss. Are you clear? Yizan took a deep look at Feng Xian and then said with a serious expression. Feng Xian took a deep breath and said with a determined look in her eyes, I will etch teacher's words into my heart. As a member of the royal family, she had understood and experienced the schemes and plots of the royal family, which is why she yearned for the cultivation world. Chapter 397. True Dragon Precious Bone. In the cultivation world, as long as one was strong enough, one could have absolute freedom. Feng Xian wanted to control her own fate and free herself from the confines of the royal family. That's good. Hearing this, Yizan displayed a satisfied look. What I just said is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Take your time and digest the information. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yizan looked up at the night sky. The moon was already high up in the sky, and its dazzling silver light illuminated the surroundings. Zhuge Yuyu and Exener had yet to return. Yizan pondered as to whether he should start imparting cultivation techniques to Feng Xian right now. However, after some thought, Yizan gave up on the idea. Feng Xian had just condensed a divine bone and her cultivation foundation was not stable yet. He could not proceed too hastily. As such, he said, the divine bone in your body was condensed from the fusion of the 8 beasts. Precious bone in your own bloodline. From today onward, you will slowly refine the power within the precious bone according to the method I taught you. As for divine powers, that will have to wait until your cultivation foundation has been stabilized. Alright, teacher. Feng Xian nodded seriously. She could naturally sense the power contained within the precious bone, and guessed that her cultivation would soar once she absorbed this power. When she thought of this, Feng Xian felt excited. She had been so lucky to find such a good teacher who was willing to give her such valuable resources and heavenly treasures. This precious bone was something that even her father would treasure. Meeting Yizan was truly a blessing. Fortunately, she had not joined another holy land before this, or she would have missed out on this opportunity. Alright, it just so happens that your senior sister hasn't returned yet, so you should first consolidate your cultivation foundation according to the method I taught you. Feng Xian nodded obediently as she calmed her heart down and quickly entered a state of meditation. Soon after, Feng Xian slowly circulated her spiritual power according to the method Yizan had taught her. While consolidating her cultivation foundation, she also slowly absorbed the power within the precious bone. Seeing her cultivate seriously, Yizan nodded in approval. At this moment, a system notification rang out. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast, the host has received a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the precious bone of the true dragon, one of the top 10 ancient beasts incomplete. What? The precious bone of a true dragon? Fuck, I've struck it rich. Yizan almost jumped up in excitement. Of course, he also noticed the addendum added to the end of the system notification. Although it was the precious bone of the true dragon, it was only broken and incomplete. Even so, this precious bone still contained the power and bloodline of a true dragon. It could be called a rare heavenly treasure. Back on the Tianyuan continent, the true dragon race had only left behind a tiny bit of their bloodline, yet those mixed blood dragons easily dominated the endless sea. They were formidable enemies of the human race's great emperor realm experts. This girl is really a lucky star. A 10,000x multiplier. Yizan could not contain his smile. Yizan immediately took out the precious bone of the true dragon from the system's storage space. An ancient aura suddenly swept out, and it seemed like a true dragon was roaring. The precious bone of the true dragon in Yizan's hand was golden, and there were mysterious dragon patterns engraved on the bone that flowed along it like veins. In order to avoid any incidents, Yizan hurriedly flicked his sleeves and isolated its aura from the surroundings. Then he immediately started to absorb the power of the true dragon's precious bone. Yizan's spiritual power swept out and wrapped itself around the precious bone, slowly refining and absorbing the power of the true dragon within. As time passed, Yizan's body was gradually covered in a layer of mysterious golden dragon patterns, which made him look somewhat holy. Yizan frowned and groaned, his face was contorted in pain. The infusion of the true dragon's power tempered Yizan's meridians and bones with lightning, transforming them. The true dragon's power was too overbearing. Were it not for the Chaos Heart technique and the golden lotus of the Great Tao, Yizan's meridians might have been destroyed. As Yizan continued to absorb the power of the runes within the precious bone, his entire body gradually swelled up as if he was about to explode from the power. Sensing this, Yizan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly circulated the Chaos Heart technique and guided this overbearing true dragon power into the 5 spirit seas in his body. In an instant, Yizan experienced a great breakthrough, from the first level of the heaven realm to the peak of the 5th level of the heaven realm. He was one step away from reaching the mystic Lord realm. The aura in his body continued to tremble, and his heart was beating so fast that it felt like even the mountains and rivers were shaking. Chapter 398. Early Stage Mystic Lord Realm Cultivator. The golden patterns on the surface of his skin glowed brighter and brighter, and soon covered his entire body. It even seemed like a true dragon was roaring. True dragon body. Yizan was shocked. He had not expected that refining and absorbing the power of the true dragon's precious bone would actually result in him obtaining the true dragon body. The golden light also started to refine his spiritual power, making it purer. His face was full of excitement. Every cell and every pore in his body seemed to contain immense power, and his bones and muscles were faintly flowing with golden divine light. Yizan had never felt so powerful before. Now, even his physical strength would have been enough to end the lives of those 2 Sha family heaven realm cultivators from back then. However, this was not the end. The mysterious power of the true dragon's precious bone slowly merged into Yizan's 5 spirit seas. The golden lotus of the great Tao hidden deep within his body also shone with brilliant divine light, as if guiding this power to form a Tao fruit in the spirit seas. Yizan had now reached the peak of the heaven realm, and was on the verge of reaching the mystic Lord realm. As long as a Tao fruit was formed in one's spirit seas, one would be able to advance to the mystic Lord realm. At this moment, Zhuge Yuyu and Exener finally returned. The 2 women had successfully hunted a giant wolf, and were about to start roasting it. Then, they noticed a Tao flower condensing above Yizan's head. The spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly started swirling toward Yizan, forming a whirlwind that made it impossible for others to approach. Zhuge Yuyu and Exener's expressions changed when they saw this. "Teacher, what's going on?" Zhuge Yuyu looked at Yizan, who was in the center of the whirlwind, with a worried expression. Right at this moment, Feng Xian, who had been cultivating, was also jolted awake by the commotion. She looked in Yizan's direction with a shocked expression. Could it be that teacher is about to break through? "Junior sister, what happened to teacher?" Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu hurriedly helped Feng Xian up and asked nervously. Although Feng Xian was very shocked, she quickly calmed down. "If I'm not wrong, teacher seems to be breaking through to the next realm. He described this phenomenon to me earlier. Breaking through, teacher is already a heaven realm expert. If he's breaking through now, won't that make him a mystic Lord realm cultivator? This is unbelievable. Teacher is so young. How did he break through to the mystic Lord realm so quickly?" Zhuge Yuyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. The 2 mystic Lord realm cultivators in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were old men who were hundreds of years older than Yizan. Furthermore, the other chiefs, who were also considerably older than Yizan, had yet to break through to the mystic Lord realm. On the other hand, Feng Xian was smiling happily. "Senior sister, from today onward, we will have the backing of a mystic Lord realm expert. When we return to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, no one will dare to look down on us." Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu also smiled and nodded. She knew in her heart that Yizan was extremely protective of his disciple, and would not allow them to be bullied. Earlier, Zhuge Yuyu had been worried that Yizan would become the target of the Sha family's revenge. After all, he had severely injured 2 of their heaven realm experts and embarrassed Charlotte. However, now that Yizan was breaking through, such worries were gone with the wind. There was no longer a need to fear the Sha family. Even the king of a divine empire had to treat a mystic Lord realm cultivator with respect. This thought especially excited Feng Xian. Even if her father found out that she was in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, it was likely that he would restrain his actions. That's great, I'm one step closer to escaping my fate. Hopefully, she would be able to cultivate under Yi Zan's tutelage in peace and do what she liked. After a long time, the center of the surging spiritual energy slowly calmed down. The Dao flower above Yi Zan's head bloomed brightly and then condensed into a Dao fruit filled with mysterious power. However, this was only on the surface. In reality, 2 spirit seeds in Yi Zan's body had each formed a Dao fruit. In addition, there was a mysterious flower on top of each Dao fruit. Because Yi Zan had the golden lotus of the great Dao in his body, and had refined the precious bone of the true dragon, the path of cultivation he walked was an invincible path that was one in a million. After sensing the changes in his body, Yi Zan was brimming with excitement. Perhaps he could really end the human race's 10,000-year drought and become a legendary sealed immortal realm cultivator. He had the system, so it was only appropriate for him to aim for the stars. In any case, that was a story for the future. After successfully refining the power of the precious bone of the true dragon, Yi Zan had successfully reached the Mystic Lord realm. Once a cultivator stepped into the Mystic Lord realm, their cultivation would be divided into 3 minor realms. At present, Yi Zan was an early-stage Mystic Lord realm cultivator. However, because he had broken through too quickly, his cultivation foundation had not been completely stabilized. Chapter 399, Is your goal just that? Now that he had just broken through, the most important thing was to consolidate his cultivation foundation. After Yi Zan calmed himself down, he slowly opened his eyes. 3 beautiful women suddenly appeared in his field of vision. All 3 were staring at him. Then after Yi Zan retracted the golden dragon patterns on his body, the powerful spiritual pressure in the surroundings also dissipated. When Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian, and Exener saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief. The strongest among them had only reached the divine mystic realm, so even if Yi Zan's spiritual pressure was not deliberately directed at them, they still felt very uncomfortable. Now that this terrifying spiritual pressure had disappeared, they plopped to the ground. However, they quickly got up and ran over to Yi Zan to congratulate him. Congratulations on breaking through to the Mystic Lord realm. Feng Xian said, Congratulations on breaking through, teacher, Zhuge Yuyu chimed in. When Exener saw this, she felt slightly envious that she was not his disciple, but she congratulated him anyway. It's just a minor achievement, so there's no need to make a big fuss over it. As long as you all work hard in your cultivation, you'll reach the Mystic Lord realm sooner or later as well. When Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian heard this, they were overjoyed. Going by his words, did it mean he believed that they too would reach the Mystic Lord realm? This was the lifelong goal of countless cultivators. Let alone the Mystic Lord realm, countless cultivators might not even be able to break through to the Void realm despite cultivating their entire lives. Immediately, Feng Xian asked with a smile, Teacher, does that mean that we also have the hope of breaking through to the Mystic Lord realm? It's just the Mystic Lord realm. As my disciples, how can your goal be limited to just this? As long as all of you work hard in your cultivation, and train diligently according to the cultivation techniques that I impart to you, it's not impossible for you to reach the Supreme Realm. Both of them were overjoyed by this response. We will definitely follow teacher's instructions and cultivate diligently. We will strive to reach the Mystic Lord realm as soon as possible. Of course, Feng Xian did not think that she would be able to break through to the Supreme Realm. The Mystic Lord realm was already her biggest goal. Then, Zhuge Yuyu chimed in, Teacher, and I hunted a giant wolf in the vicinity just now. Would you like to steam it or roast it? Hearing this, Yi Zan turned to look around him. Just now, because he had broken through, the spiritual energy within the surroundings had gathered around him, creating a whirlwind that had wreaked havoc upon the environment. Everywhere he looked, it was a mess. If this had happened on Earth in his previous life, this would have been classified as a criminal act of destroying nature, and he would have been fined. Let's roast it, it's already quite late, so we should have our meal quickly. You can rest early after filling your stomachs. Tomorrow, we will continue to explore the surrounding territory. Zhuge Yuyu nodded. Senior sister, I'll help you, Feng Xian proposed. However, Zhuge Yuyu rejected her. I can handle such matters myself. As a princess who has lived in the palace your entire life, cooking likely isn't your strong suit. In any case, you've just become teacher's disciple, so I'm sure that you still have many questions regarding cultivation. You can take this time to consult him. Feng Xian did not retort. What Yuyu said was indeed true. As a princess, she naturally had her meals prepared for her in the palace and did not know how to cook. However, Feng Xian still felt a little embarrassed to be alone with Yi Zan. Otherwise, she would not have offered to help Zhuge Yuyu. When she recalled the earlier incident, she could not help but blush. Still, she had to deal with it sooner or later. After all, he was going to be her teacher for life. As such, she walked over to Yi Zan. Thankfully, upon meeting his gaze, she realized that he was completely calm and expressionless. Perhaps it was not such a big deal after all. Chapter 400. Coming Clean. My precious disciple, what's the matter with you? Seeing the change in Feng Xian's expression, Yi Zan asked. It's nothing, I'm fine. When Feng Xian heard this, she lowered her head as she could not help but recall the fate she had barely escaped. Her expression instantly turned slightly sullen. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the princess of the Divine Empire, which was a status that everyone wished to have. However, in reality, she was just a tool to create a marriage alliance between the Divine Empires. In addition, her mother had passed away early, her father was busy with political affairs, and her brothers only knew how to scheme against each other. No one treated her sincerely. Before she acknowledged Yi Zan as her master, her only true friend was Exener. Little girl, do you have something on your mind? Yi Zan could not help but ask. There was a sense of worry on his disciple's face. Could it be that something had happened in the palace? Feng Xian noticed Yi Zan's concerned gaze and felt touched. Teacher, actually, I have a secret that I've been hiding from you. I was worried that once I reveal this secret, I wouldn't be able to become your disciple. However, these past few days, I've seen teachers' good intentions. Not only did you teach me cultivation techniques, you even gave me the precious bone of a descendant of an ancient beast without any hesitation. I am very ashamed. I should not have kept this secret from you, teacher. I should not have involved you in the power struggle of the Divine Empire without your knowledge. Teacher, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. As she spoke, Feng Xian started sobbing. Her expression was filled with guilt. Seeing this, Yi Zan smiled faintly. When he learned of Feng Xian's identity as a princess, he had already guessed that there was an ulterior motive behind her wanting to become his disciple. However, it was just a power struggle in the royal family. He was not concerned about it at all. Of course, Yi Zan did not want to force Feng Xian. If this girl wanted to say it, she would naturally say it. Feng Xian looked at Yi Zan's calm expression and became even more puzzled. Teacher, are you not angry? She had concealed a secret for him and had become his disciple for her own selfish reasons, so why did he seem unaffected? Why should I be angry? Yi Zan asked with a smile, and then said with a gentle look. This is your personal matter. I've already said that I don't care about my disciple's identity or talent. As for the secrets you've been hiding, you can tell me about them when you're comfortable doing so. Besides, as my disciple, even if you're publicly criticized, I'll stand behind you. Even if the sky falls, I will still be there to shelter you. Hearing Yi Zan's calm and confident words, Feng Xian was shocked and touched at the same time. Who would not love such an excellent and perfect teacher? He gave her a sense of great security. Teacher, don't worry, I won't hide any secrets from you in the future, Feng Xian said with a determined look. Silly girl, you didn't do anything wrong, so you don't need to blame yourself, Yi Zan said with a smile. Teacher, my true identity is the princess of the Yangli Divine Empire. Because my mother passed away early, I had no one to rely on in the palace, and I was fated to become a tool to forge a marriage alliance between two divine empires. Before I escaped from the palace, my father had already arranged for me to marry the prince of the Haihan Divine Empire. However, I didn't want to give in to my fate and marry someone I don't know at all. As such, I brought Exener and sneaked out. I will forever remember teacher's kindness to me. However, by now, people from the royal palace should have already noticed that I'm missing and should be searching for me now. If they find us, I will not implicate you, teacher. Feng Xian's face was distraught. She did not want to go back, she did not want to become a puppet of fate, and she did not want to be separated from her teacher. Despite having met him only briefly, she had been given so much. Seeing this, Yi Zan gently wiped the tears from the corner of Feng Xian's eyes and said in a gentle tone, Silly girl, don't worry. With me around, who would dare to take you away? Hearing this, Feng Xian suddenly raised her head. Seeing Yi Zan's determined expression, she revealed a hopeful smile. I'll believe in teacher then. With teacher by my side, no one will be able to bully me. Teacher, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation in the future and won't let you down. Chapter 401. Strange Power. After that conversation, Feng Xian's troubled heart immediately calmed down. As long as she had her teacher by her side, she would be content. Silly girl, don't cry. As long as I'm here, I will never allow anyone to force you to do anything. You can live your life as you please. I will stand behind you and support you, Yizan said with a gentle expression. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the depths of Yizan's eyes. He had heard of the Sky Wave Mansion of the Yangli Divine Empire, which was the organization tasked with pursuing Feng Xian. It was an extremely powerful organization whose purpose was to help the Divine Empire deal with matters covertly. In the East continent of the mystic world, it was a powerful deterring force. However, from Yizan's perspective, it was not worth his time. Ignoring the fact that the Sky Wave Mansion could not afford to offend the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Yizan alone was not someone the Sky Wave Mansion could afford to offend. After all, Yizan was now an early-stage Mystic Lord Realm expert. In addition, he had the Dao Fruits, the Cloud Heaven Sword, and the Flora Sword technique. Cultivators below the Mystic Lord Realm were simply no match for him. When Feng Xian heard this, she was even more touched and said with some affection, "Teacher, can I hug you for a while?" After saying this, Feng Xian felt a little embarrassed. She was the princess of the Divine Empire, how could she be so unreserved? However, at this moment, she really wanted to hug her teacher, who was the source of her newfound security. Hearing this, Yizan's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous request was this? This was very unbecoming of their relationship. However, he decided to go with the flow. Ahem, just a quick one, Yizan said as he pretended to be calm. Hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes flashed with joy as she snuggled into his arms. What a warm embrace. I really want to stay in teacher's arms forever. In the meantime, Yizan was doing his best to stifle his involuntary physical reactions. When Yizan was on the Tianyuan continent, he had taken in a few disciples and had even hugged a few of them. However, Yu, Qingyan, and Zhao Yuyan were still very young, so he had not been overly conscious about the matter. Feng Xian was a peerless beauty. Still, he was her teacher, and he somehow managed to keep a straight face. Several days later, in a desert within the East continent, bones and flesh were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood filled the surroundings. Under the rocky ground, a fire lizard slowly poked its head out, wanting to breathe in some fresh air. At this moment, dazzling sword chi descended from the sky and cut off the head of the fire lizard. The fire lizard died with its eyes wide open. The sword strike was too sudden, and it had no time to react. It was not until the moment the head fell that the fire lizard saw its murderer clearly. It was a beautiful woman in a sky-blue long dress wielding a longsword. The sound of shoes stepping on the gravel lightly rang out. After a few moments, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of the fire lizard. Teacher, it's exactly as you guessed. This fire lizard also has a strange power, Feng Xian said to Taizan after briefly examining the fire lizard's corpse. After that night, Feng Xian seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Her previous worries were all gone. Now that she had a teacher who doted on her, and a cold yet gentle senior sister by her side, she was content and happy. Just then, Zhu Yuyu, who was hovering in the air, slowly descended and stood quietly in front of Yizan. She did not say anything. After this period of training, Zhu Yuyu's cultivation had already reached the first level of the materialization realm. Even Yizan was surprised by Zhu Yuyu's speed of breaking through. Fortunately, he had a cheat-like system. Otherwise, this girl would catch up to him in no time at all. That's right, from the looks of it, the berserk beast's attacks should be related to this strange power. The strange power is an ominous sign. Who is behind this? Yizan nodded, his expression solemn. During this period of time, he had been traveling with them to investigate the truth behind the berserk beast's attacks. After he had personally killed several beasts, he discovered that there was a strange dark aura residing in their bodies. But why would someone incite these beasts to attack? There has to be a larger scheme behind it all. Yizan touched his chin and pondered the matter for a long time, but he could not think of anything. Even he did not know where the strange power in the beast's body came from. From the looks of it, it would not be easy to investigate the truth of this matter. At the very least, it would take much longer than he expected. Furthermore, there were only 30 days left until the Seven Peaks competition. That being said, Zhuge Yueyu's progress had satisfied him. Not only had she successfully broken through to the first level of the materialization realm, but her Cloud Sky Sword technique had reached the minor mastery stage, and she had obtained precious combat experience. He was confident that she would be able to deal with Gao Tianyu during the competition. Her strength would shock the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. As for Feng Xian, because she had just stepped onto the path of cultivation, it would be quite difficult for her to obtain a good ranking during the Seven Peaks competition. However, during this period of time, Feng Xian had continued to refine the power within the precious bone, and her cultivation level had been progressing well. Within just a few days, Feng Xian had already broken through to the third level of the divine mystic realm. It was about time to teach this girl some divine powers. Teacher, what should we do now? Zhuge Yueyu's expression was a little sullen. From the looks of it, there was no hope of finding the culprit behind the berserk beast's attacks anytime soon. However, Zhuge Yueyu knew that her teacher had done his best. Chapter 402. Additional Reward Function. At this moment, night was slowly approaching. Yizan thought for a moment and said, "It's getting late, so we'll set up camp here. I'll come up with a new training plan for you tomorrow. Xian, today I will teach you the Heaven Burning Flame technique. It's a black rank technique, and it was created by the first chief of Cloud Sky Peak. It just so happens that you have the power of fire in your body, so this technique is suitable for you." Hearing this, Feng Xian's face was all smiles. She could finally learn a divine power. Over the past few days, Feng Xian had been watching Zhuge Yueyu kill the beasts with her longsword in envy. However, because Feng Xian had broken through too quickly, Yizan had prioritized the stabilization of her cultivation foundation, and had held back on teaching her a divine power until now. "Girl, come and sit down." Zhuge Yueyu and Exener walked away quietly, not bothering the two of them. Within a short while, Yizan had passed on the heaven-burning flame technique to Feng Xian. Even though Feng Xian did not have eidetic memory like Zhuge Yueyu, her comprehension ability was still extremely high. Ding! As the host has taught his disciple a black-rank divine power, the heaven-burning flame technique, the host has received a randomized 100x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the heaven-rank divine power, Hellfire. Heaven-rank divine power, Hellfire. After the system notification ended, his mind was filled with insights about the technique. However, Yizan was a little disappointed. Although the divine power was extremely powerful, it was still inferior to the Flora Sword technique. Moreover, he did not have fire attribute power in his body. Even if he comprehended it with the help of the system, its power would not be satisfactory. However, if he were to impart the Hellfire technique to Feng Xian, its power would be extraordinary. After all, Feng Xian had a fire attribute divine bone, and a high grade one at that, which would allow her to unleash its full power. That being said, if he taught it to her now, he would miss out on the system's reward. Yizan pondered the matter for a moment, before turning to Feng Xian. "Little girl, I've just remembered that there's a more powerful divine power that might be suitable for you. I'll teach it to you now." Feng Xian was momentarily stunned. "I wonder what divine power teacher is going to teach me." In her opinion, the heaven-burning flame technique that Yizan taught her was already extremely powerful. How powerful would a stronger divine power be? "I'm going to teach you the Hellfire technique." Hellfire. Feng Xian was shocked. She had heard about this divine power before. A general of the Yangli Divine Empire had once mentioned that the power of the Hellfire technique was extremely terrifying, and that it was at least a heaven-rank divine power. Was she actually going to learn this legendary divine power? Feng Xian almost jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Yizan couldn't help but smile. "Don't get too excited, little girl. The Hellfire technique is powerful, but it's also very difficult to cultivate. However, if you can master this divine power, you will be able to unleash its incredible power. Don't worry, teacher. I'll definitely train hard in the future." Yizan nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently touched Feng Xian's forehead. The knowledge regarding the Hellfire technique instantly entered Feng Xian's mind. It gradually condensed into a rune that was filled with the power of fire. Seeing this, Feng Xian's face was filled with excitement. The divine power that her teacher had imparted to her was truly a heaven rank one. However, it was far too profound, and was not easy to master. That being said, the heaven burning flame technique would become a foundational technique. Once she successfully cultivated it, it would become easier for her to cultivate the hellfire technique in the future. She would also be aided by her fire attribute divine bone. Immediately after, Feng Xian closed her eyes and slowly comprehended the profundity of the hellfire technique. Moments later, her eyes suddenly opened, revealing resplendent flames in the depths of her eyes, while layers of flames covered her body. She seemed to look somewhat like a phoenix. When Zhuge Yuyu and Exener saw this, they were shocked. I didn't think that junior sister would be able to release such a powerful aura despite only cultivating this for the first time. Even though she was a materialization realm cultivator, Zhuge Yuyu could sense a trace of danger from the flames. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes briefly flashed with disappointment. She was Yi Zan's first disciple, and it had taken her 2 months to break through to the materialization realm, yet her junior sister was rapidly catching up within the span of a few days, and would soon have the strength to match hers. Yi Zan naturally noticed the disappointment in Zhuge Yuyu's eyes. Sigh, being a teacher was truly difficult. He had to be fair in imparting divine powers, but unfortunately, he did not have an ice attribute divine power to give her. What should he do? However, at this moment, a system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Ding! As this is the first time that the host has taught his disciple a heaven-rank divine power, the system's reward function has been triggered. Note: this reward is limited to a divine power of the same rank. What? Seeing this, Yi Zan was stunned. There was a different kind of reward function aside from the usual critical rewards. Was this an additional hidden function after the system upgrade? However, from the system's explanation, it seemed that the reward for this function was limited to the same rank, and the probability of triggering it was not fixed. It was completely random. Still, it was an unexpected surprise. Chapter 403, Lin Dong. Ding! Congratulations! The host has obtained the heaven-rank divine power, the 9 serenities of frost technique. He was seriously suspecting that the system had already arranged this beforehand. It seemed like it knew that he was lacking an ice-type divine power, and had decided to give him one out of the blue. Still, this was not a bad thing. Yuyu, come over here. Since he had it, he would teach it to Yuyu. After seeing her disappointed expression earlier, he had been thinking of teaching her the Flora Sword technique. However, the Flora Sword technique was a divine rank technique, and it was not something that ordinary cultivators could cultivate. Were it not for the power of the Golden Lotus of Great Tao, even Yi Zan would not have been able to successfully cultivate it. Normal divine powers were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks. The power of a heaven-rank divine power was already extremely powerful. If she could successfully cultivate it, Zhuge Yuyu's strength would definitely increase by a large extent. Teacher, why did you call me over? Zhuge Yuyu walked over cautiously. Although she had a smile on her face, she could not hide the disappointment in her heart. Seeing this, Yi Zan's gaze suddenly softened. Girl, have a seat. You've already cultivated the Cloud Sky Sword technique to the minor mastery stage. After some careful consideration, I think it's time to teach you another divine power. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes brightened when she heard this. The disappointment in her gaze disappeared. It turned out that her teacher had always kept her in mind. Thank you, teacher. I'll definitely cultivate diligently. The smile on Zhuge Yuyu's face brightened, and her eyes were filled with excitement. This girl was quite easy to satisfy. In fact, compared to Feng Xian, Yi Zan doted on Zhuge Yuyu more. Although Feng Xian had been reduced to a marriage tool of the royal family, at least she still had a home to return to. Zhuge Yuyu's parents had died tragic deaths at the hands of the berserk beasts. Now, he was the last person this girl could rely on. If he abandoned or ignored her, perhaps she would end up depressed and disheartened. What I'm going to teach you is the 9 serenities of frost technique, a heaven-rank divine power. Heaven-rank divine powers are extremely profound. You must cultivate diligently in order to comprehend them. Of course, if you encounter any problems, you can come and ask me at any time. Remember, when you cultivate, don't rush things. Take it step by step, Yi Zan patiently instructed. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Yi Zan smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched Zhuge Yuyu's forehead. As a stream of light flashed, and all the information about the 9 serenities of frost suddenly appeared in Zhuge Yuyu's mind. When that happened, the profound ice divine bone in Zhuge Yuyu's body trembled slightly, as if it had been stimulated by some kind of power, and it started to release waves of power. When Zhuge Yuyu sensed this, she was overjoyed. It seemed like this divine power was compatible with her divine bone. She immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the mysteries of the 9 serenities of frost in detail. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding temperature started falling, as her body exuded an icy cold aura. After some time, she gained a basic grasp of the divine power and began integrating it into the cloud sky sword technique. Her sharp sword chi now seemed to shine with an exceedingly cold edge. Seeing that his 2 disciples were working hard on their cultivation, Yanran did not disturb them. Instead, he quietly stood guard beside them. Of the 2 disciples he had taken in, one cultivated scorching fire, while the other cultivated freezing ice. Their attributes were completely different. However, to Yanran's disappointment, teaching the 9 serenities of frost technite to Zhuge Yuyu did not trigger a system's reward. Of course, he was not too bothered by this. Time flew by, and the night quickly passed. The next morning, within the bustling streets of Qingyang City, 3 beautiful figures appeared. Senior sister and Exoner, come over and take a look at this hairpin. Do you think it will look good on me? Feng Xian was somewhat excited as she picked out jewelry on the streets. Of course I think it will look good on you, Zhuge Yuyu said with a smile. After that, Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian, and Exoner strolled the streets for half a day. If they came across anything interesting, they would buy it without any hesitation. Feng Xian had grown up in the royal palace, and as such was very curious about these rare and unusual things. Just as Feng Xian was chatting with Zhuge Yuyu, an elegant-sounding voice rang out. I feel that this jade pendant is the most suitable for this fairy. When Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian, and Exoner heard this, they looked in the direction of the voice. A young man had suddenly appeared behind them. His appearance was quite handsome, and his words were gentle and elegant. However, Zhuge Yuyu frowned. Others might not be able to tell, but Zhuge Yuyu could clearly sense that the man's eyes were slightly intrusive. He seemed to be sizing her up from the corner of his eyes. He was definitely up to no good. Compared to Zhuge Yuyu's aloof attitude, Feng Xian was undoubtedly much more straightforward, as she said indifferently, your words are reasonable, but unfortunately I don't like jade pendants. Lin Dong chuckled without revealing the slightest bit of anger. However, when he inadvertently saw Zhuge Yuyu beside Feng Xian, his eyes involuntarily lit up. He did not expect that he would meet 2 goddesses while idling around today. If he could get these 2 women into bed, would not that be great? Not only was Lin Dong the eldest young master of the Lin family in Qingyang City, he was also a disciple of Sun Mobai of the Immortal Divine Sect. It could be said that Lin Dong was born superior to others. Whether it was in Qingyang City or the Immortal Divine Sect, there was nothing he could not get his hands on if he wanted it. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she could not escape from his grasp. Chapter 404, Sudden Change in Behavior. I am Lin Dong from the Lin family of Qingyang City, and the disciple of Sun Mobai from the Immortal Divine Sect. May I know how I should address you 2 fairies? Which sect do you come from? Today's weather is quite nice. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite you 2 fairies for a drink. Lin Dong spoke with a smile on his face, while his eyes were filled with confidence. Normally, every time he revealed his identity, most female cultivators would be awed into following him. However, things were destined to be different today. Upon hearing his words, Zhuge Yuyu's eyes turned even colder. She completely ignored Lin Dong. Feng Xian only smiled faintly and playfully. Young Master Lin, this is our first time meeting, so there really is no reason for us to accompany you. Furthermore, our teacher has specially instructed us not to mingle around with random suspicious people. Young Master, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Oh, one more thing. The name of the Immortal Divine Sect might have worked on others, but it really means nothing to us. Lin Dong's expression instantly turned cold after she spoke. He did not expect Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian to disregard and disrespect him like this. In all of Qingyang City, no cultivator would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Immediately, Lin Dong's eyes turned cold as he spoke to the guard beside him. Investigate the background of these 2 women. I want to know their identities and backgrounds. HMPH, I've never failed to get the women I want, and that's not about to change. Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian, and Exoner then found seats on the top floor of a restaurant. Senior sister, that person just now said that he came from the Immortal Divine Sect and that he was Sun Mobai's disciple. Does senior sister know him? Feng Xian asked curiously. Sun Mobai, Hearing this, Zhu Yuyu frowned. She pondered for a moment, then said slowly, I've met him with teacher before. He's just a wretched old man. When we surrounded the ape beast back then, Sun Mobai was present, as was Chief Yuelin from our sect. There were also many Heaven Realm experts present who were eyeing the ape beast's precious bone. However, in the end, teacher was the one who obtained it, shocking everyone. At that time, Sun Mobai wanted to get close to him to forge a friendly relationship. However, teacher didn't give him any face at all. I still remember that old man's shocked expression to this day. When Feng Xian heard this, she chuckled. She had also heard of that incident where the various experts had surrounded and attacked the ape beast, but she was unclear about the details of the incident. It was a pity that she was not there at the time and could not witness her teacher's prowess. At this moment, in the Su family's residence in Qingyang City. Father, mother, please have some tea. You must be tired today. Your son will wash your feet for you. Su Tiansheng looked at Su Changhai's filial expression with a dumbfounded look. Fuck, was this thing in front of him really his own son? How had he changed so drastically after leaving home to explore the world for a month? Why was he now acting so filial? Son, did you get into trouble outside? Suddenly, Su Tiansheng seemed to have thought of something, and his tone suddenly became serious. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. From Su Tiansheng's perspective, Su Chang must have caused a lot of trouble outside. This expression of filial piety was probably his way of asking for help. However, Su Tiansheng was also helpless. No matter what, Su Chang was his own son. He had to clean up his mess if there was trouble. Su Chang stood up when he saw his father doubting him. Dad, what do you mean by this? I'm your biological son. I might have been a little insensible in the past, but now that I have grown up, I naturally have to be filial to you. Your son has gone through many hardships to return to Qingyang City, and I just want to wash your feet. How could you think of me like that? Looking at Su Changhai's sad face, Su Tiansheng's mouth twitched. Did I really blame this kid wrongly? In just a month, he had really become so filial. Su Changhai's mother, Zhang Lihong, patted Su Tiansheng's back in annoyance when she saw this. What's wrong with you? Isn't it a good thing for Chang to become filial? Don't tell me you still want him to stir up trouble like before. Su Tiansheng felt somewhat wronged. Based on Su Changhai's previous behavior, it was only natural to suspect his motives after a sudden change like this. See, father always misunderstands me, Su Chang grinned when he heard that. Then, he squatted down very considerately. In this family, it's still mother who loves and understands me the most. Why is there a need to doubt my sincerity? Mother, I'll wash your feet now. Zhang Lihong was also surprised by Su Changhai's behavior, but felt that it was a good thing. My good son, my love for you all these years has not been in vain. Mother, as long as you like it, I'll wash your feet every day, Su Chang said with an apologetic smile. Silly child, the sons of our Su family are all indomitable and will become the overlords of the mystic world. How can you spend your time washing my feet every day? Just knowing that you are willing is enough to satisfy me. My precious son has finally grown up. Zhang Lihong's eyes were filled with love for Su Chang. Looking at Su Chang washing her feet seriously, Su Tiansheng rubbed his chin and nodded with relief. It seemed that this kid had indeed changed. He was much more sensible than before. Chapter 405. Visiting bearing gifts. However, Su Tiansheng and Zhang Lihong had no idea that Su Changhai's filial piety was entirely due to one person. Dad, come over quickly. I'll wash your feet for you as well. You've been working hard for the Su family all of your life. It's time for you to take some time and relax. Hearing this, Su Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. This really was a welcome change. You've finally grown up, kid. I didn't dote on you for nothing all these years. Immediately after Su Tiansheng took off his shoes, a smell that could even make a pig faint immediately assaulted Su Changhai's nose, which almost made him vomit. He was full of grievance. Yi Zan, this is all your fault. However, Su Chang could only curse in his heart. On the surface, he washed his father's feet expressionlessly. He had no choice, this was all he could do. Su Chang said to Su Tiansheng and Zhang Lihong after he cleaned up the wash basin, Father, Mother, rest well. Your son will go and cultivate now. That's great, go on ahead. It was rare to see his son take the initiative to cultivate, so Su Tiansheng's heart could be said to be brimming with joy. He did not know what this kid had experienced over the past month to change his personality and behavior like this. He had grown from a lazy and good-for-nothing rich kid to a mature man. After Su Chang left, Su Tiansheng immediately called over the two guardians he had tasked with protecting his son, Elder Lin and Elder Chen. Su Tiansheng and Zhang Lihong were not angry at all when they heard about Su Chang and Yi Zan. Instead, they smiled. I didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen to this kid. Darling, it seems that we have to thank Yi Zan. The cunning Su Tiansheng naturally knew that the Yi Zan coming over to check if Su Chang was filial was just a joke. Yi Zan was the chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak, and a powerful Heaven Realm expert. How could he have the time to check on a hedonistic son of the Su family? The reason Yi Zan did this was to give Su Chang a chance to turn over a new leaf. The effect was obvious. Su Chang was indeed frightened and was trying to maintain his filial image. One must know that before he met Yi Zan, this kid was a hedonistic young master who was not afraid of anything and only knew how to cause trouble for his family. Unexpectedly, after coming back this time, not only did his arrogant demeanor completely vanish, but he also became filial and obedient. At the thought of this, Su Tiansheng's heart was filled with gratitude toward Yi Zan. A simple sentence had changed his son's life and saved the Su family. After all, Su Chang had been too arrogant in the past. However, since Su Tiansheng was still in charge of the Su family, there was no big problem. However, what would happen after he passed away? Who would be in charge of the Su family? Previously, Su Tiansheng had been vexed about how to train his son to become the rightful heir of the family. Now, Yi Zan had easily solved his biggest problem with just one sentence. Zhang Lihong even suggested with a smile, "Old Su, isn't the Seven Peaks competition of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect next month? I think it's necessary for our Su family to prepare some gifts for a visit. We must thank Chief Yi Zan." Su Tiansheng nodded with a smile. Your words are reasonable. Chief Yi Zan has given our Su family a new lease on life. We must thank him properly. Moreover, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect is an extremely powerful holy land in our Yangli Divine Empire. Yi Zan is the chief of Cloud Sky Peak. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to make friends with him. In Qingyang City, the top families more or less have the support of the powerful sects. The Lin family has the Immortal Divine Sect, and the Xia family has the Xianxia Academy. Only our Su family hasn't found a reliable ally yet. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect is an excellent choice. As the head of the Su family, Su Tiansheng was able to sniff out an opportunity when one presented itself. Immediately, Su Tiansheng's gaze fell on Elder Lin. Elder Lin, quickly prepare some precious gifts and send them to Cloud Sky Peak. Perhaps to Chief Yi Zan, our gifts may not be eye-catching, but they should be of some use to the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak. As you wish, Master. I'll deal with it now. Elder Lin nodded, then turned and left. Elder Lin agreed with Su Tiansheng's decision. After all, he had personally seen and experienced Yi Zan's strength. It was undoubtedly the best to be on good terms with someone as powerful and full of potential as Yi Zan. After that, Su Tiansheng and Zhang Lihong looked at each other and saw the smile on each other's face. Then, they went to Su Changhei's room together. Through the window of the room, Su Tiansheng and Su Chang could clearly see that Su Chang was cultivating seriously inside. He was no longer as lazy as before. Perhaps due to this incident, this kid was not only frightened by Yi Zan, but he was also shocked by the other powerful experts, which was driving him to become stronger. Darling, it seems that our little brat has really changed. Su Tiansheng's face was full of smiles. Zhang Lihong nodded in agreement, but she was also a little worried. Su Changhei's abrupt desire to cultivate and become stronger would not cause any psychological problems, would it? Zhang Lihong quickly said, Old Su, our precious son has been cooped up in his room cultivating ever since he returned to the family. It's not a good thing for him to continue doing this in the long run. How can his body take it? Su Tiansheng thought about it carefully and agreed with Zhang Lihong's words. Cultivation can't be rushed, it must be done step by step. A balance of work and rest is the most beneficial to the state of mind of a cultivator. Chapter 406. I should have checked the zodiac signs. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tiansheng pushed open the door and walked in. Su Chang sensed the movement and halted his cultivation. Father, Mother, why have you come? Su Chang quickly stood up and went over to welcome them. In fact, the reason why he was so filial just now was not entirely because of Yi Zan. After the incident with Yi Zan, he had also thought about it carefully. He had indeed caused a lot of trouble for the family over the years. It had always been his father cleaning up his mess, and his mother had always doted on him. Su Chang felt touched when he recalled this. It could be said that his act of filial piety just now came from the bottom of his heart. Son, although cultivation is important, you must strike a balance between work and rest. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation foundation, and that would be bad. Instead of staying in your room all day to cultivate, you should take some time to go out and see the world. This will also temper your will and heart, Su Tiansheng said with a smile. Su Changhai's eyes widened in shock. In the past, every time he said he wanted to go out and play, his father would look at him like he wanted to beat him to death. Now, his father had taken the initiative to ask him to go out and explore. It seemed that his actions had caused his father's opinion of him to change. Su Changhai's heart warmed at the thought of this and he smiled. Father, don't worry, I know what to do. I'll ask Elder Chen to stay by your side so you can go out and relax when you want to. Su Chang did not refuse. After all, ever since he returned to the Su family, he had been cultivating in his room and had not gone out for a long time. Furthermore, before today, Yi Zan had always been a shadow in his heart. He had been so scared that he did not even dare to go out the door. With Su Tiansheng's assurance, Su Chang felt that he had finally gained a new lease on life. Some time later, Su Chang walked out of the house in a fine suit with a fan in his hand. He had a gentle and elegant appearance. As for Elder Chen, he was Su Changhai's guard and was responsible for his safety. Su Chang was no longer as arrogant and domineering as he used to be when he was playing on the streets of Qingyang City. He had become low-key. Qingyang Restaurant. Suddenly, Su Changhai's gaze fell on the signboard of a restaurant not far away, and he stopped in his tracks. Qingyang Restaurant was an extremely famous restaurant in Qingyang City. It was said that the owner of this restaurant was a Heaven Realm expert. This was why it had been able to ward off those with ill intentions and become one of the top restaurants in the city. As a result, almost all the major families in Qingyang City patronized Qingyang Restaurant. In the past, this was also a place that Su Chang liked to come to, especially for the osmanthus wine it served, which had been brewed for decades. Young master, why don't we go in and have a seat? Elder Chen suggested when he saw Su Changhai's gaze. As the Su family's guardian for many years, Elder Chen had been by Su Changhai's side for many years. Naturally, he understood his personality and habits. Su Changhai's personality was also very simple and crude. He only knew how to eat, drink, womanize, and gamble. He did not dare to touch women now, but he could still have a sip of wine. Okay, let's go in and have a drink, Su Chang thought for a while and said. He did not think his luck was so bad that he would meet Yi Zan there. As soon as Su Chang entered Qingyang Restaurant, the waiter inside greeted him with a smile. Waiter, get me a private room on the top floor. No problem, young Master Su, please come this way. As the waiter escorted him, Su Chang made his way to the top floor with a smile on his face. Young Master Su, it's been a long time since you've been to Qingyang Restaurant. Your usual private room has been reserved by other guests, the waiter explained in embarrassment. Su Chang raised his eyebrows and said in dissatisfaction, just who is so bold to dare to snatch this young master's reservation? Su Chang walked to his private room angrily and pulled open the curtains. When he saw the three beautiful women in the private room, the corners of his mouth twitched and he almost fell down. The waiter was about to explain, but Su Chang turned around without hesitation and rushed downstairs. Seeing this, Elder Chen was a little confused. Young master, is there something wrong with the private room? Hurry up and run, that fiend is inside. Su Changhai's face was pale and he felt a lingering fear. Elder Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He knew who Su Chang was talking about. The two of them immediately rushed out of the door. At this moment, a cold and mocking voice suddenly rang out from a private room on the top floor. Isn't this the famous young Master Su of Qingyang City? Why are you running away as soon as you've arrived? Su Changhai's entire body stiffened when he heard the voice. I'm done for, who can save me? Damn it, why did I decide to come out for a walk today? I should have checked the zodiac signs before leaving the house. Why did he end up meeting this fiend again? Su Changhai's tears almost rolled down his face. The owner of the voice was Zhu Guiyu. Hearing Zhuge Yueyu's words, Su Cheng did not know whether to leave or to stay. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. He could only turn around with a smile and look in Zhuge Yueyu's direction. I didn't expect to meet you here, fairy. It's really fate. Hearing this, Zhuge Yueyu revealed a playful smile. Young Master Su seems to be in a hurry. Where are you going? Could it be that you're deliberately avoiding me? How is that possible? I'm sure you've misunderstood. I just remembered that I have some important things to deal with at home, so I'm in a hurry to return, Su Cheng said guiltily as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhuge Yueyu was here, but he wondered if Yi Zan was beside her. If that guy was here, then he was doomed. No, I don't want to die. I'm still in my prime and I haven't continued the Su family lineage yet. At that moment, Su Cheng suddenly noticed a beautiful woman in a sky blue robe walking out of the private room. Senior sister, who is this person? Feng Xian asked curiously. Although Su Chenghei's intrusion had been very brief, it was still detected by them. Feng Xian had thought that Lin Dong had come to cause trouble for them. At the mention of Su Cheng, Zhuge Yueyu almost could not hold back her laughter. Then, she told Feng Xian about everything that had happened. After learning about the course of events, Feng Xian could not help but smile. She had never expected his teacher to have such a playful personality. This young Master Su's heart was probably tormented by the shadow of her teacher, which was why he wanted to escape the moment he saw their figures. Chapter 407. Young Master Su, someone is scolding you. Zhuge Yueyu looked at Su Cheng, who had a guilty look on his face. She felt like laughing and teasing him. Since young Master Su is not hiding from us, why not come up and have a seat? I'm just a mortal, so how can I sit with you fairies? Besides, this isn't very appropriate. Su Cheng looked around guiltily, trying to see if Yi Zan was nearby. However, no matter what the result was, he would never dare to have any ideas about Zhuge Yueyu. At this moment, Elder Chen suggested, Young Master, I think we can agree to her suggestion. After all, she is Chief Yi Zan's disciple. If we can become friends with her, we might be able to ease our relationship with Chief Yi Zan. Su Cheng thought about it carefully and agreed with Elder Chen. Cough, cough. However, since you're willing to share a seat with me, I won't be unreasonable. Su Cheng calmed down, and his face regained its gentle and elegant smile. However, he did not know that on the other side of the top floor, there were a few sneaky cultivators watching them. One of them, a burly man, said in a deep voice, hurry up and report this to the young master. These beauties are related to Su Cheng. After entering the private room, Su Cheng bowed very politely like a scholar. I'm Su Cheng, greetings. Seeing this, Feng Xian could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. This guy knew his etiquette, but his movements were a little stiff. It was obvious that he did not practice very often. I didn't expect young Master Su to be so well-mannered. Su Cheng felt happy when he heard this, but did not show it on his face. You flatter me. I'm just a mortal, how can I be compared to you fairy maidens? I wonder how I should address the two fairies beside me. Su Chenghei's gaze fell on Feng Xian and Exener as he asked curiously. He knew Zhuge Yueyu, as she was Yi Zan's disciple. However, he had no impression of Feng Xian and Exener. She's my junior sister, Feng Xian, Zhuge Yueyu said. I didn't expect fairy to be Chief Yi Zan's disciple as well. It's truly a pleasure. Once Su Cheng discovered Feng Xian's identity, he immediately squeezed out a smile. However, he was more envious in his heart. He had not expected Yi Zan to take in yet another beautiful disciple. When did he have no such luck with the ladies? By the way, why do I only see you three fairies here? Is Chief Yi Zan around? Su Cheng asked nervously. Zhuge Yueyu stifled a laugh as she spoke. Don't worry, teacher isn't here. That's such a pity. Su Cheng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Oh my god, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, that fiend was not here. The confidence on Su Chenghei's face returned immediately. He spoke with fervor and elegance. At this moment, in another private room on the top floor of the restaurant, Lin Dong's expression was depressed as he drank alone. The figures of Zhuge Yueyu and Feng Xian kept appearing in his mind. At this moment, a subordinate ran in and reported in a hurry. Young master, we've obtained some information. They seem to know the Su family's eldest young master. Su Cheng is currently in the private room with those women. What? When Lin Dong heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. Su Cheng, that trash, is not worthy. Lin Dong's eyes were filled with rage. He had always looked down on Su Chang, that good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat, drink, wine, and gamble. If Su Changhai's father had not been a Heaven Realm expert, he would have beaten Su Chang up a long time ago. He did not expect that Feng Xian and the others would reject his outstanding self and turn around to get together with that trash, Su Chang. Lin Dong could no longer endure it. Bah, they're just a bunch of bitches. I thought they were people of noble status, but they dared to refuse me to mingle with that trash. HMPH. Follow me. No matter what, I have to vent my anger today. I will let them know who the boss of Qingyang City is. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong angrily dashed out of the door and headed towards the private room where Zhuge Yuyu and the rest were seated. In the private room, Su Chang was thinking about how to build a good relationship with Zhuge Yuyu and the others, and at the same time, ease his strained relationship with Yi Zan. He did not expect that before he could even take action, Lin Dong had already led a group of his underlings and furiously barged in. What? Su Chang frowned when he saw this. When he saw that the people who had arrived were Lin Dong and his group of followers, he was puzzled. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? I didn't provoke him during this period of time, so why did he come looking for me? Lin Dong furiously glared at Su Chang, Zhuge Yuyu and the rest as he sneered. I thought you were noble people since you rejected me, but I didn't expect that you'd take a fancy to this kind of trash. Hearing this, Feng Xian smiled, but did not say anything. At the side, Zhuge Yuyu's eyes instantly turned cold. She was about to beat this guy up, but she was stopped by Feng Xian. Feng Xian knew that Lin Dong must have thought that they had taken a fancy to Su Chang. This was why he had angrily rushed over. These descendants of the major families were all like this. They wanted to compete for superiority in everything they did. After failing to win their favor, Lin Dong discovered that Su Chang was actually sharing a private room with them, so he naturally could not take this lying down. When she thought of this, Feng Xian chuckled inwardly. Interesting. She immediately looked at Su Chang, who was beside her, and said as if she was just watching a show. Young Master Su, this guy actually called you trash. Su Changhai's mouth twitched when he heard that. He could not help it. Lin Dong, a dog like you dares to scold me. I spent so much effort to improve my impression in front of these beautiful women, but this guy's one sentence has undone all of my work. Who the fuck could endure this? At this moment, Elder Chen whispered, Young Master, it is very likely that Lin Dong's group is here for the fairies. If we can solve this problem, perhaps it will help our relationship with Chief Yi Zan. Chapter 408. Han Sikong. Su Changhai's eyes lit up. Why did he not think of this earlier? Fortunately, Elder Chen was by his side, otherwise he would have missed this opportunity. Su Chang said to Feng Xian and the others with a smile, Fairies, don't worry. He's just a rascal, I'll deal with him. Oh, since that's the case, then I'll have to trouble young Master Su to deal with him. Feng Xian did not seem to mind the matter blowing up. There was not the slightest bit of panic on her face. Su Changhai's eyes were ice cold as he stood up and stared at Lin Dong. I thought it was some dog barking, but it was young Master Lin. What's wrong? Is there something you need from me? Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Dong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You're just a piece of trash, yet you want to act like a hero saving the beauty. If you don't want to be crippled by me, then hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Oh, I'm curious as to how you plan to cripple me. I've been in Qingyang City for more than 10 years, yet the word, fear, has never existed in my dictionary. Your Lin family may be powerful, but my Su family is not afraid of your family. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he took a deep look at Su Chang. His heart was filled with doubts. In the past, this guy would immediately hide like a dog when he saw him. When did he suddenly become a tough guy? However, Lin Dong did not know that Su Chang was extremely shrewd. The reason why Su Chang had previously avoided Lin Dong was because he knew that the Su family's current strength had been lacking in comparison to the Lin family's strength. However, things were different now. He had Yi Zan's 2 disciples behind him, and he also had the behemoth that was the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Most importantly, Su Chang understood Yi Zan's protective nature. If Yi Zan knew that the Lin family dared to bully his disciples, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Just as the two of them were confronting each other, Elder Chen used the Su family's special secret code to pass a message out from the private room. After all, Su Chang was the eldest young master of the Su family. How could he be the only guard? There were many experts following them secretly. Once they had received Elder Chen's secret signal, they quickly went back to inform Su Tiansheng. Hehe, Su Chang, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you've become quite brave. Lin Dong was so furious that he laughed. No matter what it was that made Su Chang confident today, he had to vent his anger. At the very least, he could not let the trashy Su Chang oppress him. Oh, is that so? In the future, I will become even more unyielding, Su Chang said indifferently. Very good, you have completely infuriated me. If I am unable to break your legs today, then I am not Lin Dong. He immediately waved his hand and ordered his underlings behind him to charge. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly rang out from the front of the private room. Young Master Lin, are you trying to make a move in my restaurant? After that, a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe walked over and looked at Lin Dong with an ice-cold gaze. The middle-aged man was the owner of Qingyang Restaurant, and a powerful Heaven Realm expert. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong's expression involuntarily changed. Although he was furious, he could only stop. The middle-aged man's name was Han Sikong. It was said that he came from an ancient clan. Not only that, their clan had businesses spread all over the East Continent, and they were extremely powerful. No matter how powerful the Lin family was, they were only a large family in the Yangli Divine Empire. How could they compare? Lin Dong greets Senior Han. I was in the wrong earlier, I hope that Senior Han will not take it to heart. Hearing this, Han Sikong sneered. Remember, no matter what conflict you have with others, you cannot cause trouble in my Qingyang restaurant. Even if your father came here personally, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying spiritual pressure of a Heaven Realm expert suddenly swept out. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong's expression immediately changed as he hurriedly circulated the spiritual power within his body to resist. However, the spiritual power of a Heaven Realm expert realm was too terrifying, and it easily forced Lin Dong to lower his head. Lin Dong's bone armor emitted a crackling sound, before his legs bent and he directly knelt on the ground, while his entire body was covered in sweat. After some intimidation, Han Sikong withdrew his spiritual pressure. As if he had been granted amnesty, Lin Dong looked at Han Sikong with lingering fear. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. Lin Dong dragged his weak body and stood up with great difficulty. With a miserable expression, he led his group of followers and left. Before he left, Lin Dong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Su Chang, Feng Xian and the rest. Since he was young, when had he ever suffered such grievances? Today, Han Sikong protected them, but what about the future? It seems that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Feng Xian's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Beside her, Zhu Yueyu's expression was solemn. This Lin Dong is nothing much. The most important thing is the family behind him. After all, they were in Qingyang City, in which the Lin family was one of the major powers. Furthermore, Lin Dong seemed to be a cultivator of the immortal divine sect. Although the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was not afraid of the Immortal Divine Sect, the two had always maintained a friendly relationship. What would the stance of the two sects be in this conflict? Su Chang naturally noticed the worry in Zhu Yueyu's eyes, and patted his chest with a smile. Fairy, don't worry, although the Lin family is powerful, our Su family can still fight. If you are really worried, you can stay with our Su family. We will do our best to protect you. When Zhu Yueyu heard this, she looked at Su Chang in surprise. She was a little confused. The two sides had just met by chance. Not only did they not have any friendship, but they even had grudges with each other. Why was this guy helping them? Most importantly, Su Chang was willing to stake it all against the Lin family. Han Sikong looked at Su Chang in surprise. Young Master Su really has an extraordinary bearing. For the safety of these young ladies, you actually did not hesitate to go up against the Lin family. Chapter 409, Do you want to stay at my place? Su Changhei's mouth twitched when he heard that. He quickly whispered in Han Sikong's ear. Senior Han, please don't make fun of me. I'm not doing this for these women, I'm just afraid of their teacher. That fellow's strength is far too terrifying. If I didn't do my part to take care of them, he would probably come to Qingyang City to personally deal with me. Oh, Han Sikong raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chang in surprise. What kind of terrifying existence was it that could actually make the arrogant young Master Su so frightened? Furthermore, The Su family's headquarters was in Qingyang City, and his father was also a powerful heaven realm expert. Under such circumstances, Su Chang was still so afraid of the other party. Could it be that their teacher's strength exceeded the heaven realm? Who is young Master Su referring to? Could it be that his strength is very terrifying? Terrifying isn't even enough to describe him. That guy can only be called abnormal. I'm sure you know the strength of my family's 2 heaven realm elders. They couldn't even take 1 strike from him. They almost died on the spot, Su Chang said. It's terrifying just recalling it. I've never seen such a powerful cultivator. What? He injured 2 heaven realm experts with 1 strike? If that's the case, I'm quite interested in this person. Han Sikong narrowed his eyes. Han Sikong knew the Tusha family heaven realm elders quite well. He had even fought them a few times. Someone who could severely injure those 2 with 1 sword strike would be extraordinarily powerful. When did the East Continent have such powerful cultivators? How had such a person escaped his notice? If what Su Chang said was true, then the teacher of these 2 women was indeed worth befriending. Where is their teacher from? Which holy land? The chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan. Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak. Hearing this, a sage-like old man suddenly appeared in Han Sikong's mind. That old man had suppressed almost all the top holy lands in the East Continent by himself. That old man was Tian Zan. Tian Zan was from Cloud Sky Peak. Could Yi Zan be his successor? If so, then his strength made sense. Immediately, Han Sikong turned to look at Zhu Guoyu and Feng Xian. A mysterious light flashed across the depths of his eyes. With his strength, he could naturally tell at a glance that the 2 women possessed the unique aura of divine bones. Heavens, both of them have high-grade divine bones. Han Sikong took a deep breath, and his expression became serious. In the cultivation system of the mystic world, the higher the grade of one's divine bones, the more potential they had to become peerless experts. Zhu Guoyu had already reached the 1st level of the materialization realm, and Feng Xian was a 2nd-level divine mystic realm cultivator. He did not expect Yi Zan's disciples to be so talented. This is really unbelievable. Yi Zan's luck in taking in disciples is so good. It seems that the Lin family has really kicked an iron plate. Thinking this, Han Sikong simply smiled and said nothing. He also understood why Su Chang wanted to befriend Zhu Guoyu and Feng Xian at the cost of offending the Lin family. It seemed that the Su family had made their choice to side with the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect was extremely powerful and was one of the top holy lands of the Yangli Divine Empire, so it was indeed a good choice. What do you 2 fairies want to do? If the 2 of you don't mind, I will immediately order people to clean up this mess. Please don't worry, I've decided not to have any ill intentions. I behaved inappropriately back then, and now I only want to atone for my sins. I hope Chief Yi Zan can forgive me. In Qingyang City, under the protection of our Su family, even the Lin family will not be able to make a move easily. Hearing this, Zhu Guoyu started to hesitate. She had a conservative personality and did not want to make a big deal out of it. After all, Lin Dong still had the immortal divine sect behind him. If they were dragged into this conflict, it was extremely likely that it would cause a lot of trouble for her teacher. Senior sister, since young Master Su has invited us so graciously, why don't we go over and stay for a few days? Teacher has already gone to explore the surrounding area yesterday, and we don't know when he will return. Rather than staying at an inn and worrying about Lin Dong's revenge, why not stay at the Su family's residence for a few days instead? Feng Xian, who was at the side, spoke up at this point. Although she was not afraid of the Lin family's revenge, it would naturally be best if she could avoid it. After all, her identity was extremely special. Unless it was a critical moment, it was best not to expose her identity. Since that's the case, then we'll go with junior sister's suggestion. Zhu Guoyu thought about it seriously and then agreed with Feng Xian's idea. However, Zhu Guoyu was still worried about Yi Zan. The archaic divine mountain range which Yi Zan was exploring was extremely dangerous. Still, given her teacher's current strength, unless he encountered a mystic lord realm descendant of an ancient beast, there would be no threat to him. However, that strange aura that the beasts possessed was worrying. She regretted asking him to investigate this matter and felt a little guilty. That being said, all she could do now was pray inwardly that he would be safe. Chapter 410. How dare you impersonate the princess? After getting Zhu Guoyu's approval, Feng Xian smiled and said to Su Chang. Looks like we'll have to trouble young Master Su for the next few days. Don't worry, Fairy, this isn't a big deal. There's no need to pay it any mind. Since that's the case, let's leave quickly. That fellow Lin Dong will definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance, so we must be careful, Su Chang said hurriedly before heading downstairs. At this moment, opposite Qingyang restaurant was another luxurious restaurant. Lin Dong was in that restaurant. He was currently furiously staring at the Qingyang restaurant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Looking at the wine cup embedded with jades in his hand, he was angry. He crushed it and said to his subordinate fiercely, "Keep an eye on their movements for me. HMPH. Although Han Sikong is powerful, he can't protect them forever. I don't believe they'll hide in there forever. As long as those people leave Qingyang restaurant, Han Sikong will have no excuse to intervene." At this moment, a guard beside him said worriedly, "Young master, this matter involves Su Chang after all. Should we go back and inform the family head?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dong involuntarily narrowed his eyes as he carefully pondered. He could have let Su Chang off for Su Tiansheng sake, but since this guy did not know what was good for him, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Moreover, in Qingyang City, the Lin family and the Su family had always been at odds. Previously, his father could not find a reasonable excuse to suppress the Su family. Now, Su Changhei's actions had undoubtedly given him a chance. It seemed that it was time to tell his father about this. "Quickly return and tell my father about everything that happened here." "Yes, young master." While Lin Dong was glowering at the Qingyang restaurant, an extremely beautiful lady was currently squatting down to help him reduce his anger. Just like that, time passed by slowly. The bustling streets were filled with people, completely unaware of the chaos that was about to descend upon Qingyang City. At this moment, Su Chang left Qingyang restaurant with a smile on his face. Zhu Yuyu, Feng Xian, and Exener followed behind him. Just as they were about to head in the direction of the Su family's residence, a group of people dressed in black robes suddenly surrounded them and blocked their way. Su Changhei's expression changed when he saw that. He was naturally aware that these people were sent by Lin Dong. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Xian, who was beside him, stood up and spoke in an indifferent manner. "Hee, you guys are pretty fast." At this moment, the group of cultivators made way for a young man in luxurious clothes to walk over slowly. This well-dressed young man was Lin Dong. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth curled into a faint smile. "You two bitches sure move quickly. Do you really think that you are safe just because you relied on Su Chang?" Hearing this, Feng Xian's expression did not change in the slightest. She indifferently looked at the cultivators around her. Elder Chen, who was beside Su Chang, said with a solemn expression, "Young master, you all have to be careful. These cultivators are not weak. The strongest one has reached the 6th level of the Void Realm." "It's just the 6th level of the Void Realm. Elder Chen, you're a 9th level Void Realm cultivator. What's there to be afraid of?" Su Chang could not understand. Elder Chen was a little helpless. His own cultivation level was well known, so there was no way Lin Dong merely dispatched 6th level Void Realm cultivators to deal with them. There had to be stronger cultivators from the Lin family lying in wait. When he saw that they had been surrounded, the smile on Lin Dong's face grew even wider. He looked at Feng Xian with an extremely arrogant expression. "Little bitch, weren't you very arrogant just now? I'd like to see how you plan to escape my grasp today." Feng Xian did not refute him. She was simply too lazy to care about Lin Dong. However, there was not the slightest trace of fear on her face. After all, she was the princess of the Yangli Divine Empire. If she was frightened by such a scene, how could she be called a princess? "Open your dog eyes a little wider. How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? I don't think there's a need for your Lin family to exist anymore." When she saw that Lin Dong dared to insult Feng Xian, Exener immediately flew into a rage. "What, princess?" As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. "You are the princess of the Yangli Divine Empire." Lin Dong's eyes involuntarily widened as his pupils were filled with disbelief. If the other party was really the princess of the Yangli Divine Empire, the Lin family was indeed in trouble. After all, no matter how powerful the Lin family was, they were only a family under the sovereignty of the Yangli Divine Empire. How could they be compared to the royal family? In contrast to Lin Dong's panic, Su Chang nearly jumped up in joy. "Oh my god, I didn't expect this fairy to be the princess of the Divine Empire." I've really struck gold this time. Hee hee. When I go back, my father will surely praise me. Su Chang was overjoyed. At this moment, Lin Dong's face was extremely ashen. His expression was as if he had just eaten a mouthful of shit. How can you prove that you are the princess of the Divine Empire? Why would the princess of the Divine Empire come to Qingyang City? Hearing this, Feng Xian smiled as she spoke elegantly. I wonder how young Master Lin wants me to prove it. Well, you should at least have a token from the royal family, right? I'm really sorry. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring it along. Feng Xian shook her head. She had escaped with Exeter in a hurry, so how could she have had the time to bring the token along? Even if she had the time, Feng Xian would definitely have not brought it along in case it could be traced by the royal family. Hee hee, how can the princess of the Divine Empire not have the royal family's token? You bitch, how dare you impersonate the princess? You deserve to die 1,000 times. No one can protect you today. When he heard that Feng Xian did not have the royal family's token, Lin Dong immediately laughed. Chapter 411. I'll cut you into pieces. A sneer formed on the corners of his mouth. Regardless of whether Feng Xian was the princess of the Divine Empire, as long as she was unable to prove her identity, Lin Dong would be able to deal with her as a fake. Moreover, even if the royal family pursued the matter, he would have an excuse. Hee hee, if I can enjoy this beautiful princess, my life will not have been in vain. When he thought of this, a lecherous glint flashed across the depths of Lin Dong's eyes. The scene of Feng Xian being conquered by him was already being played out in his mind. Moments later, as he looked at Feng Xian, he waved his hand. Capture all of them. Who gave you the guts to do that? When Su Chang saw this, he was furious. Hee hee, he's just a piece of trash from the Su family. Bring this guy back too. Lin Dong was too lazy to care. Right now, he only wanted to capture Feng Xian and bring her back. After Lin Dong's words rang out, the cultivators of the Lin family behind him immediately took action. Elder Chen's face was grave. His spiritual power surged out and blocked most of the cultivators. However, at this moment, two streaks of light suddenly flashed past from the corner of the street. They were two old men in red robes, both of whom were 9th-level Void Realm experts. Seeing this, Elder Chen's expression changed drastically. As expected, Lin Dong definitely had backup. At this moment, Han Sikong was watching all of this from the top floor of Qingyang restaurant. However, he did not make a move. The reason was very simple. His spiritual sense could detect the impending arrival of a terrifying expert. Young master, I'll do my best to hold them back. Please leave with the 3 ladies. Elder Chen unleashed his full power to block the attacks of the cultivators as he spoke to Su Chang anxiously. Even with 2 9th-level Void Realm experts facing him, Elder Chen was not at a disadvantage in this battle. Hee hee, since you're already here, why are you leaving? Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. Moments later, a powerful aura burst forth, and then a middle-aged man with a burly figure turned into a streak of light and suddenly appeared. Lin Yuming. Lin Yuming was the head of the Lin family, and a terrifying Heaven Realm expert. With me around, no one will be able to save you. As soon as Lin Yuming appeared, he clapped his hands, and a powerful force burst out that severely injured Elder Chen. If Elder Chen had not reacted in time, he would have died. Right at this moment, another extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. Lin Yuming, you be *starred, if you dare to touch even a hair on my precious son's head, I'll cut you into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a dignified gaze suddenly appeared. He held a large saber in his hand and walked forward step by step. Su Chang was ecstatic when he saw Su Tiansheng. His nervousness vanished. Son, don't worry, your father is here. No one will be able to touch you today. Su Tiansheng's voice was majestic, and his eyes were filled with anger. He did not expect that someone would dare to bully his precious son in his own territory. In an instant, Su Tiansheng had already arrived in front of Su Chang. He checked on Elder Chen's injuries and instantly became even more furious. I didn't think that your Lin family would be so shameless. You're actually bullying people with numbers. Alright, then let me experience the Lin family's abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the big saber in Su Tiansheng's hand blossomed with a sharp saber chi that cut through the sky and slashed toward Lin Yuming. Lin Yuming snorted coldly, and the surging power in his body also swept out as he began to fight Su Tiansheng. The two of them were both Heaven Realm experts, and having been rivals for many years, they were equally matched during their past encounters. However, Su Tiansheng's fury this time allowed him to gain the upper hand. While the two Heaven Realm experts were fighting, the cultivators around them were not idle. Now that Elder Chen was severely injured and could no longer resist, it was undoubtedly the best time to take down Su Cheng and the others. At that moment, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared beside Su Cheng. This old man was Elder Lin. Damn it, it's another Heaven Realm expert. I didn't expect the Su family to dispatch all of their Heaven Realm experts. This is going to be tricky. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong cursed inwardly. Soon after, he hurriedly retreated behind his subordinates. In the end, the outcome of this fight depended on Su Tiansheng and Lin Yuming. Both sides unleashed their own powerful abilities and collided with each other in the sky. The powerful shockwaves wreaked havoc on the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground, and many buildings were destroyed. Hee, I can't believe that you haven't made any progress after more than 10 years. Su Tiansheng was getting braver as the battle progressed. The saber in his hand created saber chi that filled the sky, suppressing Lin Yuming. Su Tiansheng's attacks were occasionally wounding Lin Yuming. As time passed, Lin Yuming's aura started to diminish, and his figure started to look a little pathetic. Although the Su family's overall strength was indeed inferior to the Lin family's, Su Tiansheng had an extremely powerful divine bone. Before this, Su Tiansheng had previously fought two Heaven Realm experts without being at a disadvantage. This was also the true reason why the Su family was able to establish itself in Qingyang City. Su Tiansheng, don't tell me you want to fight the Lin family to the death for 3 little girls. After discovering that he was no match for Su Tiansheng, Lin Yuming started threatening him. What surprised him was that the Su family, which had always been conservative, seemed to have gone crazy today. Even Su Tiansheng, this old man, had personally taken action. This was too fucking strange, was it not? Are you kidding me? You've already sent people to bully my precious son. Do you think I will hold back anymore? Su Tiansheng's lips curled into a sneer, and the saber in his hand knocked Lin Yuming down from the sky with a powerful strike. Lin Yuming's body smashed into the ground, and a huge hole appeared at the impact site. Lin Yuming could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly crushed a token in his storage ring. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the surroundings one after the other, surrounding the entire street. These were the Lin family's experts. Seeing this, Su Tiansheng's expression changed. It was obvious that the Lin family had already set up an ambush on the streets. Chapter 412, The Might of the Cloud Sky Sword. Su Tiansheng, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You can leave with your Su family, but these 3 women must stay. Otherwise, you will be declaring war on my Lin family. Lin Yuming slowly stood up, a cold smile on his face. Earlier on, Lin Dong had already told him everything. However, Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu did not put the Lin family in their eyes at all. Therefore, they had to be taught a good lesson. He wanted to use this to tell the world the miserable consequences of offending the Lin family. The most important thing was that he could clearly sense that Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu actually possessed the innate god's bones. He had actually encountered such a rare physique, and there were 2 of them at once. Immediately, Lin Yuming had a change of heart and wanted to dig out the innate divine bones in their bodies. As long as he obtained these 2 pieces of innate god's bones, he would be able to transfer them to Lin Dong's body through a special method. It was also because of this that he didn't hesitate to use the Lin family's power to surround the street and even offend Su Tiansheng. However, even though his men had surrounded the street, the situation was not very optimistic. Su Tiansheng's attribute of getting stronger when he encountered a strong opponent was simply too heaven-defying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to threaten them with his words. At the very least, he had to take down Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu for now. As for the Su family, he would slowly deal with them in the future. Seeing this, Su Tiansheng's expression also became serious. He didn't know what to choose. After all, he didn't know if Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu were too important to Yizan. If it was just a random disciple, then even if they offended the Lin family at all costs, they might not be able to get any benefits. At this moment, Feng Xian walked out with an indifferent expression. She looked at Su Tiansheng, who had a grave expression, and smiled lightly. Master Su, we've already troubled the Su family a lot for today's matter. We can't make any more sacrifices, we'll remember the Su family's kindness today. If we can leave safely, we'll definitely repay the Su family's kindness in the future. Seeing this, Su Tiansheng's heart was instantly moved, and he even looked at this Feng Xian in a new light. He didn't expect that at such a young age, in such an emergency situation, he could still be so calm and composed, and even consider for them, he was a person with deep feelings. Forget it, wasn't it just the Lin family? So what if I beat him up? Little girl, don't worry. Just based on your words, this lord will definitely take charge of this matter. HMPH, you're looking for death. Seeing this, Lin Yuming's eyes turned cold, and he was about to order his subordinates to attack. At this moment, Zhu Yuyu stood out. With a wave of her sleeves, the cloud sky sword, which was shining with bright light, suddenly appeared. In an instant, everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on the cloud sky sword. Could this Xuan Ni magic treasure be the cloudsky sword? Isn't this old man Tian Zan's treasure? How did this little girl get it? Lin Yuming's expression changed when he saw this. As cultivators of the previous generation, almost everyone knew of the cloud sky sword's reputation. After all, the owner of the cloud sky sword was a terrifying existence that struck fear into the hearts of all the top-tier holy lands. He was the former chief elder of the Cloud Sky Peak and a supreme state expert who had fallen 100 years ago, the old man Tian Zan. Ha ha ha, it really is the Cloud Sky Sword. Su Tiansheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The moment Yun Tianjian appeared, he already understood how important Zhu Yuyu's identity was. The Cloud Sky Sword was the symbol of the Cloud Sky Peak's inheritance. With the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhu Yuyu's hands, it meant that she was the next heir to the Cloud Sky Peak. This was enough to prove Zhu Yuyu's position in Yizan's heart. Just now, he was still hesitating whether these two people were worthy of his full protection. Now, what was there to hesitate about? Yingluo, who are you? At this moment, Lin Yuming could not help but show a look of fear. Zhu Yuyu looked at him coldly, then walked out with an indifferent expression and said with a calm gaze. I'm the first disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's chief elder of Cloud Sky Peak, Yizan, Zhu Yuyu. As soon as his words fell, everyone's pupils could not help but suddenly shrink, their eyes full of shock. What? Yizan, how is this possible? Beside him, Lin Dong's face involuntarily turned pale, while his heart was filled with despair. He didn't want to believe it, but the Cloud Sky Sword in Zhu Yuyu's hand was a slap to his face. Other people might be unfamiliar with Yizan's name, but he was different. The reason was simple. His teacher was Su Mobai from the Temple of the Immortals, and he had personally fought with Yizan before. The most important thing was that when Su Mobai and Yizan fought, he was there to witness it with his own eyes. He was even more shocked when he saw Yizan severely injure the two powerhouses of the Heaven-Hidden Realm with one strike. However, it was a pity that he did not notice Zhu Yuyu at all because he was attracted by Yizan. Otherwise, how would he dare to provoke Zhu Yuyu? Now that he saw Zhu Yuyu reveal the Cloud Sky Sword, how could Lin Dong not understand what kind of person he had provoked? In an instant, Lin Dong's face was pale and bloodless, while his body could not help but tremble. The Great Desolation Divine Sect was a top holy land on the same level as the Ageless Shrine, and its overall strength even surpassed the Ageless Shrine. When Lin Yuming heard Zhu Yuyu's name, his face turned ashen. He looked at his son and almost vomited blood. This good-for-nothing was really incompetent, even though she told him that these two little girls were only ordinary cultivators. Wasn't this a complete scam? Master, what should we do? The two powerful guards of the Lin family came to Lin Yuming's back and asked with worry. Some time ago, the news that Yizan had severely injured two powerhouses in the Heaven-Hidden Realm with one sword strike had spread throughout the East Continent, so they had naturally heard of it. Damn it, no wonder Su Tiansheng is trying so hard to protect these two little girls. It seems like he's planning to join the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This matter has become tricky, Yingying. Feng Xian couldn't help but be curious when she saw the Lin family's solemn expressions. Senior sister, what's the origin of the long sword in your hand? Why are they so afraid when they see it? Zhu Yuyu was also a little confused. I'm not too sure either, but my teacher told me that this Cloud Sky Sword seems to be the magic weapon of the chief elders of the Cloud Sky Peak. Moreover, the Cloud Sky Sword's reputation was built on the founder, Old Man Tianxuan. However, teacher didn't mention the specific details. However, my teacher also instructed me to bring out the Cloud Sky Sword if I encounter any danger. Chapter 413, The Saint and the Saintess. Oh my god, I didn't expect our Grand Master to be so powerful. Even his weapon is enough to frighten the Lin family. When Feng Xian heard this, her eyes shone. It seemed like today's matter could be resolved. As expected of teacher, he actually left behind a trump card for senior sister. Father, what should we do now? The atmosphere instantly turned extremely awkward. Lin Dong's face was pale as he looked at Lin Yuming with a worried expression. Damn brat, you've caused a disaster. I'll beat you up when I get back. I warned you before to be more restrained during this period of time, yet look at what you've done. You should be glad that their teacher isn't in Qingyang City. Otherwise, even the immortal divine sect wouldn't be able to save your life. Lin Yuming had an exasperated look on his face. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's face turned even paler, while his heart was filled with regret. However, Lin Yuming was also clear that now was not the time to criticize Lin Dong. The most important thing now was to solve the current problem. He forced a smile and looked at Zhuge Yuyu with an obsequious smile. I didn't expect you to be a disciple from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Fortunately, we didn't fight just now. I happen to have a good relationship with Chief Gao Shun. If I had known that you two were from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, my Lin family would have treated you with the utmost courtesy. Thankfully, we avoided the worst-case scenario. Lin Yuming had a pained look on his face as he delivered an Oscar-worthy performance. When Lin Dong saw this, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. As expected of his father, his skin was truly as thick as an iron wall. How could Zhuge Yuyu not know Lin Yuming's intentions? However, Yi Zan was not by her side at the moment, so it was not good to make a big deal out of it. Pa pa pa. At this moment, a round of applause suddenly rang out from a tall building not far away. When everyone heard this, they looked in the direction of the sound. They saw three people atop a tall building. A handsome young man was standing in the middle, and two old men were sitting behind him. The young man was dressed in green and had an extraordinary bearing. It's really exciting. I didn't expect to see such a good show in Qingyang City. The young man's lips curved into an arc as he praised the performance teasingly. Then, he gave Lin Yuming a thumbs up. However, what puzzled everyone was that Lin Yuming was not angered by the young man's provocative behavior. Instead, there was respect on his face. Seeing this, Feng Xian was a little puzzled. Who is this person? Why is the head of the Lin family so afraid of him? Zhuge Yuyu shook her head as well, indicating that she did not recognize this young man as well. However, at that moment, Su Cheng, who was beside them, became terrified. His body could not help but tremble. Heavens, it's the saint, Mu Baikan. Saint. When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she frowned. It seemed that this young man's background was quite frightening. Su Cheng quickly said, Mu Baikan hails from the ancient Mu family. He was born with a Dao body. He is the saint of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. Although he's young, he's already reached the 9th level of the materialization realm. His level of talent is extremely monstrous, and the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect has high hopes for him. They say that he has a high chance of becoming a sealed immortal realm expert in the future. He is considered to be on the same level as the Saintess from the Jade Lake Divine Sect, the Reincarnation Fairy, and Baili Dongjun from the Supreme Divine Sect. Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu looked at each other when they heard this. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. This person was actually a 9th level materialization realm expert. It was no wonder was the saint of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. Even the eldest disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Hua Rufeng, was only a 5th level materialization realm expert. At that moment, Zhuge Yuyu felt a sense of pressure. Before they left the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Yi Zan had already instructed her to broaden her horizons while training in the outside world and to see the peerless geniuses among her peers. Don't be proud of your own achievements. You must understand that there is always someone better. Compared to Zhuge Yuyu, Feng Xian did not think much of it. After all, Zhuge Yuyu was the successor of Cloud Sky Peak, and not her. It could be said that Mu Baikan's arrival had made the originally awkward situation even more depressing. Everyone looked up at the building with a serious expression. Of course, they were not afraid of Mu Baikan himself, but the two old men beside him. One of them had an aura as vast as the ocean. It was obvious that he was at the very least a mystic Lord Realm cultivator. Hiss. As expected of the direct descendant of an ancient family, he actually has a mystic Lord Realm guardian by his side. When Su Tiansheng saw this, his pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. A mystic Lord Realm expert was beyond his ability to deal with. At this moment, Lin Dong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His body could not help but tremble, and he did not know what to say in this situation. However, at this moment, there was a bright streak of light in the sky. A few figures suddenly appeared on the other side of the building. When everyone saw this, they could not help but look up, and were promptly dumbfounded. A peerless beauty had suddenly appeared there. She hovered in the sky barefoot, and two bells hung on her ankles. Her aura indicated that she was infinitely close to the void realm. It's the reincarnation fairy. What's going on? Why have two peerless geniuses showed up in Qingyang City? Su Changhai's mouth was wide open when he saw this. Chapter 414, Gathering of Geniuses. Su Chang was gobsmacked. Although young masters like him were usually arrogant and foppish, they were only arrogant within the boundaries of Qingyang City. If they met these big shots, they would become as obedient as dogs. Seeing the reincarnation fairy appear, Mu Baiken raised his eyelids slightly, but he did not say anything to her. Instead, his gaze turned back to Lin Yuming. Today, if it wasn't for the Lin family head's passionate performance, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a shameless show. Compared to the Lin family head, I'm a little ashamed. I've thought about it, but I don't know if I could ever be so shameless. When Lin Yuming heard this, his lips twitched. He knew very well that Mu Baiken was mocking him on purpose. However, the other party's identity was so terrifying that he did not dare to retort. However, he was also puzzled. Why would these peerless geniuses of the Yangli Divine Empire suddenly appear in Qingyang City? Everyone's expression turned grave. If there was someone who could still maintain a calm expression, it would be Feng Xian. After all, she was the princess of the Yangli Divine Empire. Young Master Mu really knows how to joke. How would this old man dare to make a fuss in front of young Master Nu? Lin Yuming forced out a smile and was about to explain. However, Mu Baiken waved his hand and interrupted him rudely, disregarding Lin Yuming entirely. Alright, I'm too lazy to listen to you. Then, Mu Baiken's gaze fell on Zhuge Yuyu. He was slightly surprised by the latter's cold and aloof temperament. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. After all, as the saint of an ancient family, he had seen far more in life. What he valued was not only beauty, but also absolute strength. Cloud Sky Sword. Back then, Chief Tian Zan's strength was extraordinary. He could be said to be the strongest under the ancient realm. I didn't expect that 100 years after his death, his treasure would actually end up in your hands. Mu Baiken's eyes were filled with regret. Fairy, can I take a look at the Cloud Sky Sword? Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu was puzzled. The Cloud Sky Sword's grade is quite ordinary. It's just an Earth rank artifact. Why is young Master Mu interested in it? Mu Baiken did not refute her words, but said with a smile. Sometimes, the grade of the artifact is not important, but rather who its owner is. Only the weak will rely on artifacts. For those who are truly strong, especially sword cultivators, even a wooden sword can release the most dazzling and powerful sword chi. When I was young, I heard that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect's Chief Tian Zan entered the ancient battlefield alone. His sword chi swept across thousands of miles and stopped the invasion of the myriad races. He was like a god back then. Although the Cloud Sky Sword's grade isn't anything special, it's already part of that legend. Hearing Mu Baiken's words, Zhuge Yuyu finally understood. When she first received this sword from Yizan, she had been curious as to why Yuelin displayed such an expression. She had no idea that the Cloud Sky Sword was part of such a legendary feat. When she thought of this, Zhuge Yuyu felt very happy that Yizan valued her so much as to give her this precious sword. Alright, I'll let you take a look. Zhuge Yuyu looked at Mu Baiken, then handed the Cloud Sky Sword to him. Seeing this, Mu Baiken took the Cloud Sky Sword with a solemn expression and carefully examined the sword. As expected, the Cloud Sky Sword contained residual traces of Tian Zan's destructive sword chi. Not only was he a peerless genius with a Dao body, but he was also a genius who was obsessed with the sword Dao. Every time he encountered a peerless sword, he could not help but admire it. The saint of the Mu family must really be in a good mood to actually come all the way to Qingyang City to see a sword. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Mu Baiken glanced in the direction of the voice. Shu Changqing, I didn't expect you to come and join in the fun. Mu Baiken looked at the Cloud Sky Sword in his hand as he spoke. Shu Changqing did not bother to pay attention to him. His eyes fell on the Reincarnation Fairy, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc. Reincarnation Fairy, we are really fated to meet again. The corners of the reincarnation fairy's mouth twitched. Were it not for the need to maintain her public image, she would have slapped him. Where did this bullshit fate come from? This guy had stalked her for a month. Did he really think that she had not noticed? Please don't spout nonsense, the reincarnation fairy said indifferently as she turned her face away, not even bothering to look at xianxia. At this moment, Mu Baikan finished admiring the cloud sky sword and returned it to Zhuge Yuyu. It's truly a peerless sword. It's worthy of being Chief Tian Zan's weapon. I hope you will safeguard it well and uphold its reputation. Zhuge Yuyu nodded and did not say anything further. Mu Baikan's eyes then fell on Lin Yuming, and a cold light flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had always disliked those who bullied the weak, especially people like this thick-skinned Lin Yuming. Just as he was about to make a move, a few cultivators suddenly descended from the sky and blocked Mu Baikan. On the contrary, when Lin Dong saw these cultivators, his eyes involuntarily filled with joy as he hurriedly knelt down. Lin Dong greets teacher and martial uncles. Just a moment ago, Lin Dong had felt that he was going to die for sure. Thankfully, Sun Mobai and a few elders from the Immortal Divine Sect had actually descended at this critical moment. Su Mobai first looked at Lin Dong, before his gaze landed on Mu Baikan. Mu Baikan, my disciple was too insensible and accidentally offended you. I hope that the saint can forgive him on my account. Mu Baikan laughed and smiled. Do you really think that the person your precious disciple provoked is me? Of course, if Sun Mobai had not suddenly appeared, he would not have minded helping Zhuge Yuyu and the others deal with Lin Dong. Chapter 415. Words that make one tremble. However, now that the cultivators of the Immortal Divine Sect had arrived, there was naturally no point in him taking action. When Sun Mobai heard these words, he was stunned. He had just arrived at Qingyang City and immediately discovered that Mu Baikan was about to attack Lin Dong. Hence, he hurriedly came over to stop him. However, he was not very clear about the reason behind the altercation. Lin Dong, what exactly happened? Lin Dong's body involuntarily trembled, and his face was filled with fear. However, in the end, he did not dare to hide anything. After finding out the truth, Sun Mobai's expression turned cold. When his gaze fell on Zhuge Yuyu in the crowd, he shivered involuntarily. He's really a traitorous disciple. Sun Mobai immediately flew into a rage and slapped Lin Dong without the slightest hesitation. His tyrannical palm ruthlessly slammed onto Lin Dong's face, causing the latter's face to immediately deform. A few of his teeth even fell out as he was ruthlessly slapped onto the ground. When Lin Yuming, who was at the side, saw this, he was dumbfounded. Sun Mobai was an elder of the Immortal Divine Sect, so why would he be afraid of Yi Zan? Could Yi Zan's strength be that terrifying? However, he did not dare to voice any complaints, despite seeing Lin Dong being slapped. After all, Sun Mobai was his son's master. After doing all this, Sun Mobai hurriedly walked toward Zhuge Yuyu and said with a face full of sincerity, "Young ladies, it's all because I failed to discipline him strictly that he dared to attempt such a heinous crime. I hope that you both can spare him this time for my sake. In the future, I will definitely discipline him strictly. Such a thing will definitely not happen again." Actually, Zhuge Yuyu did not have any objections. After all, she did not want to cause too much trouble for her teacher. However, Feng Xian's mouth curved into a beautiful arc as she said with a playful smile, "Elder son, even though you are of great standing, trying to resolve this matter with just a few words is still rather inappropriate, is it not?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Mobai's face immediately darkened. However, when he recalled Yi Zan's terrifying strength, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. Although Sun Mobai could endure it, the other two elders of the Immortal Divine Sect could not. HMPH, a little kid who hasn't seen much of the world actually dares to haggle with us. Do you really think that the Immortal Divine Sect is afraid of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Do you really think that Yi Zan can protect you? HMPH, even if Yi Zan was here today, he wouldn't dare to shout at me. Who do you think you are? As soon as he said this, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned oppressive. Interesting, could it be that the Immortal Divine Sect is going to act against the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Seeing this, everyone revealed a look of anticipation. I will say whatever I want to say. What's it to you? Seeing the other party's overbearing stance, Feng Xian could not hold it in, especially given the fact that the elder had disregarded her teacher. Feng Xian would never allow anyone to insult her teacher, who she considered her savior. You really don't know how vast the world is, little girl. Even the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gongsun Shoyu, has to be polite to me, let alone a little girl like you. Feng Xian's gaze instantly turned cold when she heard this. Her spiritual sense suddenly entered the storage ring, preparing to shatter a communication talisman. As long as she did so, the general assigned to Qingyang City would immediately receive the news and come to her aid. This was actually Feng Xian's trump card. Any soldiers and generals that received the special signal from the communication talisman had to rush over without hesitation. Just as she was about to shatter the communication talisman, the situation changed again. You guys from the Immortal Divine Sect are quite arrogant. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. This voice seemed to come from dozens of miles away, and contained a trace of spiritual pressure in itself. The elder who had spoken earlier, Li Xuan, was shocked. He could tell that the spiritual pressure originated from a Mystic Lord Realm expert. How is that possible? A Mystic Lord Realm expert has appeared. On the tall building, Mu Baiken and the Reincarnation Fairy, as well as their entourage, were all shocked. Uncle Satu, is this person very strong? The Reincarnation Fairy whispered the question. Her guardian, Satu Mo, was shocked. He could clearly sense the spiritual pressure from the voice. That person is a Mystic Lord Realm expert, Satu Mo said with a serious expression. His strength is extremely terrifying. The spiritual pressure I'm sensing is as sharp as a sword. As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling sword chi descended from the sky like a torrent toward Li Xuan. Senior brother. Sun Mobai's expression changed when he saw this. He quickly joined hands with Li Xuan and the other elder to resist the terrifying sword chi. The two powerful energies collided with each other, and the violent shockwaves rippled out in every direction. The hard ground cracked open, and many buildings were turned into dust. Sun Mobai and the others had used all of their strength to barely block the sword chi. Chapter 416. A useless teammate. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a man in white was approaching with a sword in his hand. It's Teacher. Teacher is finally back. Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu's faces were filled with excitement as they looked at the figure in the sky. Compared to their excitement, the crowd was feeling shock instead. One of the elders of the Immortal Divine Sect was a Mystic Lord Realm expert. Even so, it had taken all three of them to block Yi Zan's sword chi. Is that Yi Zan? He's really young. The Reincarnation Fairy's eyes flickered with a strange light. She had never heard of Yi Zan before. Then, when the rumors started appearing, she had chalked it up to exaggeration. However, she had now witnessed his strength with her own eyes. Wasn't he supposed to be a Heaven Realm expert? When did he reach the Mystic Lord Realm? I'm not sure. Satu Mo shook his head and sighed deeply. I didn't expect the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to have another Mystic Lord Realm expert. It seems that their influence is going to become even stronger. Yi Zan's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even I can't match his attainments in the sword Dao. The Reincarnation Fairy was surprised by this. Uncle Satu, that can't be right. He's only an early-stage Mystic Lord Realm expert, while you're a middle-stage Mystic Lord Realm expert. Sometimes, a person's cultivation level doesn't necessarily determine their true combat prowess. Yi Zan is a good example of this. I can sense extremely obscure traces of sword intent on him. In addition, Chief Tian Zan never spoke of his origin in detail back then. This guy most likely ascended from a lower realm. The obscure traces of sword intent are very likely to be from sword intent he comprehended in the lower realm that were erased by the realm passageway when he reconstructed his body. Hearing Satu Mo's words, the Reincarnation Fairy became even more curious. Everyone knew that anyone who could ascend from a lower plane was a peerless genius with outstanding talent. Of course, this was a double-edged sword. If these peerless geniuses did not awaken a divine bone, their cultivation talent would naturally be far inferior to the inhabitants of the mystic world. Mu Baiken and his two guardians were equally shocked by Yi Zan's sword chi. That unparalleled sense of oppression swept over everyone, making them unable to raise their heads. Those from Tian Zan's generation could not help but recall his invincible feats back then. It seemed that his successor was equally as domineering. Su Chang was the first to react. He immediately ran over to flatter the man. After seeing Yi Zan appear, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. The situation just now was too scary. If Yi Zan had not appeared, he would not have known what to do. Hee, I'd like to see who dares to make a move on us now. Yi Zan suddenly felt that this was quite ridiculous. After he appeared, the one who was most excited was not Feng Xian or Zhu Guoyu, but this guy. If someone who did not know any better saw this, they might think that this guy was Yi Zan's disciple. Zhu Guoyu, on the other hand, looked at Su Cheng with a face full of disdain. Then, she quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Zan with a respectful look. My precious disciple, hurry up and get up," Yi Zan smiled and nodded. A gentle force helped Zhu Guoyu up. Yi Zan's eyes glinted coldly as he looked at Sun Mobai and the others. He had only left for a short while, and someone had actually bullied his disciples. Furthermore, they had also made light of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. If I remember correctly, you were the one who said that even if the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was here, he would have to be polite to you, right? Based on this sentence, should I assume that the Immortal Divine Sect is declaring war on the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? Hearing this, Sun Mobai's expression changed. He knew that things had taken a bad turn. When Li Siwan heard this, his face darkened. He was just acting cool in front of everyone just now. How was he supposed to know that Yi Zan would show up suddenly? How the fuck was he going to extricate himself from this situation? Gongsun Shoyu was the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and a peak-level Mystic Lord Realm expert. Why would he need to be polite to him? Ahem, fellow Taoist Yi Zan, it was all a misunderstanding. Senior brother Li didn't mean it that way. It was just a slip of the tongue. I hope Chief Yi Zan won't take it to heart, Sun Mobai hurriedly said with an apologetic smile. In his heart, he was almost cursing all 18 generations of Li Siwan's ancestors. Originally, it was just a small matter that he could solve by himself. At most, he would compensate Feng Xian and Zhu Guoyu with some artifacts. Yet this brainless senior brother of his had suddenly intervened and involved the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect instead. What would happen if Gongsun Shoyu got wind of this? The sect master was a domineering person as well, the kind of person who would beat up whoever he did not like. If things were not dealt with properly, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect might really declare war on the Immortal Divine Sect. Hee, a slip of the tongue. I don't think so. If I hadn't appeared in time, my two precious disciples would have been killed by you lot. You three old fogies are really shameless. You're bullying the weak with your cultivation. You've completely thrown away the dignity of the Immortal Divine Sect. Sun Mobai felt ashamed and embarrassed. It really was not his fault. It was that brain-dead Li Siwan who had insisted on showing off. As Sun Mobai was thinking about how to calm Yi Zan's anger, Li Siwan's violent temper flared up again. So what if I wanted to bully your disciple? What can you do about it? As a Mystic Lord Realm expert, he was extremely proud, so he could not tolerate Yi Zan's words. Chapter 417, Absolute Power. Very good, it seems like you've made your decision. Hearing this, Yi Zan smiled, and a terrifying light flashed across the depths of his eyes. His disciples had already been bullied ruthlessly. As a teacher, if he still could not take revenge for them, he should just find a piece of tofu and smash himself to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan's fingers turned into swords. The surroundings shook, and the world became darker. A terrifying sword aura shot up into the sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and their bodies started to tremble and creak. Mu Baiken, who had always been obsessed with the sword Dao, automatically stood up when he saw this. Unbelievable. Chief Yi Zan's sword intent has reached such a terrifying level. His sword intent is no weaker than Chief Tian Zan's. Have you noticed? All the flowers and trees within a 100-mile radius are releasing a terrifying sword aura. It's like a sword domain. Within the domain, his sword chi is everywhere. These were the words of the guardian behind Mu Baiken. His eyes betrayed the shock he felt. It was rare for him to meet such an expert, and he almost could not restrain himself from approaching Yi Zan to ask for a spar. However, he quickly dispelled that thought. When the tyrannical sword intent appeared, Sun Mobai and the others immediately paled. The other two wanted to dig out Li Siwan's ancestral grave and burn their bones to ashes. Even if you want to screw your teammates over, could you not do it so overtly? However, at this moment, they had no way out and could only try their best to resist. Use the power of the formation to resist the sword chi. Sun Mobai and the other elders looked at each other and understood what needed to be done. Immediately, their spiritual power surged out and created a mysterious formation. Moments later, a dragon flew out of the formation and rushed toward Yi Zan's sword chi. A violent force swept through the world, and gusts of wind gradually picked up, forming a whirlwind. At the center of this, Yi Zan's expression was calm and indifferent. He had yet to use an artifact, nor the Flora sword technique. At this moment, two of his fingers formed a sword, and the sword chi that filled the sky suddenly condensed into a dazzling divine sword that cut through the sky toward the dragon. Today, I will slay a dragon, Yi Zan said. Don't even think about it. Break. Li Siwan roared madly as he mustered all of his spiritual power to block this sword strike. Heavens, that's what a true sword cultivator is like. The dazzling sword chi easily split the dragon in half and crashed into the three-person formation. As cracks appeared on the formation, it shattered. Li Siwan and the others vomited blood, and their auras weakened considerably. Li Siwan looked up at Yi Zan in the sky. His heart was now filled with fear, and his previous arrogance was gone. They were both Mystic Lord Realm experts, but he was actually unable to block that sword strike, even with the power of the formation. When he saw Sun Mobai crashing to the ground, Lin Dong immediately became anxious as he furiously glared at Yi Zan. Yi Zan, you actually injured my teacher. I'm going to beat you up. Lin Dong immediately retrieved the longsword from his storage ring and swung it at Yi Zan. However, when it was several millimeters away from Yi Zan's chest, the sword was unable to advance any further. Yi Zan expressionlessly looked at Lin Dong. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force ruthlessly struck Lin Dong's chest. What a joke. Did this kid not have a brain? Why did he attack a Mystic Lord Realm expert? Did he go blind, or lose his mind? How ignorant. On the tall building, Mu Baikon's lips curved into a mocking smile. You actually attacked my son. Seeing his precious son severely injured, Lin Yuming flew into a rage and rushed towards Yi Zan without hesitation. However, the outcome was the same. He too was beaten up. In the face of absolute power, any struggle or resistance was futile. Lin Yuming spit out a mouthful of blood as multiple bones in his body were broken. At that moment, Lin Yuming felt despair in his heart, but even more so, regret. How foolish, to think that a single mistake would actually bring about such a monstrous disaster to the Lin family. If the Lin family was to be destroyed, then he and Lin Dong would be the Lin family's sinners. Yi Zan looked at Lin Yuming indifferently, then reached out his hand to kill him. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Junior brother Yi Zan, please show mercy. Chapter 418. Gao Shun appears. Yi Zan raised his eyebrows and looked up. A bright light flashed across the sky, and a middle-aged man in a gray robe appeared. Who is this person? He actually called Yi Zan his junior brother. Hearing this, everyone was curious. With his sharp eyes, Tsutomu immediately recognized the middle-aged man. Gao Shun, the law enforcement elder, why is he here? What? That middle-aged man is actually the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The reincarnation fairy was also curious. Today was truly a special day. Two Mystic Lord Realm experts from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had appeared. It's indeed Gao Shun. Sure, he's strong, but he's got a chip on his shoulder. He'll seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Seeing this, Yi Zan frowned. After some slight hesitation, he lowered his hand. Why was this guy here? Senior brother Gao, do you have some business with me? Yi Zan was a little dissatisfied. Even though he had never been on good terms with Gao Shun, they were both still cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, so in the outside world, he still had to put on a facade for the sake of the sect's reputation. Gao Shun crossed hundreds of meters in an instant and appeared beside Yi Zan and Lin Yuming. When he saw Gao Shun appear, Lin Yuming's eyes immediately revealed a look of wild joy. Chief Gao, please save me. When Gao Shun saw this, he looked at Lin Yuming with a face full of disgust. He wanted to curse this food. Was there a hole in this guy's brain? He had actually provoked Yi Zan. Yi Zan had never been on good terms with him. If this guy used this incident to make a fuss, he would be the one to suffer. Although Gao Shun was very unhappy, he could not ignore it. After all, the Lin family's business had brought him a lot of benefits over the years. Otherwise, the strength of Hidden Sword Peak would not have grown to the extent that it had. In addition, the seven chiefs more or less had a close relationship with the major families in the East Continent, which was where they derived most of their basic cultivation resources and wealth. Of course, Cloud Sky Peak was an exception because there were not many people there. Junior brother Yi, Lin Yuming has been a good friend of mine for many years. Although I don't know how he angered you, I hope that you can spare his life for my sake, Gao Shun said with a sincere expression. He sighed deeply in his heart. Originally, Yi Zan was just a piece of trash in his eyes. However, it was only now that he realized that Yi Zan had unknowingly grown to the point where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. In particular, the battle between Yi Zan and Sun Mobai and the other elders of the Immortal Divine Sect earlier had shocked Gao Shun greatly. Yi Zan had actually broken through to the Mystic Lord realm. Yi Zan's talent was so monstrous. If this continued, would things not end up badly for him? How detestable. Could Hidden Sword Peak not escape the fate of being crushed by Cloud Sky Peak? He had thought that after Tian Zan passed away, Hidden Sword Peak would be able to suppress Cloud Sky Peak under his leadership. However, the strength that Yi Zan had displayed today was undoubtedly a harsh wake-up call. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes turned cold. I can take senior brother Gao's friendship with him into account, but isn't it a little inappropriate to solve this with just a few words? Do you think the disciples of my Cloud Sky Peak can be bullied by some nobody? When Gao Shun saw this situation, his expression became gloomy. He already knew that this would not be resolved so easily. Damn it, it seems like I won't be able to protect the Lin family if I don't pay a price. Was there a hole in Lin Yuming's brain? Why did he provoke this guy? Junior brother Yi's words are reasonable. After I figure out what transpired in this situation, I will definitely give you a proper explanation. Gao Shun gritted his teeth as he said this. Immediately, Gao Tong turned around and asked Lin Yuming to explain the situation. Yi Zan was not in a hurry either. He went over to Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu's side. He was also rather curious as to what price Gao Shun would be willing to pay for the Lin family. Young Master Su, long time no see. Why are you trembling every time we meet? Cough, cough. Su Chang had almost been scared to death when he realized that Yi Zan was looking at him. Senior, I'm just too excited to see you. You're my idol. Just now, Feng Xian had already told Yi Zan everything that had happened. Yi Zan was also surprised by Su Chang and the Su family's actions. However, it was not difficult to understand that this guy was obviously trying to atone for his sins. Since this guy's performance was not bad, he would not fuss about what had happened before. I'm Su Tiansheng, the head of the Su family. Greetings, Chief Yi Zan. At this moment, Su Tiansheng walked over and respectfully bowed to Yi Zan. After witnessing Yi Zan's strength, his heart was filled with respect. Furthermore, this was an excellent opportunity to forge a good relationship with a powerful expert. Your Su family has done a good job. It's all thanks to Master Su's help that my two precious disciples were not injured. I will remember the Su family's kindness. Hearing this, Su Tiansheng was overjoyed. Yi Zan's words undoubtedly indicated that Cloud Sky Peak had accepted the Su family. No, Chief Yi Zan, this was something we did voluntarily. My family's little brat offended you previously. I hope that you'll be magnanimous and forgive his ignorant behavior. Yi Zan looked at Su Tiansheng with a smile. Chapter 419, The Compensation. I heard that Su Chang is a very filial kid. Tell me, is this true? Yi Zan looked at Su Tiansheng. Su Changhei's heart almost beat out of his mouth when he heard those words. He was extremely nervous. Father, please don't ruin your precious son. I'm very filial. Ha ha ha. Thankfully Chang has taken Chief Yi Zan's teachings to heart. He has indeed become much more sensible and filial. Su Tiansheng naturally understood what Yi Zan was implying and said with a smile. That's good. Yi Zan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the few figures on the tall building flew over. Mu Baikan from the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect greets Chief Yi Zan. Reincarnation Fairy from the Jade Lake Divine Sect greets Chief Yi Zan. Shu Changqing of Tianjia Academy greets Chief Yi Zan. Yi Zan was a little stunned by this. What were these people trying to do? What did they want from him? At this moment, Zhuge Yuyu whispered, Teacher, Mu Baikan helped us when we were in trouble. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes twitched slightly, and then he looked deeply at Mu Baikan. Moments later, Yi Zan's heart trembled. He was born with a Dao body. This guy actually has an innate Dao body. In the past 100 years, although his cultivation had not improved much, he had heard news about the young and peerless geniuses of the East Continent. Among them, Mu Baikan was especially prominent. He was even touted to have the potential to become a sealed immortal realm expert by the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. He then turned to look at the Reincarnation Fairy and Shu Changqing. The latter's talent was a little lacking compared to the former. You must be the Mu family's saint, Mu Baikan. I've heard of your name before. Seeing you now, the rumors are indeed true. You're really young and have a promising future. Ha ha ha, Chief Yi Zan really knows how to joke. Compared to Chief Yi Zan's feats, what does my little achievement count for? Mu Baiken said humbly. The terrifying sword chi that Yi Zan had released just now had indeed amazed him. This was the domineering sword chi that he had been pursuing. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect did not have such a terrifying sword technique. However, if he could make friends with Yi Zan, perhaps he might obtain an unexpected harvest. Chief Yi Zan's sword technique just now was really amazing. I've never seen such a terrifying sword chi. I'm very impressed. However, in the face of such praise, Yi Zan remained unperturbed. Your talent in cultivation is extremely outstanding, and you're also a genius in the art of the sword. As long as you stick to your original heart, your future is limitless, Yi Zan said with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Baiken briefly pondered this matter. It was a great honor to be praised by a mystic Lord Realm expert. Thank you for your praise, Chief Yi Zan. I'll definitely take your words to heart. Yi Zan displayed a satisfied expression when he heard Mu Baiken. This Mu Baiken was not only born with a Dao body, but he also had a good character. He was indeed a rare talent. Innate Dao bodies were even stronger than divine bones, and bestowed upon the cultivator monstrous talent. Unfortunately, such a talented person was not his disciple, and nor could he poach the saint of another sect so willfully. It was the same for the reincarnation fairy. Just then, Yi Zan's gaze fell on the guardians behind Mu Baiken. And the reincarnation fairy, seeing this, Situ Mo walked out with a smile. I'm Situ Mo, the law enforcement elder of the Jade Lake Divine Sect. I was really amazed by fellow Taoist Yi Zan's display of strength just now. So it's Elder Situ. Nice to meet you. Yi Zan nodded politely. Although he was powerful now, his ego had not swelled to the point where he believed himself to be invincible. Moreover, if he wanted to do well in the East Continent, it would be better to make more friends. Yi Zan and Situ Mo chatted for a while. Right at this time, Gao Shun also finished hearing Lin Yuming's explanation of the course of events, and walked over with an ugly expression. Were it not for the fact that the Lin family could still bring him many benefits in the future, he would have killed Lin Yuming right there and then. Still, no matter what, the problem in front of him had to be solved. Junior brother Yi, I've already gained a rough understanding of what happened. On behalf of the Lin family, I want to first apologize to the two martial nieces, Gao Shun said sincerely. Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu hurriedly returned the greeting when they heard this. No matter what, Gao Shun was also a chief of the sect. They had to maintain their protocol and respect. How about this, junior brother Yi? I have the top-grade Earth rank magic artifact, the Flaming Red Caltrop, as well as the top-grade Earth rank artifact, Ice Snow Armor, as well as some top-grade medicinal pills. I'll give them to you as a token of apology. I hope you can spare the Lin family for my sake this one time. Gao Shun looked at Yi Zan with a face full of sincerity. This was already the greatest price he could pay. Chapter 420. Sullen. He could only swallow his pride and apologize to Yi Zan. Of course, this was the biggest concession he could make. Seeing Gao Shun's sincere apology, Yi Zan inwardly laughed. He knew that this situation had pissed off Gao Shun greatly, which made him feel even better. It was good to see Gao Shun get a taste of what he had endured for 100 years. Since senior brother Gao has displayed such sincerity, I won't be unreasonable. In any case, we are members of the same sect. I will reluctantly accept these artifacts. Seeing Yi Zan finally agree, Gao Shun took a deep breath in relief. Although he would have plenty of time to recoup his losses later, the fact that he had to apologize so sincerely to Yi Zan made him feel like puking. After resolving this matter, Gao Shun was about to turn around and leave, but was interrupted by Yi Zan. Please wait a moment, senior brother Gao. Is there anything else junior brother Yi needs? Gao Shun's brows furrowed. He had already apologized and given away those artifacts. What more did Yi Zan want? Although the Lin family's matter has been resolved, the old guys from the Immortal Divine Sect are still. The Immortal Divine Sect? Gao Shun was somewhat puzzled. At this moment, Yi Zan's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked up to Li Siwan. This old fogey just insulted the sect master. I wonder how senior brother plans to resolve this matter. What? When Gao Shun heard that, he immediately flew into a rage. Yi Zan, what do you want? Li Siwan's face was ashen. Taoist Li, the great wilderness divine sect has always been on good terms with the Immortal Divine Sect. Our sects have never interfered with each other. Why did you insult my sect master? Gao Shun immediately walked over somewhat angrily. When Sun Mobai saw this scene, he quickly climbed up with difficulty and explained with a smile. Taoist Gao Shun, it was my senior brother's unintentional mistake. Please forgive him. Our two sects have been on friendly terms for many years. We can't ruin our thousands of years of friendship because of a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Yi Zan smiled. He had already pointed out the matter now. Next, it was up to Gao Shun. After all, as the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gao Shun would never allow anyone to insult the reputation of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Senior brother Gao, I'll leave the rest to you. I still have some things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan turned and went over to his disciple's side. As for what Gao Shun's choice was, he could not be bothered to care. The worst result would be an official war between the two sects. With his current cultivation, he had nothing to fear. It was that old guy's fault for having so many screws loose in his brain. Of all people to insult, he had to insult Gongsun Shoyu. As the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gongsun Shoyu's reputation was equivalent to the reputation of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. In addition, Li Siwan was merely an elder of the Immortal Divine Sect. If even an elder dared to insult their sect master, did this not mean that the entire sect held the Great Wilderness Divine Sect in utter disregard? Don't take me for a fool. Do you really think that this was just a slip of the tongue? Gao Shun disregarded Sun Mobai entirely. The terrifying pressure of a mystic Lord Realm expert instantly descended. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. They did not expect Gao Shun to be as strong as Yi Zan. At the same time, everyone remembered that, in ancient times, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had dominated the continent. Were it not for certain reasons, their strength would not have fallen to where it was this day. Taoist Gao, this is just a small misunderstanding. We really didn't mean to insult Sect Master Gongsun. Sun Mobai felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. Just now, Yi Zan had suppressed them, and now Gao Shun was doing the same. Furthermore, they had all suffered injuries of varying degrees from Yi Zan's sword strike earlier, so they were unable to resist Gao Shun now. Do you really think I don't have the ability to distinguish between what's real and what's fake? My Great Wilderness Divine Sect has never had the intention to fight for power, but we are definitely not afraid of your sect. If the Immortal Divine Sect wants to start a war, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect will welcome it with open arms, Gao Shun said very domineeringly. He had been holding back his anger earlier, so this was an excellent chance to vent. Sun Mobai was distraught, however, he also knew that he would not be able to clarify or deal with this matter by himself. From the looks of it, he could only return and report this to the sect. Only then would this matter be resolved. Gao Shun looked at Sun Mobai and the rest with cold eyes, and then turned and left. Today, Gao Shun's mood was not very good. He originally wanted to come to Qingyang City to obtain resources and benefits. Unfortunately, he had to give someone else his treasures and artifacts instead. Furthermore, that someone was Yi Zan. It seems like the show is over. Let's disperse. After Gao Shun left, everyone also left in droves, including Mu Baiken and the Reincarnation Fairy. The latter two said goodbye to Yi Zan before leaving. Soon, only Yi Zan, the Su family, the Lin family, and the three elders of the Immortal Divine Sect were left on the street. Chapter 421, The Crack in the Boundary. Teacher, where should we go? Feng Xian looked at Yi Zan and asked in a soft voice. At this moment, Su Tiansheng, who was beside him, stood up. Chief Yi Zan, if you don't mind, you can stay at my Su family's residence for a few days. I will definitely host you well. I appreciate Master Su's good intentions, but I brought my disciples out to gain experience in preparation for the sect's 7 Peaks competition, and it's almost time to go back. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Chang. Young Master Su, I'm quite satisfied with your performance today. It seems that what you said that day is somewhat credible. Cough, cough, how would I dare to lie to Chief Yi Zan? In all of Qingyang City, I am one of the most filial sons, and the role model of filial piety. Su Chang spoke these words in a serious tone, but he could not help but secretly wipe the sweat off his forehead. Well done then, remember to keep it up in the future. After Yi Zan spoke to Su Chang, he led Feng Xian and Zhu Guoyu in the direction of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Originally, Exener had also planned to follow them. However, Feng Xian told her that she was free to live her own life now that Feng Xian had Yi Zan as her teacher. Exener was very grateful. However, she had accompanied Feng Xian since she was young, and could be said to be as close as sisters. How could she bear to part with her? After some thought, Feng Xian promised her that whenever she missed her, she could come to Cloud Sky Peak to visit at any time. Only after hearing this did Exener agree to leave. Father, what are you thinking about? After Yi Zan and the others left, Su Tiansheng stood in place with a dazed look on his face. He touched his chin and began to think. Su Cheng was curious when he saw this. Su Tiansheng looked in the direction that Yi Zan had left and sighed deeply, his eyes full of admiration. Chief Yi Zan is so young, yet his strength is already so terrifying. He can be said to be a peerless expert of this generation. With his own power, he easily crushed 3 elders from the immortal divine sect. Furthermore, he did not use any artifacts. His attainments in the Sword Dao have already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even now, I still have a lingering fear of that overbearing sword chi. Even his disciples are extremely talented. Their future achievements are limitless. It seems that we have made the right choice in choosing to protect them. After saying all this, Su Tiansheng turned around and his eyes fell on Su Cheng. My dear son, you've done well this time. If it weren't for you protecting Chief Yi Zan's 2 disciples, the Su family wouldn't have been able to gain the recognition of Cloud Sky Peak so easily. In the future, even if the Su family is handed over to you to manage, I can rest at ease. Hearing Su Tiansheng's sincere and earnest words, Su Cheng was choked up with emotion. Ever since he was young, he had always been a wastrel and hedonistic son in his father's eyes. He had never received such positive recognition. Thankfully, he had learned his lesson. Furthermore, compared to that brainless son of the Lin family, he was far too outstanding. At this moment, Lin Dai, who was next to him, said, Master, I'm sure all of the major families in Qingyang City now know that we're on Cloud Sky Peak's side after this. Do you think we should do something? Elder Lin's words are reasonable. Then, we'll add 10,000 taels of profound gold on top of the gifts we prepared earlier, and build a palace on Cloud Sky Peak for Chief Yi Zan. Our Su family is a big family and can easily afford this, Su Tiansheng said generously. Then, he looked at the disheveled Lin Yuming with a smug expression and left while humming a happy tune. After a few hours, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Cloud Sky Peak. A streak of light flickered, and the figures of Yi Zan, Feng Xian, and Zhuge Yuyu appeared. Is this Cloud Sky Peak? Feng Xian was stunned as she looked at the clouds in front of her and the red-crowned cranes that were constantly flying past the surrounding mountain peaks. Clouds and mist swirled around. This was truly a paradise on earth. In addition, the spiritual energy on the mountain peak was extremely abundant. There was also a natural waterfall on the mountain peak, which was simply too beautiful. Yuyu, take Xian around on a tour of Cloud Sky Peak. Oh right, tell her about the Great Wilderness Divine Sect as well. That's all for today, you can rest after that. Zhuge Yuyu nodded her head respectfully and left with Feng Xian. Yi Zan immediately returned to his room, took out a beast bone covered in mysterious runes from his storage ring and began to study it. This bone contained a strange dark power, which was extremely corrosive to all living things. Is this the strange power that's been causing the problem with the berserk beasts? Yi Zan looked at the beast bone in his hand and fell into a state of deep thought. This was something he had picked up in an extremely obscure place after entering the depths of the archaic divine mountains. The strange power contained in this beast bone was very similar to the power in the previous berserk beasts, except much stronger. Yi Zan guessed that the bodies of those which were infected earlier contained more of this strange power. After entering the depths of the archaic divine mountain, Yi Zan also discovered that a tiny crack had actually appeared in the boundary of the East continent. The strange power seemed to flow in from beyond the crack. Fortunately, so far, only beasts had been infected by this strange power, and no cultivators had exhibited similar symptoms. However, Yi Zan had an ominous feeling in his heart. There seemed to be some secret and conspiracy behind this. After learning that there was a crack in the boundary of the East continent, Yi Zan studied it carefully for a while and left after he found nothing. Along the way, Yi Zan also accidentally discovered an ancient tomb that had been sealed for a long time. Unfortunately, he was not the only one who discovered this ancient tomb. The reason why Mu Baiken and the others had come to Qingyang City was most likely because of this ancient tomb in the archaic divine mountains. Incidentally, The seal of the ancient tomb was extremely strong and would not open on its own for a short period of time. Therefore, Yi Zan returned. He planned to explore the ancient tomb after the 7 Peaks competition. Chapter 422, Zhuge Yueyu's Strength. What a headache. I can't be bothered to study this thing right now. I'm lacking too much information. Yi Zan put away the beast bone and lay down on the bed. In the morning, Yi Zan opened his eyes in a daze. After washing up, he pushed the door open and walked out. Are those 2 girls still lazing around in bed? As soon as Yi Zan walked out of his room, he noticed that the door to the room next to his was still closed. He thought that Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu were still in bed. Suddenly, he looked up at the mountain peak when he sensed 2 surging auras. Not bad, they're quite diligent. Feng Xian and Zhuge Yu had already woken up, and were on the mountain peak cultivating. Yi Zan did not disturb them. Instead, he returned to his room and began to cultivate. Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu only returned when the sun was high in the sky. Teacher, we've returned from our morning cultivation, Feng Xian said happily as soon as she entered the courtyard. Today, not only did she wake up early to cultivate with Zhuge Yueyu, but they also toured the beautiful scenery of Cloud Sky Peak in their spare time. This was completely different from her days in the palace. It was a carefree life that she had never had before. She could truly let herself go and follow his heart. In just a day, Feng Xian had completely adapted to life on Cloud Sky Peak. She felt extremely warm at heart. Here, there was a teacher who loved her dearly and also a considerate senior sister. Feng Xian's heart was filled with happiness. When Yi Zan, who was cultivating, heard this, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. A bright divine light flashed across the depths of his pupils. Then, his gaze fell on Feng Xian, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. It was indeed a good habit to cultivate diligently. Xian, have you been able to adapt to life on Cloud Sky Peak? Master, I feel that life on Cloud Sky Peak is great. It already feels like the home I never had. I feel very happy. That's good. Cloud Sky Peak is different from the other peaks. We don't have complicated rules. As long as you don't break the rules of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, you can do whatever you want, Yi Zan said with a smile, and then he ended his cultivation session. The 7 Peaks competition is coming, and the 2 of you will be representing Cloud Sky Peak in the competition. Every 7 Peaks competition is of great significance to the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It is the time when the strength of our peaks are compared. Since I'm free today, I'll check the results of your training. Yueyu, you're the first disciple of Cloud Sky Peak, so you can go first. Zhuge Yueyu stood up and followed Yi Zan to a bamboo forest on the mountain peak. Feng Xian watched from the side with a curious expression. Zhuge Yueyu slowly raised the Cloud Sky sword in her hand. The pressure in her heart increased. If she was facing other cultivators of the same level, Zhuge Yueyu had absolute confidence that she could defeat them. However, the one standing in front of her was her teacher, an extremely powerful mystic Lord Realm expert. At this moment, Zhuge Yueyu was a little nervous. Zhuge Yueyu closed her eyes tightly and took a deep breath, slowly calming herself down. Teacher is testing my strength. I have to use 120% of my combat strength. Let's begin. You can use any technique. Teacher, I'm going to attack. As soon as she finished speaking, the Cloud Sky sword in Zhuge Yueyu's hand unleashed sharp sword chi, and then she used a powerful divine power and slashed the sword toward Yi Zan. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and the surrounding bamboo leaves were instantly split into 2. However, the sword was easily caught by Yi Zan with 2 fingers. Zhuge Yueyu's reaction was also extremely quick. The sword shook and broke free from Yi Zan's fingers. Then, she stopped and turned the Cloud Sky sword around, slashing and stabbing in a flurry of storm-like attacks. However, Yi Zan moved so quickly that he managed to dodge all of her attacks. Given his cultivation level, he could easily see and predict her movements. Of course, among her peers, Zhuge Yueyu's actual combat prowess was already pretty good. She did not reveal too many flaws. The Cloud Sky sword technique she displayed was natural and smooth. It was just that Yi Zan was far too powerful. Left with no other choice, Zhuge Yueyu could only use her trump card, the 9 Serenities of Frost. In an instant, the Cloud Sky sword released an ice-cold aura. The temperature in the area dropped significantly, and the bamboo leaves that were moving with the wind froze instantly. There was a terrifying chill in the air that could even freeze the soul of a cultivator. Seeing this, Yi Zan nodded to himself. When combined with the profound ice divine bone, the 9 serenities of frost could directly attack the soul of a cultivator. Teacher, you have to be careful. Zhuge Yuyu reminded him, and her expression turned extremely serious. The cloud sky sword in his hand transformed into an ice sword, and the icy aura condensed into a huge ice phoenix that rushed toward Yi Zan. If the two of them had the same cultivation level, and Yi Zan did not use the Flora sword technique, it would indeed be quite difficult for him to face the combined power of the profound ice divine bone and the 9 serenities of frost. Very good, it looks like you've already learned how to combine the power of your divine bone and divine power. Yi Zan nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful energy burst out and instantly dispersed the sword chi and the ice phoenix. Chapter 423, Cheeky. Zhuge Yuyu had already reached the 2nd level of the materialization realm, and the combat training had helped her stabilize and solidify her cultivation foundation. It could be said that Zhuge Yuyu was completely different from the unwanted girl who was isolated in the meeting hall more than 2 months ago. Perhaps Zhuge Yuyu had not realized it, but her current abilities had already reached a level where cultivators of the same generation could only look up to her. She now stood on the same level as many of the peerless geniuses of the East Continent. Your Cloud Sky Sword technique is already close to reaching the major mastery stage. It's a pity that you don't have a real lethal technique yet. Still, there's no hurry for that. I'll pick out a suitable technique for you later. Thank you, teacher. You're the best. Hearing this, Yi Zan immediately smiled. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his. Soon after, Yi Zan's gaze fell on Feng Xian. Xian, it's your turn. Ah, right. Feng Xian had been spectating the battle between the two, so she was a little caught out when Yi Zan suddenly called her name. This new disciple of his was a little air-headed at times. Yes, teacher. I'm coming over now. Feng Xian naturally realized it as well and hurried over. Let's begin. Like Yuyu, you use any move you want. Yi Zan stretched out his right hand and signaled Feng Xian to start attacking. All right, teacher. You have to be careful. Then, her expression turned serious as the spiritual power in her body gushed out and filled the surroundings with raging flames. This fire was the hellfire technique that Yi Zan had taught her. Seeing this, Yi Zan was a little surprised. He did not expect that the combination of the hellfire technique and her divine bone would be able to unleash such a powerful force. Very good. It seems that the divine power I imparted to her is very suitable for this girl. Yi Zan nodded, but did not say anything. Feng Xian was only a 2nd-level divine mystic realm cultivator. However, the divine bone in her body still contained a lot of energy. If she could perfectly absorb it, she would eventually be able to catch up to Zhuge Yuyu's cultivation level. Of course, this was a matter of time. If she was too hasty, it was very likely to affect her cultivation foundation. Let's start, Yi Zan said lightly. Feng Xian suddenly erupted with the power of fire, and her figure left a series of afterimages as she used the hellfire technique to bombard Yi Zan. The surging power of fire turned the surrounding bamboo plants into ashes as smoke filled the air. Amidst the flames, a hand snaked out and tried to punch Yi Zan in the abdomen. Seeing this, Yi Zan's lips curled up. Then, he flashed to the side and grabbed Feng Xian's hand. Moments later, the true dragon patterns within Yi Zan's body suddenly erupted, suppressing the hellfire technique. At this moment, Feng Xian revealed a cunning smile. Suddenly, a dazzling pattern appeared on Feng Xian's hand as she broke free from Yi Zan's grasp. As she opened her arms, the flames that filled the sky suddenly transformed into a raging fire dragon that shot toward Yi Zan. This girl is quite smart. Normally, cultivators would use the power of fire to attack, but this girl actually used the power of fire to strengthen her meridians and body. That was how she managed to break free from his grasp. However, in the face of an absolute power gap, this was all meaningless. Yi Zan tilted his body slightly and easily dodged the fire dragon. Then, he pushed Feng Xian away with a simple palm strike. Feng Xian rubbed her hands in pain as she pouted. She had almost succeeded, but Yi Zan had seen through her plan. Looking at her aggrieved expression, Yi Zan smiled and shook his head. Little girl, you're quite smart. Unfortunately, you still lack actual combat experience. You only thought about how to defeat me, but you didn't prepare any contingency plans for when your plan failed. If we were in a life-and-death battle, that would leave you in a desperate situation. The Hellfire technique is indeed powerful and can easily suppress cultivators of the same realm. However, you haven't mastered it. Yi Zan's mouth twitched when he thought of Feng Xian's hellfire divine power. If other cultivators knew that his 2 disciples were using heaven-grade divine powers, they would probably die of jealousy and anger. Then, teacher, how can I improve my mastery of the hellfire technique? Hearing this, Feng Xian hurriedly raised her head and looked straight at Yi Zan. Actually, it's not difficult. I'll teach you a palm technique called the Sky River Palm. This was created by the first few chiefs of Cloud Sky Peak. The palm technique is extremely profound and contains both the gentle and unyielding nature of the ocean. If you succeed in cultivating it, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. In this 1 month, your assignment is to completely master this palm technique. Chapter 424, Visitor. Feng Xian's eyes lit up when she heard this. She hurriedly walked over. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely cultivate diligently and will not let you down. Yi Zan then taught the Sky River Palm technique to Feng Xian. Feng Xian's comprehension ability was quite high. In just half an hour, she had already grasped the essence of the Sky River Palm technique. After doing all this, a smile appeared on Yi Zan's face. By now, he had basically accomplished everything that he wanted to teach his disciples for the time being. Zhu Yueyu cultivated sword techniques, while Feng Xian cultivated palm techniques. Their attributes were ice and fire respectively. Moreover, the grade of their divine bones was rather high, reaching the 7th level. As for how much these 2 girls could grow in the future, it would depend on their own efforts and comprehension ability. Senior sister, why don't we spar? Feng Xian issued Zhu Yueyu a challenge right after she had mastered the Sky River Palm technique. She did not want to fight Yi Zan again, as that would just be asking for a beating. Although Zhu Yueyu's cultivation level was higher than hers, if Zhu Yueyu suppressed her own cultivation level, the difference in strength between them would not be too large, with the only major difference being that Zhu Yueyu had been practicing the Cloud Sky Sword technique for a longer time, and that her combat experience was richer than Feng Xian's. Hearing her junior sister's request, Zhu Yueyu smiled and agreed. When Yi Zan saw this scene, his mouth twitched. Were they giving him the cold shoulder? Then again, when he thought about it more, it made sense for his 2 disciples to train together. Ding. As the host has taught the Sky River Palm technique to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 10,000x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained the divine power, the boundless palm technique. This fucking high reward multiplier was indeed a blessing. While his 2 disciples were training, Yi Zan also began to study the boundless palm technique. 5 days quickly flew by. That morning, Yi Zan was cultivating in his room, slowly comprehending the mysteries of the boundless palm technique. Hey, be careful, put the stuff down properly. Don't break them. Suddenly, there was a commotion on Cloud Sky Peak. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes opened slightly, and then he walked out of the room. He saw a group of muscular men carrying boxes and carefully placing them in the courtyard. Yi Zan's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, he saw Su Chang behind the men. Chief Yi Zan, we will meet again. Su Chang ran over with a fawning expression on his face. Besides Su Chang was Hua Rufeng. It was obvious that the latter was the one who had brought them up the peak. Rufeng greets Martial Uncle Yi. This is young Master Su from the So family of Qingyang City. Today, young Master Su brought many servants to visit our great wilderness divine sect. He said that he was acquainted with Martial Uncle Yi and is here to give you some treasures. Thus, teacher told me to bring them here. Yi Zan nodded, then his gaze fell on Su Chang. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit without a reason. What do you want? Don't misunderstand, Chief Yi Zan. It was my father's idea for me to come here and visit you. My father noticed that Cloud Sky Peak was a little empty, so he wanted to give you some treasures to spruce things up. This is also our Su family's way of repaying Senior's kindness. We hope Senior will accept it, Su Chang said with a smile. Treasures. Hearing this, Yi Zan raised his brows. Then, he walked over to the big boxes and opened them. The next second, golden light flashed across Yi Zan's field of vision, almost blinding his eyes. An entire box of profound gold. Yi Zan could not help but open his mouth. Profound gold is a currency refined from a special mineral in the mystic world. Ever since he had come to the mystic world, he had never seen such a large amount of profound gold in the past 100 years. He was truly a member of the nouveau riche now. It seemed that the rest of these boxes also contained profound gold. It was no wonder the other chiefs liked to go to the outside world to maintain good relations with the major families of the Yangli Divine Empire. It seemed that there was quite a lot of profit to be made. Yi Zan suddenly felt a little uneasy. When he was on the Tianyuan continent, he was also a man of great wealth. Mere spiritual stones were worthless to him. However, he was now in the mystic world. In the past 100 years, he had been guarding the poor Cloud Sky Peak and had to rely on the relief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to survive. In addition, Yi Zan had not awakened any divine bones, so he had been unable to obtain any profound gold back then. Furthermore, although the system was awesome, it did not supply him with money. Since Cloud Sky Peak now had 2 more disciples, he had been worrying about how to cover their living and cultivation expenses. Su Tiansheng was indeed a sharp person, and sent these boxes of profound gold to alleviate his need for money. Very good, it seems that having more friends is a way to go. Yi Zan was ecstatic internally, but deadpan externally. Yi Zan looked at Su Chang and said slowly, "Young Master Su and Master Su are indeed thoughtful, but as cultivators, we don't have much interest in these secular things. Of course, this is a token of your Su family's goodwill, so I will reluctantly accept it." Hearing this, Hua Rufeng's mouth twitched. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Chief Yi Zan was clearly very interested in it, but he was still able to put on a facade. The others might not know, but he was well aware of Cloud Sky Peak's heritage. Ever since Chief Tian Zan passed away, the only properties left on Cloud Sky Peak were those few wooden houses, yet this fucking guy could still act so calm in the face of 10,000 tales of profound gold, which was amazing in its own right. Chapter 425, Palace, cough cough. Hua Rufeng did not expect Yi Zan to be such a person. Still, he was surprised that Yi Zan had managed to win the favor of the Su family, who were well known in Qingyang City for their wealth and power. It seemed that the youngest chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was as capable as the others. Hua Rufeng took a meaningful look at Yi Zan. It was now necessary to build a good relationship with Yi Zan. However, although Hua Rufeng understood Cloud Sky Peak's situation, Su Chang did not. When he heard Yi Zan say this, he felt admiration in his heart. This was a true expert. Yi Zan was unmoved despite the gift of 10,000 tales of profound gold. Chief Yi Zan is indeed, like my father said, a true expert. Such worldly possessions are clearly meaningless to you. In addition to the 10,000 tales of profound gold, my father also specifically asked me to bring other gifts. These are all specialties of our Su family in the extremely cold lands. This is a treasure called bitter spirit tea. Other than that, there are also many other rare treasures. By the way, father also specifically instructed us to build a palace for Chief Yi Zan. One befitting of your status and prestige. Oh, Yi Zan's eyes lit up. Su Tiansheng was really something. He had actually thought about everything in detail. He was truly a friend worth having. Over the past 100 years, not only did Yi Zan lack cultivation resources, but even his residence was rather shabby. Although he was also a chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, his residence on Cloud Sky Peak was not much better than the residences of mortals in the outside world. Master Su is indeed very considerate. In that case, this matter will be left in your care. As an immortal cultivator, I don't pay too much attention to these things. You can do as you see fit, Yi Zan said indifferently. When Hua Rufeng saw this scene, he was in awe. Martial Uncle Yi's ability to maintain his composure was truly top-notch. It was no wonder he managed to hide his strength for so many years. Su Chang, on the other hand, was elated. After getting Yi Zan's permission and approval, he was prepared to go all out and do something big. After all, this was a rare opportunity for him. If he performed well, he might be able to draw Yi Zan closer to his family. Moreover, Yi Zan was one of the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. If he was happy and taught him some high-grade divine power or something, would that not be amazing? What are you guys doing? Hurry up and get to work. I'll give you 30 days. You must complete the palace within a month. Su Chang immediately gave orders to the servants he had brought along. It had to be admitted that the Su family was indeed extremely rich. Soon, even more workers poured into Cloud Sky Peak to construct the palace. As per Yi Zan's instructions, the brand new palace would be built in the peach forest on the mountain peak, which was surrounded by a sea of blooming flowers. If a luxurious palace was added, would it not be the perfect place for cultivation? Yi Zan smiled as he watched Su Chang diligently lead the workers to construct the palace. Yi Zan returned to the courtyard and sat on the chair in the hall. The corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc, and he was already looking forward to the new palace in his mind. Just then, Hua Rufeng walked in. Rufeng, is there something you need from me? Yi Zan looked up, a little puzzled. He was not sure why this kid was still here. In any case, Yi Zan was quite satisfied with Hua Rufeng. After all, in the past 100 years, Hua Rufeng was the person he was most familiar with aside from his 2 disciples. Hearing this, Hua Rufeng could not help but smile and then slowly said, I was told that Martial Uncle Yi accepted another disciple. Is she around? As her senior brother, I'd really like to meet her. In fact, before he came to Cloud Sky Peak, Gongsun Shoyu had specifically instructed Hua Rufeng to take the opportunity to investigate Yi Zan's 2 disciples. After all, once he found out that Yi Zan was a Mystic Lord Realm expert, Gongsun Shoyu was shocked. He now had to pay special attention to all matters regarding Cloud Sky Peak. Gongsun Shoyu was especially curious about Yi Zan. Why had a Mystic Lord Realm expert like him hidden his strength for 100 years? However, no matter what, this meant that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect now had an additional Mystic Lord Realm expert. This gave him hope that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would rise again. The 2 girls are cultivating on the mountain peak, and it's almost time for them to finish. As expected, as soon as Yi Zan finished speaking, 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. Teacher, we're back from our cultivation session. Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were holding hands as they walked in with smiles on their faces. When they entered the main hall of the courtyard, they saw Hua Rufeng inside. Senior brother Hua, it's been a long time. Why have you come to Cloud Sky Peak? Chapter 426. Hua Rufeng's shock. When she had first entered the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, it was Hua Rufeng who had taken care of her and taught them the sect's rules. Haha, I didn't expect junior sister Zug to have become even more beautiful after only a few months, Hua Rufeng laughed and teased. Zug Yueyu's face turned slightly red. She was a little shy from the praise. Xian, the person in front of you is the eldest senior brother of our Great Wilderness Divine Sect. His name is Hua Rufeng, but you can call him senior brother Hua. Zhu Yuyu hurriedly introduced him to Feng Xian. Greetings, senior brother Hua, Feng Xian said politely. Senior brother Hua, she is the disciple that master has just accepted. Her name is Feng Xian. When Hua Rufeng's eyes fell on Feng Xian, he was shocked. Oh my god, another genius with a divine bone. Hua Rufeng was dumbfounded. Furthermore, her divine bone seemed to be no weaker than Zhu Yueyu's profound ice divine bone. In the future, if they were to encounter some opportunities, they might even be able to evolve these divine bones into immortal bones. Immortal bones were comparable to Dao bodies. Martial Uncle Yi Zan has an extraordinary eye for talent. Although he only had 2 disciples, both were extremely talented. Furthermore, Yi Zan himself was a monster. When Chief Tian Zan brought him back, he was ridiculed by the cultivators of the other peaks, who thought that he had become old and muddled. How could he bring back such a piece of trash? However, in a mere 100 years, that piece of trash had already become a Mystic Lord Realm expert. If Yi Zan was a fucking piece of trash, then what were they? Thinking this, Hua Rufeng's body trembled slightly. Seeing it for himself, he now believed that Cloud Sky Peak was the most impressive of the 7 peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Junior sister Feng is indeed extraordinary. Your level of talent almost gave me a heart attack just now. When she heard Hua Rufeng's generous praise, Feng Xian felt a little shy. She knew in her heart that the reason why she had this divine bone was entirely due to her teacher's efforts. What is junior sister Zug's cultivation level now? Hua Rufeng asked straightforwardly. Gongsun Shoyu had specifically instructed him to check on their cultivation levels. Hearing this, Zug Yuyu hesitated and looked at Yi Zan. Yi Zan smiled and nodded, indicating that it was fine to reveal it. Senior brother Hua, I've already reached the 2nd level of the materialization realm, Zug Yuyu said. Second level of the divine mystic realm. That's not bad. Hua Rufeng smiled and nodded. 2 months ago, Zug Yuyu had already reached the 1st level of the divine mystic realm, so taking 2 months to reach the 2nd level was to be expected. However, Hua Rufeng was still a little disappointed. Suddenly, Hua Rufeng jolted to attention. Wait a minute, what did she just say? What, junior sister, did you just say that you've broken through to the 2nd level of the materialization realm? Yes, is there something wrong? Zug Yuyu was a little puzzled by his reaction. Hearing this, Hua Rufeng was dumbfounded. Could it be that she thought it was natural for her to reach the materialization realm in 2 months? That's unbelievable. You've made such huge strides in just 2 months. Hua Rufeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even a genius with a high-grade divine bone could not accomplish this feat, right? Zhuge Yuyu then responded in a serious tone, actually, there's nothing strange about it. When teacher and I went out to train, we killed many berserk beasts and seemed to have absorbed quite a bit of power from their precious bones. That's why my cultivation advanced a bit faster. Of course, Zhuge Yuyu kept one thing from him. Due to the effect of the heavenly marrow pill, Zhuge Yuyu's body had been completely transformed. It was also because of this that when Zhuge Yuyu absorbed the precious bones of the berserk beasts, there were no side effects. The medicinal power of the heavenly marrow pill would remove the impurities from the precious bone, allowing her to absorb it easily. However, due to her rapid breakthroughs, there were still some problems. At that moment, her cultivation foundation was still not fully stable, which was why Yi Zhan had brought her out to train and gain experience. Now, after 60 days of continuous training and tempering, Zhuge Yuyu's cultivation foundation had become extremely stable, and her spiritual power flowed smoothly. Hearing this, Hua Rufeng could not help but come to a sudden realization, and envy welled up in his heart. Zhuge Yuyu really had a good teacher. He was always paying attention to her cultivation. At the other peaks, most disciples would be left to their own devices after being taught the necessary cultivation techniques. Only those stronger and more outstanding disciples would receive personal attention and guidance from the chiefs. Otherwise, it was usually the senior disciples guiding the junior disciples. In fact, it was not particularly rare for people to absorb the power of precious bones to increase their cultivation, just like Zhuge Yuyu. However, normally, cultivators would not dare to absorb too much power from precious bones. After all, not only did the precious bones of the berserk beasts contain dense spiritual energy, but also the remnant thoughts and grudges of the berserk beasts while they had been alive. If one's sea of consciousness was invaded by these thoughts and grudges, it might cause a case of cultivation deviation, or in more serious cases, death. Hua Rufeng's teacher, Gongsun Shoyu, was the sect master of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He had to deal with all the matters of the sect every day, and did not have the time to take care of his disciples' cultivation progress. If they were to have any problems while absorbing the precious bones' power, their future as cultivators would be bleak. It was precisely because of this that Hua Rufeng was very cautious in doing things, especially when it came to cultivation. What about junior sister Feng? Hua Rufeng's gaze fell on Feng Xian. Feng Xian had just joined the sect, so her current cultivation level should not be anything special, right? Me. Feng Xian smiled lightly and said playfully, Senior brother Hua, I'm currently a 3rd-level divine mystic realm cultivator. Chapter 427, Breaking Through. Hua Rufeng was dumbfounded. This time, he heard it very clearly. 3rd level of the divine mystic realm. Are you fucking kidding me? Even the young man who had joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect at the same time as Zhuge Yuyu was only at the 8th level of the mystic meridian realm. Having reached this level in just 2 months, he was already considered a peerless genius of the younger generation of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. During this period of time, Gao Shun had been quite pleased with himself, showing off his disciple in front of the other chiefs every day. However, compared to Chief Yi Zhan's disciple, was that guy not just trash? Thinking this, Hua Rufeng wondered what Gao Shun's reaction would be when he found out the cultivation levels of Yi Zhan's 2 disciples. Ha ha ha, as soon as this image appeared in his mind, Hua Rufeng could not help but laugh. However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure and quickly apologized. I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of something happy and couldn't restrain myself. When Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu saw this, they glanced at each other. Then, Feng Xian whispered, Senior sister, why do I feel that senior brother Hua is rather strange? Weren't we talking about cultivation levels? Why did he suddenly laugh? Zhuge Yuyu's mouth twitched. She did not know how to reply. From the looks of it, senior brother Hua was indeed a little abnormal. Teacher was the best. No matter what happened, he was able to remain calm and composed. Hua Rufeng's expression became extremely awkward and he quickly coughed a few times. Cough cough, Martial Uncle Yi, the cultivation of these 2 junior sisters really shocked me. Master Uncle Yi is truly gifted at both cultivation and teaching disciples. If the other chiefs find out, they would definitely be shocked. Actually, it's nothing much. I was just casually teaching them, Yi Zan said lightly. Hearing this, Hua Rufeng's mouth twitched. Was this guy not showing off? Martial Uncle Yi is really modest. I've learned a lot. At this moment, Zhuge Yuyu was indeed curious. Teacher, what's going on at Cloud Sky Peak? Why are there so many people here? That's right, when we came back just now, we suddenly found that there were a lot of people in the peach forest to the north. They seemed to be building something. Yi Zan's eyes twitched slightly. He did not answer immediately, but took a sip of the tea that Su Cheng had just given him. It indeed tasted a little bitter when it first entered his mouth, but after carefully savoring it, the tip of his tongue was filled with a faint fragrance. It was bitter, and then sweet. Ah, Yi Zan could not help but sigh. The taste of wealth was really different. He had naturally heard of the name of this bitter spirit tea before. It was a specialty of Qingyang City. The price was extremely high, and those who could enjoy this kind of tea were mostly aristocrats. Cough cough. As if sensing the resentful gazes of his two disciples, Yi Zan coughed briefly before starting to explain. Those people are all from the Su family. They brought many gifts to our Cloud Sky Peak, including 10,000 taels of profound gold. Oh right, they're planning to build a palace for us in the peach forest. Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Is it true? In these few days, Zhuge Yuyu had brought Feng Xian to tour the other peaks, which were all magnificent in comparison to Cloud Sky Peak, and had far better living conditions. Does that mean we'll have a palace to live in the future? That's right, I'm sure that the palace will be pretty large once it's completed. At that time, you can choose whichever room or building you want, Yi Zan smiled and said. However, as cultivators, your priority should be on cultivation. Don't get carried away with worldly possessions. In the path of cultivation, the most important thing is to follow one's heart. When one's heart is clear, one's actions will flow naturally. Hua Rufeng was stunned. He had not expected Yi Zan to have such a deep understanding of the laws of the world. It was truly shocking. It was no wonder he managed to break through to the Mystic Lord realm at such a young age. Hua Rufeng's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. As the eldest senior disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he seemed to have restrained his Tao heart too much over the years because of his identity, and cared too much about what others thought. This caused him to be extremely cautious in everything he did. He wanted to achieve perfection so that he would not be criticized by others. However, he did not expect that it would cause him to almost forget his original heart for cultivation. Thinking this, Hua Rufeng became emotional. In fact, he was quite talented in cultivation. Even if he was compared to Mu Baiken, he was not much weaker. Yet, the latter had surpassed him by 4 levels, which dealt a huge blow to his self-confidence. However, now that he heard Yi Zan's words, he suddenly had an epiphany. After Yi Zan finished speaking, a magical aura suddenly gushed out from Hua Rufeng's body. Could it be that this kid is about to break through? Chapter 428. Strange Phenomenon. When Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian saw this, they were also surprised. Then, they quickly moved away. A few casual words from Yi Zan had caused Hua Rufeng to start breaking through. Interesting. It seems like this kid's comprehension is not bad. Hua Rufeng was in a state of epiphany, which was something that countless cultivators pursued. Such a rare opportunity was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. In the state of epiphany, the gains one could obtain far exceeded the value of spiritual pills and elixirs. Layers of mysterious ripples suddenly spread out around Hua Rufeng, and the spiritual energy of the surroundings suddenly gathered around him. A spiral appeared above Cloud Sky Peak. At the same time, in the meeting hall, Gongsun Shoyu, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. This phenomenon, could it be an epiphany? The spiritual energy in the surroundings was gathering in the direction of Cloud Sky Peak. Could it be caused by the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak? Gongsun Shoyu waved his sleeves and turned into a streak of light as he headed toward the source of the phenomenon. At this moment, Yuelin, who was teaching Li Shuiye, suddenly raised her head. Looking at the spiral-shaped spiritual energy in the sky, she was shocked. Who is the one who caused this phenomenon? Teacher, it's coming from the direction of Cloud Sky Peak. Could it be Martial Uncle Yi? Li Shuiye asked. After what had happened earlier, Li Shuiye and the others had realized that Martial Uncle Yi, who was called trash by countless people, was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a powerful expert, who had remained low-key this entire time. Yuelin had a contemplative look in her eyes. Anyone who could cause such a phenomenon was no ordinary person. Hanyi, come with me. Then, with a wave of her sleeve, Yuelin disappeared with Li Hanyi. As the strange phenomenon above Cloud Sky Peak became more and more pronounced, the cultivators of the 7 peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect also noticed it. It left everyone shocked. Gao Shun had been about to return to his residence to rest when he had sensed the phenomenon. His spiritual sense immediately swept out, but when he realized that it originated from Cloud Sky Peak, his gaze turned cold. Damn it, why is it Cloud Sky Peak again? Multiple streaks of light flashed and headed in the direction of Cloud Sky Peak. Yizan also noticed this, and his figure suddenly flickered and appeared in the courtyard. Yizan's mouth twitched as he looked at the scene outside. There are too many people coming here. Yizan had never seen such a lively scene since he joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. A bright light flashed by, and Gongsun Shoyu's figure suddenly appeared. Junior brother Yi, who is the one who caused this strange phenomenon? Gongsun Shoyu asked anxiously. Someone who could cause such a sensation had to be a genius, and would be treasured by the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. No matter who it was, this person was from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, so he was naturally very excited. Moreover, he had already guessed in his heart that it was probably not Zhu Yuyu, but Feng Xian, Yizan's newest disciple. Yizan smiled, but did not explain. At this moment, a few more bright lights suddenly flashed past. Ha ha ha, Junior brother Yi's Cloud Sky Peak is truly a place of great talents. The sudden appearance of such a strange phenomenon almost scared me silly. Before the person arrived, his voice had already resounded. Liang Dai from Sword Spirit Peak and Gao Shangyu from Sword Trial Peak appeared. Then, Yuelin appeared with Li Hanyi. After briefly examining the strange phenomenon, she said to Yizan softly, Junior brother Yi, your Cloud Sky Peak is really full of surprises. Hurry up and tell us. Who caused this strange phenomenon? Yizan smiled and said nothing. It was great showing off and acting cool. At the same time, everyone looked at the spiral-shaped spiritual energy and suddenly became anxious. Gongsun Shoyu coughed and said seriously, Junior brother Yi, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us, Senior brother Gongsun, you think too highly of our Cloud Sky Peak. This phenomenon was not caused by my disciples, but yours. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly turned silent. A disciple of Gongsun Shoyu? Was this a joke? How could Gongsun Shoyu's disciple cultivate on Cloud Sky Peak, and even cause such a magnificent phenomenon? Chapter 429, Epiphany. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Gongsun Shoyu, and Gao Shun's expression became even more unsightly. Senior brother Gongsun, when did you take in such a talented disciple? You even had him secretly cultivate on Cloud Sky Peak. Were you afraid of us finding out? Liang Dai and Gao Shangyu, who were beside him, were also a little unhappy. Liang Dai said, Senior brother, didn't you promise not to take in any more disciples? You secretly recruited another talented disciple. What about the other peaks? We've been in the same sect for hundreds of years. Shouldn't you take our feelings into account? Gongsun Shoyu was confused. Ever since he had taken Hua Rufeng as his disciple, he had not taken in any other disciples for many years. Junior brother Yi, don't scare me. Hurry up and explain. Cold sweat broke out on Gongsun Shoyu's forehead as he looked to Yizan for help. Wait, it seemed that he really did have a disciple on Cloud Sky Peak. Just as Gongsun Shoyu was finally about to connect the dots, Yizan said with a smile, why don't you go and see for yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, Yizan turned his body slightly, and then a handsome young man in green suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. Isn't that martial nephew Hua Rufeng? It turned out that the sect master's disciple Yizan was talking about was Hua Rufeng. Oh my god, brother did it. When Li Hanyi, who was next to Yuelin, saw this, she was astonished and shocked. She had originally thought that the phenomenon was caused by one of Cloud Sky Peak's disciples. She had not expected that the source of the phenomenon to be her own brother. When Gongsun Shoyu saw this, he was equally shocked. As Hua Rufeng's teacher, he was very familiar with Hua Rufeng's level of talent. Hua Rufeng had only reached the 5th level of the materialization realm. How could he cause such a phenomenon? Junior brother Yi, what happened? Gongsun Shoyu's expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, everyone's attention turned to Yizan, as they stared at him curiously. What had happened to Hua Rufeng to cause such a phenomenon? Seeing this, Yizan said lightly, it's not a big deal. I just gave him a few words of advice, and then he had an epiphany. Could he be more serious? What did he mean by that? He gave a few pointers and the other person had an epiphany. If epiphanies were so easy to come by, then he should give some to them. It really is an epiphany. Yuelin was shocked when she examined Hua Rufeng. It's really unbelievable. An epiphany is a rare phenomenon that only happens once in 100 years. I didn't expect martial nephew Rufeng to experience one. What did this guy say to Hua Rufeng to elicit an epiphany? Of course, Gongsun Shoyu was the most curious one. After all, it was his disciple who was experiencing an epiphany, and he as the teacher had nothing to do with it. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Zan again. The useless chief of Cloud Sky Peak, who was once ridiculed by everyone, had actually hidden himself so well. Gao Shun, Liang Dai, and the others' expressions immediately turned serious. Was this really the young man that Chief Tian Zan brought back 100 years ago? His transformation was simply unbelievable. Their hearts were filled with shock. Just then, Gongsun Shoyu also came back to his senses. He looked deeply at Yi Zan, and then at Hua Rufeng, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. A touch of satisfaction flashed across the depths of his eyes. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. He had to pay close attention to Cloud Sky Peak. Yi Zan's strength was extremely terrifying, and had now reached the same level as him. In addition, his disciples were all peerless geniuses with outstanding levels of talent. Everything else aside, the sect had to provide sufficient cultivation resources. Gongsun Shoyu quickly made a decision. Chapter 430. Limitless Future. Right at this moment Gao Shun put down his pride and asked, "Junior brother Yi, can you tell us what you taught him? How did martial nephew Hua enter a state of epiphany?" Yi Zan smiled and said lightly, "Truth be told, I didn't pay much attention to martial nephew Hua at that time. I was actually teaching my disciples, and martial nephew Hua was listening by the side. I honestly didn't expect him to suddenly have an epiphany." Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard this. This was indeed very sudden. Most importantly, this guy had actually said this so calmly. The chiefs pondered this matter briefly. Damn it, this guy had definitely made up nonsense to confuse them. How could some random teachings be enough to make a bystander suddenly experience an epiphany? He was clearly hiding something. At this moment, the spiritual energy gathering around Hua Rufeng became more and more intense. The vortex of spiritual energy erupted with dazzling light. A mysterious light then burst forth from Hua Rufeng's body, which then seemed to draw all of the spiritual energy into his body. It's about to start. When Gongsun Shoyu saw this, he immediately became nervous. Given the vastness of the spiritual energy gathered here, everyone was wondering how much Hua Rufeng's cultivation would progress. At this moment, Hua Rufeng's expression suddenly turned pale and pained. It was as if the meridians in his body could not withstand this vast power. However, with the infusion of this power, Hua Rufeng's cultivation level also improved rapidly. 5th level materialization realm, 6th level materialization realm, 9th level materialization realm. When everyone saw this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy has actually increased his cultivation by 5 levels. This was indeed a once-in-a-century opportunity for him. It seems like the 9th level is his limit. If he wants to break through to the Void Realm, he must comprehend the power of laws. I wonder if he can do it before the epiphany ends. The scene suddenly turned quiet, for fear that their voices would disturb Hua Rufeng's epiphany. At this moment, Yi Zan took a step forward and suddenly walked toward Hua Rufeng, speaking naturally and indifferently. Yi Zan's words were like the voice from the heavens as he guided Hua Rufeng's breakthrough. In an instant, the spiritual sea in Hua Rufeng's body suddenly trembled. Mysterious ripples rippled with the power of the two extremes of the world. In the deepest part of the spiritual sea, a special force suddenly condensed. This was the power of the laws. What? He actually succeeded. Yi Zan had only said a few sentences, yet Hua Rufeng had managed to comprehend the power of the laws and successfully broke through to the Void Realm. Hua Rufeng's body suddenly trembled, and his newfound Void Realm spiritual power rippled out. As he had just reached the Void Realm, he was unable to control the power in his body. Fortunately, Yi Zan was right next to him. With a light wave of his sleeve, he suppressed the surging spiritual power. After Hua Rufeng woke up, he knelt down in Yi Zan's direction. "Rufeng will remember martial uncle Yi Zan's guidance," he said gratefully. Thanks to Yi Zan's words, he had actually reached the Void Realm. He finally understood why the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak were so powerful. It was their teacher that made the difference. Seeing his own disciple kneel before someone else, Gongsun Shoyu felt slightly frustrated. Having said that, he was quite pleased with Hua Rufeng, and his attitude toward Yi Zan also changed. Hua Rufeng would be the successor to the sect master position in the future if everything went well. As such, the more outstanding he was, the better. Martial nephew Hua, please get up. You were able to reach the Void Realm because of your own comprehension ability. Without your level of talent, even if I spoke a million words, it would not have helped, Yi Zan said very calmly. When everyone heard, a sense of admiration spontaneously arose in their hearts. From then on, they would no longer doubt Yi Zan's ability to teach disciples. Hua Rufeng slowly stood up, and he put on his usual smile. He first bowed to his teacher, and then saluted the other chiefs. However, a careful person would find that Hua Rufeng's behavior seemed to have changed and had become more casual than before. He was different from the calm and steady person who pursued perfection wholeheartedly before this. When the chiefs realized this, they realized that his state of mind had also achieved a breakthrough, and that his future was now limitless. Chapter 431, Another Epiphany. As expected of junior brother Yi, a few short sentences was enough to pave the way to a breakthrough. This has truly been eye-opening. Liang Dai laughed and started to flatter him. After the incident just now, his attitude towards Yi Zan had completely changed, from disdain to admiration. After all, there was no deeper eternal hatred between the 7 peaks, and they were all part of the same sect. The competition between them only served to make the sect stronger. Senior brother, you're too kind with your words. It's just a small matter. Ha ha ha, if this is a small matter, I wonder when junior brother Yi will have the time to give me some pointers, Yuelin said with a smile. Oh, hearing this, Yi Zan raised his brows. He whispered in her ear, if senior sister is willing, let's find a quiet place to have this discussion. When Yuelin heard this, she blushed slightly. Although she was secretly happy, she did not show it on her face. She simply laughed and said, sure. Since junior brother has said so, then we'll make an appointment another day. At this moment, Gao Shun, who had been silent, walked toward Hua Rufeng. Martial Uncle Gao, is there something wrong? Seeing this, Hua Rufeng was puzzled. Gao Shun did not say much, but used his spiritual sense to scan Hua Rufeng's current physical condition. So he had really reached the Void Realm. Gao Shun turned around and walked away with difficulty. His pupils were filled with shock. He then looked deeply at Zhuge Yuyu and Feng Xian. As Gongsun Shoyu's disciple, Hua Rufeng had only listened to Yi Zan's guidance for a while and managed to experience an epiphany. In that case, what level had Yi Zan's 2 disciples reached? He had never forgotten the bet with Yi Zan. His mood was complicated, and he wanted nothing more than to check. However, the 7 peaks competition was approaching, so checking their cultivation level in front of everyone was simply inappropriate. After the incident ended, everyone dispersed. However, as if affected by Hua Rufeng's breakthrough to the Void Realm, the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would all begin to cultivate like crazy. Gongsun Shoyu looked at everyone, and then said to Yi Zan, what you did today has really opened my eyes. With just a few words, my disciple experienced an epiphany. This speaks volumes about junior brother Yi's own comprehension ability and cultivation level. The people around him nodded in agreement. Senior brother Gongsun is too kind. I'm still far from being a true expert, Yi Zan said lightly. When Gao Shun saw this, a hint of a cold smile appeared on his face. HMPH, it was just a coincidence. Martial nephew Hua's talent is outstanding, so it was only to be expected that he would encounter an epiphany at some point. You just happened to be at the right place at the right time. Yi Zan laughed when he heard this. He was not bothered by Gao Shun's words, because at this moment, a system notification had suddenly rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Ding! As the host has helped a cultivator of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to obtain an epiphany, the host has obtained a randomized 100x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained an epiphany experience opportunity. The benefits gained by the host during this epiphany will be 100 times that of what Hua Rufeng gained. The system really was awesome. It even rewarded him for catalyzing an epiphany experience. Yi Zan looked at Gao Shun with a smile. Senior brother Gao, you're right. An epiphany opportunity is hard to come by once even in 100 years. It can be said to be a favor bestowed by the heavens. There's no way it could have been caused by me. It's good that junior brother Yi understands this. I'm just giving you a kind reminder so that you don't become arrogant. It's better to be down to earth. Oh, what if I can immediately enter a state of epiphany? Yi Zan asked indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Gongsun Shoyu, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Zan at the same time, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak had never been on good terms, especially the relationship between the two chiefs. They did not expect the two of them to fight again at this moment. It seemed that there would be some sort of show to watch now. Junior brother Yi, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't mean a thing unless it actually happens, Gao Shun said coldly. Do you really think that it's so easy to obtain an epiphany experience opportunity? Most cultivators never experience one in their entire lives. Gao Shun's eyes were full of ridicule, as he really felt that Yi Zan's words were ridiculous. The chiefs had all been cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years to break through and reach their current levels. Not everyone could be as lucky as Hua Rufang. Yi Zan's words not only made Gao Shun laugh, but the other chiefs beside him also shook their heads, thinking that Yi Zan was bragging. Yi Zan, on the other hand, smiled. He liked it best when he could prove people wrong in front of their faces. After that, Yi Zan stretched his back and slowly walked out of the courtyard. The very next second, a surge of energy suddenly erupted, as the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to condense and gather around him. What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. A terrifying spiritual energy vortex formed above Cloud Sky Peak, one that was 100 times stronger than Hua Rufang's. Isn't this an epiphany? When Gongsun Shoyu saw this, his pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked senseless, especially Gao Shun, whose expression was constantly contorting and changing. No, that's impossible. How could he enter a state of epiphany? Why does it seem like his epiphany far exceeds Hua Rufang's as well? Chapter 432. Unbelievable. As much as they did not want to believe it, the truth was in front of their eyes. As time passed, the spiritual energy vortex grew more and more turbulent, and the sky above Cloud Sky Peak turned dark, as purple lightning began to gather in the clouds. When Yuelin saw this scene, she sputtered, "How did this guy do it?" Yi Zan was becoming more and more unfathomable. Li Hanyi could only marvel from the side. As expected of martial Uncle Yi, he actually initiated an epiphany voluntarily. Such monstrous talent can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. This is unbelievable. Gongsun Shoyu's body trembled uncontrollably. He had thought that Yi Zan's words had just been a joke to infuriate Gao Shun. How had it turned out to be true? Obviously, the most shocked one was Gao Shun, who felt like his world had turned upside down. No, this is absolutely impossible. How can one initiate one's own epiphany? This guy must be pretending. There has to be some sort of trick behind this. Just you wait. Once I figure out what it is, I'll expose you for the fraud you are. Gao Shun was about to intervene to try and expose Yi Zan when a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky and exploded nearby. It contained the power of a mystic Lord Realm expert's attack. When Gao Shun saw this, he hurriedly retreated several steps. What a powerful lightning! The spiritual pressure bearing down from the sky was vast and mighty, and suppressed those who were present. It was completely different from Hua Rufang's epiphany. After all, Yi Zan was a top-tier early-stage mystic Lord Realm expert. The epiphany he was experiencing would cause far more powerful heavenly phenomena. Oh my god, is everyone from Cloud Sky Peak so monstrous? This is fucking unreasonable. Isn't Martial Uncle Yu a little too scary? Isn't this a proper show of dominance? I thought that Chief Yi Zan was just bragging. How could this have happened? Everyone looked at the terrifying phenomena in the sky in shock and awe. The spiritual energy contained in the vortex continued to increase over time, until it reached a terrifying level. At the center of the vortex, Yi Zan's eyes were closed. Indistinctly, a brilliant golden lotus of the great Tao bloomed above Yi Zan's head, drawing in the spiritual energy. When Gongsun Shoyu saw the golden lotus of the great Tao, he was dumbfounded. A Tao body. When the chiefs noticed his expression, they glanced at Yi Zan, and then at each other. The shock on each of their faces was evident. Even Gao Shun, who had doubted Yi Zan just now, felt complete despair when he saw this scene. How did this guy end up having a Tao body? Why did Chief Tian Zan never mention it? I finally understand why Yi Zan was chosen to be Chief Tian Zan's disciple and to inherit Cloud Sky Peak. Discussions were rife among the crowd as everyone witnessed this incredulous scene with their very own eyes. Fortunately, the owner of the Tao body was a cultivator of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The sudden epiphany made sense now. The Tao body allowed him greater comprehension. After all, at that moment, the spiritual energy vortex in the sky suddenly turned into a dazzling golden divine dragon that charged toward Yi Zan. Every scale on the golden divine dragon was shining with bright light. These scales were condensed from the spiritual energy of the surroundings and poured into Yi Zan's body in a flash. Yi Zan's face contorted in pain, but he quickly circulated the Chaos Heart technique and used his Mystic Lord Realm cultivation to suppress the surging spiritual energy. Ever since he had broken through to the early stage of the Mystic Lord Realm, he had been consolidating his cultivation foundation. Thus, his cultivation level had not increased too much. However, this was destined to change today, as the vast amount of spiritual energy flooded his body. Yi Zan even felt his cultivation bottleneck loosening. As this happened, no one dared to breathe as they stared at Yi Zan's figure within the vortex. This included Gao Shun. Although he was very unconvinced, the truth was right in front of him. The level of talent and strength that Yi Zan had displayed were unparalleled, and it had given his self-confidence a severe blow. Most importantly, he could clearly sense the obvious change in Gongsun Shoyu's attitude toward Yi Zan. It seemed that even his status in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was at risk. Although he was unwilling to see this happen, he was also helpless to do anything about it. A few months ago, Gao Shun was still confident that he had everything in his grasp. He thought that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was under his control and that Yi Zan was just a useless piece of trash. However, Yi Zan had caught up to him, and had now exceeded him. Chapter 433, Showing Off. Was it impossible to change the fate of Hidden Sword Peak and Cloud Sky Peak? Gao Shun's heart was filled with complicated feelings. No one would have thought that Yi Zan had hidden himself so deeply. No one would have thought that a piece of trash without a divine bone would have the Tao body and even hide in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect for 100 years. After all, no matter how much humiliation Yi Zan had suffered in the past 100 years, he had never reciprocated. That in itself was a terrifying feat. Had he revealed his Tao body, the Great Wilderness Divine Sect would not have hesitated to pour all of their cultivation resources into him. Yet, this fellow had chosen to hide it. Suddenly, Gongsun Shoyu understood. It was easy for geniuses to fall. Before one had absolute strength, showing off one's talent too early would only bring about disaster, and make one a target. The best way was to keep a low profile and accumulate strength. At this moment, within the spiritual energy vortex, Yi Zan's eyes were tightly shut. The Chaos Heart technique was constantly being circulated. Then, his eyes suddenly opened, and a bright divine light flashed within the depths of his pupils, following which, a terrifying aura swept out toward everyone present. Not good, hurry up and leave this place. Yuelin saw this and hurriedly retreated with Li Hanyi. Yi Zan was a Mystic Lord Realm expert. Those weaker than him would be injured by this aura, or even killed. Fortunately, Gongsun Shoyu was at the peak of the Mystic Lord Realm. With a wave of his sleeve, an ancient stone pagoda suddenly appeared and enveloped Yi Zan. It suppressed the aura that Yi Zan was exuding. After absorbing this vast power, Yi Zan's cultivation broke through again and reached the middle stage of the Mystic Lord Realm. As one's cultivation realm increased, the difficulty of breaking through would also increase. Therefore, even if Yi Zan gained 100 times more benefits than Hua Rufeng from the Epiphany, he could only improve his cultivation by one minor realm. However, this was already a significant strength increase. After the breakthrough, Yi Zan's eyes shone with light, and his entire body rose into the air. A mysterious aura rippled around him, and Yi Zan activated the boundless palm technique. Although he had the help of the system, Yi Zan had basically comprehended the core of the technique, he was still one step away from completely mastering it. The current state of Epiphany was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Then, as everyone watched, Yi Zan condensed a giant hand in the sky, which created spatial ripples. This palm technique contained terrifying and overbearing power. When it rippled slightly, it had the power to shatter mountains and seas. It was as if everything in the world was held within that palm. When Gongsun Shoyu saw this, his pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with shock as he spoke with a trembling voice. This is an immortal grade divine power. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even an ancient sect like the Great Wilderness Divine Sect did not have an immortal grade divine power. The strongest divine power the sect had was a heaven grade 1, and only the sect master was qualified to cultivate it. Yet Yi Zan's palm technique had actually exceeded this. Senior brother, are you sure? Is that really an immortal grade divine power? Yuelin's eyes were filled with disbelief. I'm certain. Gongsun Shoyu nodded solemnly. I cultivate the Great Wilderness technique, so I am naturally familiar with the power of heaven grade divine powers. However, compared to what junior brother Yi has practiced, it's clearly lacking. Only a legendary immortal grade divine power can display such profound strength. I didn't expect junior brother Yi's talent to be so monstrous. Not only does he have the Tao body, but also an immortal grade divine power. There were strict requirements for such divine powers, not only in terms of comprehension, but also talent. Even Gongsun Shoyu could not guarantee that he would succeed in cultivating it. After 60 minutes passed, Yi Zan stopped, and the swirling power in the sky slowly dissipated. At this moment, he had completely mastered the essence of the boundless palm technique. Yi Zan's lips curved into a beautiful arc. Finally, after the Flora Sword technique, he comprehended another immortal grade divine power. Although this palm technique did not have the terrifying power of the Flora Sword technique, it had greater controlling and restraining abilities. Yi Zan slowly descended from the sky. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his every movement was elegant. Ha ha ha, congratulations, junior brother Yi. You comprehended an immortal grade divine power and achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation. It is truly a blessing for the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It seems that there is hope for the rise of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Gongsun Shoyu quickly went up to congratulate Yi Zan with a smile. He had to admit that Yi Zan had indeed brought him countless surprises today. Senior brother Gongsun is too kind. I was just lucky just now, Yi Zan said lightly. He also noticed Gao Shun's ugly expression, which made him feel great. This feeling of showing off in front of so many people was really the best. Senior brother Gao, what's up with your expression? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Zan asked, despite knowing the answer. When Gao Shun heard this, his face turned even more livid. When Yuelin saw this, she stifled her laughter. She naturally knew that Yi Zan had said that on purpose. After all, Gao Shun had confidently stated that Yi Zan could not enter the state of epiphany earlier. However, he had now been blinded by reality. Furthermore, he had also comprehended an immortal grade divine power while doing so. Chapter 434, Karma. When the other chiefs saw this, they gloated as well. In the past, Gao Shun had been extremely arrogant just because he was the law enforcement elder and the only other mystic lord realm expert in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect aside from Gongsun Shoyu. Moreover, under Gao Shun's leadership, Hidden Sword Peak had, to some extent, suppressed all of the other peaks. Thus, they had no complaints about this situation. Having another mystic lord realm expert that could suppress Gao Shun's arrogance was naturally a good thing. Gao Shun was naturally able to detect the changes in everyone's expression. Although he was livid, he could only glare fiercely. HMPH. You've won. After Gao Shun dejectedly said this, and then turned around and left in a sorry state. He did not want to stay on Cloud Sky Peak for a second longer. The events that had taken place today were too embarrassing. Senior brother, don't rush. The road on my peak is quite slippery. Don't fall down. Whenever you miss me, remember to come over and play. When Gao Shun, who was heading out, heard this, he almost fell down. This guy was really too much. Everyone's expression twitched when they heard this. They did not expect Yi Zan to be so sarcastic. However, they were gloating inwardly. Who asked Gao Shun to be so arrogant all the time? This is what karma looked like. Liang Dai was the most satisfied. After all, before Yi Zan, Liang Dai was the one who was always in conflict with Gao Shun. Furthermore, he had been constantly losing to Gao Shun because his cultivation level was weaker. Liang Dai still remembered Gao Shun's smug look every time that happened. Ha ha ha, junior brother Yi, good job. Liang Dai laughed loudly and walked over to pat Yi Zan's shoulder, not hiding his joy at all. Liang Dai's personality had always been straightforward. Yuelin also laughed. Junior brother Yi, you're really too much, but I like it very much. I reckon that when senior brother Gao returns to Hidden Sword Peak, he'll break a bunch of artifacts to vent his anger. He's always been a prideful person. Yi Zan smiled and did not say anything. Just then, Gongsun Shoyu walked over. Although he felt a little bad for Gao Shun, he did not say much. After all, it was Gao Shun who provoked Yi Zan first. Furthermore, the enmity between Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak had been going on for thousands of years. They were all used to it. Senior brother Gongsun, when the chiefs saw Gongsun Shoyu walking over, they quickly bowed respectfully and stopped the discussion. Now that the matter is over, all of you should leave. The Seven Peaks competition is about to begin, so everyone should be prepared. Yes, Sect Master, everyone said in unison and then left. Before he left, Gongsun Shoyu looked at Yi Zan meaningfully, his eyes full of satisfaction. Previously, he was a little worried about whether Cloud Sky Peak would be able to survive after Tian Zan left. Those worries had now vanished. Junior brother Yi, I'll be leaving first. Your Cloud Sky Peak should also prepare for the competition. Gongsun Shoyu patted Yi Zan's shoulder and then left. Soon, Cloud Sky Peak became quiet again. Only Yi Zan, his disciples, Yuelin, Li Hanyi and Hua Rufeng remained. Seeing that everyone had left, Yuelin revealed a reluctant expression. Junior brother Yi, I'll be going back as well. I'll see you on the day of the Seven Peaks competition. In the future, if senior sister is free, you can come by and visit, Yi Zan said with a smile. Yuelin sighed inwardly. Was this guy not going to ask her to stay? Hanyi, let's just leave. Yuelin looked at Yi Zan with a hint of disappointment, and then left with Li Hanyi. After the two of them left, Hua Rufeng was the only outsider left on Cloud Sky Peak. Martial nephew Hua, are you planning to stick around? Cloud Sky Peak doesn't have an extra portion of food lying around for you. Yi Zan looked at Hua Rufeng and thought to himself. Was this kid going to stay on Cloud Sky Peak? Hua Rufeng smiled gently. Martial Uncle Yi, I haven't thanked you for your guidance just now. If not for that, I wouldn't have broken through so easily. It's just a small matter. Yi Zan nodded indifferently. However, Yi Zan became even more satisfied with Hua Rufeng. This kid was quite a good person. At the very least, he had taken good care of Cloud Sky Peak all these years. Even when everyone looked down on him, Hua Rufeng still did not forget his manners and remained respectful to Yi Zan. Alright, there's no need to trouble yourself over this matter. As the eldest senior disciple of our sect, there are a lot of things that require your attention. You should head back first, Yi Zan said, waving his hand. Chapter 435, Roar. Alright, then I'll take my leave first, Martial Uncle Yi. Hua Rufeng bowed to Yi Zan with respect. After Hua Rufeng's departure, Cloud Sky Peak returned to its usual peaceful state. However, Yi Zan knew very well that the news of his sudden breakthrough and cultivation of an immortal grade divine power would definitely spread throughout the sect. Of course, he was not bothered by this. After everyone had left, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian walked over. Feng Xian looked in the direction of Hidden Sword Peak and said, Teacher, why do I feel that Martial Uncle Gao is targeting our Cloud Sky Peak? Are there grudges between our peaks? As a newcomer, Feng Xian was naturally unaware of this. Still, she could sense the malice in Gao Shun's actions and words. A long time ago, the relationship between the chiefs of Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak was not very good. However, in every generation, the Hidden Sword Peak would be crushed by our Cloud Sky Peak. That's why Gao Shun sees us as his #1 enemy. When my teacher, Tian Zan, was still alive, he did not dare to go too far. However, Cloud Sky Peak declined after my teacher passed away, so for the past 100 years or so, he's been suppressing Cloud Sky Peak. Actually, his goal is very simple. He just wants to break the ugly record of Hidden Sword Peak being suppressed by Cloud Sky Peak and prove that Hidden Sword Peak is the strongest peak in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. When Feng Xian heard this, realization dawned on her. It seemed that this was something important to take note of, especially for the Seven Peaks competition. She felt slightly pressured. From what Yi Zan had said just now, the chiefs of Cloud Sky Peak had never lost to the chiefs of Hidden Sword Peak. Thus, she felt pressured to live up to the same expectations. Therefore, you two girls have to work hard. Even if you lose to others, you can't be defeated by the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak. Otherwise, Gao Shun will probably harp on it forever, Yi Zan said. Of course, these were just words he said to scare the two girls. With him in the awesome system, how could they lose to Hidden Sword Peak? Don't worry, teacher. We'll work hard in our cultivation and won't bring shame to Cloud Sky Peak. The two of them looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They now had divine powers and divine bones. As long as they continued training and stabilizing their cultivation foundation, they would become stronger and more prepared for the competition. By Yi Zan's estimation, Feng Xian would most likely break through to the 9th stage of the divine mystic realm before the 7 Peaks competition. Furthermore, this was just a conservative estimate. If she worked harder, she might even be able to reach the materialization realm. After all, the precious bone that this little girl had absorbed was left behind by a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. It contained vast amounts of spiritual energy. As for Zhuge Yuyu, she had already stabilized her cultivation level at the 2nd level of the materialization realm. Now that she had a junior sister, she was working even harder at her cultivation, and was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the materialization realm. The moment Gao Shun returned to his residence, he exploded with anger and smashed the white jade table in front of him with his fist. The extremely hard white jade table was instantly turned into dust. When the disciples guarding the residence heard the commotion, they were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. What had made Chief Gao Shun so angry? Right at this time, 2 of Gao Shun's disciples passed by and heard Gao Shun's roar. They jumped up in shock. Senior brother Chen, who provoked teacher. Why is he so angry? When Xiao Feng heard the roars coming from within, he shuddered. As far as I know, in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, the only person who can make teacher so angry is Martial Uncle Yi Zan, who is the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Chen Ruoxuan said. What? That useless chief from Cloud Sky Peak? Xiao Feng was stunned. Shish, don't say such things in the future. Chen Ruoxuan quickly glared at Xiao Feng. Martial Uncle Yi Zan is not trash. You've been cultivating in seclusion all this while, so you might not have heard of Martial Uncle Yi's feats in the outside world. Oh, Xiao Feng's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked about what had happened. After hearing the whole story, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, is Martial Uncle Yi so powerful? No wonder. Teacher's face has been so ugly since he came back. Just as the 2 of them were in a heated discussion, a cold voice rang out. What are you guys doing? The 2 of them were shocked and looked up. Gao Tianyu's figure suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Senior brother, we were just discussing cultivation issues. Gao Tianyu did not say much, but his gaze then fell on Gao Shun, who was roaring in the residence. He had been in seclusion the entire time and was not clear about what had happened earlier. He was also very puzzled as to why his father was so angry. If that's the case, then hurry and go cultivate. Gao Tianyu looked at the 2 cultivators indifferently. The 2 of them quickly nodded and left. Chapter 436, Hell/. Father, Gao Tianyu greeted respectfully as soon as he entered the residence. When Gao Shun noticed that the person who had entered was his precious son, he immediately suppressed the anger in his heart. Tianyu, when did you exit your secluded cultivation? Just moments ago. Father, what happened? Why are you so angry? Gao Tianyu asked. Gao Shun sighed helplessly. In the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, who else would make me angry other than that guy on Cloud Sky Peak? Gao Tianyu squinted his eyes. Cloud Sky Peak again. Then, Gao Shun told Gao Tianyu everything that had happened earlier. When Gao Tianyu heard this, he became enraged and his gaze turned cold. This Yi Zan is really too much of a bully. Father, don't worry, I know what to do. Since Cloud Sky Peak dared to insult Hidden Sword Peak like this, I'll definitely take revenge during the 7 Peaks competition. It doesn't matter if Yi Zan himself is powerful. His disciples have only started cultivating recently. HMPH. They better pray that they don't meet me in the preliminaries, otherwise, Cloud Sky Peak will be annihilated. Gao Tianyu's eyes were filled with coldness. Although he was arrogant and loved women, he still respected his father. As such, he had to take revenge and regain the honor of Hidden Sword Peak. Seeing Gao Tianyu's confident look, Gao Shun's eyes lit up, and his sullen mood dissipated considerably. Very good, as expected of my son. Whether Hidden Sword Peak can hold its head high or not, it all depends on your performance in the 7 Peaks competition. HMPH. Yi Zan is too arrogant. If you lose to Cloud Sky Peak in the competition, I won't hear the end of it from him. Gao Shun's eyes were solemn as he said that, his expression filled with monstrous fury. Hearing this, Gao Tianyu revealed a confident smile. Father, don't worry, I have already reached the 4th level of the materialization realm, and am on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. In the entire sect, no one is worth to be my opponent except for senior brother Hua. When Gao Shun heard that, he hurriedly examined Gao Tianyu's cultivation. Ha ha ha, you're indeed my son. It only took you 2 months to break through from the first level of the materialization realm to the 4th level. Very good, Yi Zan. Just wait to be humbled at the competition. At the thought of Yi Zan's imminent defeat, Gao Shun could not stifle a smile. Tianyu, come with your father. In order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances during the competition, I will teach you a set of secret techniques and divine powers. Gao Shun then brought Gao Tianyu to the cultivation room. Elsewhere, the other chiefs were also hard at work pushing their disciples to cultivate for the competition, giving them pointers, guidance, as well as teaching them secret techniques and divine powers. The incident with Yi Zan had ignited a spark in every chief. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the competition. The atmosphere within the sect became increasingly intense. On Cloud Sky Peak, in the bamboo forest, Yi Zan was waiting for Zhuge Yuyu, who had just arrived. Teacher, why did you call me here today? Zhuge Yuyu was a little confused. Everyone else was frantically cultivating in preparation for the competition, yet Yi Zan had called her over so early in the morning. Did he have something to tell her? Yi Zan looked at the lake not far away, then casually broke off a bamboo stick and said, "My precious disciple, I'm going to teach you a unique technique today. Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan slowly raised the bamboo stick. His entire being seemed to have become one with the world. Zhuge Yuyu's eyes brightened when she saw this. She stared at Yi Zan's every move, afraid that she would miss any detail. At this moment, the bamboo stick in Yi Zan's hand swept toward the lake in front of him, shining brightly. Moments later, the lake instantly surged with thousands of waves, as if the entire had been lashed with thousands of giant whips. When Zhuge Yuyu saw this, she was shocked. Her teacher's sword strike was so terrifying. After Yi Zan was done, he slowly lowered the bamboo stick and said, "This move is called the Heavenly Slash. It's a move that I created after studying the Cloud Sky Sword technique. It's extremely powerful, and if it's cultivated to the major mastery stage, can slash through anything and everything. Did you see it clearly just now?" Zhuge Yuyu nodded excitedly. She had photographic memory, so she naturally remembered all of Yi Zan's moves. She quickly replayed it in her mind as she comprehended the Heavenly Slash technique. Since it was derived from the Cloud Sky Sword technique, it was not difficult for Zhuge Yuyu to comprehend it. "Teacher, I've understood the basics." Yi Zan displayed a satisfied look. Ding! As the host has taught the Heavenly Slash technique to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 289x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the Heaven-grade divine power, Hell Slash. Yi Zan smiled. Even if he had nothing on hand to give his disciple, he could derive a new divine power to teach his disciple and earn a reward. After that, insights regarding the Hell Slash technique filled his mind. With the aid of the golden lotus of the great Tao in the system, he rapidly grasped the essence of the Hell Slash technique. Zhuge Yuyu, on the other hand, was completely immersed in the power of the Heavenly Slash technique, and her eyes were full of excitement. After that, she personally tried it out. Although it lacked the terrifying power of Yi Zan's sword strike, even those who were one minor cultivation realm above her might not be able to withstand the blow. Chapter 437, Sacrifice. Teacher, this technique is awesome. Don't worry, teacher. I'll definitely use this technique to make you proud, Zhuge Yuyu said with a serious face. After that, Zhuge Yuyu planned to practice it a few more times, but was interrupted by Yi Zan. My precious disciple, although the Heavenly Slash is powerful, it's not the strongest technique. What did teacher mean by this? Could it be that there was an even more powerful technique he would teach her? At the thought of this, Zhuge Yuyu's eyes brightened as she looked at Yi Zan with anticipation. Seeing this, Yi Zan smiled and said, "In this round of the 7 Peaks competition, you will represent Cloud Sky Peak. After all, your junior sister has only just joined us, and her cultivation is still lacking. The competition is just a training experience for her. As such, where Cloud Sky Peak ranks is all up to you. I've thought about it for a long time, and in order to increase your chances of winning, I've decided to teach you an even more powerful technique." Zhuge Yuyu was elated when she heard this. Her teacher truly thought about and considered everything. Immediately, she patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I won't let you down. As long as I'm here, Cloud Sky Peak will never lose to Hidden Sword Peak." Yi Zan was very satisfied with her answer. Then, He walked over to her and reached out to touch her forehead, transmitting a technique into her mind. When Zhuge Yuyu sifted through the information in her mind, she was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, it's actually a heaven-grade divine power, hell/. Zhuge Yuyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were filled with shock. This divine power was greater than anything she had ever cultivated before. Furthermore, the divine power would be enhanced by her 9 serenities of frost divine power. She would likely be able to challenge those who were 5 minor cultivation realms higher with this. Zhuge Yuyu knelt down in front of Yi Zhan to express her gratitude. Where would one find a teacher as good as Yi Zhan in the mystic world? Even her parents would not be as kind and as generous. Yi Zhan chuckled. The spiritual power in his body turned into a warm current that helped Zhuge Yuyu up. Silly girl, although this divine power is powerful, it's also very difficult to cultivate a heaven-grade divine power. You have to cultivate well these few days. As long as you can cultivate it to the minor mastery stage, it will be enough for you to handle this 7 peaks competition. Zhuge Yuyu nodded respectfully. Yi Zhan was about to leave, but then thought of something and turned around with a smile on his face. It just so happened that the cooldown period for spiritual power infusion had ended for Zhuge Yuyu. It was time to reap more rewards. He walked over to her and said gently, "My dear disciple, I've just thought about it carefully again. There are many experts in the 7 peaks competition. Although you've already broken through to the 2nd level of the materialization realm, you haven't been cultivating for very long in comparison to the other disciples. As such, I've decided to perform spiritual power infusion on you again." This stunned her. What? Spiritual power infusion? Zhuge Yuyu felt guilty and worried. It was common knowledge that spiritual power infusion consumed the cultivation of the person who was performing it. If one was not careful, it might even affect one's own cultivation foundation. Zhuge Yuyu was clear that with her current strength, she could withstand much more of Yi Zhan's spiritual power than before. However, this would require her teacher to consume more of his cultivation. How could she damage her teacher's cultivation foundation to increase her own cultivation level? No, she could not do it. Seeing the resistance in Zhuge Yuyu's eyes, Yi Zhan felt warm in his heart. This girl's character was not bad. Even in the face of the temptation of a breakthrough, she was still being considerate of him. She was indeed a good disciple. However, if he did not perform spiritual power infusion, he would not obtain the system reward. As such, he quickly said, "My precious disciple, don't worry. Spiritual power infusion might be harmful to others, but to me, it's just a trivial matter. The constitution that I have awakened is different from others. It can minimize the side effects caused by spiritual power infusion. Besides, isn't it just a small sacrifice? As long as you can become stronger and be able to protect yourself in this world, my tiny sacrifice will be worth it." When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she felt even more touched. Her tears were about to fall. Zhuge Yuyu looked at Yi Zhan, her voice choked with sobs as she cried. Her pitiful appearance could make one's heart ache. Seeing this, Yi Zhan smiled gently and comforted her. "All right, you're already an adult, yet you still like to cry. If you want to repay my kindness, then win the 7 peaks competition. Of course, I won't force you. Just do what you can." Yi Zhan felt a little guilty. How could he bear to lie to such a kind and innocent girl? However, he had no choice. For the sake of his great plan, he could only thicken his skin and continue acting. Chapter 438, 100,000 years worth of cultivation. "My precious disciple, quickly sit down. Let's get started." Yi Zhan gestured for Zhuge Yuyu to sit down cross-legged, then placed his palm on her back. Moments later, his spiritual power surged out and turned into a warm current that entered Zhuge Yuyu's body. Every inch of Zhuge Yuyu's meridians and pores were filled with Yi Zhan's spiritual power. Her face displayed a pained expression. Fortunately, Yi Zhan was prepared and broke down his spiritual power into smaller, more digestible portions to help her absorb it faster. Also, since this was not her first time, she knew what to expect and could refine the spiritual power more smoothly. As time passed, and Zhuge Yu's body trembled, her cultivation level rose rapidly. 3rd level of the materialization realm. 4th level of the materialization realm. 5th level of the materialization realm. 6th level of the materialization realm. 7th level of the materialization realm. 8th level of the materialization realm. Within just a short period of time she had reached the 8th level of the materialization realm. She was shocked. This would have normally taken her at least 3 years. Wait, it doesn't seem to be over yet. After Zhuge Yuyu broke through to the 8th level of the materialization realm, there were still remnants of Yi Zan's spiritual power in her body. Without any hesitation, Zhuge Yuyu activated the power of her profound ice divine bone and continued the absorption process. With Yi Zan's help, she perfectly absorbed all the spiritual power that Yi Zan had poured into her. Then, a cracking sound came from within Zhuge Yuyu's body. A bright light erupted, and then she reached the 9th level of the materialization realm. She was now only a step away from the void realm. Of course, this was already Zhuge Yu's current limit. After this, she would only need to comprehend the power of the laws to reach the void realm. It was a pity that Zhuge Yuyu did not have the opportunity like Hua Rufeng to enter a state of epiphany to comprehend the power of laws. However, she was already quite satisfied with the progress of her breakthrough. Seeing this, Yi Zan also stopped pouring in spiritual power. He could clearly sense that the meridians in Zhuge Yuyu's body had already reached a point of saturation. If he continued to pour spiritual power into her, it was very likely that it would damage her cultivation foundation. Hold your breath and focus, do not move. You've just made several breakthroughs, so you have to stabilize your cultivation foundation. Yi Zan quickly instructed her, and then stood up and walked to the other side of the lake. At this moment, Feng Xian also walked over. She was when she saw Zhuge Yuyu sitting cross-legged by the lake. Senior sister, did something happen? Why did I sense a powerful aura just now? Xian, good timing. I have to go out and take care of some matters. Your senior sister is currently stabilizing her cultivation foundation, so you should protect her. After she awakens, you can continue with your own cultivation. I will probably be in secluded cultivation for a few days. Feng Xian did not ask too many questions. Yi Zan turned around and left. Feng Xian looked at her teacher's back as he left. Then, she went over to Zhuge Yuyu's side. When Yi Zan returned to his room, the system's notification rang out. Ding! The host has infused 1,000 years worth of cultivation into his disciple and has received a randomized 100x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained a 100,000 years worth of cultivation. Hearing this, Yi Zan almost jumped up in excitement. This would likely help him to reach the advanced stage of the Mystic Lord realm, right? As for breaking through to the next major realm, Yi Zan did not even dare to think about it. His current cultivation foundation had yet to be solidified, so breaking through like that would be extremely dangerous. Moments later, a surging warm current appeared out of nowhere and frantically poured into Yi Zan's body. Although he was already mentally prepared, Yi Zan still could not help but grit his teeth and cry out in pain. The density of spiritual power was simply unimaginable, and it filled all of Yi Zan's meridians and pores in an instant. This powerful spiritual power was expanding his meridians. He felt like he had entered a furnace. His body glowed red, and his face was full of pain, as if he was being bitten by countless ants. Chapter 439, Breakthrough. True Dragon's Strength, Activate. Yi Zan roared as he activated the True Dragon's precious bone in his body to suppress the vast spiritual power. Then, with the help of the Golden Lotus of the Great Tao, Yi Zan slowly refined the spiritual power. 3 days passed quickly. Yi Zan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and mysterious divine light flashed across the depths of his eyes. A surge of power suddenly swept out, revealing his advanced stage Mystic Lord realm cultivation. Furthermore, he was on the verge of reaching the Supreme Realm. If he solidified his cultivation foundation, he would be able to reach the peak of the Mystic Lord realm. At that point, he would be on par with Gongsun Shoyu. If he wanted to break through to the Supreme, he would have to produce a second Tao fruit in his divine spring. Of course, there were still some shortcuts to breaking through, such as immortal grade pills that surpassed heaven grade, or some extremely rare immortal grade heavenly treasures, and so on. Unfortunately, Yi Zan had none of these, so he had to break through the normal way. Still, he was very satisfied with his current cultivation progress. The amount of immortal spiritual power in his body had increased significantly as well. Breakthroughs were awesome. Yi Zan stretched lazily, then pushed the door open and walked out. Looking up at the peach forest, a magnificent palace had already begun to take shape. It seemed that the Su family's laborers were very efficient. Moreover, Su Chang had been living on Cloud Sky Peak all this time, personally supervising the construction of the palace. In addition, in order to leave a good impression on Yi Zan, the Su family had put in a lot of effort and resources this time. Yizan was very satisfied, and was impressed by Su Tiansheng's character and foresight. The Su family would be under his protection from now on. Had it been the Yizan of the past, not to mention protecting the Su family, even protecting his own Cloud Sky Peak would be extremely difficult. However, things were different now. He was already an advanced stage Mystic Lord Realm expert, and on paper, he was the second strongest expert in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. In fact, with the Flora Sword technique and the Hell Slash technique, Yizan could even defeat Gongsun Shoyu. At this moment, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian had also finished their cultivation session and walked over. Seeing that their teacher had ended his secluded cultivation, they hurriedly walked over. "You're done cultivating, teacher." Yizan nodded with a smile, then examined their auras. They were extremely calm. It seemed that these two little girls had been very diligent over the past 3 days. Incidentally, today was the day of the 7 Peaks competition. Cultivators from the various peaks had already made their way to the Great Wilderness Peak. Chief Yizan, just as Yizan was about to bring them there as well, a handsome young man rushed over, panting. The young man was Su Chang. Cough cough, Chief Yizan, are you planning to have the 2 fairies participate in the 7 Peaks competition? Yizan raised his brows, but he quickly understood what Su Chang was getting at. It seemed that this guy was a little bored after staying on Cloud Sky Peak supervising construction work. However, it did make sense. After all, other than cultivating, there was nothing else to do here. Furthermore, this was his first time at the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and he had never witnessed the once-in-a-century 7 Peaks competition. He naturally did not want to miss it. Therefore, when he noticed that they were about to leave, he came over eagerly. He wanted to observe the 7 Peaks competition. Actually, more importantly, he wanted to see the beautiful women of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. After that, Su Chang greeted Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian with a smile, before turning to Yizan with a somewhat pleading expression. Father said that the 7 Peaks competition is a rare event that only happens once in 100 years. If Chief Yizan doesn't mind, could you take me to witness this glorious event? Chief Yizan, please rest assured. I won't cause any trouble and I won't bring any trouble to Cloud Sky Peak. Su Chang looked at Yizan nervously. Although the Su family and Cloud Sky Peak were on friendly terms, he was still a little afraid of Yizan. Especially in the past few days, after he vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying aura coming from Yizan's residence. Yizan laughed. Your performance these days has been quite good, especially in supervising the construction of the palace. I'm very satisfied. Come along then. Yizan was quite satisfied with Su Chang. Although he looked like a villain at the beginning, he managed to turn over a new leaf and worked hard. Furthermore, while Yizan was in secluded cultivation, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian were busy cultivating. It was basically Su Chang who managed the upkeep of the entire Cloud Sky Peak alone. Yizan naturally kept these things in mind. Many thanks, Chief Yizan. When Su Chang heard this, he was ecstatic. He turned around subconsciously and was about to high-five Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian in celebration. Of course, when Feng Xian saw this, she only smiled wryly. On the other hand, Zhu Yuyu looked at Su Chang indifferently. The latter was so frightened that he retracted his palm awkwardly. Cough, cough, the weather today is pretty good. Su Chang awkwardly changed the topic, but he was already used to their behavior. Alright, it's almost time. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, a surge of energy suddenly swept out and enveloped them, as they turned into a streak of light that flew toward the Great Wilderness Peak. Chapter 440. Another Mystic Lord Realm Expert. The Great Wilderness Peak's meeting hall was very crowded and lively at this moment. Other than Yizan and his disciples, the cultivators from other peaks had all arrived at the competition venue. Of course, this did not only include the cultivators who were participating in the competition, but also the disciples who came just to watch. Take a guess, which peak will become the champion of this year's 7 Peaks competition? In my opinion, since the senior brother Hua isn't participating, it will either go to Hidden Sword Peak or returning Cloud Peak. The probability of it being the former is probably higher though. I heard that senior brother Gao has already reached the materialization realm, and not a low level either. I don't think so. Although senior brother Xiao Baikan of returning Cloud Peak is low-key, he's also extremely strong, and no weaker than senior brother Gao Tianyu. In my opinion, he has a higher chance of winning the competition. Did you guys miss a peak? Don't you guys think that Cloud Sky Peak has great potential? Just then, someone mentioned Cloud Sky Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone laughed at him. Ha ha ha, Chief Yi Zan's strength is indeed terrifying, but his disciples have only joined our sect for less than 3 months. How strong could they possibly be? That's right, in my opinion, those 2 little junior sisters are at most divine mystic realm cultivators. They don't have the strength to vie for the top position. Instead of them, I think senior sister Li Hanyi has a higher chance. Everyone was in a heated discussion over the competition. The place where they were gathered was the square in front of the meeting hall, in which there was an arena erected at the center, which was where the competition would take place. Right at this moment, a dazzling streak of light flew past. Countless people suddenly appeared. The cultivator standing at the very front was Chief Gao Shun, and behind him was his son, Gao Tianyu. Senior Gao Tianyu really has an extraordinary bearing. I didn't think much of it at first, but seeing today, I can tell that he really lives up to his reputation. Even in the crowd, Gao Tianyu was like a shining star, attracting everyone's attention. After all, he was a popular candidate for the top position, so he was naturally the focus of countless cultivators. Gao Tianyu's mouth curved into a smile when he noticed the adoring gazes around him. His face was full of confidence. He truly enjoyed being the center of attention. At this moment, another bright streak of light flashed across the sky. Ha ha ha, senior brother Gao Shun, I thought that I had already arrived very early. I didn't expect you to be faster. The tone of voice was bold and rough. It was Liang Dai. Gao Shun looked at this fatty indifferently and did not say much. Suddenly, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. That graceful figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon seeing Yuelin, Gao Shun and Liang Dai narrowed their eyes. What? The aura of a mystic lord realm expert. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Yuelin had actually broken through to the mystic lord realm. That meant that, after Yi Zan, she was the youngest mystic lord realm expert in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. At that moment, Liang Dai felt the pressure on him multiply. One had to know that in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect previously, he was the strongest cultivator other than Gongsun Shouyu and Gao Shun. Now, not only had Yi Zan reached the mystic lord realm, but even Yuelin, who was weaker than him, had also broken through. Fuck, this was a little embarrassing. I can't believe that Chief Yuelin broke through to the mystic lord realm. This is truly unbelievable. The heavens have truly blessed our sect. We now have 4 mystic lord realm cultivators. Ha ha ha, it seems like the 7 Peaks competition is getting more and more interesting. I heard that Water Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak are not on good terms. I'm really looking forward to this competition. Why haven't I seen anyone from Cloud Sky Peak? Did they oversleep? The people around them looked around and did not see Yi Zan and his disciples, so they were puzzled. At this moment, a bright golden light shot up into the sky and fell from above the meeting hall. Then, a handsome man in white appeared, his clothes fluttering in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back. It's Chief Yi Zan and those 2 little junior sisters. When the crowd saw this scene, they clamored. They had been hearing so much recently about Yi Zan's strength, but they had never seen him in person. Seeing him today shocked them. This was even truer for the female cultivators, who now were somewhat infatuated with Yi Zan. Gao Shun sensed Yi Zan's arrival and his gaze immediately turned cold. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Chief Yi Zan's aura seems to be stronger than the law enforcement elders. Could it be? As soon as that person finished speaking, everyone quickly looked up. Brother, you're right. Could it be that Chief Yi Zan's strength has already surpassed Chief Gao Shun's? At the thought of this, everyone felt shell-shocked. Yi Zan had only joined the Great Wilderness Divine Sect barely 100 years ago. Furthermore, 100 years ago, he was a puny mystic Meridian Realm cultivator, while Gao Shun was already a mystic Lord Realm expert back then. Not only that, many of Gao Shun's disciples were older than Yi Zan. Had Chief Yi Zan already reached the peak of the mystic Lord Realm? Chapter 441, Trash Talking. Although it's unlikely, it seems to be the truth. The spiritual pressure Chief Yi Zan is exuding is stronger than that of the law enforcement elder. Looking at the white-robed figure standing in the air, the crowd began to discuss this matter enthusiastically. Yi Zan's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Gao Shun naturally also noticed the discussion and was very dissatisfied. In the past, this glory and respect belonged to him, but now it had been completely snatched away by Yi Zan. HMPH. I'll let you be arrogant for a little while longer. You'll suffer soon enough, Gao Shun cursed inwardly. At this moment, Gao Tianyu, who was standing behind Gao Shun, noticed Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such beautiful women in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He licked his lips in anticipation. Then, he struck a pose that he thought made him look very handsome. At the same time, Gao Tianyu made up his mind. If he were to encounter these two girls during the Seven Peaks competition, he would not end the battle so early. He would tease them thoroughly. At this moment, Yi Zan took a step forward and brought Feng Xian, Zhu Yuyu, and Su Chang to the square. He stood beside Yuelin and the others. It seems that junior brother Yi is quite something, making his senior brothers and sisters wait for you. Gao Shun looked at Yi Zan indifferently and said in a strange tone. That's only natural. After all, I'm more handsome. Hearing Yi Zan's serious answer, Gao Shun almost blew his top. Senior brother, why are you so irritable today? Could it be that you're dissatisfied with me? In that case, why don't you and I go at it? We can also have a little wager before the Seven Peaks competition, Yi Zan said as he looked at Gao Shun. Gao Shun's expression turned livid when he heard this. However, he had already played out a similar scenario in his mind countless times, and the result was the same. He was no match for Yi Zan at all. As such, he had to endure. What made Gao Shun most curious was that in just these few short months, what had Yi Zan experienced? How had his cultivation progressed so rapidly? Furthermore, his sword Dao seemed to have reached the point of perfection, and he had somehow managed to cultivate an immortal grade palm technique. HMPH. You and I are fellow chiefs. There's no point in fighting among ourselves. Gao Shun fiercely flicked his sleeves and hurriedly changed the topic. Gao Tianyu could not help but speak up when he saw this. Martial Uncle Yi Zan, aren't you going too far? My father was just stating facts. You, however, before he could finish, Yi Zan turned and looked at him indifferently. Who do you think you are, to speak to me like this? If senior brother Gao lacked the time to discipline you, I don't mind teaching you a lesson myself. You, Gao Tianyu's eyes were filled with anger, but he was more afraid than angry. How could he, a mere materialization realm expert, defeat a mystic lord realm expert? Yi Zan just glanced at the latter indifferently and then ignored him. Yi Zan's gaze then fell on Feng Xian, Zhu Yuyu, and Su Chang. You guys stay here, and don't run around. Feng Xian, Zhu Yuyu, and Su Chang all nodded respectfully. After that, Yi Zan walked towards the meeting hall, followed by the other chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Su Chang exclaimed in excitement after Yi Zan and the other chiefs left. As expected of Chief Yi Zan, he was so domineering just now. From today onward, who would dare to bully us? Su Chang had become Yi Zan's die-hard fan. He even turned a blind eye to Gao Tianyu's murderous gaze. So what if he was angry? He was Chief Yi Zan's subordinate. Tisk, what's the matter? Are you unhappy? If so, then come and hit me, Su Chang said arrogantly. Gao Tianyu clenched his fists when he saw this. His eyes were filled with anger. If he was allowed to, he would have torn Su Chang apart. Seeing this, Feng Xian smiled. Young Master Su, don't get too agitated. If you're not careful, someone might really be unable to hold it in and hit you. Teacher isn't by our side, and I can't protect you. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? With Sister Yuyu by my side, I'm not afraid at all. One had to admit that Su Changhei's ability to attract aggro was so strong that Gao Tianyu almost vomited blood. I'm so angry. Who exactly is this guy? How dare he insult Hidden Sword Peak? Look at him, he's so despicable. I really want to kill him. Ignoring Gao Tianyu, the other disciples of Hidden Sword Peak beside him almost flew into a rage. Unfortunately, they could not do anything to Su Chang despite their anger. After all, Su Chang had come with Yi Zan, so he had to be a cultivator from Cloud Sky Peak. If even Chief Gao Shun did not dare to provoke Yi Zan, then they definitely would not either. When Zhu Yuyu saw this scene, she covered her forehead helplessly. She was indeed rendered speechless by this guy's shamelessness. However, no matter what, this fellow had at least stood up for her teacher. At that moment, Gao Tianyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared at Su Chang coldly. He had a feeling that if this fellow continued to act up like this, he might really not be able to resist tearing Su Chang apart. As the eldest senior brother of Hidden Sword Peak, he was second only to Hua Rufeng among the younger generation of cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and was also the focus of everyone's attention. He had never felt so aggrieved. "Brat, you've done well. You've successfully ignited my anger. I really can't do anything to you today, but I hope you start thinking about what will happen to you in the future." Hee hee. Su Chang laughed when he heard that. These lines were way too familiar. They were the lines he often spouted to others back in his hedonistic days. HMPH. When had he ever lost in terms of arrogance and posturing? With Zhuge Yuyu as his backing, Su Chang became even more arrogant and had no scruples. He let himself go. "Hee hee, I thought you were very powerful, but I didn't expect you to only know how to threaten others. Who doesn't know how to spout such harsh words? I've been threatening people before the day you were born. Listen to my words, young people shouldn't be too restless. It's easy for anger to consume your soul." Chapter 442, Coward. When Gao Tianyu heard this, he could not help it. The spiritual power in his body swept out wildly. At this moment, an extremely cold aura suddenly descended from the sky. It enveloped Gao Tianyu's body and soul, causing him to shiver. The anger in his heart was immediately extinguished. "How is this possible? I actually felt fear." Gao Tianyu looked at Zhuge Yuyu, who was beside him. His eyes were full of fear. It had to be known that among the younger generation of cultivators in the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect, he had never been afraid of anyone except Warufeng. However, at that moment just now, he was extremely clear that if he had really made a move, he would have been the one to die. Zhuge Yuyu had only joined the sect a few months ago. It was impossible for her to possess such power. Had he been mistaken? Gao Tianyu looked at Zhuge Yuyu deeply and suppressed the absurd thoughts in his heart. He was very close to the 9th level of the materialization realm. The reason why he did not break through was because he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation. After all, the reason why he had broken through so quickly during this period of time was because he had consumed countless heavenly treasures to forcibly raise his cultivation level. His goal was simple: he wanted to crush Cloud Sky in the competition. Therefore, although Gao Tianyu was only a 4th level materialization realm cultivation on the surface, his actual combat strength had already reached the 8th level of the materialization realm. Even so, in that instant just now, he had actually sensed a fatal threat from Zhuge Yuyu. Her aura was so cold that it made his soul tremble. What was going on? Could it be that her strength exceeds mine? Gao Tianyu shook his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Compared to Zhuge Yuyu, he was not only the chief disciple of Hidden Sword Peak, but also Gao Shun's son. He had access to countless cultivation resources. Even so, it took Gao Tianyu 5 or 6 years to reach this level. How could someone who had just joined the sect 3 months ago surpass him in terms of cultivation? Even Xiaofeng, who had been tested to have divine bones in the meeting hall, had only reached the 2nd level of the divine mystic realm. Thinking this, Gao Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Such a thing was impossible. Before the 7 Peaks competition started, he did not want to expose his strength because of these rookies. After all, his goal was to become the champion of the competition. Moreover, it was meaningless even if he could defeat Feng Xian and the others now. It was far better and more meaningful to do so during the competition. At that time, he would definitely let everyone know that Hidden Sword Peak and that he, Gao Tianyu, was the well-deserved champion. HMPH. Show off while you can. When the competition starts, I'll teach you a proper lesson. You should pray that you don't encounter me. Gao Tianyu looked at Su Chang and the others coldly, then turned around and left. At this moment, a mocking voice was heard. "This is really funny. He's just a coward, yet he dares to spout such harsh words." When Feng Xian heard this, she could not help but laugh. Even Zhuge Yuyu, who had always been cold and aloof, chuckled when she heard Su Changhei's words. Gao Tianyu's face was as black as ink. He wanted to run over and strangle Su Chang. Detestable. This guy actually called me a coward. Is he daring me to kill him? Gao Tianyu's eyes were filled with rage and his body trembled. However, when he thought of his father's instructions, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. No, this guy is deliberately goading me. I can't be fooled. When Gao Tianyu left, he was gritting and grinding his teeth. As for the cultivators of Hidden Sword Peak, they naturally could not stand staying around to be humiliated by Su Chang, so they quickly followed Gao Tianyu and left. After Gao Tianyu and the others left, Feng Xian came over to Su Chang and patted him on the shoulder. Young Master Su's performance just now was very good. Keep it up. Hee hee, it was all thanks to Sister Xian's teachings. I won't brag, but although I'm not good at fighting, when it comes to quarreling, if I'm second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Even if all of those wimps had ganged up on me, I would have been able to win any argument with them, Su Chang grinned and said with confidence. Everyone's mouths twitched when they heard this, and they consciously kept their distance from Su Chang. Who the fuck would dare to provoke this guy in the future? His mouth was so toxic. After a while, Hua Rufeng walked out of the meeting hall. The noisy square suddenly quieted down, and everyone's eyes fell on Hua Rufeng. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, the Seven Peaks competition is about to begin. Please head to the martial arts field, Hua Rufeng said in a clear voice. Then, he took the lead and walked toward the martial arts field. The martial arts field was also located in the square. It was where the cultivators of the sect usually practiced their combat techniques and sparred. Everyone quickly followed Hua Rufeng. When they arrived at the martial arts field, they found that the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect were already waiting there. However, Cloud Sky Peak stood out. Compared to the cultivators from the other peaks, of which there were dozens, if not hundreds, Cloud Sky Peak only had 3. Furthermore, only 2 were actual disciples. Chapter 443, Generous Reward. Gongsun Shoyu sat at the center. Looking at the countless cultivators gathered, he smiled. It's good to be young. I can't help but think back to the days when we were hot-blooded like them. What a pity. In the blink of an eye, several hundred years have passed, and there aren't many of our fellow peers left. I have always wondered if the older generation would be able to pass down the inheritance of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect to the younger generation successfully, but seeing that the young cultivators of the various peaks are all talents, I can finally rest assured. Hearing Gongsun Shoyu's words, the other chiefs were confused. Senior brother Gongsun, why have you become so sentimental? This isn't like the usual you. Gao Shun asked doubtfully. Ha ha ha, people will eventually grow old, and there are some things that we older folks have to think about. Gongsun Shoyu smiled. In fact, when Chief Tian Zan passed away 100 years ago, he already had similar thoughts. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Just as Gao Shun was about to speak further, Gongsun Shoyu waved his hand and got up. His voice resounded like a gong across the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect. I hereby announce that the once-in-a-century Seven Peaks competition of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect has officially begun. There are a total of 8 rewards for the Seven Peaks competition. In order to obtain these rewards, one has to go through stages of selection and enter the top 8. If you become the champion, you'll receive an Earth-rank spiritual herb, the divine fruit of the Great Tao. There are also several high-grade medicinal pills. As soon as he finished speaking, the cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect erupted with excitement. Oh my god, it's actually the divine fruit of the Great Tao. The sect master is being really generous. No one expected that Gongsun Shoyu would be willing to make a top-grade Earth-ranked spiritual herb the top prize of the Seven Peaks competition. This was a heavenly treasure that could improve a cultivator's comprehension ability. Its value far exceeded that of ordinary Earth-ranked spiritual herbs. Not only that, but the divine fruit of the Great Tao would also allow the cultivator to consume it to break through to the next level. Even Yi Zan was excited by this reward. If he could get this reward, he would be able to reap even more rewards from the system. Of course, it was not really useful to him, but giving it to his disciples would trigger the system's critical reward multiplier, which would likely award him something useful. Zhu Yuyu, who was sitting below the martial arts field, heard this and quickly looked up at Yi Zan. When she realized that her teacher seemed to care about the reward, her gaze gradually became determined. This divine fruit must be very important to teacher. No matter what, I have to become the champion of the Seven Peaks competition. At the same time, in the direction of where the Hidden Sword Peaks cultivators were gathered, Gao Tianyu, who was originally gloomy, smiled when he heard this. The reward is just as father said. It's an extremely rare divine fruit. No matter what, I have to become the champion of the Seven Peaks competition. As long as I get this divine fruit, father might be able to break through to the next realm. Gongsun Shoyu's words had stirred up the entire Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Everyone's eyes glowed with greed and anticipation. At this moment, Gao Shun looked disdainfully at Yi Zan beside him and said, looking at junior brother Yi's expression, it seems that you're determined to win the reward for the champion's position. Senior brother Gao, you jest. There are only 2 disciples from Cloud Sky Peak, and they just joined the sect not long ago. They're only here today to experience the competition, Yi Zan smiled as he replied. This is just training for my 2 disciples. There's no way they can win the championship, hee. No one believed him. They had all heard that there was a genius cultivator on Cloud Sky Peak who had reached the first level of the divine mystic realm in 5 days. 3 months had passed since then, and no one knew what Zhuge Yueyu's current cultivation level was. Given Yi Zan's personality, it was obvious that he liked to remain low-key before suddenly surprising everyone. Otherwise, he would not have tolerated the abuse for 100 years and only revealed his strength today. This fellow's disciple was probably the same as him. Although the chiefs were cursing inwardly, they did not say anything. Seeing this, Yuelin tugged at Yi Zan's clothes and said softly, "Junior brother Yi, today's competition is especially important. If Cloud Sky Peak really loses, senior brother Gao will definitely not let go of this chance to suppress you." Yi Zan then looked deeply at Yi Zan, causing her to blush and look away. "Senior sister Yuelin, are you worried about me? How is that possible? How could I be worried about you? I'm just praying that Cloud Sky Peak will be eliminated in the first round. Then my Water Sky Peak will definitely not place last." Yuelin spouted some nonsense, and then quickly turned around and left. How could Cloud Sky Peak be at the bottom? There was no way Zhuge Yueyu would let that happen. In a short while, the drawing of lots for the cultivators from the various peaks was over. Right at this time, as the law enforcement elder, Gao Shun went out to say a few words to guarantee that the judgment of this year's 7 Peaks competition would be absolutely fair. Of course, everyone was well aware that Gao Shun was probably biased toward Hidden Sword Peak. Then, Gongsun Shoyu waved his sleeve. The spacious square suddenly trembled, and 8 arenas rose. Yi Zan immediately went over to where Feng Xian, Zhuge Yueyu, and Su Chang were standing. Chapter 444, Elder Tongtian, Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu bowed respectfully. "Chief Yi Zan, this Gao Shun person is seriously too sinister and cunning. He even tampered with the drawing of lots." At that moment, Su Chang walked over while cursing. Yi Zan was not too surprised. He had guessed previously that Gao Shun absolutely would not let go of the chance to interfere with the competition. However, no matter what tricks this guy played, he would not be able to change the final results. Yi Zan glanced at his 2 disciples. Seeing them remain calm, he was very satisfied. His disciples were indeed a cut above the rest. Yi Zan's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Chang, who was still cursing Gao Shun. This is really too much. He can't beat us in an above-board manner, so he resorted to dirty tricks instead. It's only the first round of the competition, but Sister Yueyu and Sister Xian have already encountered cultivators from Hidden Sword Peak. Sister Yueyu probably won't have a problem, but Sister Xian is still new to cultivation. They are probably trying to make an example of her. Su Chang cursed as he glared in the direction of Hidden Sword Peak. Feng Xian's mouth twitched when she heard this. She slapped Su Changhei's head. "What are you trying to imply? Do I look that weak to you?" Feng Xian was a little unhappy. Although she was not as strong as Zhuge Yueyu, she was still a bona fide first-level materialization realm cultivator. Within the past 30 days, Feng Xian had continuously refined the power contained within the precious bone and, not long ago, she had broken through to the materialization realm. She was planning to reveal her strength in the 7 Peaks competition to give her teacher a surprise. Cough cough, Sister Xian, I didn't mean it that way. He looked at Feng Xian with a wronged expression. "I spent some money to inquire. The cultivator from Hidden Sword Peak that you will be fighting has already broken through to the 9th level of the divine mystic realm. Gao Shun deliberately arranged for him to deal with you. I was just worried for you." Feng Xian remained indifferent. How could a mere 9th level divine mystic realm cultivator be qualified to be her opponent? Alright, it's only the first round of the competition. There's no need to dwell on such matters. Just as Su Chang was about to explain further, Yi Zan waved his hand and interrupted him. "There's still 60 minutes before the competition starts, so you should make your preparations. Every participant here is considered one of the geniuses of their respective peaks. I don't have many requirements for you. Just do your best. If you really encounter danger, admit defeat immediately. I don't want my precious disciples to get hurt because of a minor competition. It isn't worth it." Yi Zan instructed them with a gentle gaze. While Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu were touched by this, they also made up their minds to not embarrass Cloud Sky Peak during this competition. "Don't worry, teacher. We definitely won't let you down." For the 7 Peaks competition, Zhuge Yueyu had been constantly preparing for the past 3 months. Now, it was time for her to reveal her strength. Every time she saw Gao Shun, she was reminded of the latter's disdainful words toward Yi Zan. She wanted to get back at him personally. Alright, you all can start preparing now. When they left, Yi Zan smiled. His disciples were indeed full of fighting spirit. However, when he turned to look at Su Chang, his mouth twitched. Why was this guy acting up again? He was peeking at beautiful women everywhere. Was he not supposed to be maintaining his filial image? At this moment, above the first arena, Gongsun Shoyu, Gao Shun, and a few unknown people were seated and in a discussion. Fellow Taoist Gongsun, I've heard that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect 7 Peaks competition is one of the grand events of the East Continent. I've waited for 100 years to finally see it with my own eyes, a black-robed old man said with a smile. Hearing this, Gongsun Shoyu only smiled and did not say anything. The black-robed old man was the great elder from the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect, and also Mu Baikon's teacher, Elder Tongtian. Elder Tongtian was a peak-level mystic lord realm cultivator who was comparable to Gongsun Shoyu. They were also good friends, and had gone on many adventures together when they were younger. When he heard that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect was going to hold the 7 Peaks competition, Elder Tongtian came without hesitation. Gongsun Shoyu welcomed him. In any case, the chiefs of the other peaks could also invite their friends to observe the competition. Oh, right, I heard that the Great Wilderness Divine Sect produced a young mystic lord realm expert, who managed to severely injure 3 elders of the Immortal Divine Sect. Is this true? Elder Tongtian asked. Mu Baikon, who was standing behind Elder Tongtian, heard this and his eyes lit up. The reason he had followed Elder Tongtian to observe the competition was actually because of Yi Zan. Ever since he had seen Yi Zan's sword technique, Mu Baikon had been obsessed with it. Gongsun Shoyu narrowed his eyes. Was Yi Zan's reputation so great to the point that even the great elder of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect had heard of him? Although he was puzzled, he still put on a smile. After all, Yi Zan was a chief of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. The greater Yi Zan's reputation, the greater the prestige of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Chapter 445, Flattery. Fellow Taoist Tongtian, if I'm not wrong, you are referring to my junior brother from Cloud Sky Peak, Gongsun Shoyu said with a smile. Oh, so the rumors are true. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect truly has a young mystic lord realm expert. Elder Tongtian was surprised. He was no stranger to Cloud Sky Peak, but its reputation had been earned by Chief Tianzan. Gongsun Shoyu chuckled when he heard this. Junior brother Yi Zan is the disciple that Chief Tianzan took in when he was still alive. He's a low-key person and has never placed much importance on fame and glory. He's been with our sect for slightly over 100 years, but has mostly remained on Cloud Sky Peak the entire time. Elder Tongtian was even more surprised to hear this. A mere 100 years, yet he reached the Mystic Lord realm. Just how terrifying was Yi Zan's talent? Elder Tongtian suddenly glanced at Mu Baikon. It seemed that Yi Zan's talent far exceeded Mu Baikon's. His expression turned serious. Mu Baikon was not only the saint of the Mu family, but also the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. He had an innate Tao body and possessed the potential to reach the sealed immortal realm. He was a once-in-a-generation genius. However, if Yi Zan's talent exceeded his, did Yi Zan have a constitution that surpassed Mu Baikon's innate Tao body? While they were discussing, a figure dressed in white came over. Teacher, that person is the chief of Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan, Mu Baikon quickly said to Elder Tongtian as soon as he saw Yi Zan. Elder Tongtian was stunned when he saw Yi Zan. What Gongsun Shoyu said was true. This person was really talented and had the potential to become a sealed immortal realm expert. The Great Wilderness Divine Sect is going to rise. By this time, Yi Zan had reached the group. Greetings, senior brother Gongsun. Yi Zan offered his greetings, then went to his allocated seat and sat down. Gongsun Shoyu quickly introduced the others to Yi Zan with a smile. Junior brother, this is the great elder of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect, Elder Tongtian. He came here specifically to observe the 7 Peaks competition. Oh right, we were just talking about you as well. Talk about good timing. Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Elder Tongtian. However, when he noticed Mu Baikon beside Elder Tongtian, he came to a realization as to how word had gotten out. Chief Yi Zan, we meet again, Mu Baikon said respectfully. At this moment, Elder Tongtian said with a smile, I've heard great things about Chief Yi Zan. Now that I've seen you myself, I can say that you really live up to your reputation. I truly admire you. Elder Tongtian, you're too kind. Compared to you, my experience is far too lacking. I have much to learn from you in the future, Yi Zan said very modestly. Elder Tongtian was surprised to see this. In the face of such praise, this fellow could still remain so calm. This state of mind was rare among cultivators. Ha ha ha, Chief Yi Zan is too humble. The strong are respected in the mystic world, so Chief Yi Zan is someone who we should consider a fellow peer, not a junior. Speaking of which, I'm a few hundred years older than you, but am also a mystic lord realm cultivator. Compared to you, my progress has been shameful. Yi Zan smiled and did not say much. Nearby, Gao Shun was looking at Yi Zan expressionlessly, cursing madly in his heart. HMPH, I'll see how long you can remain smug. He would show Elder Tongtian just which peak was the strongest faction in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Yi Zan might be strong, but the same could not be said for his disciples. Gao Shun had deliberately arranged for them to fight two powerful cultivators from Hidden Sword Peak in the first round. Even though they were just meant to probe Yi Zan's disciples' strength, it would be best if they could eliminate Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian. That would be something he would never let Yi Zan live down. Those two are your disciples, right? At this moment, Elder Tongtian's gaze fell on Feng Xian and Zhu Yuyu. Chapter 446, Tit for Tat. Greetings, Elder Tongtian, Zhu Yuyu and Feng Xian greeted respectfully. Chief Yi Zan, your two disciples are quite extraordinary. Elder Tongtian could naturally detect their divine bones, and their exceptional level of talent. Yi Zan smiled and was about to respond, but Gao Shun chose this moment to chime in a slightly mocking tone. Junior brother Yi, your two disciples have received such praise from Elder Tongtian. I'm sure they'll do well in the Seven Peaks competition. In comparison, my disciples seem a little lacking. Elder Tongtian narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense the animosity between Yi Zan and Gao Shun. It seemed that there would be a show to watch today. Yi Zan did not respond to Gao Shun, but turned to look at his two disciples. Did you girls hear that? Your martial uncle Gao thinks very highly of you too, so don't let him down. Don't worry, teacher, we won't let him down. Feng Xian smiled lightly. Since Gao Shun had arranged for them to fight Hidden Sword Peak disciples, she would show him what's up. The atmosphere turned rather strange. Even though the two chiefs appeared to be rather polite on the surface, there was actually an undercurrent of animosity. Behind Gao Shun stood a youth dressed in green. This was Xiao Feng, who came from the same village as Zhu Yuyu and Li Shuiye. Seeing Zhu Yuyu's confident expression, Xiao Feng's face was filled with complicated emotions. He had been the one the chiefs fought over to recruit back then, but Zhu Yuyu was now much stronger than he was. It could be said that because of Zhu Yuyu, Xiao Feng had been neglected by Gao Shun. Xiao Feng looked enviously at Yi Zan. How good would it have been if he had been the one to become Chief Yi Zan's disciple? However, the people around him did not notice Xiao Feng's unusual expression. Yi Zan said to Feng Xian after looking at the arena, "My precious disciple, you should head out now." Feng Xian nodded respectfully, and then walked toward the arena. The competition has finally begun. I didn't expect the first match of the competition to be between Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak. This is going to be interesting. Seeing Feng Xian walk toward the arena, the crowd instantly became excited. Everyone knew about the conflict between the two peaks, so this would definitely be an explosive match. At this moment, the first arena was the most lively, as most of the spectators had chosen to watch Feng Xian's battle. I heard that this junior sister only joined the sect a month ago. Her cultivation level should not be particularly high. Do you think she'll lose without putting up a fight? It's hard to say. After all, she's Chief Yi Zan's disciple. In any case, we're all only here to watch the show. When Feng Xian reached the arena, Gao Shun's mouth curved into a cold smile. He then gestured to a disciple behind him. "Go, teacher, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down." Feng Xian's opponent was called Wang Zuo. After hearing Gao Shun's words, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile and he leapt up. Wang Zuo's body was emitting a bright red light as he flew toward the arena. In that instant, the crowd erupted with excitement as everyone started shouting and cheering. "Fellow Taoist Gao, I didn't expect your disciple to be a practitioner of a fire secret technique." Gao Shun smiled and nodded his head. "This disciple of mine, although his cultivation is lacking, his constitution has a natural affinity with fire, which is why I allowed him to cultivate the secret technique. There's no need to be so modest." Such a constitution is extremely rare. It seems that fellow Taoist Gao's disciples are all extraordinary talents. Elder Tongtian smiled and then looked at Yi Zan. When he noticed that the latter's expression had not changed and remained calm, he became even more curious. Could it be that Yi Zan's disciple possessed something even more extraordinary? When Gao Shun heard that, the smile on his face grew even wider as he said proudly, "Fellow Taoist Tongtian, you may not know this, but although my disciple's constitution is rare, it cannot be compared to junior brother Yi's disciple. That girl is junior brother Yi's second disciple. She is a peerless genius with a high-level divine bone." Gao Shun intentionally revealed the fact that Feng Xian possessed a high-level divine bone to exaggerate her level of talent. Once she lost, he could use this to humiliate Yi Zan. Hearing this, Yi Zan looked at Gao Shun indifferently. "Senior brother Gao's words are true. My disciple is indeed very talented, but it's a pity that she has only started cultivating a month ago. In comparison to senior brother's disciple, who has been cultivating for 3 to 4 years, she hasn't had enough time. Senior brother, since your disciple has been cultivating for so long, I'm sure that he has reached the materialization realm, right?" When Gao Shun heard that, his expression immediately turned ugly. He naturally knew in his heart that Yi Zan had deliberately mentioned the gap between how long they had been cultivating. Thus, even if Feng Xian was defeated by Wang Zuo, there was an excuse. Elder Tongtian simply smiled when he heard this. However, Mu Baikan was watching Feng Xian like a hawk. He had an inexplicable feeling that Feng Xian was definitely not as simple as she looked. Chapter 447, Hellfire Technique. Wang Zuo descended in flames and made a dazzling entrance. A confident smile hung on his face. "I'm Wang Zuo of Hidden Sword Peak. Please enlighten me, little junior sister." Hearing this, Feng Xian also politely returned the bow. "Cloud Sky Peak's Feng Xian. Senior brother, please enlighten me." The judge approached them and asked, "Are you both ready?" N. The two of them replied in unison. "In that case, the match starts now." As soon as the judge gave the green light, the crowd erupted with excitement. At this moment, the storage ring on Wang Zuo's hand rippled, and a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. At the same time, his 9th-level divine mystic realm aura swept out, shocking the onlookers. Wang Zuo was truly worthy of being a Hidden Sword Peak cultivator. He had reached this level at such a young age. However, Feng Xian remained calm and expressionless. "Junior sister, you have to be careful. I won't show any mercy." Wang Zuo roared. The sword in his hand erupted with scorching flames as it slashed towards Feng Xian with earth-shattering force. Why isn't she dodging? What was she thinking? Nearby, Gao Shun's lips curled up when he saw this scene. He was already thinking about how to humiliate Yi Zan. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Feng Xian took a step forward, and the power of the Hellfire technique emerged. In that instant, a suction force suddenly swept out, instantly absorbing Wang Zuo's flame attack. What's happening? How can Feng Xian's strength be so terrifying? The surroundings immediately fell deathly silent, as everyone looked on in shock. Gongsun Shoyu was also stunned by this. It's actually the Hellfire technique. Elder Tongtian ALS recognized the Hellfire technique. No one expected Feng Xian to be able to wield the Hellfire technique, especially a junior disciple who had barely been cultivating for over a month. Elder Tongtian took a long look at Yi Zan. When he saw the calm look on the latter's face, he came to a realization. It was no wonder this guy was not worried at all. However, Gao Shun's expression was extremely ugly. It's actually the heaven-grade divine power, Hellfire. Mu Baikan suddenly pangs of jealousy. Even though he was the saint of the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect, he was still not qualified to cultivate heaven-grade divine powers, yet Chief Yi Zan's newest disciple was now showing one off. Such treatment was truly enviable. Right at this time, Gao Shun said with a dark expression, "Junior brother Yi, you've really put in a lot of effort for the 7 Peaks competition. You actually imparted a heaven-grade divine power to a disciple who has just entered the sect. Why can't I? I've never been stingy with my disciples. As long as it's suitable for them, I'll teach them anything and everything." When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with envy. This was unbelievable. How could such a teacher exist? Furthermore, from Yi Zan's current expression, everyone could tell that he did not assign much value to heaven-grade divine powers. Of course, Gongsun Shoyu and the others were confused. How and where did Yi Zan get these divine powers? Could it be part of the legacy left behind by Tian Zan? Everyone knew. that each peak had its own unique inheritance technique. Other than the chiefs who were in charge of each peak, no one else had the right to come into contact with it. As such, each peak's inheritance remained a mystery. Yi Zan's words angered Gao Shun greatly. Zhu Yuyu, who was standing behind Yi Zan, was tickled by this. It served him right for messing with her teacher. That being said, she was also very thankful that she had been chosen by Yi Zan, whose kindness and generosity had allowed her to reach this point despite her humble beginnings. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was very impressed by Yi Zan's posturing. How domineering! After realizing that his flame attack had been completely devoured by the other party, Wang Zuo's expression turned unsightly. He became even more furious, especially when he noticed the disdainful looks everyone was giving him. If he lost to Feng Xian today, how could he raise his head in front of his fellow disciples in the future? Wang Zuo's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. The sword in his hand erupted with sword qi, which slightly distorted the space around him. Since the flame attack was useless, he would crush her with his superior cultivation level. Wang Zuo's sword qi swept out, even crushing the tough arena floor as it passed by, stabbing straight for Feng Xian's abdomen. When everyone saw this scene, they became worried. Although Feng Xian's hellfire technique could suppress Wang Zuo's flame attack, she had only been cultivating for a month. Wang Zuo's cultivation most likely outstripped hers by a large margin. Junior sister Feng, be careful. Many cultivators cried out. Chapter 448, Insta-Kill. Feng Xian naturally heard everyone's warning. However, she remained unbothered by the situation. When the sword qi was only a foot away from her abdomen, she slowly raised her right hand. Moments later, an illusory phantom appeared behind her, and her materialization realm aura swept out. Her hand very simply and easily stopped Wang Zuo's sword in its tracks. Junior sister Feng has actually reached the materialization realm. This was a double whammy. Gao Shun stood up and glared at Yi Zan angrily. Elder Tongtian's eyes were also filled with shock. What terrifying talent! In comparison, Gongsun Shouyu was relatively calm. Thanks to his previous experience with Zhu Yuyu, he had already prepared himself for surprises today. Once her cultivation level was revealed, the result of the match was a foregone conclusion. Feng Xian merely stretched out her hand, and the resulting wave of spiritual power sent Wang Zuo flying out of the arena. The match was over. After the match ended, Feng Xian elegantly stood to the side, waiting for the judge's announcement. In the first match of the first arena, between Cloud Sky Peaks Feng Xian and Hidden Sword Peaks Wang Zuo, the victor is Feng Xian. It's over. Everyone was dumbfounded. They did not even have time to react or process the announcement. The only thing that filled their minds was the fact that Feng Xian had reached the materialization realm. 1 month. That was how long she had been cultivating for. Unbelievable. Oh my god, how did junior sister Feng do it? Is there an endless supply of heavenly treasures on Cloud Sky Peak? Is that how her cultivation managed to progress so quickly? Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Zan, whose expression was still as calm as ever. After the battle ended, Feng Xian returned to Yi Zan's side with a smile on her face. I didn't let you down, teacher. Yi Zan nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. His precious disciple was really awesome. She had smacked their faces so hard that he could practically feel the sting on Gao Shun's face. Of course, he still had to maintain a facade. You really don't know how to control your strength. You shouldn't have hit Chief Gao Shun's disciple so hard, Yi Zan said in all seriousness. The moment these words came out, Gao Shun's footsteps stumbled, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood from anger. The crowd had also heard these words loud and clear. Had it not been for Gao Shun's status as the law enforcement elder, they would not have been able to restrain their desire to laugh. Those words were so brutal. Gao Shun was so angry that the teacup in his hand instantly turned into fine powder as he looked at Yi Zan and Feng Xian with cold eyes. Those two were definitely doing this on purpose. Senior brother Gao, what's wrong? My disciple was a little insensible just now, so I was just teaching her a lesson. There's no reason for such anger, Yi Zan said with a straight face. Hearing these words, Gao Shun's expression turned even darker. In order to avoid exploding with anger, Gao Shun turned around and refused to even look at Yi Zan. He had thought that victory was already in his grasp, yet it had slipped out. No, it had been slapped out of his hands. This feeling was simply unbearable. The cultivators from the other peaks were all stifling chuckles as they discussed this matter among themselves. Ha ha ha, as expected of martial Uncle Yi. So it's true that words can kill. From today onward, Martial Uncle Yi is my idol. Even his verbal skills are unmatched. Look at Martial Uncle Gao's face. That expression is not one that you will see every day. He probably wants to strangle Chief Yi Zan to death. As it so happened, neither Gao Shun nor Gao Tianyu were liked by many cultivators in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, other than their sycophants. As the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Gao Shun had offended countless cultivators. In addition, Gao Tianyu often caused trouble for the female cultivators, and the cultivators of Hidden Sword Peak were extremely overbearing. HMPH. Don't be happy too early, junior brother Yi. The Seven Peaks competition has just begun, Gao Shun said acidically. However, when he noticed that Yi Zan was ignoring him, he became even more furious. Helpless, Gao Shun went over to the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak to vent his anger. What a bunch of trash. I've already told you all to cultivate properly and work hard to raise your cultivation levels. But all of you were greedy for the temptations of the outside world. You have embarrassed Hidden Sword Peak. Teacher, I'm really sorry. Wang Zuo walked over with his head lowered, his face full of shame. Hee, what's the use of saying sorry now? Will my reputation be redeemed by your apology? The surrounding disciples of Hidden Sword Peak lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word when they heard this. Gao Shun's temper had always been terrible. There was no way they were going to poke the bear at this moment. At this moment, a man in white walked over. Teacher, please don't be angry. This is only the first round of the competition. I will take action personally and redeem Hidden Sword Peak's reputation. Those pieces of trash from Cloud Sky Peak won't know what hit them. Hearing these words, the anger in Gao Shun's heart dissipated significantly. Very good, as expected of my precious disciple. I'll be relying on you for the rest of the competition. I've always thought highly of you, so don't let me down. The man in white was Yu Wuan. Among the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak, his strength was second only to Gao Tianyu. He was currently a third-level materialization realm cultivator. Don't worry, teacher. Zhu Yuyu is definitely no match for me, Yu Wuan said with a face full of confidence. She had only been cultivating for 3 months, so how could she be anywhere close to his level of strength? Yu Wuan had absolute confidence that he could defeat Zhu Yuyu. Chapter 449, Yu Wuan vs Zhu Yuyu. Seeing the confident look on Yu Wuan's face, Gao Shun's expression eased up. Then, he turned around and looked at Yi Zan, who was not far away. Gao Shun calmed his emotions, and then returned to his seat. At this moment, Elder Tongtian was chatting with Yi Zan with a smile. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Yi Zan's disciple to have cultivated the Hellfire technique. This is truly surprising. Furthermore, she's even reached the materialization realm at such a young age. Aided by her divine bone, her future achievements are limitless. This was something Elder Tongtian believed wholeheartedly. Before this, Elder Tongtian had always thought that Mu Baikan was the strongest and most talented genius in the East Continent. However, even a disciple who had been cultivating for just a month had exhibited a level of talent that rivaled Mu Baikan. I'm really curious, though, how did she reach the materialization realm within such a short period of time? Elder Tongtian voiced his doubts. His doubts echoed those of everyone watching the competition. Actually, it's not that difficult. She just needed to refine a precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. Yi Zan smiled and said lightly. You're saying that your disciple refined the precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. These words even shocked Elder Tongtian and Gongsun Shoyu. Gongsun Shoyu, in particular, had thought that Yi Zan's rapid ascent to the Mystic Lord realm was related to the precious bone of the ape beast. However, that very same precious bone had been given to his disciple instead. Was this not too fucking generous of him? Gao Shun was also dumbfounded. He was filled with doubt. Was this guy's brain kicked by a donkey? Why had he decided to give that precious bone to a disciple? Oh my god, isn't Chief Yi Zan a little too selfless? I also want to have such a good teacher. I have a very serious question. Is it too late for me to acknowledge someone else as my teacher now? Although their words were in jest, the sense of envy among the crowd was real. With such a selfless teacher, would they still have to worry about their cultivation not progressing fast enough? Beside them, Mu Baikan's eyes turned red. He looked as if he was tempted to leave the Heavenly Mountain Divine Sect. Elder Tongtian was startled by this scene and quickly changed the topic. He did not want his precious disciple getting any funny ideas. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Yi Zan is truly an extraordinary person. I truly admire you. While the crowd was in a heated discussion, the judge of the competition stood up. Silence. The second match is about to begin. Both sides, please enter the arenas. Only when Gao Shun heard this did his expression take a turn for the better. He turned around and looked at Yu Wuwan. Go. Don't disappoint my expectations. We must end this farce in the shortest time possible and let everyone see the strength of Hidden Sword Peak. Don't worry, teacher. I will not fail my mission. Yu Wuwan smiled confidently, and then walked toward the arena. Yi Zan on the other hand, simply whispered to Zhuge Yuyu softly. Little girl, just play around. Have fun. Zhuge Yuyu nodded. Then, she too walked over to the arena. With a flash of bright light, the Cloud Sky Sword appeared in Zhuge Yuyu's hand. She stood in the middle of the arena with a calm expression, and an invisible, cold aura swept out, causing the nearby onlookers to shiver. Are you both ready? The judge asked. The two of them nodded in unison. Since that's the case, let the match begin. Immediately, Yu Wuwan's eyes met Zhuge Yuyu's, and he bowed with a smile. I'm Yu Wuwan of Hidden Sword Peak. Please enlighten me, little junior sister. I'm Cloud Sky Peak's Zhuge Yuyu. Please enlighten me, senior brother, Zhuge Yuyu said indifferently without any change in her expression. Then, a sword appeared in Yu Wuwan's hand. This sword is called the Flood Dragon Sword. It's made from 1,000-year cold iron and has the power to shatter mountains. Junior sister, you must be careful. Zhuge Yuyu frowned. This guy talked too much. Cut the crap. Let's start fighting. Chapter 450. You're too weak. When Yu Wuwan heard this, he frowned and a cold light flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had wanted to express his elegance, but had not expected Zhuge Yuyu to be so discourteous. Junior sister is really anxious. Since that's the case, I'll do as you say. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying aura of a third-level materialization realm expert suddenly erupted. Even the arena trembled slightly. Yu Wuwan slowly raised the Flood Dragon Sword in his hand. Ha ha ha, Yi Zan, do you think my disciple is capable? Gao Shun revealed a smug smile. Yi Zan simply smiled. Not bad indeed. To be able to reach the third level of the materialization realm at such a young age, he must be a disciple that senior brother has carefully nurtured, right? Junior brother's eyes are truly sharp. Gao Shun's face was filled with pride. At this moment, an intense battle broke out. The surging spiritual power in Yu Wuwan's body swept out, and the sharp blade of the sword, which could cut through iron like mud, emitted sharp sword chi that flashed toward Zhuge Yuyu. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu's expression did not change at all. With just a slight movement of her feet, she easily dodged Yu Wuwan's attack. Yu Wuwan's sword strike missed and his face instantly turned ashen. Zhuge Yuyu had not even drawn her sword. Very good, you have successfully provoked my anger. Yu Wuwan slowly turned around, and his spiritual power surged into the Flood Dragon Sword. Then, as it shone brightly, an illusory phantom of a huge flood dragon appeared. I didn't expect Yu Wuwan to have such high attainments in the Sword Dao. It seems like Cloud Sky Peak is going to lose. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Even the chiefs were startled by this. Hidden Sword Peak was indeed worthy of its title as the #1 peak in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. It had many disciples and experts. It seemed that it would not be easy for the other peaks to get a good ranking in the 7 peaks competition. Elder Tongtian smiled and said, Taoist Gao, your disciple has indeed made great strides in the Sword Dao. It seems that he has received your true inheritance. Ha ha ha, Gao Shun's face was full of smiles. Taoist Tongtian may not know, but Yu Wuwan is my second disciple. His level of talent is extremely outstanding, especially when it comes to the Sword Dao. Moreover, this kid has also broken through to the third level of the materialization realm at such a young age. Although he can't be compared to fellow Taoist Tongtian's disciple, he's still a dragon among men to have obtained such strength at such a young age. Ha ha ha, Elder Tongtian stroked his beard and smiled. He naturally knew that Gao Shun was full of pride at this moment. He briefly glanced at Yi Zan and found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of anxiety. This puzzled him. Could it be that Cloud Sky Peak's Zhuge Yuyu was even stronger than Yu Wuwan? Thinking this, Elder Tongtian turned his attention to Zhuge Yuyu. He was very curious about how this girl would deal with this attack. Right, at this moment, a sinister expression appeared on Yu Wuwan's face. He then roared in anger, Flood Dragon Divine Slash. As soon as he finished speaking, the bright sword chi emitted by the sword surged into the flood dragon phantom, and it charged toward Zhuge Yuyu with unparalleled momentum. Zhuge Yuyu simply raised her hand. Until now, she had not even unsheathed the cloud sky sword. What is junior sister Zhuge trying to do? She's not even using her weapon against such a terrifying attack. Yu Wuan is a third-level materialization realm expert. Isn't junior sister Zhuge being a little too overconfident and careless? At this moment, as Zhuge Yuyu slowly lowered her right hand, a surge of powerful sword intent suddenly exploded forth, suppressing Yu Wuan's sword chi with absolute force. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this. Although Zhuge Yuyu did not use an artifact, the terrifying sword intent that shot up into the sky was far stronger than Yu Wuan's attack. Everyone could clearly sense that with her attainments in the sword Dao, even 10 of him would not be a match for her. This is unbelievable. Then, Zhuge Yuyu struck his body with her own sword chi. Despite his best efforts to block the attack, a few of his ribs were shattered, and he was sent flying to the corner of the arena. His white clothes were already stained with blood. Yu Wuan got back up with great difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sword intent, Gao Shun cried out involuntarily, the smile on his face suddenly freezing. That had been Yu Wuan's all-out attack. Not only did it not severely injure Zhuge Yuyu, but it had not even forced her to use the cloud sky sword. Even Mu Baikon's expression changed when he saw this. Fairy Zhuge's sword intent is indeed terrifying. The sword chi is bone-piercingly cold and can even attack the soul. Her casual attack had dispersed and overpowered her opponent's full-power attack. I'm not sure if I could pull it off with such ease. At this moment, Mu Baikon began to doubt his own strength. At this moment, in the arena, Zhuge Yuyu slowly raised her head. The corners of her mouth curved into an arc. You're too weak. You're not even qualified as practice material. Just accept your defeat. Chapter 451, Fainting from Anger. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly surged forth from her body. The extreme ice-cold power seemed to be able to freeze everything. What? Yu Wuan, who had just stood up with great difficulty, instantly blanched. The moment Zhuge Yuyu moved, he could not sense her movements at all. At that moment, a frost flower suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wuan. Moments later, it bloomed, revealing Zhuge Yuyu's figure. It's over for you. Zhuge Yuyu kicked Yu Wuan off the arena. From the beginning to the end, Yu Wuan did not even have time to react. When Yu Wuan landed on the floor of the square, his mind was in a daze. He still could not understand why he had lost to Zhuge Yuyu. The crowd was in an uproar when they saw this happen. In the meantime, Zhuge Yuyu raised her eyebrows and looked at the judge beside her. Please announce the results now. Hearing this, the judge took a long look at Zhuge Yuyu, and then announced the result. In the second round of the competition in the first arena, Cloud Sky Peak's Zhuge Yuyu has emerged victorious against her opponent from Hidden Sword Peak. When the Gao Shun above saw this scene, rage filled his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Teacher, are you alright? When a disciple beside saw the situation, his expression immediately changed drastically, and he hurriedly walked over to support Gao Shun. At this moment, Gao Shun was incomparably livid. Monstrous fury was burning in his heart. Among the 7 peaks of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, Hidden Sword Peak could be said to be the most powerful peak. However, they had already suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the start of the competition. This was a fucking embarrassment. Right at this time, Yu Wuan dragged his heavily injured body and walked back to the group, ashamed. He did not dare to raise his head to look at Gao Shun. After all, he had boasted just now, yet not only had he been seriously injured by the other party in one move, but the other party did not even use her sword. Furthermore, he had been unceremoniously kicked off the arena, and had lost his dignity in the process. Teacher, I'm sorry, I have damaged teacher's reputation. Yu Wuan dragged his heavily injured body and knelt down in front of Gao Shun. Trash, you're all trash. When Gao Shun saw this scene, he was infuriated and almost spat out another mouthful of blood again. Were it not for the other chiefs present, as well as Elder Tongtian, he would have punished these disciples severely. Just then, Zhuge Yuyu left the arena and returned to Yi Zan's side. Teacher, I didn't fail you and Wan. Yi Zan had naturally seen everything that had happened just now. When he saw Gao Shun spewing out a mouthful of blood from anger, he laughed inwardly. This feeling was simply too good. He could finally vent all of the grievances he had suffered for the past 100 years. Were you not very arrogant? Well, try having a taste of your own medicine. Of course, Yi Zan remained calm on the surface. He even looked at Zhuge Yuyu with a hint of reproach. Yuyu, didn't I specifically instruct you to give your martial uncle Gao some face? Why did you attack so ruthlessly? That was your martial uncle Gao's beloved disciple, a rare genius of the century. How could you severely injure him with just one kick? If other people knew about this, they would definitely think that your martial uncle Gao's disciple has an undeserved reputation. That would damage his reputation. Yi Zan deliberately raised his voice. When Gao Shun heard this, his face immediately turned red. At this very moment, Gao Shun could not suppress the fury in his heart anymore, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. Furthermore, he fainted. The cultivators all panicked when they saw this. Gongsun Shoyu shook his head helplessly, then hurriedly went over to check on Gao Shun. When he realized that the latter had fainted due to anger, he heaved a sigh of relief. Sect Master, what's wrong with teacher? How's his condition? The cultivators of Hidden Sword Peak asked anxiously. Gongsun Shoyu stroked his beard and said, "Don't worry, your teacher was just angry. That's why he fainted. Take him back to Hidden Sword Peak. He just needs to rest for a few days." When they heard that, they let out a sigh of relief. Following that, they hurriedly called over a few more disciples to carry Gao Shun, and then slipped away shamefully. Seeing this, Gongsun Shoyu sighed. Then his gaze turned to Yi Zan. Junior brother Gao has always been unyielding in his actions. I hope that after this matter, there will be some improvements in the future. Yi Zan's words just now were bitingly ruthless. Although they were phrased to be well-meaning, they were obviously backhanded in nature, and intended to humiliate Gao Shun. It was no surprise that Gao Shun had become furious. However, what surprised Gongsun Shoyu the most was Zhuge Yuyu. When Hua Rufeng returned, it was clear that Zhuge Yuyu had already broken through to the second level of the materialization realm. However, it was now certain that she had far exceeded that level. Yi Zan and his disciples were identical in nature. They all liked to remain low-key and surprise everyone with their strength. Ha ha ha, when I saw the law enforcement elder spit out blood and pass out, I felt so good. Chief Yi Zan is really too awesome. He was actually able to make a Mystic Lord realm expert faint from anger. He is truly worthy of our admiration. When Hidden Sword Peak's cultivators left, the onlookers could not help but laugh. To think that there would be such an exciting event on the first day of the Seven Peaks competition. Everyone was looking forward to the following matches even more. It was obvious that Gao Shun and Hidden Sword Peak did not enjoy a good reputation among the other cultivators of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. I didn't expect Senior Yi Zan to have such a personality. It's really surprising. Mu Baiken had barely been able to restrain his laughter throughout the entire process. He had been so close to laughing out loud. Chapter 452, Sightseeing. At this moment, Yi Zan slowly stood up. Senior brother Gongsun, Cloud Sky Peak's matches are over for the day. If there's nothing important, I'll take these two girls back first. Go. Gongsun Shoyu shook his head helplessly, and then waved his hand. Yi Zan bade farewell to Gongsun Shoyu and Elder Tongtian and left the Great Wilderness Peak with his disciples and Su Chang. They would return for the second day of the competition. Yi Zan felt that there was no need for him to stay and watch the other matches. However, he was overjoyed by what had happened today, especially after seeing Gao Shun fainting from anger. Not only had Gao Shun failed to humiliate Yi Zan, but he even managed to humiliate himself by fainting. Teacher, do you think that martial uncle Gao will die from his anger? After leaving the first arena, Feng Xian playfully asked a question. What kind of joke is this? Your martial uncle Gao's face is as thick as an iron wall, how could he die from anger? Yi Zan replied in all seriousness. PFF'd. Feng Xian could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Chief Yi Zan, you might not have noticed, but when Yu Wuan was kicked off the arena by Sister Yuyu, the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak looked as if they had just eaten shit. When I recall their arrogant faces before the competition started, I can barely stop myself from laughing. This is definitely the most painful wake-up call ever. Su Chang laughed gloatingly. Yi Zan smiled. This kid was quite likable. Although this kid's character was not very good in the past, he was indeed very loyal. Even though he knew that Hidden Sword Peak was powerful, he still supported Cloud Sky Peak. When Zhuge Yuyu heard this, she frowned coldly. Eating shit. Su Chang was the eldest young master of the Su family. How could he speak such vulgar words? However, Su Cheng was used to Zhuge Yueyu's personality and did not take it to heart. Alright, there are only 2 matches for us a day, so since your matches are over, you can decide what to do with the remaining time. You can stay and watch the battles between the cultivators from the other peaks, or you can return to Cloud Sky Peak to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan flicked his sleeves and turned into a streak of light, heading back to Cloud Sky Peak. Yi Zan had no interest in watching children play around. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well return to Cloud Sky Peak to rest and consolidate his cultivation foundation. There was still a fair bit of time until the seal on the ancient tomb he had discovered in the archaic Divine Mountain would open. Until that time, he would focus on solidifying his cultivation foundation and getting stronger. After Yi Zan left, Su Cheng looked at Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu with a flattering smile. "I'm going to take a walk around and won't bother you two." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Cheng turned around and strode toward the second arena. When he was observing the cultivators just now, he realized that most of the beautiful women were cultivators from Water Sky Peak, and that they were gathered there. Su Cheng had been holding back earlier. After all, Yi Zan was present, so he could not be too brazen. Now that Yi Zan had left, who could stop him from looking at the beauties? Why does this guy look so excited? Could it be that he's going to do something bad? Seeing this, Zhuge Yueyu could not help but frown. Feng Xian nodded in agreement. "I also feel that this guy must be up to something." The two of them looked at each other and quickly reached an agreement. Then, they headed to the second arena as well, and soon found the female cultivators of Water Sky Peak, who were having their matches here. "Yueyu, why are you guys here? Wasn't Cloud Sky Peak having matches at the first arena?" Li Shuiye walked over excitedly when she saw Zhuge Yueyu. When she saw her best friend, a smile finally appeared on Zhuge Yueyu's frosty face. "Shuiye, we've already finished our competition. Since we have nothing to do, we thought of coming over to visit you." Good, I'll bring you around now." Li Shuiye didn't think too much about it and hugged Zhuge Yueyu excitedly. Then, with Li Shuiye leading them, Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu soon arrived at where her fellow disciples were gathered. Further away, Su Cheng, who was squeezing Om with countless muscular men, saw this scene and shed tears of envy. It was a blessing to get in through connections, as they could get the best seats in an instant. He had almost been suffocated trying to squeeze his way in. The lowly Su Cheng could only stand on his tiptoes and watch the beautiful girls from afar. At the same time, Yuelin also noticed Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu's arrival. Immediately, her eyes brightened as she scanned the crowd. After discovering that Yi Zan had not come, she became disappointed. "Greetings, Martial Aunt Yuelin." Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu bowed respectfully. Yuelin nodded with a smile. "Why don't I see your teacher? After our matches ended, teacher went back." "I see," Yuelin muttered. Chapter 453, Jealousy. "Wait, if I remember correctly, your opponents were Hidden Sword Peak cultivators, right? What's the result of your matches? Did you defeat your opponents?" Suddenly, Yuelin recalled something important. In order to target Yi Zan, Gao Shun had specially arranged for 2 Hidden Sword Peak cultivators to deal with Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu in the first round. If these 2 girls lost, Yi Zan's mood would be terrible. When Feng Xian heard this, she smiled mischievously. "Don't worry, Chief Yuelin. We won both our matches." Martial Uncle Gao was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted. His disciples were forced to carry him back to Hidden Sword Peak. When Yuelin heard this, she laughed. "I didn't think that such a wonderful thing would happen while I was not there. It's really a pity." Yuelin was not on good terms with Gao Shun either, so seeing him suffer a loss was quite gratifying. Feng Xian then recounted the entire story to her. The corners of Yuelin's mouth involuntarily curved up, and she had already begun to imagine the scene in her mind. She did not expect Yi Zan to have such a sharp tongue. A few sentences were all it took to consign Gao Shun to his fate. "This guy is getting more unruly, but I like it." At the thought of this, she smiled widely. When Feng Xian and Zhuge Yueyu saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. "Senior sister, I suddenly have a strange feeling. It seems that Chief Yuelin has taken a fancy to our teacher." At this moment, Feng Xian quietly went over to Zhuge Yueyu's side and whispered in her ear. When Zhuge Yueyu heard this, she was shocked. When she did a double take, Yuelin did indeed look like a maiden in love. "It seems that it's really as you said." Zhuge Yueyu was stunned. After some time, Yuelin came back to her senses and said, You've done well and did not let your teacher down. For the past 100 years, Gao Shun has been looking for an opportunity to suppress Cloud Sky Peak. This 7 Peaks competition is undoubtedly his best opportunity, and he has no doubt made preparations for this. However, you two turned the tables on him. Yuelin could not help but laugh. When Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu saw this, they also revealed smiles. I almost forgot. At this moment, Yuelin seemed to have thought of something. His gaze fell on Feng Xian, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Little girl, didn't you only start cultivating a little over a month ago? Your opponent was a 9th-level Divine Mystic Realm cultivator. How did you defeat your opponent? As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding disciples of Water Sky Peak also looked up. In the past 7 Peaks competitions, 9th-level Divine Mystic Realm cultivators were considered top experts. Other than the talented geniuses who had broken through to the materialization realm, the majority of the ranking disciples had reached this realm. Hearing this, Feng Xian smiled. It's all thanks to teacher. I've already broken through to the 1st level of the materialization realm. What? Materialization realm? When Yuelin heard this, she stood up in shock. Everyone else was dumbfounded as well. What kind of fucking talent was this? In a month. Li Shui's eyes dimmed. I've been cultivating for more than 3 months, yet I've only reached the 3rd level of the Divine Mystic Realm. She had lost to Zhuge Yuyu, which was fine because she was her best friend, but now this new junior sister had surpassed her as well. Was every disciple of Cloud Sky Peak so monstrous? Feng Xian smiled, but did not say anything. Zhuge Yuyu walked over and held Li Shui's hand. Although junior sister Feng has just started on the path of cultivation, in order for her to catch up with others as soon as possible, teacher helped her to absorb a precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. A precious bone of that level. Something that valuable would even tempt Yuelin. What was Yi Zan thinking? How could he give it to his disciple so selflessly? Yuelin was even more stunned. She naturally knew the origin of the precious bone that Zhuge Yuyu was talking about. It was the precious bone of the ancient ape that Yi Zan had obtained back then. She had thought that the precious bone had helped Yi Zan reach the Mystic Lord realm. However, it seemed that it was given to his disciple instead. Isn't this guy spoiling his disciple too much? Why isn't he so good to me? Yuelin felt like pouting, but restrained herself. After all, how could she be jealous of a disciple, right? Chapter 454, The Difference Between Them. Oh my god, your teacher is too good. Li Shui was envious. Hearing this, Feng Xian smiled. Every time she thought of her teacher, her heart would be filled with happiness. Teacher's kindness to us is immense. He's not the slightest bit stingy when it comes to cultivation guidance and heavenly treasures. It's our great fortune to have become teacher's disciples. Li Shui was a little embarrassed by this. She recalled when she had actually thought that Yi Zan was as the rumors said. Back then, believing him to be useless, she had coaxed her teacher into trying to bring Zhuge Yuyu to Water Sky Peak. However, she could not have been more wrong. In the entire East Continent, who could have a better teacher? With such a selfless and powerful teacher, who would think of joining another peak? Furthermore, she had seen him give Zhuge Yuyu the Cloud Sky Sword, which was the representative magic artifact of Cloud Sky Peak. This meant that she was the successor of Cloud Sky Peak. Even though she was envious, Li Shui still felt happy for Zhuge Yuyu. Yuyu, I'm really happy that you managed to find a good teacher like Chief Yi Zan. When you become a strong expert like him in the future, don't forget me. Zhuge Yuyu revealed a gentle smile and held Li Shui's hand. Shui, we grew up together. No matter what happens in the future, our relationship will not change. I hope so, Li Shui nodded sadly. Naturally, she wanted to maintain a good relationship with Zhuge Yuyu. However, time spared no one. As Zhuge Yuyu's strength grew, the gap between them would also grow. Perhaps in the future, their friendship would only exist in name. After all, the path of cultivation was a long one. Who could guarantee what would happen in the future? Over the past 3 months, Li Shui had gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation world. In the mystic world, cultivation was the most important, and strength presided over everything. If one's cultivation level remained stagnant, no matter how outstanding one's talent was, they would eventually be left by the roadside. Perhaps in the future, she would not even have the right to stand by Zhuge Yuyu's side. Yuelin naturally noticed the change in Li Shui's expression. She sighed softly and did not say anything. There were many disciples in Water Sky Peak. However, cultivation resources were limited. No matter how much Yuelin liked Li Shui, she could only invest the peak's cultivation resources in disciples with outstanding talents. This guy is really detestable. He definitely sent these two girls to damage my self-confidence, Yuelin grumbled inwardly. Then, she looked at Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu again. With that precious bone, it's only natural that you experienced such a leap in your cultivation level. However, don't relax because of this. On the path of cultivation, if you don't advance, you will fall behind. You must always keep your teacher's expectations in mind. The two of them looked at each other and nodded with determination. Zhuge Yuyu even said, "Please rest assured, Chief Yuelin. We will definitely not let teacher down." When Yuelin heard this, she smiled. This girl was quite good. Yi Zan's disciple had a good character. That's good. Yuelin nodded. At the same time, at Hidden Sword Peak, Gao Shun had woken up. However, his expression was still one of anger. He stood up from the bed with difficulty, his face as black as ink. When he thought about what had happened just now, he almost had an aneurysm. Yi Zan, Cloud Sky Peak, just you wait. Gao Shun's palm slammed against the bedside table, reducing it to dust. The cultivators who were outside the residence heard the commotion inside and trembled. They knew Gao Shun's temper, and that they would definitely suffer his wrath after such a poor showing at the competition. Why are you still standing outside? Hurry up and get in here. Gao Shun's furious roar echoed in the surroundings. The disciples had no other choice than to enter the residence. Their foreheads were sweating profusely, and their faces were full of anxiety. You're all really trash. I've provided you with resources and guidance, yet what did I get in return? Nothing. You've damaged my reputation and the reputation of Hidden Sword Peak. If we can't even defeat Cloud Sky Peak, what right do we have to call ourselves the strongest peak of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect? We've become a joke thanks to this. The disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Chapter 455. Disparity. Looking at the sorry appearance of his disciples, Gao Shun became even more furious, to the point that he clutched his chest, almost having a heart attack. Why were Yi Zan's disciples superior to his? Did this not imply that he was not as good as Yi Zan? He had been the second in command in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, and its law enforcement elder, yet now his Hidden Sword Peak could not even compare to Cloud Sky Peak, which ranked at the bottom of the list. Was that not a joke? Teacher, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not being strong enough. I've embarrassed you in Hidden Sword Peak. Please punish me. Yu Wuwan dragged his body and knelt down in front of Gao Shun. Compared to the proud and confident appearance from before, Yu Wuwan's face was filled with apprehension and nervousness. After all, he was the one who boasted in front of Gao Shun that he would humiliate Yi Zan's disciple in the arena. However, he had been taught a cruel lesson and humiliated by the other party instead. Do you think that your apology will change anything? Gao Shun's expression turned even uglier. Among the many disciples of Hidden Sword Peak, Xiaofeng was silent. Looking at his teacher's furious face, he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Could it be that in his teacher's eyes, the safety of the cultivators of Hidden Sword Peak was less important than the reputation of Hidden Sword Peak? Or Gao Shun's reputation, compared to Cloud Sky Peak and Chief Yi Zan, the difference between the two was too great. At the thought of this, Xiaofeng's heart was full of regret. Why did he acknowledge Gao Shun as his master? Gao Shun was livid and he was just about to curse more when Gao Tianyu appeared in a hurry. He had defeated his opponent soundly just now, and had wanted to show off in front of everyone, but then news of his father fainting from anger reached his ears. Helplessly, Gao Tianyu put aside his plans to show off and hurriedly rushed over. Looking at his father sitting there, Gao Tianyu felt relieved. Father, how's your condition? Do you feel any discomfort? When Gao Shun saw Gao Tianyu appear, his fury abated somewhat, and he said with a bitter expression, Tianyu, today my reputation and the reputation of Hidden Sword Peak suffered. You didn't see Yi Zan's arrogant and proud appearance just now. It really made me angry. From now on, I'm afraid that Hidden Sword Peak will be the butt of jokes among the cultivators of the sect. Gao Tianyu quickly comforted him, Father, don't worry. The Seven Peaks competition is not over yet. Nothing is set in stone. I'll definitely take revenge for the humiliation you've suffered today. When Gao Shun heard this, he felt consoled. As expected, the most reliable person was still his precious son. He should not have placed his hope on these trashy disciples. Your words put my heart at ease, Tianyu. The dignity of Hidden Sword Peak is now in your hands. Don't worry, father. I won't let you down, Gao Tianyu said with a gloomy expression. Yi Zan humiliating Gao Shun like this was undoubtedly a humiliation for him as well. How could he tolerate such hatred? Cloud Sky Peak, Yi Zan, just you wait. Looking at his precious son's firm and confident expression, Gao Shun nodded his head in satisfaction. He then looked at those disciples kneeling in front of him and immediately became angry. You pieces of trash, go and reflect on your mistakes. Think about it, as a disciple of Hidden Sword Peak, why can't you defeat a single cloud? Sky Peak disciple, at this moment, Gao Shun was in a fit of fury, so everyone just scuttled away obediently. Then, Gao Shun looked at Gao Tianyu and said with a serious expression, Tianyu, although you are an 8th level materialization realm cultivator, you can't let your guard down. Today, Cloud Sky Peak's Zhuge Yuyu was able to severely injure Yu Wuan with a single kick. That girl's strength cannot be underestimated. I can vaguely sense that this girl has at least reached the 6th level of the materialization realm. Although Zhuge Yuyu did not reveal her cultivation level, the aura that she revealed when attacking still gave Gao Shun clues about her strength. Gao Tianyu squinted his eyes. Father, do you think that a little girl who has only cultivated for 3 months can surpass me? It's hard to say. Although Cloud Sky Peak is ranked at the bottom of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect, no one can guarantee that Tian Zan did not leave any precious treasures behind. Furthermore, Yi Zan won't hesitate to give such treasures to his disciples. He was willing to give his second disciple the precious bone of a heaven realm descendant of an ancient beast. Thinking this, Gao Shun felt some regret in his heart. Why was he so impulsive back then? Why did he agree to the bet with Yi Zan? That guy was a wolf in sheep's clothing. No one knew what surprises he had in store until the last moment. He had thought that Yi Zan was nothing more than a lucky piece of trash who had inherited Cloud Sky Peak. However, the tables were turned on him now. The other party had been secretly hiding his cultivation for 100 years, and he had not noticed it at all. Was he not the clown in this case? Chapter 456, Quarterfinals. When Gao Tianyu heard this, he felt pressured. However, when he recalled the trump card that Gao Shun had given him, a smile reappeared on his face. Don't worry, father. Even if Zhuge Yuyu has reached the 9th level of the materialization realm, it does not matter. As long as she hasn't reached the void realm, my victory is guaranteed. Gao Shun also smiled and nodded when he heard this. However, after the previous incident, he no longer dared to count his chickens before they hatched. It's good that you're confident. Gao Shun felt much more relieved. Following that, he stood up from his throne. Now that he had more or less adjusted his mental state, it was time to go back and watch the 7 Peaks competition. After all, he was the law enforcement elder of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect and the person in charge of the 7 Peaks competition. He could not delay the progress of the competition because of this matter. Tianyu, you've just finished your match, so go back and rest. Prepare for tomorrow's match. Don't worry, I'll make sure you have a smooth path to the finals, Gao Shun said with a smile, his face full of confidence. This was the advantage of being the person in charge of the 7 Peaks competition. He could change the competition matchups at will. Time flew by, and several days quickly passed. Cloud Sky Peak. In the courtyard, Yi Zan, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of rich spiritual energy. At the same time, his body also shone with golden divine light, and an extremely mysterious pattern seemed to be outlined on his body. In that instant, the entire Cloud Sky Peak trembled slightly. Yi Zan took a deep breath, a smile on his lips. I've finally stabilized my cultivation foundation and reached the peak of the Mystic Lord realm. As long as Zhuge Yuyu became the champion of the 7 Peaks competition, he would be able to obtain the divine fruit of the Great Tao. Using that, he would be able to gain some lucrative rewards from the system, and might even be able to break through to the Supreme Realm. When that happened, he would become the second Supreme Realm expert in the sect after Tian Zan. Yi Zan's divine sense swept out as he carefully examined his body. The second Tao fruit in the divine spring was about to appear. Yi Zan had not completely refined the cultivation boost reward he had obtained from the system, so when he continued to refine and absorb this power, his own spiritual power would be constantly compressed and condensed to a minute level. In other words, even within the same realm, Yi Zan's spiritual power was purer, denser and far more powerful than others. Yi Zan left the room after he was done. Although it was early in the morning, Feng Xian and Zhu Guoyu were already waiting for Yi Zan in the open space of the courtyard. Over the past few days, the battles between the sect's cultivators in the Seven Peaks competition had been very intense. However, Yi Zan had been in secluded cultivation the entire time, and had not seen the fights. At this moment, the top 8 cultivators of the Seven Peaks competition had already been decided. To everyone's surprise, even though Cloud Sky Peak only had 2 disciples, they were both in the top 8. Apart from Cloud Sky Peak, the other 7 peaks also had a cultivator in the top 8. For example, Li Hanyi of Water Sky Peak, Gao Tianyu of Hidden Sword Peak, Xiao Baikan of Returning Cloud Peak, Bai Xuanyuan of Great Wilderness Peak, Tang Shuijian of Equal Heaven Peak, and Liang Tianchi of Sword Spirit Peak. Those who could stand out among countless cultivators were all dragons and phoenixes among men, peerless geniuses. These cultivators were all materialization realm experts. Furthermore, in terms of cultivation levels, they were stronger than Feng Xian. Of course, Yi Zan did not have any harsh requirements for Feng Xian. Having her ranked within the top 8 was more than satisfactory. As for Zhu Guoyu, she should have no problem winning the competition. Yi Zan nodded, then looked up at the sky and continued, "The competition is about to start. Let's go." Feng Xian, Zhu Guoyu, and Su Chang nodded. They then followed behind Yi Zan and headed towards the Great Wilderness Peak. As it was currently the quarterfinals, there were only 4 arenas left in the square. Oh my god, why are there so many people? As soon as he arrived at the arena, Su Chang was shocked by the sea of people in front of him. Although the square in front of the meeting hall was extremely wide, it was crowded like a pack of sardines. Seeing this, Feng Xian gave a shallow smile. There are many cultivators from the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Now that there aren't many matches left, the number of spectators has naturally increased. Senior sister, do you know who your opponent is? Feng Xian looked at Zhu Guoyu. Zhu Guoyu replied indifferently, Returning Cloud Peak, Xiao Baikan. It's actually him. I watched his match earlier. That guy's spear technique is extremely domineering. He's probably at least reached the 7th level of the materialization realm. And according to his previous battles, this guy's most powerful aspect is his strength. He likes to crush his opponents. Sister Yuyu, you have to be careful. As expected of Su Chang, in just a few days, he had managed to gather all of the information about the powerful cultivators. Although this guy seemed to be looking at beautiful women, he was still paying attention to Zhu Guoyu and Feng Xian's possible opponents on the sly. He was doing his best to find out information for them. Sister Xian, who's your opponent? Su Chang immediately looked at Feng Xian with a smile. When Feng Xian heard this, she frowned. It's Senior Sister Li Hanyi from Water Sky Peak. This might be a little difficult. Sister Xian, you might be done for. Su Chang, are you asking for a beating? When Feng Xian heard this, she became a little unhappy. She raised her hand and was about to slap Su Changhei's head. However, this guy was very clever and immediately sneaked over to Yi Zan's side. Chief Yi Zan, you have to help me. Sister Xian wants to silence me. Alright, Xian, no matter who you fight, just do your best. There's no need to feel pressured. After all, you've only been cultivating for a month or so. Even if you lose, it's not something to be ashamed of. Chapter 457. Feng Xian vs Li Hanyi. Feng Xian stuck out her tongue. She felt a little wronged. Could it be that in teacher's eyes, she was no match for senior sister Li Hanyi? However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, Li Hanyi was a 7th level materialization cultivator, while she was only a 1st level materialization realm cultivator. Even the heaven-grade divine power would not be able to bridge that gap. When Zhu Guoyu saw this, she hurriedly went up to comfort Feng Xian. Only then did Feng Xian feel much better. Soon, they arrived at the arenas. Gongsun Shouyu, Elder Tongtian, Gao Shun, and the others had already taken their seats, including Yuelin. Junior brother Yi, why haven't I seen you these past few days? You didn't even watch your own disciples' matches. Seeing Yi Zan appear, Yuelin's expression brightened as she asked softly. I've been cultivating over these past few days, so I didn't have time to come and watch these girls compete. Did senior sister miss me? Yi Zan asked, a smirk on his face. Are you kidding me? How could I miss you? You're daydreaming. Yuelin rolled her eyes. However, She then secretly snuck a glance at Yi Zan, and was overcome by shock. Such a vast and majestic aura, could it be that junior brother Yi has already broken through to the peak of the Mystic Lord realm? Although she could not sense his exact cultivation level, the aura he exuded was enough to tell that he had become stronger than he was a few days ago. He seemed to be no weaker than Gongsun Shoyu. How could this guy break through so fast? Was she really unable to catch up to his pace? At the thought of this, Yuelin's eyes dimmed. Sure enough, things were developing in the direction she had initially predicted. Perhaps in the near future, she would be left far behind him. Junior brother Yi, I heard that you made senior brother Gao vomit blood. Look at senior brother Gao. He's surprisingly quiet, and he didn't come over to provoke you. Yuelin glanced at Gao Shun, who was not far away, and then said softly. Hearing this, Yi Zan was also a little curious, but he was more confused. This old fellow is being so quiet. Could it be that he's cooked up some sort of scheme to mess with me? It's hard to say, but in any case, be careful. Don't make a huge mistake in front of senior brother Gao. Yuelin was amused by the conflict between the two of them. She did not know if Gao Shun would dare to completely fall out with Yi Zan. After all, Yi Zan was very powerful now. Yi Zan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and petty plans were futile. With his current strength, even 10 Gao Shuns would be no match for him. He would not even need to use the Flora sword technique. After a while, the Seven Peaks competition commenced again. Yi Zan turned around and looked at Feng Xian. Go, Xian. Feng Xian obediently nodded her head and then walked toward the arena. Having just cultivated for over a month, Feng Xian was already very satisfied that she could advance to the top 8 of the 7 peaks. Competition. After all, among the remaining participants, she was the weakest. Senior sister Li Hanyi, please enlighten me. Atop the arena, Li Hanyi, who was dressed in black, stood with an indifferent gaze. She looked different from her usual gentle image. At this moment, Li Hanyi looked more valiant and heroic. Feng Xian was wearing a sky blue long robe. A faint smile hung on the corners of her mouth. Li Hanyi nodded. Although Feng Xian was only a first-level materialization realm cultivator, she did not dare to be careless when facing a disciple of Cloud Sky Peak. Furthermore, she was the only one from Water Sky Peak who had made it to the top 8. If she lost to someone who was 6 minor realms weaker than she was, Yuelin would probably lose her mind. Then, the battle began. Facing the powerful Li Hanyi, Feng Xian did not dare to hold back at all, and activated the Hellfire technique, bursting forth with power. She fused it with the gentle power of the Sky River Palm and attacked. The waves formed by the flaming palm came from all directions and swept toward Li Hanyi, whose sword suddenly trembled. Sharp sword chi surged out, turning a torrent of sword strikes that slashed toward the flaming waves. Although there was a certain gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation level, it felt like they were evenly matched. The battle situation could be said to be extremely intense. When Yuelin saw this, her expression instantly turned nervous. My precious disciple, you're making me anxious. You're the last hope of Water Sky Peak. You must not lose to Feng Xian. Compared to Yuelin, Yi Zan's expression was relatively calm. From the moment the two of them began to fight, Yi Zan had already known. With Feng Xian's strength, it was impossible for her to defeat Li Hanyi. The outcome had already been decided, so why should he care so much? Yi Zan raised his head and looked at Gongsun Shoyu, who was not far away, and narrowed his eyes. He saw Hua Rufeng running over in a hurry, as if he was reporting something to Gongsun Shoyu. The next second, Gongsun Shoyu, who had been smiling, suddenly frowned and his expression turned serious. Chapter 458, Incident. Elder Tongtian, who was at the side, also turned to look at Gongsun Shoyu with a puzzled expression on his face. At this moment, Mu Baiken suddenly appeared and seemed to be reporting something to Elder Tongtian. Could something big have happened? What's going on? Yi Zan was a little surprised when he saw this. He then asked Yuelin, who was beside him. The latter also felt a little puzzled. Su Cheng hurried over and explained to Yi Zan. Chief Yi Zan, father just sent me an urgent message. Yesterday, a black tortoise carrying a huge coffin suddenly appeared in the depths of the archaic Divine Mountains. The moment the black tortoise appeared, it caused a huge commotion in the East Continent. Furthermore, its appearance caused the beasts in the archaic Divine Mountains to go berserk and attack the humans around them. In just one night, a heaven-shaking battle broke out in the archaic Divine Mountains, and there were corpses piled up everywhere. Also, they aren't just killing humans, but each other too. Some people think that they're fighting over the ownership of the coffin carried by the Black Tortoise. It's very likely that there's a great treasure in the coffin. Could it be that this Black Tortoise came out of the ancient tomb? He had discovered an ancient tomb in the depths of the archaic Divine Mountains. Of course, other experts had also discovered this ancient tomb. If the appearance of the Black Tortoise in coffin was related to this, then it might be a sign that the ancient tomb was about to open. According to Yi Zan's previous prediction, it would only open after the end of the Seven Peaks competition, and he would have enough time to break through to the Supreme Realm. From the looks of it now, some unforeseen event must have happened in the archaic Divine Mountains that caused the ancient tomb to open in advance. The archaic Divine Mountains were not only full of ferocious beasts, but they were also the lifeline of the East Continent. Any changes there would affect the East Continent significantly. After the Seven Peaks competition, I will make a trip there, Yi Zan thought for a moment and made a decision. Su Chang spoke again, Chief Yi Zan, please be at ease. Father has already sent our family's experts to the archaic Divine Mountains to investigate the situation. Once there is any news, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Yi Zan was very satisfied. It seemed like Su Tiansheng was going to be a valuable ally of Cloud Sky Peak. Yi Zan naturally felt the Su family's sincerity, but he had not thought of how to return the favor. Yi Zan glanced at Su Chang. This guy is not bad. After a few days of contact, Yi Zan had a basic understanding of Su Changhei's character and personality. Although he was a good-for-nothing hedonistic young master in the past, he had changed somewhat. There was still a chance to save him. Of course, now was not a good time to take in a disciple. In the future, he would carefully observe and temper this fellow's heart. Got it, you may leave. I'm not afraid, Yi Zan said indifferently and calmly. Su Chang heaved a sigh of relief and went over to admire the beauties with a face full of joy. He could not be bothered to care about what would happen to the archaic Divine Mountains. In any case, he had Yi Zan as his backer now, so what was there to be afraid of? In a short while, Yuelin also received the news from Li Hanyi's family. She glanced at Yi Zan briefly, but did not say anything. After a while, the battle ended. Although Feng Xian had relied on her heaven-grade divine power to fight with Li Hanyi on even terms at the beginning, Li Hanyi's strength still prevailed in the end when Feng Xian ran out of spiritual power. Yuelin was relieved by this, but was also quite shocked that a battle between cultivators with such a gap in strength had lasted so long. Yi Zan truly was a teacher like no other. After Feng Xian returned to Yi Zan's side, she said with a face full of disappointment, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I lost to senior sister Li Hanyi. Don't worry about it. As a first-level materialization realm cultivator, being able to hold on for so long is something admirable and praiseworthy." When Feng Xian heard this, her dim expression brightened up. She had been worried about disappointing her teacher, but soon found out that her worries were unfounded. "Senior sister, I'll be counting on you for the rest of the competition," Feng Xian said to Zhuge Yuyu. Zhuge Yuyu nodded and said to Yi Zan with a respectful expression, "Teacher, I'm going." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuge Yuyu turned around and walked towards the arena. The eyes of the onlookers lit up. Over the past few days, Zhuge Yuyu had defeated her opponents with one move. Furthermore, she had never unsheathed the Cloud Sky Sword. Would they be lucky enough to see it today? Zhuge Yuyu of Cloud Sky Peak versus Xiao Baikan of Returning Cloud Peak. Both participants, please get ready. A handsome young man with a long black spear slowly walked up to the arena. His entire being exuded monstrous fighting spirit, like an invincible god of war. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw this. This is going to be a good show. The eldest disciple of Cloud Sky Peak versus the eldest disciple of Returning Cloud Peak. Both of them are terrifyingly strong and candidates to win the competition. I didn't expect them to meet here. Xiao Baikan is a peerless genius from Returning Cloud Peak, and he's extremely powerful. In this competition, aside from Gao Tianyu, he's the strongest cultivator. Zhuge Yuyu may be strong, but I don't think she's a match for Xiao Baikan. Chapter 459, Battling Xiao Baikan. In an instant, the surroundings became lively as everyone started their discussions enthusiastically. Xiao Baikan may be powerful, but my intuition tells me that Zhuge Yuyu is even more powerful. I'm sure you've already noticed that Zhuge Yuyu defeated all of her opponents thus far with one move. She hasn't even used the Cloud Sky Sword. Although Xiao Baikan is strong, he used his magic artifact in the previous matches. This alone does not mean that Zhuge Yuyu is stronger, does it? After all, Xiao Baikan also defeated his opponent in one move. Some of them supported Xiao Baikan, while others were more optimistic about Zhuge Yuyu. They were all guessing who would be the final winner of this battle. At this time, in another arena, Gao Tianyu defeated his opponent in an overwhelming fashion and successfully advanced to the top 4. He then rushed over to watch the battle between Zhuge Yuyu and Xiao Baikan. Before Zhuge Yuyu's sudden appearance, Xiao Baikan could be said to be his only competition. Gao Sheng's current arrangement was to remove one of the two major obstacles for Gao Tianyu. The victor of this match would likely face Gao Tianyu in the finals. Gao Tianyu hoped that it would be Zhuge Yuyu. Only by defeating Zhuge Yuyu himself could he trample Cloud Sky Peak under his feet and redeem the dignity of Hidden Sword Peak. Greetings, Martial Uncle Gongsun. Greetings, Father. After Gao Tianyu arrived at the arena, he bowed to Gongsun Shoyu and Gao Shun with respect. Gongsun Shoyu nodded, and then his eyes turned back to the arena. Gao Shun, on the other hand, smiled. Tianyu, you have to take a good look at this match. Perhaps Xiao Baikan can force Zhuge Yuyu to use her trump card. The dignity of Hidden Sword Peak is now in your hands. I've observed her carefully. This girl has never used a magic artifact from the first round, and defeated her opponents in one move. As far as I know, Yi Zan's forte is his mastery of the Sword Dao, so he's probably taught her a divine power related to that. Gao Shun was worried after seeing Feng Xian's performance, who had lasted so long despite the major gap between her cultivation level and Li Hanyi's. Furthermore, Zhuge Yuyu had not revealed her strength so far. Gao Tianyu nodded and looked at the arena. Returning Cloud Peak's Xiao Baikan. Please enlighten me, junior sister Zhuge. Xiao Baikan slowly raised the black spear in his hand as he focused his gaze on Zhuge Yuyu. Xiao Baikan's spiritual sense swept out the moment Zhuge Yuyu stepped onto the arena. He carefully observed the changes in Zhuge Yuyu's aura. However, what shocked Xiao Baikan was that Zhuge Yuyu's aura was extremely obscure. He knew very well that this little junior sister in front of him, who had only been cultivating for slightly over 3 months, was very likely to be his strongest opponent. Cloud Sky Peaks, Zhuge Yuyu. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Zhuge Yuyu stood there with a calm expression. She still did not take out the Cloud Sky Sword. Junior sister, be prepared. Xiao Baikan did not waste any more time. The long spear in his hand turned into a dazzling black light, like a dragon emerging from the sea, as it stabbed toward Zhuge Yuyu. Terrifying black flames burst forth from the tip of the spear. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu's expression did not change at all. With a slight turn of her body, she easily dodged Xiao Baikan's probing attack. Right at this time, Gao Shun could not resist slamming the table in anger, his expression extremely dark. This girl is really too arrogant. She's facing the strongest disciple from returning Cloud Peak, but she's still not using her magic artifact. Isn't she looking down on Xiao Baikan? She's really too much. Like master, like disciple. Gao Shun's intense reaction gave the returning Cloud Peak's chief, Xiao Fengsheng, a shock. It's my son competing with her. What is this old man doing here? Xiao Fengsheng was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Baikan's eyes turned cold when he realized that Zhuge Yuyu had dodged his attack. Furthermore, she still showed no signs of taking out a weapon. Was she looking down on him? His anger was aroused. Immediately, the spiritual power in Xiao Baikan's body swept out, and the terrifying pressure of a 7th-level materialization realm expert spread throughout the entire arena. Mysterious patterns appeared on the black spear in Xiao Baikan's hands, which turned into a huge black phoenix that rushed toward Zhuge Yuyu. When the crowd saw this, they immediately became nervous. Even Zhuge Yuyu frowned. She could not underestimate the divine power he had just unleashed. In the next second, the storage ring on Zhuge Yuyu's hand flashed, and the Cloud Sky Sword was unsheathed. Zhuge Yuyu had finally used the Cloud Sky Sword. When everyone saw this, they looked on in anticipation. The instant the Cloud Sky Sword appeared, the entire arena began to shake violently as an extremely turbulent sword chi began to quietly brew. Zhuge Yuyu swept the sword across the air lightly. A crescent-shaped gap suddenly appeared, splitting the black phoenix in half easily. Xiao Baikan was furious when he saw this. The long spear in his hand suddenly started to spin, and the spiritual power in his body turned into black flames, filling the air. Moments later, a huge black dragon erupted from the spear and charged toward Zhuge Yuyu. Heavens! It's the Earth-grade secret technique of returning Cloud Peak, Black Dragon's Roar. Chapter 460, Heavenly Pillar. It was extremely difficult to cultivate an Earth-grade secret technique, so no one expected Xiao Baikan to have successfully cultivated it. However, the fact that he had used this secret technique at this juncture meant that he was planning to end it as soon as possible. Thinking this, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Fengsheng. The latter had a smile on his face as he sat in his seat calmly. Black Dragon's Roar, that's kind of interesting. Yi Zan raised his brows slightly, but still looked completely calm. When Yuelin saw this, she felt curious. She knew very well that with Yi Zan's personality, Zhuge Yuyu must have cultivated an extremely powerful secret technique. However, the reputation of the Black Dragon's Roar was well known. How would Zhuge Yuyu deal with it? By this time, the black dragon that the Black Spear had transformed into had almost forced Zhuge Yuyu to retreat to the edge of the arena. Zhuge Yuyu's brows were furrowed. She naturally knew that Xiao Baikan wanted to decide the winner with this attack. Immediately, the spiritual power in Zhuge Yuyu's body swept out, and the cloud sky sword in her hand bloomed with dazzling light as the temperature around the arena dropped rapidly. Black Dragon's Roar, then I'll slay a dragon today, Zhuge Yuyu said in a domineering manner. Then, the cloud sky sword suddenly trembled as a cold sword chi manifested into a huge divine sword, slashing toward the black dragon. The divine sword was filled with bone-chilling sword chi. It was the heavenly slash that Yi Zan had taught her before. The two surging forces collided fiercely, and the shockwaves wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Even the reinforced arena floor began to crack. At this moment, Xiao Baikan's figure was like a cannonball, flying back and crashing into the ground. The terrifying cold sword aura wreaked havoc throughout Xiao Baikan's meridians, and he was so severely injured that he almost fainted. Xiao Baikan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Zhuge Yuyu. At the same time, the smile on Xiao Fengsheng's face disappeared. He stood up in shock and looked at Yi Zan. He clenched his teeth, but finally sat down helplessly. Heavenly slash. When Gao Shun saw this scene, he muttered to himself. He was not unfamiliar with the heavenly slash, as it was something that Tian Zan had derived from the cloud sky sword technique. However, compared to Tian Zan's heavenly slash, Zhuge Yuyu's heavenly slash seemed more exquisite and powerful. He naturally did not know that the heavenly slash had been personally modified and improved by Yi Zan, improving its power. Junior brother Yi, this heavenly slash seems to be different from the previous one. Did you improve it? Yuelin had also noticed the differences. Senior sister Yuelin, what does a mere heavenly slash count for? I have even stronger techniques. What? There are actually more powerful divine powers than the heavenly slash. Yuelin's interest was immediately piqued. Yi Zan looked around and said softly, actually, my strongest move is called the Heavenly Pillar. Its attack power is extremely terrifying. If I use this move, I can easily take down an army of thousands. What? Heavenly Pillar? Yuelin's pupils involuntarily contracted. If Yi Zan called it his strongest trump card, it had to be very powerful. Just how terrifying was this Heavenly Pillar? Could it really destroy an army of thousands? Junior brother Yi, can you tell me what is so special about this divine power? If you have to pick out something special, it has to be its penetrative power. The Heavenly Pillar's brilliance will cause the world and the living beings within it to tremble. When Yuelin heard this, she involuntarily inhaled deeply. Her eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that junior brother Yi Zan was talking about an immortal grade divine power? Even if an immortal were to descend, they might not be able to resist it. Not afraid of immortals? What a terrifying divine power. Her heart was filled with shock. He did not expect Yi Zan to have an even more powerful immortal grade divine power in addition to the boundless palm technique. Furthermore, from Yi Zan's description, this divine power was extremely terrifying. Even if she used all her strength, she might not be able to take it. I don't think I'm a match for this pillar. After thinking about it seriously, Yuelin asked in a coquettish manner. Junior brother Yi, are there any other details? Can you reveal more? Yi Zan smirked. The most important aspect of the divine power is that it will first trap the enemy. Then, it will deliver the final blow. Chapter 461, Detestable. Upon hearing this, Yuelin squinted her eyes and said, Junior brother Yi, if that's the case, the power of this move is extremely terrifying. Could it be a legendary immortal grade divine power? You could say that it is something like that. Yizan smiled as he looked at Yuelin, whose eyes lit up when she heard this. As expected, it truly is an immortal grade divine power. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see its power in the future. She looked at Yizan curiously. Cough cough. Yizan coughed repeatedly, and his expression turned a little strange. It's not convenient with so many people around. If senior sister is really curious about it, we can find a quiet place for me to show it to you. Yuelin's eyes instantly lit up. That's natural. When have I ever lied to you? Yizan said in all seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yuelin revealed a happy smile. She understood Yizan's hesitations. After all, it was an immortal grade divine power. It would be inappropriate to show it off to the public. However, she was elated that he had actually agreed to show it to her. It seemed that she had a place in his heart. Thinking this, she could not repress the smile on her face. This was a legendary immortal grade divine power. Even as the chief of Water Sky Peak, she had only ever cultivated Earth grade divine powers. Even the sect master's strongest divine power, the Great Wilderness Technique, was a Heaven grade 1. However, there was a rumor a few hundred years ago that the unrivaled person had once comprehended a Heaven grade divine power and stayed on Cloud Sky Peak. Had he obtained the inheritance of that person, or comprehended it from the inheritance left behind by Chief Tianzan? Then let's make an agreement. When we have time in the future, we'll find a quiet place to study it. However, when Yuelin saw the smirk on Yizan's face, she felt a little flustered. That's only natural. Since senior sister has that intention, I have to agree. Yizan nodded with a smile, but his expression became weirder. Why did it feel like there was something hiding behind this guy's smile? Immediately, Yuelin carefully went over the conversation between them. She felt that something was wrong. Wait, it seemed to be. Yuelin's face flushed red, and she was so ashamed that she wished she could bury her head in the sand. The smirk on Yizan's face, combined with his description of the heavenly pillar. How could Yuelin not understand? She could not believe she had taken it seriously. Furthermore, she had been on the verge of finding a quiet place so that he could show it off. Yizan could barely restrain himself from laughing. Teasing her occasionally felt pretty satisfying. It seemed that cultivators were lacking when it came to reading subtleties and hints related to this topic. Senior sister, are you not feeling well? Why is your face so red? Yizan asked, pretending to be confused. Yuelin did not know how to face Yizan. Every time she looked at him, she would be reminded of that smirk. In her embarrassment, she glared at Yizan and then quickly left. Teacher, were you not happily chatting with Chief Yizan just now? What's going on? The cultivators of the Water Sky Peak who were not far away were confused when they saw this. What was going on? The 7 Peaks competition was still going on. Even Feng Xian was confused. Teacher, did something happen to Chief Yuelin? Not really, maybe she's just recalling some happy memories, Yizan said with a smile. Happy memories? Feng Xian became even more puzzled. Yuelin definitely looked more embarrassed than happy when she ran off just now. Yuelin flew all the way back to Water Sky Peak and locked herself in her cultivation room, which dumbfounded the cultivators of Water Sky Peak who did not participate in the 7 Peaks competition. What the fuck had happened? They had never seen their teacher react like this. What happened? Why is teacher behaving like this? Don't tell me, senior sister Hanny lost. Instantly, everyone started discussing among themselves. However, no one dared to get close to Yuelin's cultivation room as they were afraid of being scolded. In the cultivation room, Yuelin was seated cross-legged, trying to use a mental cultivation technique to stabilize her emotions. However, it was not working. How am I going to face others in the future? It's all Yizan's fault. He's really too detestable. Recalling the matter, she felt both furious and ashamed. After a long time, her emotions finally calmed down. The conversation topic was not something she could not tolerate. However, Yizan had deliberately led her by the nose and beat around the bush, which had led to her misunderstanding the whole matter. It was an immortal grade divine power, after all. Thinking about how she had been fooled, and that knowing smirk on his face, she became angry again and waved her fist around. This guy is really too hateful. He actually tricked me. HMPH. He had better not become too arrogant, lest one day I destroy that heavenly pillar of his. Chapter 462, The Semifinals Part 1. The next morning, the square was packed with people. It was the semifinals of the 7 Peaks competition. Now, There were only 2 arenas left. Yizan brought Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu over. Greetings, Sect Master. Yizan saluted Gongsun Shoyu and ignored Gao Shun beside him. Then, he went to his seat. To Yizan's surprise, Yuelin was already sitting on the throne very elegantly. It seemed that yesterday's incident did not affect her too much. However, when she noticed Yizan's arrival, her eyes darted away as she forcefully stabilized her emotions. Good morning, senior sister. It seems like you had a good rest last night. That's none of your business. Yuelin glared at Yizan. We're not done with yesterday's topic yet, so why don't we continue? Wasn't senior sister curious about the power of that immortal grade divine power? We can set a time to check it out later today. This guy actually mentioned it again. Yuelin did not know how to face Yizan. She did not expect him to be so shameless as to bring it up again. Her face turned red, and her heart beat wildly. We'll talk about it in the future. Yuelin did not dare to look directly at Yizan and brushed him off. However, when she realized what she had said, her face turned even redder. In the future. That's great. Yizan sat down with a smile on his face. He found the whole situation funny. This woman was still too naive. When Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu saw this scene, they were puzzled. Xian, do you know what teacher was talking about with Chief Yuelin yesterday? The atmosphere between them seemed strange, Zhuge Yuyu said. Feng Xian's mouth twitched. I don't know. They're making it seem so mysterious. Was there something between their teacher and Chief Yuelin? At this moment, the crowd spotted Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu and immediately started shouting excitedly. Cloud Sky Peak's performance in the 7 Peaks competition was unrivaled. In particular, Zhuge Yuyu's matches had shocked everyone. Who would have thought that someone who had only been cultivating for more than 3 months would actually advance into the top 4? Furthermore, they were still unclear about her exact cultivation level. It could be said that Cloud Sky Peak's image had undergone a tremendous change. Everything surrounding Cloud Sky Peak was now a mystery. Many people were now wondering if Zhuge Yuyu could make it into the finals. In your opinion, which 2 will be able to advance to the final today? The crowd started an extremely heated discussion. In my opinion, Gao Tianyu from Hidden Sword Peak will definitely enter the final. As for the second spot, I think Zhuge Yuyu from Cloud Sky Peak has a higher chance. That's what I think too. Although Li Hanyi from Water Sky Peak is powerful, she could not easily defeat Feng Xian. Zhuge Yuyu is definitely stronger than Feng Xian. While this was happening, the drawing of lots for the matchups ended. As Yizan had guessed, Zhuge Yuyu's opponent was not Gao Tianyu, but Bai Xuanyuan. From the Great Wilderness Peak, Gao Shun was clearly manipulating the matchups. However, he was not too concerned. After all, in the face of absolute power, all struggles were in vain. Junior brother, what do you think of my disciple? Gongsun Shoyu looked at Yizan with a smile. Bai Xuanyuan was his second disciple. Although he was not as strong as Hua Rufeng, he had also reached the 8th level of the materialization realm. In order to compete for the coveted position of champion of the 7 Peaks competition, every peak had poured in countless resources to strengthen their main candidates. This naturally included Gongsun Shoyu. In the beginning, these cultivation resources were reserved for Hua Rufeng, but his first disciple had now reached the Void Realm, so most of these resources were now useless to him. Thus, Bai Xuanyuan benefited. Fortunately, the cooldown period for spiritual power infusion had ended in time. Otherwise, Zhuge Yuyu's second-level materialization realm cultivation would be quite lacking in comparison to these geniuses. The other peaks were much richer than Cloud Sky Peak, especially in terms of cultivation resources. Given that the 7 Peaks competition was a grand event within the sect that only happened once every 100 years, no one wanted to be ranked last. Therefore, in order to increase their ranking as much as possible, the various chiefs were willing to invest large amounts into their strongest candidates. Yizan looked at the young man in green standing behind Gongsun Shoyu, and nodded with a smile. As expected of senior brother Gongsun's disciple. He's truly a dragon among men. His talent is unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Gongsun Shoyu smiled. How could he not understand what Yizan meant by that? Although Bai Xuanyuan's talent was not bad, when compared to Feng Xian and Zhuge Yuyu, he was sorely lacking. However, unlike the other chiefs, Gongsun Shoyu was not too hung up on victory or defeat. No matter who won in the end, everyone was a disciple of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. At this moment, the judge arrived in front of an arena and said with a serious expression, "The semifinals are about to begin." Please remain silent. After today, 2 cultivators will enter the finals of the 7 Peaks competition. However, the competition this year will be a little different. The final will also be held today. Moreover, the final match will be held as soon as the results of the semifinal matches are confirmed. This way, it will truly test the endurance and combat experience of the finalists. Therefore, the cultivators who are participating in today's competition should pay attention. You must ensure that you retain sufficient spiritual power to compete in both matches. Chapter 463, The Semifinals Part 2. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd started clamoring. Yi Zan looked at Gao Shun and frowned. Sure enough, this person was the culprit again. However, from the looks of it, Gongsun Shouyu did not object to this change. When Yuelin heard this, she became worried. Although Li Hanyi had advanced to the top 4, she did not have much of an advantage over the other 3. Even if she were lucky enough to beat her opponent, she would likely be too exhausted to put up a fight in the final match. That fellow was really too hateful. At the thought of this, Yuelin could not help but glare at Gao Shun. The semifinals will be held simultaneously. All participants, please come up to the arena, the judge continued. Yi Zan smiled and nodded at Zhuge Yuyu. Teacher, I'm off. Zhuge Yuyu bowed to Yi Zan before walking off toward the arena. Teacher, I'm going too. On the other side, Li Hanyi also made her way over, as did Gao Tianyu and Bai Xuanyuan. Although Yi Zan did not know what Gao Shun did, looking at Gao Tianyu's current expression, it was obvious that he thought that he had victory in his hands. Junior brother Yi, aren't you worried about this new rule? Yuelin was curious. Yi Zan smiled and shrugged, not saying anything. When Yuelin saw this, she was confused. Why was this guy so calm? Was he not worried about his disciple? In the arena, Zhuge Yuyu was facing Bai Xuanyuan. Bai Xuanyuan looked at Zhuge Yuyu and bowed with a smile. Junior sister Zhuge, please show mercy. Don't beat me up too badly. Zhuge Yuyu did not say much and just nodded. Bai Xuanyuan's mouth twitched as he smiled bitterly. He was just being polite. Did she really think that she could beat him? Junior sister Zhuge is just like the rumors say. She's cold and quiet. It seems that she's not easy to get along with. Bai Xuanyuan shook his head helplessly and did not mind it too much. At this moment, in the other arena, Li Hanyi and Gao Tianyu also entered the arena. Let the matches begin, the judge announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 arenas exploded with powerful spiritual power fluctuations. Gao Tianyu was the first to attack. He did not use his magic artifact and spewed out torrents of water that swept toward Li Hanyi with terrifying power. On the other side, Bai Xuanyuan's eyes flashed, and his longsword shone as he slashed toward Zhuge Yuyu. Junior sister Zhuge, here I come. Be careful. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuyu gently waved her hand, and the cloud sky's sword appeared. However, Zhuge Yuyu only held the sheath of the sword lightly and pushed it forward. In that instant, a visible air current swept out and easily shattered Bai Xuanyuan's attack. Gongsun Shouyu saw this scene and turned to look at Yi Zan in surprise. As Bai Xuanyuan's teacher, he naturally had an almost complete grasp of his disciple's strength. Even though he had not used his full strength in that attack, it was still an extremely strong attack. However, Zhuge Yuyu had easily dealt with it. At this moment, Bai Xuanyuan's attacks were like a violent storm that wreaked havoc in the arena. In contrast, Zhuge Yuyu's expression was calm. Her movements were like a breeze, and she was always able to avoid Bai Xuanyuan's attacks and easily deal with his attacks. When Feng Xian saw this, a smile appeared on her face. She had been sparring with Zhuge Yuyu all this time and naturally knew how terrifyingly strong the latter was. Most importantly, Zhuge Yuyu's most powerful strength was her sword technique. It was obvious that Bai Xuanyuan's current attacks were not enough to force Zhuge Yuyu to use her sword technique. Bai Xuanyuan felt extremely aggrieved by this situation. He had thought that his talent was second only to Hua Rufeng in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. He even deemed himself superior to Gao Tianyu. However, here he was struggling against an opponent who had only started cultivating 3 months ago. What kind of genius was she? Bai Xuanyuan then increased the strength of his attacks. The sword in Bai Xuanyuan's hand started to spin in a mysterious way, forming a special pattern. His aura skyrocketed. When the surrounding crowd saw this, their expressions changed. The power of this sword attack was infinitely close to the 9th level of the materialization realm. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuyu squinted her eyes and her expression gradually turned serious, and she unsheathed the Cloud Sky Sword. Junior sister Zug, I'm going to get serious. Moments later, a sword attack covered with mysterious patterns soared into the sky and swept toward Zug Yuyu. Wherever the sword attack passed by, cracks would appear on the ground. Zug Yuyu did not dare to underestimate Bai Xuanyuan's attack. The Cloud Sky Sword released a sharp and cold aura as she slashed it toward Bai Xuanyuan. The two of them fought back and forth. However, as time passed, Zug Yuyu's Cloud Sky Sword technique was gradually suppressed. Then her eyes flashed with a cold light, and the heavenly slash burst forth. Chapter 464, The Decisive Battle, Part 1. Powerful sword attacks collided with each other, and bright sparks burst out, causing the entire arena to tremble. One had to admit that Bai Xuanyuan's strength was extremely terrifying. He could even withstand Zug Yuyu's heavenly slash. Junior Zug, how was my sword strike? Seeing that he was on par with Zug Yuyu, Bai Xuanyuan smiled and gradually became more confident. Not bad, Zug Yuyu nodded. Moments later, Zug Yuyu's aura underwent a tremendous change. A terrifying power of ice suddenly rippled out. The smile on Bai Xuanyuan's face froze. What is this? As the power of ice swept over, Bai Xuanyuan could feel his soul trembling. At this moment, the Cloud Sky Sword emitted dazzling light as the heavenly slash was used again. Zug Yuyu did not want to reveal too much of her strength. After all, Gao Tianyu was her final opponent. However, it would be even worse if she continued to waste her energy on Bai Xuanyuan, so it would be better to reveal some of her strength and end the battle quickly. As the cold aura surrounded Zug Yuyu, a half-moon-shaped sword attack soared into the sky before descending upon Bai Xuanyuan. Even Gongsun Shoyu was shocked by this, and he clutched the sides of the chair he was sitting on with both hands. Heaven-grade secret technique. As an expert at the peak of the Mystic Lord realm, Gongsun Shoyu could naturally sense the terrifying power of ice contained in Zug Yuyu's body. When Gao Shun saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, this little girl really did keep a trump card, HMPH. Fortunately, I prepared more than one. Thinking this, he smiled coldly. Bai Xuanyuan's face turned pale and his body trembled slightly as he looked at the dazzling half-moon-shaped sword attack in the sky. He had no way to retreat. He could only muster all of his strength to try and resist the attack. However, this heavenly slash was much stronger than the one before, and far more than he could handle. Moments later, Bai Xuanyuan was sent flying like a cannonball, and his body crashed outside the arena. I've lost. Bai Xuanyuan's face was pale as he struggled. His expression was one of depression. He could not understand how he had lost to a newcomer. Was the standard of teaching at Cloud Sky Peak really so monstrous? In fact, Bai Xuanyuan was not the only one who was thinking this. The crowd was also thinking likewise. Zug Yuyu slowly descended from the sky. After putting away the Cloud Sky Sword, she waited quietly for the final match to begin. Over the past 3 months, she had put in countless efforts in order to become stronger. She had been waiting for this day. She would repay Gao Shun for insulting her teacher. In the other arena, after a few rounds of fighting, Li Hanyi had gradually become exhausted. Gao Tianyu's strength was too terrifying. Even if Li Hanyi used all of her strength, she failed to make Gao Tianyu use his trump card. Yuelin knew that the outcome was already decided. At the thought of this, she helplessly sighed. It seemed that her disciple could only make it this far. That being said, she was still quite satisfied with this result. After all, Water Sky Peak had always ranked second to last in the previous competitions. Teacher, I'm sorry, I couldn't win. Li Hanyi's body trembled slightly as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She was unwilling to accept this, as she felt guilty about disappointing her. Teacher, Yuelin smiled and gently wiped away the latter's tears. Silly girl, what's there to be sad about? I'm already very satisfied that you managed to reach the top 4. After this battle, the finalists were decided, and the final match was about to get underway. Yi Zan's relaxed expression turned serious. Zug Yuyu stood on the stage with a calm expression. In front of her was Gao Tianyu. Gao Tianyu's eyes turned cold as he recalled the humiliation he and his father had suffered at the hands of Cloud Sky Peak. At this moment, it felt as if there were sparks flying between the two and the atmosphere was very tense. Ha ha ha, finally, the most exciting battle for the competition has arrived. I wonder who will be the final victor. Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak have always been at odds with each other in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. I didn't expect them to encounter each other in the finals. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion as they stared at the two people in the arena. Are you two ready? The judge looked at the two of them. Zhu Yuyu nodded her head indifferently and did not say anything. Judge, please announce the start of the match, Gao Tianyu said in a cold tone. In the semifinal matches, Zhu Yuyu had finished off by Xuanyuan in the shortest time possible, and did not consume much of her spiritual power. In comparison, in order to defeat Li Hanyi, who had gone all out, Gao Tianyu had consumed more spiritual power. However, what surprised everyone was that Gao Tianyu seemed to be unfazed by this, and even seemed to be full of confidence. Chapter 465, Is Zhu Yuyu going to lose? I hereby announce that the battle for the champion of the Seven Peaks competition has officially begun. As the judge finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, Gao Tianyu's lips curled into a cold smile. He took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. That seems to be a spiritual power recovery pill. The pill that Gao Tianyu had taken was not a low-grade one. Isn't this fucking cheating? The Seven Peaks competition is supposed to be fair and just, yet this fellow is actually so shameless as to consume a spiritual power recovery pill. Many people started criticizing him. At this moment, Gao Shun stood up, and the terrifying spiritual pressure of a mystic Lord Realm expert swept out. In that instant, the surroundings became quiet. At the same time, the judge stood out. In the rules of the Seven Peaks competition, cultivators are not forbidden from taking pills to recover their spiritual power. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Although they were very unhappy, it seemed that there was no such rule. No matter what, this was too shameless. How could he use such a shameless method? Even if Hidden Sword Peak really wins the competition, it's an undeserved victory. What's so strange about that? The law enforcement elder is the person in charge of the competition. It's normal for him to use such underhanded tricks. Everyone started whispering among each other and expressing their disdain at Gao Shun's actions. After Gao Tianyu took the spiritual recovery pill, his condition instantly returned to its peak. A confident smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Zhu Yuyu with a cold gaze. HMPH, how can a mere Cloud Sky Peak disciple be my match? The humiliation that your Cloud Sky Peak imposed on my Hidden Sword Peak the other day will be returned 100-fold today. You, be prepared to receive my fury. Looking at Gao Tianyu's arrogant appearance, Zhu Yuyu's expression did not change at all. Instead, she asked indifferently, have you finished spouting nonsense? She was unfazed by the whole situation. She had already guessed that Hidden Sword Peak would do something underhanded in order to gain an unfair advantage. However, this would not be enough to beat her. Make your move. Zhu Yuyu looked at Gao Tianyu indifferently. The Cloud Sky sword in her hand shone with a bright light. The cold aura it exuded made the temperature drop by several degrees, and it was showing no signs of stopping. Gao Tianyu squinted his eyes. Zhu Yuyu's power of ice was indeed terrifying. Even he was afraid of it. However, he had already made preparations to deal with it. HMPH, trying to show off in front of me. Die, Gao Tianyu roared. The storage ring in his hand flashed with dazzling light as a longsword appeared in his hand. The power released by this longsword was not the slightest bit weaker than the Cloud Sky sword. When everyone saw this, they all turned to look at Gao Shun in unison. It's actually the Azure sword. This is the inheritance of Hidden Sword Peak. I didn't expect it to be in Gao Tianyu's hands. Things are getting more and more interesting. Both are using swords that represent their respective peaks, legacies. This is not only the battle for the champion of the Seven Peaks competition, but also the future chiefs of Cloud Sky Peak and Hidden Sword Peak. In that instant, the atmosphere turned intense. Gao Tianyu's mouth curved into a cold smile. He swung the Azure sword at Zhu Yuyu savagely. Seeing this, Zhu Yuyu frowned. He was worthy of being second only to Hua Rufeng in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. This sword strike made her feel a trace of pressure. However, it was only a trace. Moments later, the Cloud Sky sword suddenly started to spin. The wind formed by the sharp sword chi swept out and blocked Gao Tianyu's attack. The cultivation techniques and divine powers that the two of them cultivated were from the inheritances of the two peaks, and could be said to be of the same level. In addition, the two of them had similar strength, so it was impossible to determine the winner within a short period of time. Ha ha ha, as expected of my precious son, you've done well. Ruthlessly crush that girl. When Gao Shun saw this scene, he immediately laughed inwardly while maintaining an outward facade of calmness. After his previous experience, before the outcome was decided, Gao Sheng would not dare to show off prematurely. Is that all you've got? After forcing her opponent back, Zhuge Yueyu's expression turned serious. Although Gao Tianyu's swordsmanship was powerful, it lacked finesse. If that was all Gao Tianyu was capable of, then the battle should be over. As soon as she finished speaking, the cloud sky sword shone brightly, and a crescent-shaped heavenly slash flew out. This was Zhuge Yueyu's test for him. The battle has only just begun, yet you're already in such a hurry to use your trump card. It seems that the disciples of Cloud Sky Peak are nothing special. A cold smile appeared on Gao Tianyu's face as an overbearing sword strike slashed toward Zhuge Yueyu's heavenly slash. The two powerful sword strikes collided with each other and cancelled each other out. The shockwaves cracked the surface of the arena. What? That fellow is actually able to neutralize the might of the heavenly slash. Yuelin became nervous. After all, from the start of the Seven Peaks competition until now, the heavenly slash technique was considered Zhuge Yueyu's trump card and ultimate move, but it had now been easily blocked by Gao Tianyu. Would Cloud Sky Peak be defeated? Thinking this, Yuelin turned around to look at Yi Zan. It doesn't seem like this guy is worried at all. Could it be that Zhuge Yueyu has a stronger trump card? Chapter 466, Forbidden Technique. Ha ha ha, Junior Brother Yi, it seems that the supreme technique of Cloud Sky Peak is nothing special after all. At this very moment, Gao Shun could no longer resist the urge to humiliate Yi Zan. Since Zhuge Yueyu's trump card had been negated by Gao Tianyu, it was the best time to show off. He could finally trample on Yi Zan ruthlessly. Yi Zan merely looked at Gao Shun indifferently. Oh, from your words, it seems that senior brother Gao is quite confident in Hidden Sword Peak's secret technique. Ha ha ha, our Hidden Sword Peak's secret technique has been improved by many generations of chiefs. Although it's not as fancy as your Cloud Sky Peak's secret technique, its power is not something ordinary divine powers can be compared with. Gao Shun stroked his beard and said with a smug look. He had naturally seen the uniqueness of Gao Tianyu's sword technique just now. Its power was very fierce and domineering. Although this swordsmanship lacked finesse, it had enough power to make up for it. Hee, senior brother Gao, don't be too anxious, the outcome is still undecided, Yi Zan said with a smile. When Gao Shun heard this, his gaze immediately turned cold, and he cursed inwardly, still pretending. Just you wait, once the match ends, there will be nowhere to hide. At this moment, the arena was filled with violent sword chi. After blocking the heavenly slash, Gao Tianyu became even more confident, and a mocking smile now hung on his lips. I thought it would be an evenly matched fight, but I didn't expect that junior sister Zhuge's strength was limited to this. I'm really disappointed. You should surrender obediently. After all, it's not a shameful thing to be defeated by me. Zhuge Yueyu ignored Gao Tianyu. Instead, she was thinking about Gao Tianyu's sword technique carefully. Then her cold expression displayed a smile that made everyone's heart flutter. Is this the Azure sword technique? I wonder if you can block my next move. The Cloud Sky sword shone once more. However, this time, it was not the heavenly slash, but the even stronger 9 serenities of frost technique. Countless snowflakes appeared in the sky, and an extremely cold aura descended. Gao Tianyu's expression changed when he saw this. It's actually a heaven-grade divine power. At this moment, the onlookers finally understood that when Zhuge Yueyu defeated by Xuanyuan, the power of ice she used did not come from the profound ice divine bone, but this heaven-grade divine power instead. Wait, junior sister Zhuge's cultivation level. She's actually a 9th level materialization realm expert. That's unbelievable. Hasn't she only been cultivating for 3 months? How did she progress so quickly? Everyone was shocked. It was only at this moment that Zhuge Yueyu revealed her strength. Oh my god, how does martial uncle Yi Zan teach his disciples? Even if he spent all of his heavenly treasures on her, she should not have been able to achieve this. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. Even Gongsun Shoyu and Elder Tongtian were shocked, and Mu Baiken was even more so. Even with his level of talent, it took him several years of hard work to break through to the 9th level of the materialization realm. Not long ago, he had finally reached the void realm. Zhuge Yueyu's cultivation progress made no sense. Gao Shun's expression immediately turned livid. However, he then smiled coldly again. 9th level of the materialization realm, truly a good hidden trump card. However, that won't be enough to defeat Tianyu. Gao Tianyu was briefly surprised by her show of strength, but he quickly adjusted himself. Then, A layer of dazzling red surrounded his body, as his cultivation level soared. At the cost of burning his blood essence, he had raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the materialization realm as well. Furthermore, he had reached the point where he could be called a half-step void realm cultivator. At this moment, the table beside Yuelin instantly turned into fine powder, and her beautiful eyes were filled with rage. A secret technique that burns life force. This is a forbidden technique. Gao Shun actually resorted to such unscrupulous means in order to win the 7 Peaks competition. In terms of aura at least, his cultivation level had suppressed Zhuge Yueyu's. However, since Gao Tianyu had not comprehended the power of the laws, he did not break through to the void realm. A forbidden technique. Seeing this, Yi Zan narrowed his eyes. He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a forbidden technique in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. However, because this secret technique was too extreme, it could easily cause irreparable damage to one's cultivation foundation. Therefore, the chiefs of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect had come to a consensus that they would never allow the disciples of the various peaks to cultivate this secret technique. However, the consensus was only a verbal agreement between the chiefs. It was not explicitly forbidden in the Great Wilderness Divine Sect. Judging from Gongsun Shoyu's expression, he did not seem to be too affected. After all, Gao Tianyu was Gao Shun's son. If Gao Shun was not bothered about the risk, why should they, as outsiders, care?